God Level Farm Chapter 1307 to Chapter 1351. The one who called Viper was the mysterious leader of the Mordor organization, Satan. After a few hours of transmission, the news of the explosion in the Mordor organization's secret training camp finally reached Satan through official channels. Of course, there was a special communication channel between Satan and the upper echelons of Arale, so he wouldn't reveal his identity. Satan's voice sounded a little old. Viper, the local police in Basoki have investigated the scene. The entire training camp has been blown into a mess, but the strange thing is, there isn't even a corpse inside. Everyone, including Golden Fox, has disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? Boke cried out in surprise. That's more than 100 people. Where can they run to? I'm also very puzzled. Satan said in a serious voice. But that's the truth. So far, we haven't received any reports from the training camp. They're all missing. Boke frowned. Boss, is it possible that Mirando took the entire training camp away from our organization and started a new one? That's a possibility, Satan said. But what's the motive? It was impossible for Metatro to not know that 100 or so newbies would not be able to do anything. There are also 10 or 20 instructors in the training camp, and not all of them are Mirando's men. Would these instructors be willing to run away with him? Maybe the opponents were killed by Mirando. Boke said. Mirando must know that the traitor organization will face endless pursuit, so he used the explosion to eliminate the traces before leaving and then took those people to hide. Satan was puzzled and said, the problem is, it's impossible for Golden Fox to not know that even if we lose this training camp, our Mordor organization is far from being crippled, and he has such a big target with a bunch of rookies. It must be very difficult for him to escape our pursuit. Besides, he is also considered to have a lot of power in our Mordor organization, and he has earned enough money. Why would he do such a thankless thing? Boke scratched his head and said, I don't know about that. But boss, other than this possibility, I can't think of anything else. There's not a single corpse at the scene. Were they all captured by some mysterious force? That's more than 100 people. How could they hide without anyone knowing? According to normal logic, Boke's analysis was definitely correct. However, no matter how imaginative Satan and Boke were, it was impossible for them to imagine that someone could carry a portable space with them. Not to mention 100 people, even 10,000 people could be easily carried away. Satan said, this is indeed very difficult to understand. Viper, my brother. I need you to make a trip to Bosok and see if there are any clues. No problem. Borak said. I'll leave right away. Yes. I'll wait for your news. Satan said. Remember to bring more people and pay attention to your own safety. Understood. Borak said. In fact, in the past few years, the few big shots of the Mordor organization had rarely personally come out to do anything. However, the explosion of the training camp and the disappearance of so many people were too strange. Most importantly, Metatro, who had a very high status in the Mordor organization, was among the missing people. This was also the reason why Satan was determined to send Boke personally. After ending the call, Boke put on his slippers and stood up, preparing to head back to the castle to change his clothes. Of course, before that, he had to choose a few of his best followers. However, Boke only took 2 steps before he froze on the spot, shock in his eyes. Because he saw a young man step out from behind the landscape tree, and this young man was holding a large caliber pistol with a silencer in his hand. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at his chest. The young man's skin was dark, and his cheekbones were a little high. At first glance, he looked like a typical Southeast Asian. Boke could not believe that someone had actually touched his side, and the entire manor's tight security system did not react at all. One had to know that there were more than 100 guards in the manor. Even if there were more than 100 pigs in the manor, they wouldn't be so slow, right? This young man was naturally Xia Ruafe, who had changed his appearance. In order to buy time, he rushed to Zaha and immediately found a way to sneak into the manor. Using his mental power, he immediately locked onto Boke's position. Although the manor was equipped with a lot of high-tech defensive measures and had a very strong security force, it was still not as tight as the secret training camp in Bosok. After all, the training camp was purely militarized, and it was an airtight military camp. After all, the manor was a place of living, and the status of the Mordor organization in Aureliai could be said to be supreme. The security work was actually very easy. Although the guards were still conscientious in their duties, nothing had happened for a long time, and their spirits had become very relaxed. Xiao Ruofei also had a strong mental power, which allowed him to carry out effective intelligence reconnaissance and warning of danger. Therefore, he avoided all kinds of sentries and surveillance cameras along the way and smoothly sneaked to Bok's side. Before Bok received a call from Satan, Xiao Ruofei was already hiding behind the landscape tree. He heard the conversation between Bok and Satan very clearly. When Bok was about to leave the back garden, Xiao Ruofei casually found a gun with a silencer from the pile of firearms piled up in his space. Holding the gun in his hand, he walked out from hiding and revealed himself. "I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Viper." Xiao Ruofei had a faint smile on his face as he spoke in English. "Please don't try to escape or call for help. I don't think your speed is faster than a bullet, so don't joke with your life." Bok's face was cloudy and confused. He stared at Xiao Ruofei's changed face and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "That's not important, Mr. Viper. As long as you cooperate, I can guarantee your safety." Bok's mind spun rapidly as he racked his brains to think of a way to escape. What made him a little depressed was that according to his analysis of the current situation, the chances of him escaping his current predicament were very low. What was even more frightening was that the back garden was a place where he and his girlfriends had fun. It was his private plot, and the guards in charge of the manor's security wouldn't go near it. After all, from their point of view, the entire manor's defenses were impregnable, and the back garden was practically the core of the manor. The possibility of danger in the back garden was close to zero. Therefore, there was no need to make the boss unhappy for the sake of his so-called safety. Bok didn't care much about this matter to begin with, and now that he had tasted the bitter fruit of being held at gunpoint and trapped in the back garden, there was no way he could call for help. Bok decided to appease the young man in front of him first. He tried his best to make his tone as stable and calm as possible. "No problem. I'll do my best to cooperate. Tell me. What do you need me to do?" Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Very simple. Look into my eyes first." After Xiao Ruofei said that, Bok subconsciously looked at Xiao Ruofei's sharp eyes. "Very good." Xiao Ruofei smiled. Then, the majestic mental force in his sea of consciousness surged out and swept towards Bok. Bok didn't even last a second. To be more precise, Bok's subconscious resistance lasted less than a second. Following that, he fell into the muddle-headed state of deep hypnosis. Xiao Ruofei didn't immediately interrogate Bok. Instead, with a thought, he put the hypnotized Bok into the space and threw him into an independent spatial cage. Then, Xiao Ruofei immediately stealthily slipped away, easily avoiding the patrolling guards. At the same time, he carefully avoided the surveillance cameras and nimbly moved around in the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. In a short while, he had sneaked out of the manor's range without anyone noticing. The reason why Xiao Ruofei didn't sweep the place clean like he did in Bosak was that he wanted to save time and get Satan's whereabouts from Bok as soon as possible. After all, Satan already knew about the explosion in the training camp and had sent Bok to investigate. If everyone in Bok's manor went missing again, Satan would definitely be on high alert. The news of Bok being captured alone was likely to be kept a secret for a longer time because the others in the manor definitely wouldn't dare to speculate about Bok's whereabouts. In addition, Satan had sent Bok to Basoko town, which would interfere with Satan's judgment. Of course, there was another important reason. The people in the manor were different from the quasi-mercenaries in Bosak. Many of them were hired by Bok, including Bok's women. Even if they were in the wrong, they wouldn't be imprisoned for life. Xiao Ruofei couldn't do something like capturing innocent people and sending them to the space to do manual labor for the rest of their lives. After leaving the manor, Xiao Ruofei quickly found the pickup truck he had hidden. He drove away from the manor without hesitation. After driving for tens of kilometers, Xiao Ruofei found a secluded place and stopped the car. He then jumped out of the car and walked into the forest. He first used his mental power to check the surroundings to make sure that no one was spying on them. Only then did he move Bok from the Ring 2 space to the outside world. Bok appeared out of thin air in the forest and fell to the ground with a plop. At this moment, Bok's brain had almost lost the ability to think. The experience just now was too bizarre. A second ago, he was blocked by a gun in the back garden of the manor, and then he suddenly lost consciousness. After he was transferred to the space cage and locked up alone, Xiao Ruofei stopped using his mental power to maintain the state of hypnosis, and he slowly recovered. Bok was almost driven mad by the mysterious fog on all sides. There was clearly nothing in the spatial cage, but he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. He tried many methods, but none of them worked. As the second in command of the Mord organization, this was the first time Bok felt as helpless as a child. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he suddenly felt the world spinning around him, and there was an invisible force that was pulling him. Bok felt a wave of dizziness. When he recovered from the dizziness, he found himself in a different environment. This time, it was no longer a monotonous grayish-white, but a forest. Although he had only been locked up for half an hour, when he saw the green leaves and the blue sky again, Bok had the urge to cry. Of course, he soon noticed Xiao Ruofei standing in front of him. The pistol with the silencer was still in Xiao Ruofei's hand, and the muzzle was naturally aimed at Bok's head. Xiao Ruofei still had a teasing smile on his face. "Sir, do you want?" Bok said anxiously. He was only halfway through his sentence when the unforgettable mental pressure came again. He couldn't resist at all and fell into a state of hypnosis once more. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't want to talk nonsense with Bok, so he asked directly, "Tell me Satan's true identity and hiding place." What surprised Xiao Ruofei was that after he asked this question, there was a hint of struggle on Bok's face. However, the hypnosis of mental power was too strong. Bok only had a hint of hesitation, but he quickly gave the answer. When Xiao Ruofei heard this answer, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and reveal a look of surprise. However, he didn't doubt the authenticity of Bok's answer, so he nodded and silently remembered this important information in his heart. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but take another look at Bok, guessing his relationship with Satan. After all, under the pressure and hypnosis of the powerful spiritual energy, there was still a subconscious level of resistance when he wanted to reveal information about Satan. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei's mental power was strong enough, and Bok's subconscious resistance only lasted for a moment before his defense collapsed. Just this moment of hesitation was already out of Xiao Ruofei's expectation. This was also the first time Xiao Ruofei encountered a small accident with his mental hypnosis. Xiao Ruofei then asked the second question. "Not long ago, the Mod organization sent assassins to assassinate Huaxia's official, Song Qiming. I need to know the details of the person who made the order." In response to Xiao Ruofei's question, Bok didn't hesitate at all. However, his answer still disappointed Xiao Ruofei. The assassination was carried out by the Shadow Squad. I don't have the details of the operation or the client's information. You'll have to ask Bassoon, Bok said. Although Xiao Ruofei already had a premonition before asking this question, he still couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment after hearing the answer. Does Satan's palm have this information? Xiao Ruofei continued to ask. Of course, Bok said without hesitation. Boss is the leader of our Mordor organization. He's in charge of everything in the organization. Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei's heart relaxed a little. His next target was the well-hidden leader of the Mordor organization, Satan. As long as Satan knew who was behind the assassination of Song Qiming, Xiao Ruofei was confident that he could get the information out of him. After asking the question, Xiao Ruofei didn't waste any more words with Bok. With a thought, he threw Bok, who was still in a state of hypnosis, into the Ring 2 space and locked him up in the spatial cage again. It was easy to imagine how traumatized Viper Bok would be when he regained his senses, especially when he saw himself back in that strange and frightening cage. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't care about Bok's feelings. Bok, who had just been locked up for a while, naturally didn't suffer much. After all, he had just been locked up, while the instructors and mercenaries in Basik's training camp had been locked up in the spatial cage since 2 or 3 in the morning. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei had just improved the structure of the spatial cage. Now, everyone who was caught would be locked up in a small spatial cage that could only hold one person. A person locked up in a small and claustrophobic space with nothing around them except a monotonous grayish-white color would probably go crazy after a long time. Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to take care of these captives for the time being, and he could use this opportunity to give them an unforgettable memory so that they wouldn't dare to resist in the future. After locking Bok back in the spatial cage, Xiao Ruofei didn't waste any more time. His figure shot out of the woods like lightning, returning to the pickup truck and quickly starting it up again. This time, Xiao Ruofei's destination was the capital of Arulai. The famous leader of the Mordor organization, the mysterious Satan, was hiding in the most prosperous city in Arulai. Although the so-called most prosperous city might not even be comparable to a prefecture-level city in Xianxia, Satan still had the taste of hiding in the city. Especially after Xiao Ruofei learned of Satan's identity, he was even more amazed. Xiao Ruofei rushed from Bosak to Zaha, where Bok was located, around 7 or 8 in the morning. The process of dealing with Bok was very smooth and didn't take much time. It was only around 9 in the morning. Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck all the way north. From a geographical point of view, Bosak was roughly between Arulai and Zaha, so this trip was about 400 to 500 kilometers. Because the road wasn't particularly good, Xiao Ruofei estimated that it would be afternoon by the time he arrived in Arulai. He didn't make any stops along the way, nor did he stop to eat at noon. For a practitioner at his level, even if he didn't eat for a few days, it wouldn't affect him much. The reason why Xiao Ruofei still maintained 3 meals a day when conditions allowed it was more because he wanted to have a regular work and rest schedule, as if this was the only way to have a sense of life. In fact, the path of cultivation was like this. The higher one's cultivation, the less worldly one would be, and one would gradually break away from the scope of ordinary mortals. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei especially cherished his time as a mortal, even though he was no longer an ordinary mortal. Xiao Ruofei listened to the car radio as he drove. There were relatively few English broadcasts in Arulai, and because of the lagging infrastructure, the broadcast signal wasn't particularly good. He could only hear some intermittent information. As Xiao Ruofei expected, the explosion in Bosak had already begun to be reported by the media. Of course, the location of the explosion mentioned in the report was naturally not the Mordor training camp, but the training base of a security company. As for the disappearance of Viper Bok, it was estimated that even the people in the manor hadn't discovered it, so the media naturally wouldn't report anything. At around 2 in the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei finally drove into Arulai. He was busy all night yesterday, and he was almost driving this morning. Even though Xiao Ruofei's physical strength was far superior to that of ordinary people, he couldn't help but feel a little tired. The main reason was that the road conditions were too bad, and he had to maintain a high level of concentration while driving. Moreover, the road had been bumpy for 5 to 6 hours, and no one could stand it. After driving into the city, Xiao Ruofei didn't stop. Instead, he went through the main city of Arulai and continued north. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, he arrived at his destination, the Arulai Temple. This was one of the few historical attractions in Arulai, and it was located in the northern suburbs of Arulai. There was a small parking lot outside the temple, and Xiao Ruofei parked the pickup truck in it. Arulai wasn't a popular tourist destination, and there weren't many tourists at the temple. Although the parking lot wasn't big, there were still a lot of empty seats. After Xiao Ruofei parked the car, he walked toward the entrance of the temple. He still maintained the appearance of a Southeast Asian, carrying a backpack, wearing sunglasses, and a SLR camera around his neck. As he walked, he took pictures. He looked like an ordinary backpacker. Xiao Ruofei bought tickets at the entrance, and he could directly use US dollars in cash. $10 per ticket wasn't very expensive, but compared with the local income level, it was really unaffordable for the locals. Compared to the famous Egyptian and Mayan temples in Africa, the Arulai temple naturally paled in comparison. However, it also had a strong ancient Egyptian characteristic. The sandstone temple had been weathered for thousands of years, and its appearance was quaint and light yellow. It had a heavy sense of history. The whole temple was built facing the east, where the sun rose. The outermost part was a divine path, with sculptures of lions and rams lined up on both sides. Xiao Ruofei looked at the English introduction at the front of the divine path with interest. In ancient Egyptian civilization, lions and rams were the incarnations of the sun god. This divine path faced the east, symbolizing the first ray of sunlight that descended from the sun god Amon every day. At the end of the divine path was a thick door wall. After passing through the door wall, there was a hall with pillars. The four walls were heavily weathered, and the contents could no longer be seen clearly. However, there was still a strong sense of history. The pillar hall was connected to the second door wall, and then there was a slightly smaller hall. Xiao Ruofei walked through the hall as he toured. After entering the temple, he was not allowed to take photos. The layered design of the temple gave off a mysterious and deep feeling. After passing through 3 halls, Xiao Ruofei saw the main body of the temple. The temple was actually not very big, but it had a strong sense of history. There were a large number of reliefs and murals around the main hall, but under the erosion of thousands of years of wind and sand, the reliefs on the sandstone had long been damaged. Even so, the overall appearance was still exquisite, and one could vaguely feel the artistic attainments of the ancient people from thousands of years ago. There were not many tourists in the temple. They were in groups of 2s and 3s, so it was very quiet. Xiao Ruofei looked up with interest to admire the reliefs. Of course, his mental power had already spread out and began to search inch by inch in the temple. At this time, Xiao Ruofei heard a surprised voice behind him. "Xia! You're here too." Xiao Ruofei could not help but be startled. He had already changed his appearance, and his current appearance was neither Xia nor Xiao Ruofei. Why would someone call out his surname? Could it be that someone could see through his disguise? Xiao Ruofei could not help but mutter in his heart. However, he remained very calm and revealed a puzzled expression as he turned around. When he saw the person behind him, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he returned to being perplexed. The person who called out to him was the black brother he met in Ethiopia, Dhaka. This brother worked in a Chinese company in Arulai and called himself Spiritual Huaxia. Xiao Ruofei had a deep impression of Dhaka. When Xiao Ruofei turned around, Dhaka rubbed his eyes and revealed an awkward smile. He said in heavily accented English, "Friend, I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Your back looks very similar to the friend I thought you were." Xiao Ruofei immediately understood. It turned out that Dhaka had mistaken him for the identity he used to enter Arulai. The identity of Xiao Ruofei was fake, so when Xiao Ruofei changed his appearance again, he did not deliberately change his figure or walking posture. It was not impossible for Dhaka to mistake him for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei needed to find Satan as soon as possible, so even though Dhaka was a very interesting black guy, he would definitely not communicate with him too much right now. This was because this guy had the attribute of being very familiar with people. If he chatted with him for a while, he would become very familiar with him. It would not be easy to shake him off and act alone. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei only smiled and nodded. He slightly changed his voice and said in English, "It's okay." He even added some weird Southeast Asian accents in his English. After that, Xiao Ruofei prepared to turn around and leave. He did not expect Dhaka to be so friendly and immediately said, "Sir, are you from Asia? If you don't mind, we can go sightseeing together. I know more about the Arulai temple, I can explain it to you." Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "I'd prefer to walk around alone. Thank you for your kindness. Goodbye." "All right." Dhaka shrugged and smiled at Xiao Ruofei. "Goodbye." He was already used to being warm to people, especially when he saw people from Asia. Since the other party didn't appreciate it, he naturally wouldn't rush to get close to them. Dhaka looked at Xiao Ruofei's back and could not help but mutter to himself, "He seems a little unreasonable. My new friend Xiao Ruofei is not like that." Sure enough, we Huaxia people are more approachable. Dhaka spoke in Chinese, and although his voice was not very loud, Xiao Ruofei was not far away. With his hearing, he could naturally hear it clearly. Xiao Ruofei almost burst out laughing. She thought to herself that this dark-skinned young man really had a red heart. The country should give him a green card, or even let him become a citizen. Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter as he walked out of the temple's side door and went to the back of the temple. This place wasn't originally part of the temple, but a small building was built later. It was mainly used by the temple's staff for office use. Behind this small building, there was a very small courtyard where the high priest of the temple lived. This was actually a very strange position. After thousands of years, the temple no longer had the function of offering sacrifices. It had become a tourist attraction, but it still retained the position of high priest. Moreover, the high priest had not changed in 20 years. In theory, the high priest was the highest leader of the temple. Xiao Ruofei's target this time was the high priest who usually lived in seclusion. When Viper Boak confessed that Satan's hidden identity was the high priest of the Arulii temple, Xiao Ruofei was very surprised. Although the high priest was no longer in charge of offering sacrifices, his position in Arulii was still quite high, and he had a lot of prestige. Xiao Ruofei did not expect that the high priest and the notorious leader of the mod organization were the same person. If it wasn't for his confidence in the effects of hypnosis, he would have suspected that Boak was deliberately spouting nonsense to confuse him. Xiao Ruofei pretended to be a tourist who happened to be here, looking around while releasing his spiritual force towards the courtyard behind the white office building. There were not many tourists here, and the back of the temple was very quiet. Even the staff could not be seen, so no one came to remind Xiao Ruofei that this was no longer a tourist area. Xiao Ruofei used his spiritual force to search forward, and he inadvertently approached the small courtyard behind the office building. His spiritual force did not find anything, but Xiao Ruofei first felt a slight heat in his chest. He was startled for a moment, and he still could not believe it. Xiao Ruofei had always worn the sensing jade leaf close to his body. The only function of this sensing jade leaf was that it would heat up when it was close to the realm stone. So, there was actually a realm stone nearby. Xiao Ruofei did not expect this trip to Africa to be such a surprise. In order to confirm this, he took a few more steps forward. The sensing jade leaf's heat immediately increased by a bit. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei was almost certain. He did not hesitate to release the Ring 2 Space's external sensing seal. Almost at the moment Xiao Ruofei released the seal, he heard Bai Qingqing's excited voice in his mind, "Quick! I found the realm stone. The feeling is very strong." Sure enough. Xiao Ruofei also felt a burst of excitement in his heart. Normally, he would close off the Ring 2 Space's connection to the outside world. He didn't want Bai Qingqing to see his every move. Before, Xiao Ruofei didn't care much about it. Aside from when he was doing something embarrassing with his woman, he would close off the connection to the outside world. Most of the time, it was open. At that time, the only ones who could sense the outside world were Xiaqing and Bai Qingqing. Xiaqing was only a spirit puppet and not a real human. He was also very loyal to Xiao Ruofei and would never betray him. The world raccoon Bai Qingqing hadn't evolved yet, so in Xiao Ruofei's eyes, she was just a little pet with a bit of intelligence. However, after Bai Qingqing evolved, she could directly send a message and communicate in the human language. She even gave herself a name. It could be said that aside from still looking like a raccoon and not being able to speak like a human due to the structure of her vocal cords, Bai Qingqing was completely different in Xiao Ruofei's mind. Since then, Xiao Ruofei had closed off the connection to the outside world. Otherwise, with Bai Qingqing's range, she would have sensed the world stone before he even entered the temple. There was no need for her to wait until he was so close. Of course, there was still a benefit to this. Xiao Ruofei sent a message with his mind. "No need to hell, I already noticed it. I was so close, yet I still couldn't find it. Aren't you underestimating me too much?" Bai Qingqing was startled and said in an unfriendly tone, "Don't tell me the world stone this time, you guessed right." Xiao Ruofei said matter-of-factly, "I found the world stone alone, so of course it belongs to me alone." Bai Qingqing angrily shouted, "Xiao Ruofei! You bastard! I think you couldn't confirm it yourself, so you deliberately opened up the space connection. You used me to confirm it, didn't you?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Classmate Bai Qingqing, you're measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. I released my spatial senses purely because I wanted to share this good news with you. How could I not be sure when I was so close? The world stone is directly north of me. It's at most 100 meters away, right? You." Bai Qingqing was so angry that she couldn't speak. Xiao Ruofei said with a mischievous smile, "So, in the process of finding the boundary stone, you didn't put in any effort. According to our previous agreement." Bai Qingqing angrily said to Xiao Ruofei, "You completely sealed off the spatial sensing channel, so how can I help?" Xiao Ruofei rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "It's mainly because the difficulty this time is too low. I don't need you to do anything, I can find it myself, tisk." I think you're just a blind cat running into a dead rat. Bai Qingqing said with disdain, you must have something else to do. I didn't expect you to be so lucky and find the realm stone so close. If you were really here to find the realm stone, wouldn't you have used my ability? Xiao Ruofei let out a dry laugh and said, what blind cat running into a dead rat? Classmate Bai Qingqing, please pay attention to your wording. No matter what, cats are your close relatives. How can you say that? Bai Qingqing really looked like a docile civet cat. Speaking of which, she really was related to cats. However, Bai Qingqing definitely didn't agree with this point of view. She was so angry that she went crazy. You're the cat. Your whole family is cats. Xiao Ruofei laughed and then directly closed the spatial sensing channel. He sealed all of Bai Qingqing's curses inside the space so he couldn't hear them. In truth, Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't eat everything for himself. However, every time he talked to Xiao Ruofei, he couldn't help but want to tease her. Seeing her angry expression made Xiao Ruofei inexplicably happy. After the daily bickering was over, Xiao Ruofei once again turned his attention to the small, ordinary-looking courtyard. It looked like the high priest of Alulii, the leader of the Emoda organization, Satan, still had a lot of secrets. He actually had something as good as the realm stone. I just don't know if he knows how precious the realm stone is. Did he just collect it by accident, or did he really treasure the realm stone? If it was the latter, could this high priest have something to do with the cultivation world? Although it was almost impossible for an African aborigine to have a relationship with a cultivator, Xiao Ruofei had to be cautious. Strategically, he looked down on the enemy, but tactically, he couldn't underestimate the enemy. Xiao Ruofei put away her relaxed state of mind and walked towards the small courtyard. This was a very ordinary-looking courtyard. It was a short, white house with 2 rooms on each side and a small hall in the middle. It was similar to the houses in northern Xianxia. A bald black man wearing a traditional Alulii robe was sitting in the hall with a frown. From the wrinkles on his face and the bags under his eyes, he wasn't young. However, his eyes were full of spirit, and the cold aura he emitted was enough to make an ordinary person's heart tremble. He was the respected high priest Xianxia in Aluri, and also the leader of the Emoda organization, Satan, who made people tremble in fear. Beside Xianxia stood a young man. If Xiao Ruofei saw him, he would be shocked. This young man was Daka, his new friend he had met in Ethiopia. The two had just met at the temple, but Xiao Ruofei had changed his appearance, so they didn't talk much. Xiao Ruofei had been sightseeing as he walked forward, so he didn't pay much attention to Daka. He didn't know that Daka had already walked ahead of him to the small courtyard where High Priest Xianxia was. Xianxia tapped his finger rhythmically on the table as he asked, Daka, I've seen the things you brought back this time. They're all useless pieces of paper. Tell me, how should I punish you? Daka's face was filled with fear as he said, High Priest, I've already done my best to collect them. When I was studying abroad, I found quite a few ancient Huaxia books for you. This time, someone sent me an email, so I immediately flew to Huaxia to trade. According to my understanding of Huaxia's culture, these books are authentic. So what if they're authentic? I don't need their contents. Xianxia said coldly. Daka, everything you have today was given to you by me. You haven't forgotten, have you? Daka hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. If it weren't for you, High Priest, I would have starved to death in the famine. You were the one who taught me the mysterious arts of the East, and you were the one who paid for my studies in Huaxia. My life belongs to you, High Priest. How can I not do my best for you? Seeing Daka's fear, Xianxia's expression softened. It's good that you know. I'll let it go this time, thank you, High Priest. Daka hurriedly bowed. Xianxia said, continue to pay attention to news from Huaxia. As long as there are ancient books from Huaxia for sale, especially those related to Huaxia's Taoism, buy them at all costs. Money is not an issue. Yes, High Priest. Daka replied respectfully. Xianxia furrowed his brows as if he was thinking about something. Daka didn't dare to disturb him and just stood quietly by his side. Xianxia was indeed a little annoyed right now. The Emoda organization that he had founded could be said to be very famous in the interior of Africa, but yesterday, they had suffered a huge setback. The training camp set up in Basoko town had actually exploded, and what was even stranger was that everyone in the training camp had mysteriously disappeared. After receiving the news from his own sources, Xianxia immediately sent his trusted aide, Bok, to investigate. Looking at the time, Bok should have reached Bosak by now. However, Bok hadn't even given him a call. Regardless of whether or not he found any clues, he should have at least reported it, Xianxia cursed inwardly. What the hell is this idiot doing? He was in a bad mood, and his expression was naturally written all over his face. Daka didn't even dare to breathe loudly and just stood there with his head lowered. It looked like he was mourning. Xianxia thought for a while before saying, Daka, there's something I need you to do for me. High Priest, please instruct me. Daka hurriedly said. Xianxia said, I have a friend whose security company is in trouble. There was an explosion in one of the company's training bases in Basoko, and some people are missing. Go to Basoko immediately and see if you can find any clues. Yes, High Priest. Daka said without hesitation. Report to me if you find anything. Xianxia said. Understood. Daka said. Xianxia pondered for a while before taking out an exquisite wooden token and handing it to Daka. Xianxia said, This is my token. Take it first. Daka didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly kept the wooden tablet with intricate carvings. Apart from looking for clues about the training grounds, check if Bok is there as well, Xianxia said. Daka froze for a moment before asking, Bok? You mean the boss of the Chaika company? The Chaika company was a trading company that Bok had set up to hide his identity. It was quite famous in the economically backward African country of Arulai, and Daka immediately recalled the name. That's right, it's him. If you see him, tell him that I'm looking for him and tell him to get in touch with me immediately. You just have to show him that wooden token, and he will believe you. Yes, High Priest. Daka said respectfully. I'll remember what you said. Then. I'll set off now? Xianxia nodded. Go. I believe in your abilities. There won't be any danger. Once you reach Bosak, contact me as soon as possible. Yes. Daka bowed. Just as Daka was about to leave, Xianxia suddenly raised his hand, his sharp gaze sweeping towards the tightly shut courtyard door. Wait a minute. Daka, open the door for me. There's a guest. The guest outside was Xiao Ruofei. When Xiao Ruofei used his mental force to scan the area, he also discovered Daka's presence, and was shocked. Xiao Ruofei didn't hear the first half of the conversation between Xianxia and Daka, but he did hear the part where Xianxia ordered Daka to go to Basoki to investigate the explosion case. Therefore, he was 100% sure that Xianxia, the respected high priest of Allure, was his main target in Africa, the leader of the mod organization, Satan. What surprised Xiao Ruofei was that Daka, who looked so innocent and happy, and had a good impression of Huaxia, was actually a follower of the high priest. However, from the conversation between the two, Xiao Ruofei came to a conclusion that Daka didn't know that the high priest was the leader of the mod organization, Satan. Otherwise, the high priest wouldn't have been so secretive. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to listen a little longer to see if there was any more useful information, the high priest discovered his whereabouts. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With his ability to hide and conceal his presence, it was basically impossible for an ordinary person to discover him. It seemed that the high priest was indeed not ordinary. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't hide. Instead, he walked out of his hiding place and waited at the door. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Moreover, even if he really met a cultivator stronger than him, Xiao Ruofei believed that he would have no problem escaping. He only needed to avoid detection for a short period of time to take out the spirit map scroll and hide in it. The spirit map scroll was so small that it wouldn't be easy for the enemy to find it if he hid in any crevice. Moreover, the high priest was only alerted when he was already near the small courtyard. It could be seen that even if the high priest had some ability, it couldn't be that high. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was still very confident. In the courtyard, Daka didn't notice anything outside, but he had absolute faith in the high priest's abilities, so he nodded. Yes, high priest. With that, Daka hurried out of the courtyard and came to the door. When Daka opened the door and saw Xiao Ruofei standing there, he couldn't help but be stunned. He recognized the person in front of him. It was the Asian he had just met at the temple. He had mistaken him for his new friend, Summer. Daka immediately said, "Friend, you have left the sightseeing area. This is the private residence of the esteemed high priest. Please leave immediately." At this moment, High Priest Manchilla's voice rang out, "Daka." Turning away a guest was not the way of hospitality. "Sir, since you're already here, why don't you come in and have a seat?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Thank you for your invitation, High Priest. I shall accept your invitation." Daka was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't understand, he obeyed the High Priest's orders, so he stepped aside and gestured for Summer to enter. After Xiao Ruofei entered, Daka immediately closed the door and caught up to Xiao Ruofei. He whispered, "Sir, the High Priest has a revered position in Alurai. Everyone here respects him very much. Please pay attention to your manners." Xiao Ruofei looked at Daka with interest and nodded with a smile. After passing through the small courtyard, Xiao Ruofei followed Daka to the small living room of the house. High Priest Manchilla was sitting on a chair, his deep eyes looking at Xiao Ruofei with an unfathomable expression. Xiao Ruofei also had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the seemingly harmless High Priest. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei also felt the jade leaf on his chest getting hotter and hotter. It was obvious that the world stone was in this small house. At the thought of this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel excited. The High Priest gestured for him to enter and said, "Friend from the mysterious East, please take a seat." Xiao Ruofei's appearance this time had obvious Southeast Asian characteristics. To an African, he was naturally considered an Asian, so Xiao Ruofei wasn't surprised. He smiled and nodded, then sat down on the chair opposite the High Priest. The High Priest looked deeply at Xiao Ruofei, then said to Daka, "Daka, go make 2 cups of tea. Use the good tea you brought back from Huaxia." "Yes, High Priest," Daka replied. He didn't know why the High Priest was so polite to this ordinary-looking Southeast Asian, but he still went to the house on the left to find some tea leaves to make tea. The High Priest smiled at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Friend from the East, let me introduce myself. I am Manchilla, the High Priest of Arulai. How should I address you?" Xiao Ruofei casually made up a name and said, "High Priest, I am from Siam. You can call me Suchai." A hint of disappointment appeared in Manchilla's eyes, but he concealed it well. He smiled and said, "So Mr. Suchai is from Siam. I thought you were from Huaxia. I'm sorry, but in our eyes, Easterners all look the same. My student Daka knows more about the East, so he should be able to tell." Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this High Priest wasn't simple. More importantly, there was a boundary stone in the High Priest's house, so he couldn't rule out the possibility that this High Priest was related to the cultivation world. Now that Manchilla mentioned Huaxia, Xiao Ruofei's curiosity was piqued. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Actually, I am half Huaxia, because my grandfather and mother are from Huaxia." Xiao Ruofei made up a simple story and told Manchilla, "My grandfather went to Siam from Huaxia in his early years and married a local woman, giving birth to my father. My father fell in love with my mother while he was studying in Huaxia, and they had me later. So, strictly speaking, I am 3/4 Huaxia." The High Priest showed a very interested expression and smiled, "So that's how it is." At this moment, Daka came over with 2 cups of tea on a tray. "Please have some tea," Daka said respectfully. The High Priest nodded and said, "Daka, you may leave first. Remember to complete the mission I gave you." "Yes, High Priest." Daka bowed slightly. Then, he nodded at the High Priest and Xiao Ruofei and walked out of the house, leaving the courtyard. Seeing Daka leave, Xiao Ruofei let out a sigh of relief. If this black man had stayed, he would have been in a bit of a difficult position. This was because he was definitely going to meet Manzila, the leader of the Emoda organization. Right now, his politeness was just a pretense. The two of them did not shed all pretense of cordiality. They were just testing each other, hoping to get more information from each other. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was confident that he could defeat the High Priest. If Daka was still here, then Xiao Ruofei would have to keep Daka in the Ring 2 space to keep this a secret. According to the previous information, Daka wasn't involved in the Mordor organization. Even if he did help Manchilla, he wouldn't have to bear the consequences of being imprisoned for life. Now that High Priest Manchilla had sent Daka away and let him go to Bosak according to the original plan, it was exactly what Xiao Ruofei wanted. After Daka left, Manchilla smiled and said, Mr. Suchai, you have Huaxia blood in you. I wonder if you can speak Chinese? The two had been communicating in English. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said in Chinese, of course. I've been learning Chinese since I was young, and I also communicate with my elders in Chinese at home. Manchilla was very happy to hear this and said in Chinese, then let's talk in Chinese. My Chinese isn't very good, please forgive me. Manchilla's Chinese was indeed not very good. Many of his pronunciations had a strange accent, and it was different from the accent of foreigners in Europe and America. In short, it sounded weird. His Chinese was much worse than Daka's, but at least he could understand it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Sure. Manchilla looked deeply at Xiao Ruofei and said, if I'm not wrong, Mr. Suchai and I should be the same kind of people. No one has ever been able to get that close before I found you. I think we should be able to exchange our insights. Xiao Ruofei suddenly understood. He had a rough guess in his heart, but he still needed to verify it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, what insights does the high priest wish to exchange? Manchilla laughed and said, of course it's the mysterious witchcraft of the East. Mr. Suchai wouldn't reject the invitation of a fellow practitioner, would he? After saying that, a smile appeared on Manzila's face. He clenched his hand into a claw and pulled a wooden ornament hanging on the wall. The palm-sized wooden ornament was directly sucked into his hand. This high priest had indeed come into contact with cultivation methods. Xiao Ruofei exclaimed in his heart. However, at the same time, he did not know whether to laugh or cry because Manzila actually called the cultivation method Eastern witchcraft. He reckoned that this old man was also a dabbler. It was most likely that he was self-taught and had never come into contact with a complete cultivation system. Manzila revealed a smug look and smiled at Xiao Ruofei. Mr. Suchai, how's my telekinesis? Can you give me some comments? Telekinesis mainly tested the cultivation of one's mental strength. After seeing Manchilla's technique, Xiao Ruofei already had an idea. Manchilla clearly thought that he had finally met someone who was on the same path as him and hoped that they could have a good exchange. Who knew, they might be able to spark some inspiration. At the very least, it would be better than him building a cart behind closed doors. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to continue feigning civility. He smiled faintly and said, your standard is not bad, Mr. Satan. Manchilla was originally full of smiles, but when he heard the word Satan, his expression changed drastically. High Priest Manzila's expression turned extremely ugly. The smile that had been on his face earlier had now turned somewhat sinister. He did not open his mouth to explain. Since Xiao Ruofei had said the word Satan, it meant that he had already found out his identity. Any explanation would be futile. Manzila was extremely shocked because the identity of Satan was a top secret. Other than Viper Boke, no one else knew about it. Boke's loyalty was unquestionable. Manzila's mind was in a mess for a moment. He could not believe that this Asian in front of him had actually exposed his most secretive identity. However, Manzila was also an ambitious person. He was very decisive and ruthless when dealing with problems. After Xiao Ruofei said the word Satan, Manzila was only dazed for a moment. Immediately after, he did not hide his killing intent at all and sent a palm strike towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was already prepared. He could feel the violent energy fluctuations in Manzila's palm strike and slightly tilted his body to avoid it. Xiao Ruofei felt a blazing aura sweep past him and hit the brick floor. Many small stones were sent flying and a small hole was left on the brick floor. From this first contact, Xiao Ruofei could basically determine that Manzila's cultivation was around the third level of qi refining. Although he felt that it was very strange that an African had cultivated Huaxia's Taoist techniques, at least for now, this cultivator was not a threat to him. This was enough. As long as Manzila was suppressed by Xiao Ruofei, there was only one outcome for him, imprisonment for life. Xiao Ruofei had a faint smile on his face as his body moved like lightning. The short distance between the two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived beside Manzila. Xiao Ruofei's palms, which were filled with a majestic amount of vital energy, directly slapped towards Manzila's face. Manzilla immediately sensed an extremely dangerous aura. However, Xiao Ruofei's speed was too fast. He had no time to react or dodge. He could only grit his teeth and cross his arms in front of him, hoping to block Xiao Ruofei's astonishing attack. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruofei's palms landed solidly on Manzilla's forearms. With a cracking sound, Manzilla let out a muffled groan and was sent flying. He crashed into a simple small table beside him, and the pots and pans on it fell to the ground. Manzilla also fell to the ground. His expression became rather solemn. He did not expect Xiao Ruofei to be so powerful. The two of them had just exchanged blows, but both of his arms had already been broken. He had lost half of his combat strength. After Xiao Ruofei's attack, he did not stop at all. He stomped on the ground and shot towards Manzilla. Then, he stomped heavily on Manzilla's thigh. Manzilla was different from the other members of the motor organization that Xiao Ruofei had dealt with in the past 2 days. He was a genuine cultivator. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not hold back at all. First, he wanted to make Manzilla lose the ability to resist. With both of his arms broken, Manzilla's mobility was also affected. Facing Xiao Ruofei's incessant attacks, he could only roll on the ground and barely avoid the kick. Xiao Ruofei's foot stomped heavily on the tiles, leaving a deep footprint. He took the opportunity to fall in Manzilla's direction. Then, he turned around and elbowed Manzilla's leg. Xiao Ruofei's movements were too fast. Manzilla could not dodge at all. With another hair-raising cracking sound, Manzilla's right leg twisted irregularly. Manzilla immediately felt a sharp pain. Large amounts of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He could not help but scream. The muscles on his face were constantly trembling. However, Xiao Ruofei did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy. While still lying on the ground, he stretched out his hands and grabbed Manzilla's uninjured leg. With a forceful twist, this leg was also broken. In just a few seconds, Manzilla had completely lost the ability to move, not to mention the ability to fight. Xiao Ruofei stood up and coldly glanced at Manzilla. He saw that the muscles on Manzilla's face were contorted from the pain. His teeth were chattering uncontrollably. This was not because of fear, but because of the intense pain. Manzilla panted heavily as he squeezed out a smile at Xiao Ruofei. With a trembling voice, he said, "Amazing. I'm impressed." Xiao Ruofei was not in the mood to talk nonsense with Manzilla. He directly used the method of mental strength hypnosis and enveloped Manzilla with his majestic mental strength. Xiao Ruofei originally thought that this was a simple matter and was ready to ask for a confession. However, to his surprise, Manzilla's eyes only showed a brief moment of confusion, but he quickly regained his clarity. "Eh?" Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself. "Interesting," Manzilla asked in horror, What did you do to me just now?" Xiao Ruofei ignored him. He increased the intensity of his mental strength and tried to hypnotize Manzilla for the second time. This time, Manzilla was prepared. He did not even lose his focus for a moment. There was only a trace of fear in his eyes. Xiao Ruofei did not believe it. He once again mobilized his mental strength and continued to attack Manzilla. Manzilla completely understood this time. As he mobilized his mental strength to resist, he said, "You want to break through my mental strength defense, right? Don't waste your time. It's impossible." In the back and forth tug of war, Xiao Ruofei could finally accurately determine Manzilla's mental strength cultivation, the middle stage of spiritual palpitation. If it corresponded to his vital energy cultivation, it should be Qi refining level 5. However, Manzilla's vital energy cultivation was only Qi refining level 3. It seemed that this was another person whose mental strength cultivation surpassed his vital energy cultivation. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. Manzilla's situation was quite similar to Xiao Ruofei's. Xiao Ruofei was also the same. In his cultivation, his mental strength cultivation was always higher than his vital energy cultivation. Moreover, it was higher by a few levels. Today, it was even higher by a large realm. Xiao Ruofei's mental strength cultivation had broken through a large realm and reached the harmonious spirit realm. Although there was a large difference in their mental strengths, Manzilla's mental strength cultivation method was obviously more special. Moreover, he only needed to defend. Therefore, they were evenly matched in a short period of time. This stalemate lasted for 4 to 5 minutes. Manzilla panted and said, "Young man, give up. You can kill me, but you will never be able to break through my mental strength defense." Just now, there was such a big commotion here. The staff of the deity temple will soon come to check. You don't have enough time. Unless you kill all the staff of the deity temple. But the capital is close at hand. With such a big commotion, the army will soon come. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly. To be honest, a few staff of the deity temple could not do anything to him. Even if the army of Aurelii came, Xiao Ruofei would not put them in his eyes. This motley army's combat power was not even comparable to the mod mercenary group. If they came, they would be chopped up like melons and vegetables. It was just that Xiao Ruofei was not used to killing innocent people. Whether it was the staff of the deity temple or the army of Aurelii, they did not commit such a big crime. However, Manzilla was quite important. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei's main goal in coming to Africa this time was the leader of the mod organization, codenamed Satan. If he could not pry open Manzilla's mouth, then he would not be able to find the mastermind behind the assassination of Song Qiming. He could not hope to get information from the head of the shadow group, Bassoon. What if Bassoon did not know the details? Wouldn't the clues be broken? What's more, there were so few practitioners now. Xiao Ruofei was also very interested in this black African who practiced the Taoist skills of Huaxia. In addition, there was also the precious boundary stone. All of this was based on the premise that Manzilla opened his mouth. Xiao Ruofei could not help but have a headache. In this situation, it was really impossible to hypnotize Manzilla for a while. In addition, because his mental defense was very strong, Xiao Ruofei could not directly put him into the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Soon, he came up with a solution. He grinned at Manzilla, then with a thought, he took out the set of formation flags from the Ring 2 space. When Manzilla saw Xiao Ruofei take out something out of thin air, he temporarily forgot his disadvantageous situation. His eyes lit up and he asked, This is from the storage magic treasure? You actually have a storage magic treasure? Xiao Ruofei said calmly, You'd better worry about your own situation first. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the formation flags immediately floated in different directions and landed in their respective positions. Xiao Ruofei picked up Manzilla and brought him into the time formation flags. This is... Manzilla looked at the formation flags around him with some apprehension. Soon, he noticed the difference in the flow of time inside and outside. Actually, this was also thanks to his careful observation. A leaf outside the window was drifting down. However, when he entered the range of the formation flags, he immediately realized that the leaf seemed to have stopped in the air. After careful observation, he realized that the leaf was still falling. It was just that the speed of its fall had slowed down by dozens of times. That was why it gave off the feeling that it was still. You can actually control time. Manzilla's shock was at its peak. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Manzilla and said, I didn't expect Mr. Satan's eyesight to be so good. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei didn't waste any more time. He once again condensed his thick mental strength and pressed it toward Manzilla. Manzilla also hurriedly resisted with all his strength. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's idea was very simple. He wanted to buy more time. What he lacked the most now was time. If Xiao Ruofei was given enough time, Manzilla definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. Because the difference in their mental strength cultivation was still very big, there was also a huge difference in the total amount of mental strength. Xiao Ruofei constantly pressed and attacked, and Manzilla's mental strength was constantly being depleted. Although Xiao Ruofei was also being depleted, his total mental strength was much greater than Manzilla's. Furthermore, he could replenish his mental strength by consuming things like the spirit pool water. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if Manzilla could hold on. The time formation flag was to buy time for Xiao Ruofei. Within the range of the formation, Xiao Ruofei sat on a jade futon and continuously attacked Manzilla with his mental strength. This jade futon was from the cave in the Ring 2 Space's Mountain Sea territory. It had a good supplementary effect on the recovery of mental strength, so Xiao Ruofei simply took it out of the space. Manzilla's expression became very ugly. He could clearly feel that his mental strength was being depleted bit by bit. On the other hand, his opponent didn't seem to know the concept of exhaustion. His mental strength kept pressing on as if it was free. Manzilla soon felt that his mental strength was reaching its limit. At this moment, he saw that the fallen leaf outside the formation was still in midair. This meant that it would only take 1 or 2 breaths of time outside the formation. His only hope was destroyed. Manzilla's expression became very ugly. He barely held on for about half an hour before his mental strength was finally close to exhaustion. Manzilla felt a dull pain in his head. This was a sign that his mental strength had been overdrawn. He looked at Xiao Ruofei opposite him, and the last trace of hope in his heart disappeared. Xiao Ruofei's expression was still very relaxed. One look and he could tell that his mental strength was still quite abundant. How could he fight? Manzilla closed his eyes bitterly and gave up resisting with his mental strength. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He directly increased the pressure of his mental strength. Manzilla's eyes struggled for a while before they finally became perplexed and lost their usual vigor. Xiao Ruofei didn't take the opportunity to put Manzilla into the space. This was because the environment in the space was quite good. Manzilla would quickly recover his mental strength once he was in the space. The external injuries that he had suffered today would also very likely heal faster. At that time, if Xiao Ruofei wanted to break through Manzilla's mental defense again, it would be very likely that he would have to spend a lot more effort. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly kept the time formation flag in operation while he began to question Manzilla. Where did you hide the boundary stone that you collected? Xiao Ruofei's first question was the boundary stone that he was most concerned about. Boundary stone? Manzilla revealed a hint of confusion. Clearly, Manzilla didn't know that in his collection, there was a precious treasure that came from Xianxia. It looks a little like a black stone, but it gives off a very heavy feeling. It should be able to be separated from ordinary stones, Xiao Ruofei said. Think carefully again. Where did you hide the boundary stone? Xiao Ruofei's simple description allowed Manzilla to immediately find an item that matched the criteria. He said, I built a secret room in my bedroom. All my things are in there, including a large black stone. It might be very similar to the boundary stone that you were talking about. Xiao Ruofei didn't notice that Manzilla was talking about a large stone. He quickly memorized Manzilla's words and the password to find the secret room and open it. He only recorded this information and didn't immediately search for it. As the interrogation was still ongoing, Xiao Ruofei still had many very important questions that he needed Manzilla to answer. Xiao Ruofei continued asking, Tell me, some time ago, you sent a team of assassins to assassinate Huaxia's official, Song Qiming. I need to know the instigator of this case. Who is your client? I need to know his specific details. Manzilla had already fallen into a deep state of hypnosis, so he did not resist Xiao Ruofei's question. He said, The Shadow Squad carried out many missions. I can't remember the mission you mentioned in Huaxia, but there are detailed records in the computer in the secret room. Xiao Ruofei nodded. It was fine as long as he could find the source. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei found it funny. If Manzilla knew that the collapse of the Mordor organization was due to an assassination mission that he could not remember clearly, what kind of expression would he have on his face? Xiao Ruofei then asked the other 2 counselors of the Mordor organization, Dwayne Douglas, who was in charge of the mercenary group, and Bassoon, who was in charge of the Shadow Squad, about the specific situation, corroborating with the confessions of the Golden Fox Morendo and the Viper Boak. Xiao Ruofei asked in detail and asked all the questions that he could think of. The hypnotized Manzilla also told him everything that he knew without holding back. Finally, Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and he threw Manzilla directly into the Ring 2 space, locking him up in a separate space cage. Manzilla, who was in a deep state of hypnosis, did not resist at all and was directly taken into the space. Xiao Ruofei then walked out of the time formation, and with a wave of his hand, he collected all the formation flags. Then, without a second's delay, he walked directly into Manzilla's bedroom on the right. Manzilla had already given a detailed account of the situation in the secret room, so when Xiao Ruofei walked into the bedroom, he also went straight to his target, a heavy stone sculpture in the corner of the bedroom. Xiao Ruofei followed Manzilla's instructions and rotated the stone sculpture 90 degrees counterclockwise. After hearing a slight click, he pressed down with a little force. A rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and the two large cabinets in the bedroom slowly separated to the left and right, revealing a dark entrance on the floor. Xiao Ruofei released his spiritual force to investigate as he walked towards the entrance of the secret room. When he got closer to take a look, he saw that there was a flight of stairs leading down from the entrance of the cave. Although it was completely dark inside and he couldn't see clearly at all, nothing could be hidden under the probing of his mental energy. Xiao Ruofei didn't sense any danger, so he stepped onto the first step. After descending a few steps, the entrance of the cave was already behind him. Xiao Ruofei reached out and touched the wall. Sure enough, he saw a protrusion. Without hesitation, he pressed down slightly. With a rumbling sound, the hole above their heads closed again. Xiao Ruofei's main concern was that his fight with Manzila had caused quite a commotion. The small building where the temple staff was located was not far from this courtyard. It was hard to guarantee that no one would hear the commotion and come over to check it out. Now that he had closed the entrance to the secret chamber, he had plenty of time to explore the secret chamber. Although it was called an exploration, it was actually not that challenging. This was because under hypnosis, Manzila had already spilled the beans and explained everything clearly. He had even explained clearly what valuable items were stored in the secret chamber. Xiao Ruofei continued to walk down. After the entrance of the cave was closed, the tunnel returned to extreme darkness. However, Xiao Ruofei's eyesight was extremely strong. Even without using his spiritual force to investigate, he could see more clearly under the dim lighting conditions. Not long after, he arrived in front of a heavy iron door. This iron door was set up with a password plate. A 16-digit password that contained numbers, letters, and even special symbols needed to be entered. The multiple protective measures were originally to ensure better safety. However, when this secret chamber was first set up, it was definitely not expected that one day Satan would be captured and reveal all the secrets of this secret chamber without any resistance. Under such circumstances, there was no point in having more layers of protection. Xiao Ruofei skillfully entered the password. Sure enough, the password plate made a soft beep, indicating that the password was correct. Then, the iron door slowly opened. Behind the iron door was a secret chamber that was 40 to 50 square meters in size. Xiao Ruofei walked into the secret chamber and first walked toward one of the corners. At this moment, the sensing jade leaf on his chest was burning hot. Inside the Ring 2 space, the White Realm Raccoon, by Xianxia, was roaring like crazy. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei entered the secret chamber, he had already noticed that there was a black big stone in the corner. Xiao Ruofei was already very familiar with the aura of a realm stone. That black stone was clearly a realm stone, however, it was different from the standard cut realm stones in his impression. This realm stone was a bit bigger than he expected, it was the size of a wash basin. If it was really cut to the standard size, there would be dozens of them. Xiao Ruofei's breathing had become slightly hurried, and he was so excited that his body was slightly trembling. His unintentional harvest this time was even more than the world stones he'd obtained from the Green Touring Immortal Island. Last time, he had experienced danger at the Green Touring Immortal Island and almost lost his life there. In the end, he had obtained 35 realm stones. This time, aside from Manzila, who was a bit more difficult to deal with, everything else had gone smoothly. Even Manzila was only at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, so defeating him was not difficult at all. The reason he had gone through so much trouble was mainly to pry open Manzila's mouth. Otherwise, it would not have been difficult. This trip to Africa, which Xiao Ruofei thought was a bit like a tourist trip, had actually yielded such a large realm stone. It was really an unexpected surprise. Xiao Ruofei touched the realm stone and couldn't help but grin. With a thought, the boundary stone disappeared from the secret room with a whoosh. The next moment, the entire realm stone appeared in the Ring 2 space's Archean realm. Xiao Ruofei had sealed it with layers of spatial cages. Naturally, this was to guard against Bai Qingqing. In fact, without Xiao Ruofei's permission, it was impossible for Bai Qingqing to break through the barrier between the Archean realm and the Mountain Sea realm. This was because that barrier involved the foundation of the entire spirit map realm. Even if Bai Qingqing's understanding of space was twice as strong, it was basically impossible for her to break through this barrier. Xiao Ruofei had done this out of habit of being cautious. After putting away the most important realm stone, Xiao Ruofei immediately began to look for the computer Manzila had mentioned. In fact, there was no need to waste time looking for it because the laptop was placed on a desk in the secret chamber. It was very eye-catching. Xiao Ruofei walked to the desk, sat down, and pressed the power switch on the computer. A few seconds later, the computer entered the system login page. Xiao Ruofei entered the system password he had obtained from Manzila while muttering to himself, "The computer's configuration is not bad." After entering the system, Xiao Ruofei directly clicked on a skull pirate flag icon on the desktop. This was a self-developed browser. There were many talents in the mod organization, so the development of the browser wasn't too difficult. This browser was specially developed for the mod organization's internet. Only through this browser and the hardware Yuki could one log into the mod organization's internet. Of course, in the end, one still needed an account password. Different account passwords corresponded to different levels of authority. Manzila's account naturally had the highest level of authority. After the pirate flag browser was opened, the home page was directly the login page of the mod organization's internet. Xiao Ruofei entered the account password provided by Manzila and successfully logged into the website. After entering the internet, Xiao Ruofei clicked on the Shadow Squad subpage. It didn't take much effort for him to find the list of business. This list recorded in detail the time, client, transaction amount, completion of each transaction, and so on. Xiao Ruofei carefully searched the list. There weren't many commissions from Huaxia. He quickly found the one to assassinate Song Qiming. The record of this business was also very detailed. The commission was $1 million. The remark column had been marked with the words "mission failure" and listed the losses. The mission was entrusted with an order on the internet. It was not surprising that the mod organization had its own internet order channel. It was now the age of the internet. If it was still like the last century, it could only accept missions in places like taverns. The mod organization's business would have been closed long ago. In fact, many similar assassin organizations had their own internet order channels and collected deposits and commissions through some anonymous bank accounts. They naturally had their own ways to escape the tracking and monitoring of the internet. After seeing that it was an internet order, Xiao Ruofei's heart sank slightly, because in this way, even the mod organization itself might not have the details of the client. He frowned slightly and looked at the client's column. Sure enough, the client's name was MRLU. Was it Mr. Liu or Mr. Liu? It could also be Mr. Liu. In short, there were many possibilities. But this was obviously a Huaxia surname. Of course, this name was not accurate. After all, people with a little brain would use aliases for things like this. This is a bit troublesome. Xiao Ruofei frowned and said in his heart. He continued to study the information carefully. Suddenly, a column caught his attention. The deposit for this transaction was $200,000. Only after receiving the money would the mod organization receive the details of the target and send people to carry out the mission. The $200,000 were received through an account in a Swiss bank. The remittance account shown above also came from a Swiss bank. The account name was MRLIU. Mr. Liu? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He naturally thought of the Beijing family Liu. Could it be that the family Liu did it? Xiao Ruofei's mind was racing. He sorted out his thoughts. Song Qiming's accident happened after he began to treat old man Liu. Before that, he basically admitted that he had dealt with Liu Haojuan. Although he didn't leave any evidence at that time, he just didn't have any evidence. Family Liu could definitely confirm that he was the one who did it. Then, a few days after he treated old man Liu, Song Qiming was assassinated. Could it be that the family Liu's people couldn't bear the resentment in their hearts, so they secretly found the mod organization? But this was also somewhat unreasonable. First of all, he had already begun to treat old man Liu. If he was annoyed at this time, it wouldn't be good for the family Liu. On the other hand, even if the family Liu's people hated him to the bone, why would they deal with Song Qiming? After all, Song Qiming wasn't directly related to him. On the contrary, if Song Qiming was really assassinated and died, as long as the mastermind behind the scenes was exposed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Family Liu's gains didn't make up for the losses, Xiao Ruofei analyzed for a while. He felt that it was a bit unreliable to think that family Lu was the one who did it just based on a bank account. After all, in terms of motive, it didn't seem to be established. What's more, the client's information might be an alias, and the bank account might not be registered with real information. There were many foreign banks that could even be anonymous, but the security was slightly worse. The other party didn't recognize people, only tokens. As long as they held the tokens given by the bank, they could withdraw money, transfer money, and other operations. Taking a step back, even if this information was true, there were too many people surnamed Lu in the world. Why would they be associated with family Lu? Xiao Ruofei frowned and touched his nose. He didn't expect that after investigating to this extent, he still couldn't find out the information of the mastermind behind the scenes. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, Xiao Ruofei quickly focused his gaze on the computer screen. He found another piece of information that might be useful. In addition to providing users with a platform to place remote orders, the mod organization's internet channel was also collecting as much information as possible. Here, he found a note next to the client column. An IP address was recorded on it. It was the IP address used by the other party when placing an order. Although this IP was likely to be a meat machine, Xiao Ruofei still didn't intend to let go of this clue. He quickly checked. This kind of fixed IP was easy to find specific information. He found that this IP address came from a province in northwest Xianxia and was posted on a company's website. Xiao Ruofei immediately searched for the company's situation, and his face sank slightly. This was a small company that family Lu actually controlled. At this time, the appearance of Lu Haojuan appeared in Xiao Ruofei's mind, in addition to providing users with a platform to place remote orders. The mod organization's internet channel was also collecting as much information as possible. Here, he found a note next to the client column. An IP address was recorded on it. It was the IP address used by the other party when placing an order. Although this IP was likely to be a meat machine, Xiao Ruofei still didn't intend to let go of this clue. He quickly checked. This kind of fixed IP was easy to find specific information. He found that this IP address came from a province in northwest Xianxia and was posted on a company's website. Xiao Ruofei immediately searched for the company's situation, and his face sank slightly. This was a small company that family Lu actually controlled. At this time, the appearance of Lu Haojuan appeared in Xiao Ruofei's mind. This phone was prepared by Zhao Yongjin for Xiao Ruofei before he left the country. It was meant to be used in case of emergency. The SIM card was anonymous, and even the phone was custom-made. It could effectively block most surveillance. Zhao Yongjin's father, Zhao Cheng, was a senior leader in the military. The military had a large number of orders for custom-made secret phones every year. It was naturally not difficult for him to get one or two custom-made phones. After the phone was dialed, Zhao Yongjin picked it up after a few rings. There was a trace of worry in his voice. "Brother, are you in trouble?" This phone was prepared for emergency contact. If Xiao Ruofei returned to the country, he would definitely not use this number to contact him. Now that he was using this number, most of the people calling him were still abroad, and it was very likely that they were in trouble. Therefore, Zhao Yongjun was a little anxious. Moreover, Zhao Yongjun was more cautious. Although this custom-made phone was much safer than ordinary phones, it could not completely block surveillance. After all, there were no absolutes in technical matters. He was also very clear that Xiao Ruofei had used a fake identity to go abroad, so he did not directly call out Xiao Ruofei's name. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Brother Zhao, don't be nervous. It's nothing. There's a sudden situation that I don't understand, and I wanted to ask you about it." Zhao Yongjun was obviously relieved. He smiled and said, "You scared me to death. Tell me, what is it?" Xiao Ruofei asked seriously, "Brother Zhao, I want to know. After Lu Haojuan returned from Sanshan, where did family Lu arrange for him to be?" This kind of thing was not a secret in the circle of rich people in Beijing. Zhao Yongjun did not ask Xiao Ruofei why he wanted to know about Lu Haojuan. He said directly, him. After the incident in Southeast Province, he did not return to Beijing at all. He was directly sent to Shanbei Province. He was arranged to be in a subsidiary of family Lu's company in Chang'an City. Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment and asked, Brother Zhao, does this mean that Lu Haojuan is in Chang'an City? Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, I heard that it's not Chang'an City, but a very poor county. Maybe it's to make him reflect on himself. Anyway, I've arranged a very basic position for him. I reckon that this kid won't have any hope of making a comeback in this lifetime. When Xiao Ruofei heard that it was in a county under Chang'an City, he couldn't help but ask, do you have a specific address and company name? Zhao Yongjun was slightly taken aback and said, you've asked around quite carefully. But I'm not too sure about this. Who would care about this kind of thing? Lu Haojuan's incident had become a joke in the circle, so Zhao Yongjun certainly didn't need to deliberately ask around to know the general news. However, Zhao Yongjun certainly didn't know which county he was sent to, the specific company name and address. He didn't have time to ask about this kind of thing. However, since Xiao Ruofei asked, Zhao Yongjun naturally wouldn't dismiss him with I don't know, so he immediately said, it's not difficult to find out this information. If you want to know, I'll call someone to ask. Xiao Ruofei said, then I'll have to trouble you. And? Brother Zhao, this is quite urgent, and this information is very important to me. Can you do it as soon as possible? My phone will be on and I'll wait for your news. Don't worry. When have I ever delayed your matters? Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, within half an hour, I'll get back to you. Great. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. Big brother Zhao is the best. Then I'll wait for your news. I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Xiao Ruofei's face disappeared, and his expression became a bit cold. Although he didn't inquire about the specific information, from the current information, Lu Haojuan was very suspicious, because he had just traced the IP address of the small company that family Lu actually controlled. The address was in Ping'an County, which was under Chang'an City. This was one of the poorest counties in Chang'an City, and it was very consistent with the information provided by Zhao Yongjun. As for the client, MRLU, it was very likely that Lu Haojuan had casually filled it in. After all, LU and LIU only differed by one letter. If this kind of thing was really done by Lu Haojuan, it was basically impossible to let others do it. After all, the impact of the matter was too great. Even if Family Lu and Family Song didn't get along, if they knew about Lu Haojuan's crazy practice, they would definitely stop it. Maybe he didn't directly write LIU, but LU, just to cover it up. But his method was too low-level. He directly logged into the Emoda organization's website in the company to place an order, and was traced to the IP address. In addition, although the account that paid the deposit was overseas, it wasn't an anonymous account. This showed that Lu Haojuan's awareness of anti-reconnaissance was quite weak. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that the matter was directed by Lu Haojuan. Whether it was him or not, after 10 minutes, Zhao Yongjun would be able to roughly confirm the specific information. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for Zhao Yongjun to call back. Instead, he opened the drawer of the desk and took out an identical laptop. Apart from logging into the Emoda organization's internal website and browsing the internet, the computer just now didn't store any information. According to Manzila's explanation, many valuable things were stored on the laptop that Xiao Ruofei took out. The configuration of the two computers was almost identical. The difference was that the laptop that Xiao Ruofei found from the drawer had the wireless internet module and Bluetooth module removed. In addition, the optical drive only had the function of reading disks and did not have the function of burning. As the number one figure in the Emoda organization, Manzila could be said to have all the secrets of the entire mercenary organization, which were basically stored in this computer. Manzila was actually a very cautious person. This could be seen from the fact that he had never exposed his identity as the leader of the Emoda organization for so many years, and even had such a prominent identity as the High Priest of Alulii as a cover. Therefore, Manzila also paid great attention to information security. This laptop that had removed the wireless internet module and the Bluetooth module was used to store confidential information. The reason why these modules were removed was naturally to prevent information from leaking out. It directly physically isolated this computer from the outside world. When he needed to copy information or install software, he would directly burn the disk to carry out data migration. For this reason, he even replaced the optical drive with an ordinary optical drive without a burning function in order to prevent a Trojan virus from secretly burning data on the optical disk and hiding it when he used it. In this way, the next time he used the optical disk on a networked computer, the Trojan virus would email the stolen information to a designated mailbox without anyone noticing. The optical drive did not have a burning function, and it usually prohibited the use of USB drives and mobile hard drives to count down data, so naturally, there was no such hidden danger. With such tight protection, the things stored in the computer were naturally very valuable. Among them was the most complete roster of all the members of the Emodo organization. Of course, the most useful thing for Xiao Ruofei was undoubtedly the roster of the Shadow Squad. Because the Shadow Squad was not like the Mercenary Corps, most of the time they acted collectively. The Shadow Squad was actually composed of multiple relatively fixed combat teams. Generally, only one or a few teams of people would be sent to carry out missions. Basically, the members of this Shadow Squad would not gather together. Usually, they were scattered all over the place, including Alulii and some other surrounding countries, even Europe, Asia, and other places. Without this list, Xiao Ruofei would not have been able to uproot the Shadow Squad. Now that he had obtained this roster, he could basically follow the map and search for the right horse. Because the roster not only registered names, photos, and other information, but also their hiding places, and even the secret code of the connection. It could be said to be very detailed. With this roster, Xiao Ruofei could save a lot of trouble. After Xiao Ruofei found the roster, he simply browsed through it and made a copy and placed it on the table. The next time he needed it, he could open it directly. Xiao Ruofei then searched the computer again. Soon, he found a file named data. DLL in a deep folder in the system disk. If it weren't for Manzila's instructions, Xiao Ruofei would not have noticed such a file in the system disk that looked like an ordinary system file. After Xiao Ruofei changed the suffix of the file to docs, he double-clicked to open it. A document suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Ruofei. This was originally a Word document, but Manzila deliberately changed the suffix of the file to DLL and hid it in a very deep path in the system disk. It could be said that he was extremely cautious. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the document, and a hint of joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. This document was not big, only one page, but the content of this page was worth a lot of money. The document recorded more than a dozen accounts of various sizes and their corresponding passwords. Most of these accounts were opened in Switzerland, the most developed banking country, and they came from 6 or 7 different banks. In addition to the account passwords, the document also recorded the reservation information of each bank in detail. When transferring money, many banks needed to check the reservation information to ensure the safety of the depositor's property. Xiao Ruofei immediately pulled over another laptop and found the website of one of the banks from the browser's favorites. After opening the website, he quickly entered the login page. After Xiao Ruofei logged in with the account password recorded in the document, he checked the balance of this anonymous account and found that there were $6 million in it. In fact, all the account passwords recorded in the document were real and valid. The money that the Mordor organization or Manzila had saved over the years was stored in these banks. Now that the leader of the Mordor organization, Manzila, had become Xiao Ruofei's prisoner, Manzila's things naturally became Xiao Ruofei's spoils of war. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all and directly operated on the internet. In a short while, the $6 million were transferred into Xiao Ruofei's overseas bank account. After the transfer, Xiao Ruofei then followed the records in the document and opened the website of the second bank. Check the balance. Transfer, then the third account, the fourth account. Xiao Ruofei was in a good mood as he harvested Manzila's property. After a while, all the account passwords recorded in the document were logged into the bank by Xiao Ruofei one by one. Then, he transferred all the money in it to his account, not even a cent was left. One Chinese network Omega 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 Omega. Chi 11Z star. Come after all the transfers from more than a dozen accounts were completed, Xiao Ruofei roughly calculated that his income from this alone had almost exceeded $1 billion. One of the accounts alone had contributed more than $200 million, and the other accounts ranged from a few million to tens of millions. After Xiao Ruofei finished transferring all the money, he was still somewhat unsatisfied. He muttered to himself, it's still these people who do business without capital that are rich. Why don't they have a few more accounts? I can definitely do this kind of work for a few days and nights, and I definitely won't feel tired. Xiao Ruofei even wondered if he should find more evil criminal organizations to deal with. If those foreign organizations were as rich as the mod organization, it wouldn't take long for them to become billionaires, and the unit of calculation would be in US dollars. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was only thinking about it. With his own strength, it was impossible for him to sweep through countless criminal organizations. Besides, he didn't have the energy to care about it. Overall, Xiao Ruofei was definitely more inclined to fight steadily and rely on reasonable and legal means to develop his career. After harvesting this wave of dividends, Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for long before Zhao Yongjin's call came in. Brother, I've already asked around for you. After all the transfers from more than a dozen accounts were completed, Xiao Ruofei roughly calculated that his income from this alone had almost exceeded $1 billion US dollars. One of the accounts alone had contributed more than $200 million US dollars, and the other accounts ranged from a few million to tens of millions. After Xiao Ruofei finished transferring all the money, he was still a little unsatisfied. He said to himself, it's still these people who do not have money. Why don't they have a few more accounts? I can definitely do this kind of work for a few days and nights, and I definitely won't feel tired. Xiao Ruofei even wondered if he should find more evil criminal organizations to deal with. If those foreign organizations were as rich as the mod organization, it wouldn't take long for them to become billionaires, and the unit of calculation was still US dollars. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was just thinking about it. With his own strength, it was impossible to sweep through countless criminal organizations, and he didn't have the energy to care about it. Overall, Xiao Ruofei was definitely more inclined to fight steadily and rely on reasonable and legal means to develop his career. After harvesting this wave of dividends, Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for long before Zhao Yongjin's call came in. Brother, I've already asked around for you. Xiao Ruofei checked the client's IP address through the mod organization's back-end record, and the result was the Yuanqing Trading Company in Ping'an County. W? How could there be a company with the same name in such a poor county? Moreover, in a place where the average annual income was less than $10,000, how could there be someone who could afford $1 million to buy the life of a leader in another province thousands of miles away? Moreover, judging from the transfer information, this person's surname was most likely Liu, and Liu Haojuan happened to be working in this company. With so much information combined, if he still couldn't lock onto Liu Haojuan, how many coincidences would it take to happen a very low probability event? Even so, Xiao Ruofei still glanced at the address sent by Zhao Yongjin. That's right. It was exactly the same as the address he found through the IP tracing. Liu Haojuan. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself coldly, and his eyes revealed an undisguised murderous intent. At this time, Liu Haojuan, who was thousands of miles away in the northwest of Huaxia, sneezed inexplicably and felt cold all over. He was sitting in a very simple-looking office, and his face was gloomy as he muttered to himself, the weather in this damn place is really... It's all because of that little bastard. Damn it. The assassin organization that Liu Hua recommended is not reliable at all. They even call themselves the Blade of Africa. They took my money and messed it up. Arulii Temple, in the underground secret room of High Priest Manzila's residence. Xiao Ruofei calmed down, and then put the two laptops into the space. Then, he swept through the secret room again, and found a lot of valuable things. It was similar to what he found at Golden Fox Morendo's place yesterday: gold, diamonds, and some USD cash, worth about $3 to $4 million. Xiao Ruofei didn't carefully count them, and directly put them into the Ring 2 space. Next, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, and with a thought, he pulled Manzila out of the spatial cage and threw him on the ground. Manzila's face was filled with fear. He panted heavily as he looked at Xiao Ruofei in awe. After being taken into the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei stopped the hypnosis, so he quickly woke up and immediately realized his situation. Unlike the others, Manzila was already considered a cultivator. It was just that his cultivation theory was not systematic, and he spent most of his time exploring on his own. However, he still had some understanding of cultivation. Therefore, he immediately sensed the extremely high concentration of spiritual energy in the environment. Then, he found himself trapped in a very narrow and invisible cage. As a cultivator, the shock in Manzila's heart was simply indescribable. In his opinion, this was the masterpiece of a legendary super expert who had mastered the rules of space. When he thought of the powerful combat strength displayed by the young man just now, and that terrifying hypnosis spell, Manzila's heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom. The memories during the hypnosis period would not be erased, and he could remember them afterwards. Of course, he remembered that after he was hypnotized, he told Xiao Ruofei all the top-secret information that he wouldn't reveal even when he was sleep-talking. It could be said that he told Xiao Ruofei everything he knew without the slightest hesitation. In Manzila's opinion, this was simply the work of a god. However, until now, he still didn't know why this mysterious high-level cultivator from the east would come all the way here to find trouble with him. From the question after the other party hypnotized him, it was very likely that it was because the mod organization had carried out a mission to assassinate Song Qiming. Now, the relationship between this eastern cultivator and the assassination target, Song Qiming, must be very close. Those idiots. They dared to accept any mission. Why didn't they investigate the basic situation of the target in advance? Manzila couldn't help but curse in Aureliai's native language. Just as Manzila was gritting his teeth and cursing the Shadow Squad, he suddenly felt his body become slightly sluggish. Then, he felt the world spinning. After a moment of dizziness, he found himself in a secret room. Standing in front of him was the smiling Xiao Ruofei. When Manzila saw the mess on the ground, he knew that the things here must have been taken away by Xiao Ruofei. He clearly remembered how he cooperated with Xiao Ruofei's questions. There were even a few questions that Xiao Ruofei didn't consider, and he took the initiative to confess. For example, the matter of the 2 laptops, or the document containing the bank account passwords that he had hidden in more than a dozen banks. Xiao Ruofei only casually asked about the valuable things in the secret room, and he confessed them one by one as if he was asking for credit. That was all the wealth that he had accumulated over the years. Manzila felt like his heart was bleeding. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of despair. His opponent's absolute strength was much higher than his, and the two of them were not on the same level at all. Furthermore, his hands and feet were all broken, and he didn't have the strength to fight at all. Xiao Ruofei had obviously gotten what he wanted. Next, was it time to silence him? Manzila couldn't help but shudder at this thought. If he were to really be killed here, the people outside might not be able to find him for a long time. This was because he was the only one who knew the exact situation of this secret room. Even his confidant Boke only knew that he had set up a very safe secret room in his residence, but didn't know the exact location or the password to unlock it. Therefore, if he died here, it meant that there was no possibility of his corpse being buried. His corpse would gradually rot in this dark underground secret room, and in the end, he might become a skeleton. Manzila thought to himself in horror. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei spoke. He said calmly, "I still have a few questions to ask you." Manzila hurriedly said, "Please ask. Please ask. I'll tell you everything I know." Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and said, "You actually know how to use Huaxiao's idiom. It seems that your Chinese isn't as bad as you say." After teasing him, Xiao Ruofei immediately said seriously, "Before asking questions, I'll definitely hypnotize you. Otherwise, who knows if you'll deliberately use false information to disturb my thoughts." "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare," Manzila said in fear and trepidation, completely losing the restraint of the leader of Mod and the high priest of Arale. "It's your business whether you dare or not. I definitely won't take such a risk." Xiao Ruofei said, "So, you have 2 choices now. One is to continue to resist stubbornly, and the other is to take the initiative to cooperate and enter the hypnotic state as soon as possible." Manzila pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "All right. You can hypnotize me, and I promise not to resist." Manzila had also come to terms with it. Anyway, even if he resisted desperately, he wouldn't be able to escape in the end. Moreover, he was still injured and couldn't escape at all. Instead of being tortured by the other party's mental strength and then being hypnotized after his mental strength was exhausted, it was better to cooperate and suffer less. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances." After that, he walked in front of Manzila and said, "Next, I'll start the hypnosis." remember, don't resist. I know. Manzila said dejectedly. Xiao Ruofei then followed the method of hypnosis and urged his mental strength to envelop Manzila. Manzila didn't resist, and Xiao Ruofei easily made him enter the hypnotic state. Xiao Ruofei checked Manzila's condition and confirmed that he was really hypnotized. Then, he asked, Manzila, how did you learn Huaxiao's cultivation method? Manzila immediately replied, our mercenaries found a cave in a valley in South Sudan. Inside, following Manzila's explanation, Xiao Ruofei roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. The cave in South Sudan should be the cave of a cultivator. As for why this cultivator came to the distant African continent to open up a cave to cultivate, it was unknown. But what was certain was that this cultivator must have existed for a long time, because the protective enchantment he set up was already broken. A group of ordinary people without any foundation in cultivation actually broke the protective enchantment through the attack of firearms. There were some things left behind by this cultivator in the cave, including a cultivation method, a few pills, and the black big stone. The mercenaries found that this cave actually had an invisible barrier, and they used mortars several times to blast it open. They thought that there must be something valuable inside, but they didn't expect that there was only a book, a few porcelain bottles, and a black big stone. In the end, these gains were handed over to Manzila, who was already the leader of the mod organization. In the beginning, Manzila didn't take these gains seriously. That was until one day, when he mistakenly consumed a medicinal pill and his entire body became unbearably hot. In the end, he randomly tried according to the meridian diagram drawn in the manual and actually succeeded. After successfully cultivating, Manzila clearly felt the change in his physique and the increase in his strength. Only then did he know that these spoils of war were so precious. Thus, he couldn't wait to start cultivating. However, the cultivation method was written in Chinese, and he couldn't not read the words and only look at the pictures. Thus, Manzila began to learn Chinese again. However, the Chinese he learned now was very different from the classical Chinese used by the ancient people. He suffered a lot, and half-guessed, he really translated the words of the cultivation method into Aureliai's words. However, no one knew how accurate this thing was. What made Manzila even more furious was that the mercenaries didn't pay much attention to this book back then, especially this book that was filled with foreign words. No one would treat it as a treasure. However, there was actually a guy who couldn't find any paper in the wilderness and casually tore 2 pages to use. Then, he went all the way up along the corridor that he had just entered and released his mental strength to investigate near the entrance of the cave. He found that there was no one above. It seemed that the staff of the temple weren't attracted by the previous movement, or the staff didn't dare to rashly come in. They checked outside the courtyard for a while and found nothing unusual, so they left. Since there was no one outside, Xiao Ruofei felt relieved and opened the entrance of the secret room through the mechanism just now, and jumped out in a flash. After leaving the secret room, Xiao Ruofei immediately turned the stone sculpture and restored the cabinet to its original position. Then, he went all the way up along the corridor that he had just entered and released his mental strength to investigate near the entrance of the cave. He found that there was no one above. It seemed that the staff of the temple weren't attracted by the previous movement, or the staff didn't dare to rashly come in. They checked outside the courtyard for a while and found nothing unusual, so they left. Since there was no one outside, Xiao Ruofei felt relieved and opened the entrance of the secret room through the mechanism just now, and jumped out in a flash. After leaving the secret room, Xiao Ruofei immediately turned the stone sculpture and restored the cabinet to its original position. Then, he went all the way up along the corridor that he had just entered and released his mental strength to investigate near the entrance of the cave. He found that there was no one above. It seemed that the staff of the temple weren't attracted by the previous movement, or the staff didn't dare to rashly come in. They checked outside the courtyard for a while and found nothing unusual, so they left. Since there was no one outside, Xiao Ruofei felt relieved and opened the entrance of the secret room through the mechanism just now, and jumped out in a flash. After leaving the secret room, Xiao Ruofei immediately turned the stone sculpture and restored the cabinet to its original position. Then, he went all the way up along the corridor that he had just entered and released his mental strength to investigate near the entrance of the cave. He found that there was no one above. It seemed that the staff of the temple weren't attracted by the previous movement, or the staff didn't dare to rashly come in. They checked outside the courtyard for a while and found nothing unusual, so they left. Since there was no one outside, Xia Ruofei felt relieved and opened the entrance of the secret room through the mechanism just now, and jumped out in a flash. After leaving the secret room, Xia Ruofei immediately turned the stone sculpture and restored the cabinet to its original position. Then, he went all the way up along the corridor that he had just entered and released his mental strength to investigate near the entrance of the cave. He found that there was no one above. It seemed that the staff of the temple weren't attracted by the previous movement, or the staff didn't dare to rashly come in. They checked outside the courtyard for a while and found nothing unusual, so they left. He found that there was no one above. It seemed that the staff of the temple weren't attracted by the previous movement, or the staff didn't dare to rashly come in. They checked outside the courtyard for a while and found nothing unusual, so they left. Since there was no one outside, Xia Ruofei felt relieved and opened the entrance of the secret room through the mechanism just now, and jumped out in a flash. After leaving the secret room, Xia Ruofei immediately turned the stone sculpture and restored the cabinet to its original position. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the mountain sea territory of the Ring 2 space, Bao Guijun, Qian Guiyu, and the others were working hard in the herb garden. They had been working according to Huaxia's schedule in the space. It was now 3 p.m. in Huaxia, which was around 9 a.m. in the morning. After Xia Ruofei entered the space, Xia Qing immediately told Bao Guijun and the others to continue working. He arrived before Xia Ruofei and respectfully said, "Master, you're here." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Have the prefabricated houses been installed? This time I sent you a lot of labor. You have to settle them down and manage them well." "Yes. Thank you, Master." Xia Qing bowed slightly and said. Although Xia Ruofei had captured more than 100 people in the past 2 days and locked them in small space cages, these space cages could be placed anywhere in this vast space, including high up in the sky. Also, as long as Xia Ruofei didn't want them to be discovered, then no one in the space could discover them, including Xia Qing and Bai Qingqing. Even though Bai Qingqing could feel that the spatial fluctuations had changed, she couldn't see the situation inside the space cages. In terms of understanding of the law of space, Xia Ruofei was definitely not as good as Bai Qingqing, but in this world, he was invincible. This was his absolute control of the Ring 2 space. Therefore, even though there was such a big commotion outside and Xia Ruofei had captured so many people, Xia Qing, Bao Guijun, and the others hadn't noticed at all. With a thought, Xia Ruofei stretched out his hand and gently grasped at the void. Suddenly, figures appeared in the sky one after another. They descended from the sky and even covered the sky for a short period of time. Bao Guijun and the others who were working stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. The captives that Xia Ruofei had just captured were even more scared out of their wits. They were all flailing their arms and legs in the air in vain, but they couldn't find any place to borrow strength. Their ears were filled with the sound of the wind, and the lush green ground in their field of vision was rapidly approaching them. Most of these captives were captured from the training camp in Basoko town. Many of them were captured in their sleep without realizing it. After waking up, they were trapped in such a narrow and monotonous space for more than a day. Many of them were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Now that they had finally come out, they found that their situation was even worse. They were about to fall into a meat patty. Many of them closed their eyes in despair. However, at this moment, they felt a gentle force supporting their bodies. Then, their falling momentum slowed down, and they slowly landed on the ground. Many of them felt their legs go soft. They couldn't stand at all and fell to the ground. Bao Guijun and the others all stopped what they were doing. It wasn't that they were slacking off, but their minds were about to stop working. They were completely dumbfounded. Bao Guijun and the others could tell from the clothes of these newcomers that they were from the training camp in Basoki. Bao Guijun and the others had also walked out from there. Moreover, Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue had been captured by Xia Ruofei that night to act as temporary interpreters. They could more or less guess what had happened. However, they didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be so fierce. Looking at the scale, he should have wiped out the secret training camp in Basoki. The sharp-eyed Qian Guiyu even noticed that the person in charge of the training camp was in the crowd, Golden Fox Morendo. After these people landed, they found that their bodies were restrained by an invisible force. They couldn't move freely at all. Xiao Ruofei glanced at them. Then, he reached out and grabbed Manzilla from the crowd. Manzilla saw Xiao Ruofei's grabbing skill with his own eyes. He remembered that he had just performed grabbing in front of Xiao Ruofei. Although it was the application of mental strength, Manzilla had to admit that his performance was really child's play. Xiao Ruofei pointed at Manzilla and said to Xia Qing, "This person's arms and legs are broken. Give him some treatment. Don't use too good medicine. Use the ready-made herbs from our herb garden. Whether he can be cured or not will depend on his luck." The scale of Xiao Ruofei's medicine garden continued to expand. In addition to mainly planting the herbs needed to produce jade mussel ointment and heart-nourishing soup, some common herbs were also planted. Xia Qing used the herbs in the space to make some medicine, so it was not difficult. In fact, Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried that Manzilla would become disabled and waste his food. As a practitioner at the third level of qi refining, if he couldn't even deal with such external injuries in an environment rich in spiritual energy, he would have wasted his cultivation. Xia Qing said, "Yes, master." Not far away, at the edge of the herb garden, Bao Guijun and the others were curiously observing the situation. They also whispered, "Who is that old man? He looks so pitiful. His arms and legs are broken. He must have done something bad. That's why master caught him. Look at his wrinkled face. He shouldn't be young. Can he really survive here?" Although Bao Guijun and the others' voices were soft, they couldn't escape Xiao Ruofei's ears. He glanced over there indifferently. Bao Guijun and the others hurriedly began to work again, for fear that their master would be unhappy because of their laziness. Xiao Ruofei felt a little amused. If Bao Guijun and the others knew that the old man they were teasing was their former boss, the supreme leader of the mod organization, how would they react? However, it was unlikely that he would be afraid. After all, everyone here had the same status. Moreover, Manzilla didn't seem to be a powerful fighter, even though he could kill 10 opponents like Bao Guijun in a single blow. Bao Guijun and the others didn't recognize the famous Satan, but there was one person in the crowd who definitely recognized him. That was Viper Bok, who had been caught by Xiao Ruofei in his manner. He was feeling very complicated at the moment. After being hypnotized by Xiao Ruofei, he didn't hesitate to reveal Satan's identity, hiding place, and other key information. After waking up, he could still remember clearly what had happened during the hypnosis, so he was very clear that he had betrayed Manzilla. In fact, only Bok knew Manzilla's identity, so the crowd didn't stir. They all looked at the kind-looking black old man. Bok hid in the crowd. He hoped that Manzilla would never find him, because he was full of guilt and regret. He felt that he had no face to see his boss. Manzilla's spirit had long since dissipated. He said, "Thank you. By the way, Suchai should be your alias, right? How should I address you?" After Xiao Ruofei entered the space, he returned to his original appearance. However, as a cultivator, Manzilla had long noticed that the yellow-skinned, dark-eyed Asian in front of him had the same aura as Suchai, the Siamese who had easily defeated him. In other words, the two of them were the same person. Manzilla also quickly determined that the person in front of him was the real face of Xiao Ruofei. It was most likely a disguise because Xiao Ruofei had achieved absolute control and didn't have to worry about his identity being exposed. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "My surname is Xia. You can call me Mr. Xia." "Yes, Mr. Xia," Manzilla said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly, then swept his gaze across the crowd of captives. Some of these captives had seen Xiao Ruofei before, but now that Xiao Ruofei had changed his appearance, they couldn't recognize him. Most of them were caught in their sleep and didn't know who had set them up. Even so, everyone knew very well that their fates were in the hands of this young man in front of them. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's body exuded a faint, sharp aura, which made the captives very respectful. None of them dared to look him in the eye. Xiao Ruofei's lips curled up slightly. With a thought, his entire body was lifted by the invisible power of the space. With a whoosh, he jumped up and stopped steadily in the air, as if he was standing on flat ground. Xiao Ruofei looked down at the group of captives. In the eyes of the captives, his figure standing in the air was as majestic as a god. He said faintly, "My name is Xiao Ruofei, and I'm from Huaxia in the east. From the moment you were captured, I was your master." Xiao Ruofei spoke in English. The people in the Mo training camp came from all over the world. As an international language, most of the people present could understand English. A few people who only knew Aureliai's native language were naturally confused. They didn't know what Xiao Ruofei was talking about. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't care. After all, there were only a few people who didn't understand. After they came down, they asked each other and knew what they had said today. In fact, there were already captives who understood Aureliai's native language and translated for the people around them in a low voice. Xiao Ruofei's speed was not fast. This was also to give those who were not good at English some time to understand. He continued, "The place where everyone is now is my personal little space. You can also think of it as a paradise isolated from the rest of the world. In short, from today onwards, you will work for me here in exchange for survival supplies." Xiao Ruofei's words also fell into the ears of Bao Guijun and the others. They were all slightly shocked. In fact, their experience in this space had already made them speculate in this regard, especially Bao Guijun and Huang Rujue. They had also been to the outside world and found that they had already arrived at the outskirts of Basoki town. This meant that the owner of this small space could carry it with him wherever he went. However, after hearing Xiao Ruofei's confirmation, Bao Guijun and the others inevitably felt a different emotion in their hearts. They knew that it was basically impossible to escape from here in this lifetime. Fortunately, they had already been shocked by Xiao Ruofei's strength. There was almost no thought of secretly escaping in their hearts, so their mentality did not collapse. However, the captives' expressions were not so calm. After hearing this, many of them could not help but cry. Xiao Ruofei glanced at everyone with an indifferent expression and shouted, "Silence! In addition to being isolated from the outside world, there are basically benefits here. For example, the environment is unique, and it is far away from the hustle and bustle of the city." Xiao Ruofei continued, "Living here for a long time, your body will get better and better, and you don't need to wander around and live a life of bloodshed. As long as you work hard and firmly obey the orders of the master, you can live a very comfortable life without any danger to your lives." After saying this, Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment and observed the expressions of the captives. There were only 2 words to describe it: grief. He continued, "Everyone has the right to choose. Those who choose to stay, I welcome them. Those who don't want to work for me." When the captives heard this, they could not help but look hopeful. Could it be that those who did not want to stay could regain their freedom? It was said that the army of Huaxia had a tradition of preferential treatment for captives during war. Those who were willing to stay would be given uniforms and weapons to join the battle, and those who did not want to stay would part on good terms. Sometimes, they would even be given a small amount of travel expenses. However, these people were destined to be disappointed and even despair. How could Xiao Ruofei give up on a piece of meat that was already in his mouth? Moreover, Xiao Ruofei did not hide his name at all, and the fact that everyone was in a small space. How could he take the risk of the secret of the spiritual map scroll being leaked and let the captives go home? Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment and continued, "Those who don't want to work for me, I am very willing to give you a one-way ticket to heaven. Now, you can choose. Those who don't want to use labor in exchange for survival, you can take a step forward." Facing Xiao Ruofei's undisguised murderous aura, everyone could not help but shrink their necks, and their hearts were filled with despair. A bad life was better than a good death. For these mercenaries who believed in money, who would be so stupid as to rather give up their lives than to submit to the enemy? Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he waited for a while, but no one stood up at this time. "Very good. Everyone made a very wise choice," Xiao Ruofei said with satisfaction. His expression of "I didn't force you, it was your own choice" made the captives feel both angry and amused. What was the difference between this choice and no choice at all? Then, Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Since you have chosen to stay, then you must abide by the rules here. My rules here are simple and simple. In general, it is to use labor in exchange for survival. As long as you put in enough labor, you can obtain survival resources. Another point to emphasize is that you must obey. It is absolute obedience. If you do not obey orders, you will be killed without mercy. Then, Xiao Ruofei said lightly, since you have chosen to stay, then you must abide by the rules here. My rules here are simple and simple. In general, it is to use labor in exchange for survival. As long as you put in enough labor, you can obtain survival resources. Another point to emphasize is that you must obey. It is absolute obedience. If you do not obey orders, you will be killed without mercy. Seeing another person who could fly, the captives were almost numb. Of course, what followed was despair. They couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Naturally, the captives didn't know that the supervisor Xia, besides Xiao Ruofei, wasn't actually a person of flesh and blood. After Xia Qing got Xiao Ruofei's permission, he said with a cold expression, everyone is divided into 5 groups. Bao Gui Jun, the 5 of you are promoted to group leaders. Each of you will lead a group. At this point, Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, group leaders are mainly responsible for management. Their daily basic points are 30% more than ordinary group members. Xia Qing naturally only knew how to speak Chinese. Xiao Ruofei saw this and said to Manzila, Manzila, you are responsible for translating for Supervisor Xia. Yes. Manzila didn't dare to delay and quickly translated Xia Qing's words into English. Although he couldn't stand because of his broken limbs, he was still a Qi disciple stage 3 cultivator. His voice was full of energy, and the 100 or so people present could hear him clearly. Bao Gui Jun and the first batch of free laborers were surprised and happy. They didn't expect to be the first to receive such benefits. They quickly said with tears of gratitude, thank you, Supervisor Xia. At this time, the captives noticed Bao Gui Jun and the other 4 standing in the herb garden. Bao Gui Jun and the others belonged to the Shadow Squad. Manzila and Bope didn't know who they were, and the recruits of the training camp didn't even know who they were. On the other hand, the person in charge of the training camp, Mirendo, the instructors, and the guards of the training camp all had some impression of them. Mirendo immediately realized that the Mordor organization was destroyed by the powerful immortals of the East. It was most likely because of Bao Gui Jun and the others. He couldn't help but reveal an ominous glint. Bao Gui Jun and the others also felt the killing intent coming from Metatro. They couldn't help but shrink their necks. Metatro was quite famous in the Mordor organization. The Mordor training camp wasn't an ordinary military camp. The quasi-mercenaries training here didn't have any human rights protection. Physical punishment was common. Even when Metatro was in a bad mood, it was normal to beat someone to death. In particular, all mercenaries had to undergo anti-interrogation training. To put it bluntly, this training meant that they had to take turns as captives and face all kinds of torture from the training camp instructors to train their tolerance to torture. Mercenaries who had undergone strict anti-interrogation training would even develop a certain degree of resistance to some nerve drugs. But without a doubt, this training was a nightmare for everyone. As for the interrogation training in the training camp, Mirendo was personally in charge of it. Every time he saw his students being tortured to the brink of death, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Therefore, those who came out of the mercenary training camp would have a certain degree of psychological shadow. Especially when they saw Mirendo, they would subconsciously feel a kind of fear from the depths of their hearts. Xiao Ruofei, who was standing in the air, naturally noticed this detail. He frowned slightly and reached out his hand to grab the air. He directly pulled Mirendo from the crowd to a height of more than 10 meters. Mirendo was so scared that he screamed and almost peed. Only then did he realize that he was no longer in the upper echelons of the Mordor organization. This wasn't the training camp where he could cover the sky with one hand. He was now a prisoner. Xiao Ruofei said coldly, I don't care who you were in the past. Whether it's the upper echelons of the Mordor organization or the recruits who haven't left the training camp, they all have the same status here. That is labor. If any of you dare to stab me, I won't mind breaking off this thorn. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. When the prisoners saw Xiao Ruofei's methods, they didn't dare to have any other thoughts. This was especially true for Mirendo. At this moment, his hands and feet were stiff. He was afraid that the force binding him would disappear. If that was the case, then how could he still be alive after falling from a height of more than 10 meters? Xiao Ruofei then said coldly to Mirendo, I don't want a second time, do you understand? Understood. Understood. Mirando said in a trembling voice. Xiao Ruofei then waved his hand and threw Mirando down. Mirando was so scared that he screamed. Seeing his own speed increasing and the ground rapidly approaching in his vision, he felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He was almost suffocating. Just as he was about to come into close contact with the ground, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and used a force to support him. Even so, he still landed firmly on the ground. Mirando felt a slight heat between his legs. The sharp eyes of the prisoners beside him had already discovered that the high and mighty person in charge of the training camp had his pants wet. The prisoners beside Mirando quietly moved away from him, mainly because they couldn't stand the stench of blood. Xiao Ruofei scanned the prisoners and then moved his mind slightly. The prisoners suddenly felt an irresistible force come over them, and they couldn't help but be moved by this force. When this force disappeared, the prisoners found that they had been divided into 5 distinct groups. Each group had 22 to 23 people. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, starting from my left, there are groups 1 to 5. Bao Guijun, you are the leader of group 1. Qian Guiyu, the leader of group 2. Huang Rujua, the leader of group 3. Yes. Yes. Bao Guijun and the others saw how Xiao Ruofei casually rubbed Mirando, and they felt as if their inner demons had been removed. When Xiao Ruofei personally appointed them as leaders, they all felt a sense of satisfaction. They walked out of the herb garden and consciously stood in front of the groups they were in charge of. Bao Guijun also discovered that Mirando, who had been glaring at him fiercely, happened to be in his group. He didn't know if Xiao Ruofei had purposely arranged it like this. In any case, Bao Guijun felt quite good. He no longer feared Mirando from the bottom of his heart. On the contrary, Mirando was now an ordinary worker under him. He felt like a serf that had turned over a new leaf. He even wanted to settle some old scores with Mirando at work. After Xiao Ruofei finished dividing the groups, he nodded lightly at Xiaoqing, indicating for him to continue. Xiaoqing bowed towards Xiao Ruofei and said, I hope that everyone will remember what Master said just now. No matter what you did before, you only have one identity here, and that is a worker. If anyone does anything that doesn't match their status, they will be severely punished. After that, Xiaoqing gave each group a temporary house. Each prefab house had 2 floors. These free laborers lived in 2 rooms on the upper floor. There were about 10 people in each room. More than 100 people could be easily accommodated in 5 prefab houses. There were still 20 temporary houses that were temporarily empty. Xiao Ruofei would continue to bring people into the space in the future, and they would slowly be able to be used. Xiaoqing also briefly announced the rules of the labor team. Of course, he didn't mention any details. He left it to Bao Guijun and the other leaders to teach them properly. After that, it was time to distribute the supplies. Everyone was given a set of bedding, 2 sets of coarse cloth clothes, a set of basic necessities, and a set of labor tools. Some of these supplies were purchased by Xiao Ruofei before he went abroad, and they were all piled up in the empty temporary houses. Some of them were collected by him from the training camp, such as bedding. These people also had a set in the dormitory of the training camp. In addition, there were many spare supplies in the warehouse, which were also collected by Xiao Ruofei as spoils of war. Now, he just needed to continue distributing them to them. Bao Guijun and the others quickly got into their roles. Some of them were responsible for distributing the clothes, while others were responsible for maintaining order. The main body of these people was made up of quasi-mercenaries from the secret training camp of Bosok town. They were already under military management, and with the deterrence of Xiao Ruofei and Xiaoqing, no one dared to cause trouble. The scene was also very orderly. Soon, everyone received their respective supplies and stood in line again. While the supplies were being distributed, Xiao Ruofei told Xiaoqing a few things, mainly about the management of personnel. For example, the size of the labor team had now reached more than 100 people, and it would continue to expand in the future, so a multi-level management system should be established as soon as possible. In addition, it was best to set up a cafeteria and transfer the captives with experience in this area to be responsible for cooking. Of course, the food for these free laborers would definitely not be luxurious. It was enough to ensure that they had enough energy for daily survival. There was no need for particularly good cooking skills. In addition, it was best to refer to the management of so many people as a reference to military management. For example, they would train in formation every morning, take attendance at night, and have emergency gatherings from time to time. These were all to train their sense of obedience. There was also the implementation of an incentive system, such as a mobile red flag. Every day, every week, and every month, the most active group and individual would be selected, and a certain number of points would be awarded. It was believed that when these captives understood the use of points, this system would be very useful. These were all things that Xiao Ruofei experienced every day during his military service, so this kind of management method was at his fingertips. Xiaqing never had any doubts or hesitations about Xiao Ruofei's words. In any case, he would resolutely carry out whatever his master said. Therefore, he took note of all the points that Xiao Ruofei said very seriously. After Xiao Ruofei finished giving out instructions, Bao Guijun and the others had also finished distributing the supplies. After asking for instructions from Xiaqing, Bao Guijun and the others brought their own group members into the temporary housing that was assigned to them and settled down first. When all the captives entered the temporary housing, Manzila, who was still lying on the ground, was quite conspicuous. His hands and feet were broken, and he did not even have the basic ability to move. Moreover, when Xiao Ruofei divided the captives into groups, he was not included in the group. It was as if he had been forgotten. At this time, Xiao Ruofei brought Xiaqing down from the air and walked to Manzila's side. Xiao Ruofei said to Xiaqing, "You will be in charge of this person alone. Treat his injuries first. After he recovers, you can assign him some work that consumes more physical strength. This guy is a Qi refining level 3 cultivator, and his spiritual power cultivation is even higher." Xiao Ruofei naturally spoke to Xiaqing in Chinese, and Manzila also understood Chinese. He quickly said flatteringly, "Supervisor Xia, don't worry. My physical strength is very good. You can give me any orders, but you have to wait until my injuries are better." Xiaqing nodded indifferently and did not say anything. Xiao Ruofei stared at Manzila with burning eyes for half a minute. Manzila was a little scared by Xiao Ruofei's stare. He could not help but lower his head, not daring to look at Xiao Ruofei. At this time, Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "Just now, you secretly cultivated for 3 minutes and 36 seconds, ah?" Manzila looked at Xiao Ruofei in shock. He had indeed cultivated for a while, mainly because the spiritual energy here was too rich, and he could not help it. Moreover, his injuries were quite serious, and absorbing some spiritual energy was good for his recovery. However, even Manzila himself did not know the exact time he cultivated. He only knew that it might have been 3 to 4 minutes. Manzila did not expect that although Xiao Ruofei did not even look at him, she knew exactly how long he had been cultivating. She was even accurate down to the second. Xiao Ruofei stared into Manzila's eyes and said, "I am the owner of this space. No increase or decrease in the spiritual energy here can be hidden from me. Similarly, I am the owner of this space. Everything here is my personal property, including the spiritual energy that fills the space. Do you understand?" Manzila lowered his head guiltily and said fearfully, "I understand. I didn't know your rules just now." "Please forgive me," Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "Of course I will forgive you. After all, it was your first time. And I didn't have time to emphasize it to you. Now that I have told you, if I find out about it again in the future, I will throw you into a cage and feed you to the bees. Don't try to get lucky. Every change in the spiritual energy here can't be hidden from me and Xiaqing. You are the only cultivator among the laborers. As long as there is a decrease in the spiritual energy, it must be done by you. We will definitely catch you." Manzila quickly said, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I won't dare to do it again." He could not help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that the matter of cultivation had to come to an end. For a long time in the future, or even for the rest of his life, he would not be able to cultivate again. It was a pity that the magical cultivation method and his own cultivation would soon be wasted. Manzila cherished his life very much. Of course, he did not dare to take the risk of secretly cultivating. Moreover, he believed Xiao Ruofei's words without a doubt. Just now, Xiao Ruofei had used his actions to prove that he had the ability to monitor the changes in the spiritual energy at any time. Although the Ring 2 space was rich in spiritual energy, once too much spiritual energy was consumed, it would hurt the foundation of the space. In particular, the higher one's cultivation, the more spiritual chi one would need to cultivate. Moreover, this space was different from the outside world where one could only cultivate for 2 fixed periods. Here, one could continuously absorb spiritual chi for 24 hours a day. If one cultivated without restraint, no matter how rich the spiritual chi was, it would not be able to withstand such consumption. Xiao Ruofei couldn't bear to cultivate for a long time in here, so of course, he wouldn't allow Manzila to do so. Otherwise, if he caught Manzila in the space, it wouldn't be a coolie, but a reward. For any cultivator, this was undoubtedly a legendary paradise. If one could really cultivate here all the time, they probably wouldn't be willing to leave even if they were chased away. The reason why Xiao Ruofei caught Manzila in the space was that a level 3 chi refining cultivator would more or less be of some use. Not to mention other things, at least his physical strength was much stronger than ordinary people. After his injuries were healed, it wouldn't be a problem for him to do some heavy physical work. Xiao Ruofei saw Manzila's fear and trepidation, so his tone became slightly gentler. He said, "I'm not an unreasonable person. As long as you perform well at work, I'll allow you to cultivate for half an hour every month. Of course, you'll need to use your work points to exchange for it. As for how to obtain the work points, you'll know soon enough." This was a carrot after a stick. Often, the effect of this was much better than directly giving a favor. Sure enough, when Manzila heard this, it was as if he had come back to life. This was really a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Cultivating for half an hour in such a paradise was definitely equivalent to cultivating for a month in the outside world. In this way, not only would his cultivation not degenerate, it might even improve a little. Manzila hurriedly shed tears of gratitude and said, "Thank you for your generosity, master." Xiao Ruofei nodded and stretched out his hand. At the mountainside of the mountain in the Mountain Sea territory, a spiritual crystal with rich spiritual energy flew out from the cave and accurately landed in Xiao Ruofei's palm. He said calmly, "As long as you don't have any other thoughts and perform well enough, not only will you have a certain amount of time to cultivate, I can even reward you with such cultivation resources." When the spiritual crystal appeared, Manzila had already sensed the dense spiritual energy. To be precise, the entire spiritual crystal was made up of pure spiritual energy. However, because the concentration was too high, it was directly compressed into a solid state. Manzila's breathing became much more rapid. He stared at the spiritual crystal and couldn't take his eyes off it. In the past, he had been a local tyrant in Aureliai and had even cultivated the mysterious Eastern magic. He had thought that he was already at the peak of his life. Only now did he know that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. He didn't know how high the sky was or how deep the ground was outside. Even if he still had a trace of hope in his heart just now, thinking about whether he could secretly cultivate, this hope had long disappeared. On one hand, he could take a huge risk to secretly absorb a small amount of spiritual energy. On the other hand, he could work for Xiao Ruofei wholeheartedly and hope to obtain the coveted cultivation treasure. As long as his brain wasn't damaged, he knew what to choose. "Master, I will do my best to serve you." Manzila was so excited that his face turned red. He wanted to dig out his heart and show it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's a good attitude." After that, he summoned the blue flying sword that he had been nurturing in his dantian and played with it casually. The flying sword was like a nimble fish as it danced around Xiao Ruofei's fingertips. Sometimes, it would fly around Xiao Ruofei's body at high speed, drawing out streaks of extremely sharp sword light. Xiao Ruofei played with the flying sword and said lightly, "You can leave too. Heal your injuries as soon as possible. I don't keep idle people here." When Manzila saw the sharp sword light, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He had also read a lot of ancient books in Xianxia. At this time, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This is the legendary flying sword that can kill people from thousands of miles away. Master's strength is really unfathomable." At this time, Manzila had a great respect for Xiao Ruofei from the bottom of his heart. He quickly said, "Yes, master." However, the embarrassing thing was that his hands and feet were broken. Even though he had a cultivation of level 3 qi refining, he couldn't move at this time. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Manzila and said to Xia Qing, "Get 2 people to carry him in first. Heal his injuries as soon as possible." "Yes, master," Xia Qing replied. Xia Qing would naturally arrange the rest of the matters. Xiao Ruofei had absolute control over everything in the space, so he wasn't worried that there would be any trouble with more than 100 people living in the space. In fact, if someone really wanted to create chaos and destruction, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to do it personally. Xia Qing could use part of the invisible power of the space in an instant to suppress these people. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't stay in the space for too long. After leaving everything to Xia Qing, he left the space and returned to the outside world. He didn't even bother with the huge boundary stone for the time being. After all, he was still abroad and was in the underground secret room behind the Aureliai Temple. It wasn't an absolutely safe place. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't choose to let the spiritual map scroll absorb the boundary stone at this time. He returned to Manzila's secret room and casually put the spiritual map scroll back into his body. Then, he walked towards the exit of the tunnel. He had plundered all the valuable things in this secret room. It was time to leave. Xiao Ruofei walked up the tunnel. When he was about to reach the surface, he released his mental strength to investigate. He found that there was no one in Manzila's small courtyard. He didn't know if the staff of the temple didn't notice the commotion just now, or if someone came to check and didn't find anything unusual and left. When Xiao Ruofei subdued Manzila, the fight was actually very short. Moreover, it didn't cause any damage to the house, nor did it leave any traces of fighting. If the staff came to check, they would at most find that Manzila had disappeared. As the high priest of Aureliai, Manzila didn't need to report to others when he left his residence. Therefore, even if the staff came to check, they probably wouldn't find anything. After Xiao Ruofei confirmed that there was no one outside, he immediately pressed on the protrusion at the edge of the stairs. The mechanism made a slight click and the cover slid to the sides. At the same time, the cabinet above him also gave way, revealing the hole. Xiao Ruofei once again changed his appearance to that of the Southeast Asian before he went out in a flash. He quickly moved the stone sculpture and restored the secret room's entrance to its original state. He released his mental strength again and radiated it around Manzila's small courtyard. After confirming that no one was nearby, he left the house without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei didn't go through the main door. He directly climbed over the wall behind the courtyard and went around in a big circle before he left from the side entrance of the scenic spot as if nothing had happened. He went to the parking lot outside the temple, took the pickup truck, and drove away from the temple. Xiao Ruofei calculated in his heart as he drove. Now that he had found out that the mastermind behind the assassination of Song Qiming was Lu Haojuan, and in the process of eliminating the mod organization, Xiao Ruofei's harvest was also unexpectedly great, especially the huge boundary stone, which made him still in a state of excitement. Logically speaking, he should be able to leave Aureliai and return home as soon as possible. However, after some thought, Xiao Ruofei decided not to go back for the time being. Lu Haojuan didn't know that the matter had been exposed, and it was impossible for him to run away for a while. On the other hand, almost half of the mod organization's strength was intact. Xiao Ruofei came to Africa this time with the intention of completely wiping out this mercenary organization. Obviously, it was not perfect yet. The news of Manzila's disappearance would not spread for a while. The remaining 2 high-ranking members of the mod organization, namely Wizard Bassoon and Dwayne Douglas, probably only knew that the training camp had been bombed. The training camp was not their area of responsibility, so they probably wouldn't have much of a reaction. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to hide directly. At this time, it was obviously the most appropriate to take them down in one go. Otherwise, as time passed and the leader of the organization, Satan, was still uncontactable, it was hard to guarantee that Bassoon and Douglas would have any psychological changes. Even if they didn't run away and chose to set up their own organization, the information Xiao Ruofei obtained now wouldn't be of much value. It was better to take advantage of the fact that they hadn't woken up yet and wipe out this evil mercenary organization in one go. Of course, there was another important reason why Xiao Ruofei made this decision. That was, although he had captured 3 high-ranking members of the mod organization and wiped out the training camp, the Mercenary Corps and the Shadow Squad were basically complete, especially the Shadow Squad. The last time they went to Huaxia to carry out a mission, Xiao Ruofei couldn't guarantee that Bassoon wouldn't continue to send people over. Although this possibility wasn't high, Xiao Ruofei couldn't bet on Song Qiming's safety because once a small possibility became a reality, it might lead to irreparable consequences. This time, he was lucky. He rushed back in time and pulled Song Qiming back from the gates of hell. But what about next time? Would there be such good luck? What if Song Qiming was killed by the assassin on the spot? Even if Xiao Ruofei had the ability to reach the heavens, he wouldn't be able to save him. Therefore, he had to completely eliminate the hidden dangers before he could return to his country to settle the score with family Liu. Moreover, the most important thing was to deal with the Shadow Squad. The mob mercenary corps could be put aside for a while. As long as the Shadow Squad existed, Song Qiming would be in danger for a day. After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei stepped on the accelerator and the pickup truck suddenly sped up a bit, heading towards the border between Arulai and Ethiopia. Wizard Bassoon spent most of his time in the border city of Yasuda, which was close to Arulai. Arulai was located in the narrow area between Ethiopia and Sudan. Its border with Ethiopia was very long, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. With such a long border, Arulai's military power was very weak, so its management was very loose. Xiao Ruofei was planning to cross the border between the two countries near Yasuda city. After dealing with Wizard Bassoon, he would sneak back to Arulai without anyone noticing. The reason why Xiao Ruofei didn't choose to take a plane from Arulai to Ethiopia was to confuse people. When he was in Arulai, there was the explosion in the town of Basoki and the disappearance of the high priest. When he left for Ethiopia, there was the disappearance of Bassoon. During the investigation, it was easy to be listed as a suspect. Xiao Ruofei's cover identity was very useful. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to expose this identity so easily. After all, getting a new identity was something that needed to be done. Arulai was long and narrow from north to south. Xiao Ruofei drove all the way to the east and soon approached the border area. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. This area was a large wilderness. The closer to the border, the more difficult it was to travel. In fact, this area was sparsely populated. There were basically no cars passing by. At most, there would be a military patrol car passing by here every few days. Naturally, the road was neglected. Xiao Ruofei found a depression overgrown with weeds and drove the pickup truck in. This time, he didn't hide the car. Instead, he skillfully removed the front and back license plates and put the whole car into the space. There were checkpoints at the border between the two countries. Xiao Ruofei also needed to use a car to get to Ethiopia. Although Xiao Ruofei's physical strength was not a problem, it was still too troublesome. Therefore, he simply used the space to bring the pickup truck over. In any case, this kind of old pickup truck was everywhere in the border area. Moreover, the possibility of the police patrolling the remote road was not high. Even if there was no license plate, it was not a big problem. Even if they really encountered the police, Xiao Ruofei could just abandon the car and run away. In any case, the frame number, engine number, and so on of the car were all removed by him. The exterior was also changed beyond recognition. After driving into the wilderness, he even removed the license plate. Therefore, even if someone did find this car, they wouldn't be able to associate it with the pickup truck from the car rental company for a short period of time. The reason why he didn't do this before was mainly because the pickup truck weighed at least a few tons. Frequently putting it into the space and taking it out again and again would be a burden on his spiritual power. Therefore, if it wasn't necessary, he would rather hide the truck. It would be more convenient. After Xiao Ruofei put away the pickup truck, he quickly moved forward under the cover of the night. Soon, he crossed the almost completely undefended border and entered Ethiopia. According to the handheld GPS, Yasuda city was located about 80 kilometers to the southeast. After Xiao Ruofei crossed the border, he didn't immediately look for a road. After all, the density of patrols near the border would be relatively high. He followed the GPS and moved quickly in the direction of Yasuda city. When he encountered some small obstacles, Xiao Ruofei directly jumped over them. His speed was quite fast. After running for about half an hour, Xiao Ruofei calculated that he was at least 7 kilometers away. Only then did he look at the handheld GPS and ran toward an empty road not far away. After another 4 or 5 minutes, Xiao Ruofei had already found the road. It was marked as Road 76 on the GPS. Driving along the road, Xiao Ruofei's destination was Usuda City, about 70 kilometers away. The road conditions here were slightly better than the roads in Allier. Although there were a lot of potholes, at least he could see some exposed asphalt. Xiao Ruofei also found a hiding place with tall weeds nearby. He first used his mental power to check the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one around, he took out the pickup truck from the space and drove toward Usuda City. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei was more careful. He didn't want to be stopped by the patrolling police for driving without a license plate. Fortunately, the eyesight of a practitioner was stronger than ordinary people. Even at night, he could see very far. In addition, he also had a strong mental power, so the journey was quite smooth. After driving for more than 40 minutes, Xiao Ruofei really did encounter a police car coming from the opposite direction. However, his mental power had already discovered the police car before it turned a dark corner. He drove the car to a low-lying area on the side of the road in time to hide. After avoiding the police car, Xiao Ruofei smoothly drove all the way to the outskirts of Usuda City. At this time, it was about 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Ruofei also found a relatively hidden place. After confirming with his mental power that it was safe, he directly put the car into the space and walked toward the city with a shoulder bag. Western suburbs of Usuda City. A 2-story building that looked a little shabby on the outside was still lit with a dim yellow light. There was a big yard outside the building, but it was overgrown with weeds and looked very dilapidated. A breeze blew, and the weeds in the yard swayed slightly. In the dark night, it gave people an inexplicable gloomy feeling. On the second floor of the building, there was a big room. A thin Thai man was sitting at the table, fiddling with a bunch of small things. This Thai man was about 40 years old. At this time, his upper body was bare, revealing strange and gloomy tattoos on his body. His body was extremely thin, and his ribs were clearly visible. It was as if he was wrapped in a layer of skin. This person was a high-ranking member of the mod organization, the Thai man nicknamed Wizard Bassoon. Bassoon's face had a trace of dancing energy that couldn't be dispersed. His pair of dead fish eyes would make people tremble even if they saw it during the day. At this time, there was a silver plate on the table in front of Bassoon. On the silver plate were pieces of human bones of different sizes. Bassoon gently rubbed these bones as if he was admiring a piece of art. His face showed a satisfied expression. Suddenly, Bassoon raised his head and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Someone had invaded his yard. The next moment, before Bassoon could stand up, a young figure directly jumped in from the window on the second floor and said with a relaxed tone, "You're quite vigilant. You're the first person to discover me in advance. You're worthy of being the person in charge of the shadow squad." The person who came was naturally Xiao Ruofei, who rushed over from Arulai overnight. Xiao Ruofei spoke in English, and Bassoon could obviously understand. When he heard the words shadow squad, his expression suddenly tightened. Bassoon looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked in stiff English, "Who are you? Are you from China? Why don't you speak Thai?" Xiao Ruofei's appearance had obvious Southeast Asian characteristics. When he was in the Arulai temple, he casually made up a Thai name, Suchai, so Manzila didn't have any doubts. The first thought that came to Bassoon's mind when he saw Xiao Ruofei was, did China send people to catch me? He had committed a grave crime in Thailand, which was why he was forced to flee to Africa. Therefore, when he saw a Southeast Asian person, he was also surprised. Xiao Ruofei's lips curled slightly and said, "Mr. Wizard, which side do you want me to be?" Bassoon snorted and no longer hesitated. He directly waved his hand, and several black shadows shot towards Xiao Ruofei. In Bassoon's opinion, no matter who the other party was, they couldn't have jumped in from the window on the second floor in the middle of the night just to visit, right? Since they were enemies, there was nothing wrong with killing them first. Xiao Ruofei looked at the black shadows that were rapidly approaching him with interest. They were a few snakes entwined together, and they were alive. They kept twisting as they flew, and their triangular tongues kept flicking in Xiao Ruofei's direction. When Bassoon saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't dodge, he was secretly happy. However, the next scene made him widen his eyes. When the snakes were 10 to 20 centimeters away from Xiao Ruofei, they couldn't move forward anymore, as if there was an invisible barrier in front of Xiao Ruofei. Then, without seeing Xiao Ruofei move, the snakes he shot out trembled and fell to the ground, motionless. They were obviously dead. Bassoon was shocked and angry. At the same time, he didn't believe it and kept waving his hands. Black shadows shot out from his hands, and their target was naturally Xiao Ruofei. Among these black shadows were cold venomous snakes, ferocious centipedes, and various poisonous insects that even Xiao Ruofei didn't know the names of. Xiao Ruofei's expression didn't change at all. Instead, it was filled with interest. He stood motionless and said, "Bassoon, where are you hiding so many snakes, insects, rats, and ants? I see that you aren't wearing any clothes on your upper body. Don't tell me, you're hiding them in your pants?" These snakes, insects, rats, and ants couldn't get close to Xiao Ruofei either. It was as if there was an invisible barrier around him. These venomous insects densely covered the barrier, and from afar, it looked like a cocoon that completely enveloped Xiao Ruofei. Bassoon couldn't help but frown when he saw that his venomous snakes and insects couldn't do anything to Xian for the time being. He furrowed his brows and glared, as if he was having an intense mental struggle. Finally, Bassoon made up his mind and started chanting all kinds of strange syllables. Finally, he spat a mouthful of blood on a rag doll on the table and waved his hand. The rag doll was originally placed at the corner of the table, completely inconspicuous. But when Bassoon spat blood on it, the rag doll suddenly emitted a sinister fluorescent light. The bloodstains on the white rag doll looked extremely terrifying under the contrast of the fluorescent light. Immediately after, the rag doll's eyes suddenly turned green, and it let out a devilish cry. Then, the outer layer of the blood-stained rag suddenly shattered, revealing the alternating red and white flesh inside. This mass of flesh was as fast as lightning, pouncing in Xiao Ruofei's direction. Xiao Ruofei, who originally had a trace of ridicule in his heart, immediately turned cold when the rag doll mutated. His eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Ghost doll, Xiao Ruofei's mental power was very strong. Even though the surroundings were completely covered by the poisonous insects, he could still sense the situation of the rag doll immediately. How was this a rag doll? It was clearly a dead baby that had been sacrificially refined. And from the looks of it, it was very likely that it had been killed before it even had a mother, and then sacrificially refined using a secret technique. "You deserve to die." Xiao Ruofei spat out 3 words coldly. In the next moment, Xiao Ruofei's body glowed brightly, and the poisonous snakes and insects surrounding him were all sent flying in all directions. They crashed into the surrounding walls, leaving behind a series of shocking bloody marks. Xiao Ruofei only released his qi, and these poisonous insects and snakes were all killed in an instant. At this time, the ghost doll had already attacked Xiao Ruofei. Its pale green eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Ruofei, and a few baby teeth could be faintly seen in its small mouth. Xiao Ruofei had seen anecdotes of southern Xinjiang's black magic practitioners in the books about the world of cultivation left behind in the inheritance jade pendant. In fact, the black magic practitioners in Southeast Asia and southern Huaxia were of the same origin, and many of their cultivation methods were very similar. In the book Xiao Ruofei had read, there were some records of black magic practitioners sacrificially refining ghost dolls. These evil black magic practitioners would often find a pregnant woman who was about to give birth, and use cruel methods to kill her, resulting in the death of both the mother and the child. In this way, the pregnant woman would carry a lot of resentment because of the inhumane torture she suffered before her death, and the fetus would also carry a lot of resentment when it was about to be born into the human world but lost its life at the last moment. The resentment of the two would eventually gather on the fetus. The black magic practitioners would begin to use a secret technique to refine the fetus, and turn it into a ghost doll full of resentment. Although the fetus that was made into a ghost doll wouldn't continue to grow, its hair and teeth, just like when it was alive. As soon as Xiao Ruofei saw the teeth in the ghost doll's mouth, he knew that it had been sacrificially refined for a long time. This kind of evil black Gong Tao master was naturally someone that everyone had the right to kill. Xiao Ruofei originally had the thought of taking Bassoon into the space as a coolie, but after seeing this ghost doll, he changed his mind and wanted to kill Bassoon. And even if there wasn't a ghost doll, Xiao Ruofei still disliked Bassoon. These black magic practitioners hid poisonous insects and snakes everywhere, and some even hid in their bodies. If he was really taken into the space, what would he do if he brought these disgusting things in? Although Xiao Ruofei had absolute control over the space, and even if a few snakes were brought in, he could get rid of them in time, but that kind of feeling was very disgusting, and after the ghost doll appeared, Xiao Ruofei didn't have any intention of keeping Basuna alive. For such an evil person, it was a crime to let him live for even a minute longer. In the face of this ghost doll that was fiercely pouncing on him, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate and directly took out the blue traveling immortal sword that he had been nurturing in his dantian. The sword light shuttled back and forth like a swimming dragon, and in the blink of an eye, it had cut the ghost doll back and forth a dozen times. When the flying sword flew back to Xiao Ruofei, there wasn't even a trace of blood on it, and it was still pure and flawless. But the ghost doll's momentum suddenly stopped, and then it directly split into a dozen pieces. Then, with a bang, the ghost doll's body suddenly exploded. All of a sudden, an invisible shield rose around Xiao Ruofei. The flying flesh and the pungent black blood didn't even touch the corner of Xiao Ruofei's clothes, and directly splashed all over the room. Especially the black blood on the ghost doll's body, when it came into contact with the furniture and the floor, it actually made a sizzling sound and directly corroded a large piece of these things. Xiao Ruofei wasn't surprised because he knew that when black witch hunters sacrificially refined ghost dolls, they usually used many kinds of poisons. After the sacrifice was completed, the ghost doll was actually a collection of highly toxic substances. Ordinary people would die suddenly if they came into contact with just a little bit of it. Although this ghost doll looked like a baby, Xiao Ruofei didn't have any hesitation because he knew very well that this baby had already died before it could leave its mother's body. Now, it was just sacrificially refined by the evil black witch hunters. In fact, it had long lost its life. Even if this ghost doll had its own consciousness, Xiao Ruofei believed that it definitely didn't want to suffer like this. Completely destroying it would be a kind of relief for it. After dealing with the ghost doll, Xiao Ruofei stomped on the ground and shot towards Ong like a bolt of lightning. Ong didn't expect that not only did his poisonous snakes and insects have no effect, but even his trump card, the ghost doll, couldn't hurt his opponent at all. At this moment, he was a little flustered. Looking at the murderous Xiao Ruofei rushing over, Ong raised his hand in a panic and sent a cloud of yellow smoke towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei coldly snorted and said, "Child's play." He waved his hand, and the cloud of smoke disappeared without a trace. His speed didn't decrease at all, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Ong. Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything superfluous. He directly released his boundless psychic power and crushed it towards Ong. Compared to Mirando and Bok, Ong seemed to be slightly stronger. He even had some instinctive resistance to psychic power attacks. However, Xiao Ruofei could even crush a real cultivator like Manzila with his psychic power. How could he not take down a black magic practitioner who had only touched the surface of cultivation? He only increased the intensity of his psychic power slightly, and Ong's instinctive resistance collapsed like a broken twig. After a short 2 to 3 seconds, Ong's eyes became blank, and he fell into a deep hypnosis. Xiao Ruofei's face was cold. He asked, after the Shadow Squad's mission to assassinate Huaxia's official Song Qiming failed, "Did you continue to send other teams to carry out this mission?" "No," Ong said with a hollow voice. "The rule of the Mordor organization is that once a mission fails, the deposit will not be refunded, and no one will be sent to carry out the mission." Xiao Ruofei then asked, "Then, did the other party order this mission again?" "Not at the moment," Ong replied. Xiao Ruofei let out a sigh of relief. At least for now, Song Qiming was safe. As for whether Lu Haojuan would entrust other assassin organizations to do this, that was hard to say. In any case, when Xiao Ruofei returned to China, the first thing he would do was to deal with Lu Haojuan. He would know when the time came. "Tell me about the Shadow Squad's organizational structure. How many people do you have, where do you usually hide, and how do you contact each other?" Xiao Ruofei said. "In short, tell me everything about the Shadow Squad in detail." "Yes," Ong replied. Then he opened his mouth without hesitation and spilled out the secrets of the Mordor organization's Shadow Squad. According to Ong's statement, the Shadow Squad's size was close to 100 people, and they could form about 20 teams at the same time. Of course, the members of these teams were not completely fixed. They might be relatively fixed at ordinary times, so that they would have a better tacit understanding when carrying out missions. And according to the specific needs of the mission, the members would often be adjusted. For example, the last time they went to Huaxia to assassinate Song Qiming, Ong specially selected members from East Asia. Not only did these people not look much different from the people of Huaxia, but they at least knew simple Chinese, which would be of great help to carrying out missions in Huaxia. In addition, due to the special nature of this job, the members of the Shadow Squad were scattered everywhere. Of course, most of them were active in Africa, and only after receiving a mission would they go to other continents. Moreover, among the members of the Shadow Squad, apart from relatively fixed teams and people who had carried out missions together, many of them did not know each other, let alone have daily contact. As the leader of the Shadow Squad, Bassoon was naturally aware of the situation of each member and was able to contact them as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown after listening to Ong's confession. These assassins were scattered everywhere, and it was too difficult to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Although Xiao Ruofei could get a detailed list of their hiding places from Ong, there were close to 100 of them, and almost every one of them was in different cities and countries. If Xiao Ruofei were to catch them one by one, it would take more than a day or two. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ruofei asked, Ong, do you have a way to gather all the members of the Shadow Squad in Yasuda? If there's an emergency, we can post a code on the internet, Ong said. Our members will check every day, and when they see the code, they will gather at the designated location within 24 hours. Of course, it's not possible for everyone to gather because some of them are still carrying out missions outside, and some of them might be on vacation somewhere thousands of miles away. It's impossible for them to make it back in time. That's fine too. So be it if I miss a few. It's better than running from house to house. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself. The next day, at 9 p.m. in an abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs of USDA City. Under the dim street lights, the door of the warehouse was ajar. The street outside was very quiet. This area was not peaceful, and there were often fights between local gangs. Therefore, the residents in the neighborhood did not come out after dark. The street was quiet, and only a drunkard staggered out of a small path. He held onto a telephone pole and retched a few times. Then, he sat down on the ground and leaned against the telephone pole to sleep. At this time, the sound of leather boots stepping on the ground came from the end of the long street. 3 people walked to the street. The dim street lights shone on them, casting long shadows on the street. The one in the middle was a slim woman wearing a sexy black leather jacket and pants. She was playing with a dagger in her hand as she walked. There was a man on each side of the woman. One of them was burly and had an obvious scar on his face. The other was a little skinny, and his dark skin made him look more like a South American than an African. He had a faint smile on his face, and he seemed to be indifferent to the situation. The 3 of them walked side by side in the direction of the abandoned warehouse. The slim woman in the middle stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She said slowly, "Big guy, why do you think the wizard called everyone back this time?" The muscular man on the right of the woman said in a low muffled voice, "It must be something big. Maybe it's a big business?" The skinny man said cynically, "What kind of big business needs to gather everyone? Is the wizard thinking of leading everyone to set up his own business?" The slim woman frowned and said, "Kit. If you die one day, it will be because of your mouth. Can't you tell what should be said and what should not be said?" The skinny git chuckled and said, "Tina, you're too cowardly. What's there to be afraid of if we talk in private? Everyone says that Lord Satan is powerful and omnipotent, but have we ever seen Lord Satan? Instead, the wizard's methods are really powerful. If you ask me, Lord Satan might be a character made up by the wizard himself." The slim woman, Tina, scolded, "Shut up. Is the matter of Lord Satan something we can discuss? Kit, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Kit shrugged and said, "Tina, this doesn't seem like the style of the famous Snake Beauty. Is a name enough to scare you? Last time in Southeast Asia, you cut that indigenous farmer into a bloody mess, but I didn't see you scared." Tina snorted coldly and ignored Cat. Kit felt a little bored. He poked his head out to look at the muscular man beside Tina and joked, "Big guy, if the adepts really want to lead everyone to establish their own faction, what would you choose?" Will you continue to be loyal to Lord Satan or follow the wizards? The burly man scratched his head and said, I'll listen to you. Anyway, it was fine as long as there was money to be made. It didn't matter who he was dealing with. But both of you have taken good care of me. I don't want to be separated from you. Kit laughed and said, the big guy is still very sentimental. Tina, who was walking in the middle, did not say anything, but a smile appeared on her face. The three of them were the elite assassins of the Shadow Squad organized by Mode. They had been doing missions together for a few years. This small team had gone from 5 people to only 3 now. Although 2 of them had died in the process, the tacit understanding between the remaining 3 was getting better and better. For the past year, the wizards had been trying to add more people to their team, but Tina had rejected them all. In Tina's opinion, the 3 of them were enough to deal with the most difficult missions. If more people were added, they would need to break in. As the 3 of them were among the most powerful members of the Shadow Party, Adept Bassoon didn't go against their wishes and forcefully shove them into the party. This time, Tina and the other 2 were on vacation in South Africa. After seeing the signal sent by Wizard Bassoon on the internet, they immediately took a flight back to Ethiopia. Due to the delay of the flight, they arrived at Addis Ababa Barbel Airport a lot later. They then rushed to Usuda City without stopping and finally arrived before the deadline. The 3 of them talked as they walked towards the abandoned warehouse. Although they looked relaxed, they had lived in the dark world for so many years and had already developed the habit of being alert at all times. Their attention was always very focused. Soon, the 3 of them walked from the end of the long street to the entrance of the warehouse. The door of the warehouse was ajar, and a faint yellow light came through. Just as the burly man was about to push the door open, Tina suddenly raised her arm and shouted, "Wait." The burly man reflexively stopped, and Kit, who was still looking cynical, subconsciously stood back to back with the burly man, a pair of sharp eyes looking around. Tina said, "We should be the last batch to arrive. Don't you think, it's too quiet inside?" Kit said while being alert, "Maybe it's a prank? Or maybe this is a test? The wizards need to select the strongest team to carry out a big mission?" Tina said calmly, "Before it's confirmed, any possibility exists." The burly man asked, "Then are we still going in?" "Of course we're going in," Tina said, "otherwise, how would we know what's going on? But from now on, we need to be on high alert." In fact, Tina was leaning towards Kit's judgment. She felt that perhaps this really was a special test to test their ability to deal with situations and their ability to adapt to actual combat. Perhaps there really was a big mission that needed to be carried out. Thinking of this, Tina couldn't help but be a little tempted. A big mission meant high difficulty, but also high rewards. They were in this line of work to make money. As long as they paid, they were responsible for completely solving their clients' problems. Therefore, there was no right or wrong. As for the possibility that Wizard Bassoon was coerced to deliberately send a signal on the network to lure the members of the Shadow Squad, such a possibility naturally existed. However, Tina and the other 2 didn't think in this direction. From what they knew, Wizard Bassoon was abnormally powerful and had endless tricks up his sleeve. How could such an expert be held hostage? Moreover, with their understanding of Bassoon, even if he really fell into the hands of the enemy, it was basically impossible for Bassoon to cooperate with the enemy. If they really fell into the hands of the police or their enemies, it didn't matter if they cooperated or not, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Rather than being tortured to death, it was better to end their own lives as soon as possible. Bassoon, who had countless poisonous creatures, had at least 100 ways to end his own life in an instant. Therefore, Tina and the other 2 subconsciously ruled out the most dangerous possibility. Tina pulled out a pistol from the back of her waist. Git and the big guy also took out their own weapons. Git held 3 throwing knives between his fingers while the big guy took out an AK submachine gun from his backpack. The 3 of them skillfully formed a battle formation with their backs against each other. The big guy who was facing the warehouse gently pushed the door open and then they carefully moved into the warehouse step by step. The huge warehouse was empty except for a few wires hanging from the ceiling. The light bulb hanging on the wires gave off a dim yellow light that wasn't enough to illuminate the entire warehouse. After entering the warehouse, the 3 of them quickly observed the situation in all directions. Tina's gaze focused. She noticed that there was a chair in front of him. A person was sitting on the chair with his back facing them. There seemed to be a person curled up on the ground in front of this person who was being stepped on by this person. Tina's expression turned cold. She pointed her pistol at the person's back and said, "Don't move. Put your hands on your head and stand up slowly." The big guy and kid only glanced at it from the corner of their eyes. They didn't turn around. Instead, they continued to maintain a vigilant posture while facing Tina's two flanks. The person who was sitting with his back facing them didn't seem to care about having a gun pointed at him. He smiled casually and said, "Not bad, you're very vigilant." Tina's voice turned even colder, "I'm saying this for the last time. Put your hands on your head, stand up and turn around slowly. I'll count to 3. If you don't do as I say, I'll shoot immediately." Tina counted expressionlessly after saying that. 1. At that moment, her finger was already on the trigger. She pulled the trigger back a little. The pistol was actually ready to fire. 2. Tina's voice was getting colder. To their surprise, the person sitting on the chair laughed and said, "Let me count for you." 3. "You're asking for it," Tina said with a hint of killing intent. Initially, she was worried that this person might be the employer of this big mission and was purposely testing them. However, she had the intention to kill now. No matter who this person was, he had already worn out her patience. If this was really a big client, then she didn't need such a stupid client. Tina had at least dozens of lives in her hands. Killing people was as simple as drinking water and eating to her. After she had the intention to kill, she didn't hesitate at all and pulled the trigger gently. To a top assassin, no matter how angry or impatient they were, their movements would be very gentle when they fired. Because if they used too much force, it would cause their movements to be distorted and the accuracy of the shot would be greatly reduced. After pulling the trigger, Tina's eyes showed a hint of cruelty. She would have an inexplicable pleasure every time she took a life. This time was no exception. However, Tina's expression froze instantly. The gunshot didn't sound. She realized that she couldn't pull the trigger at all. It was as if someone was behind the trigger and it was stuck. Not only that, Tina and the other two also felt that their bodies were bound by an invisible force. They could only maintain their current posture. It was difficult to even move a finger. The three of them were inexplicably shocked. They didn't know why such a situation happened. At that moment, the person sitting on the chair finally stood up. He slowly turned around and revealed a young face. This person was naturally Xiaoruofei, who was waiting here. Of course, he still had the face of a Southeast Asian. Xiaoruofei looked at the three people who were directly restrained by him with a relaxed expression and said, "You should be the last batch. There are a few more who probably won't come. Then the hunting operation can end." Tina and the other two froze as if they had seen a ghost. Over the years, they had carried out dozens of missions, big and small, and encountered countless dangerous situations, but there had never been a time like today, where they felt so powerless. This was a completely lopsided battle. No matter how strong they were in combat, they couldn't use it at all. Tina and the other two even realized that they couldn't even make a sound. It was as if their vocal cords were sealed and couldn't vibrate at all. Only their eyeballs could still move. At this moment, their eyes were filled with deep fear. Tina and the other two watched as Xiaoruofei lifted the person who was curled up on the ground. He then turned the chair around with one hand and pressed the person onto the chair with the other. This unconscious person was the leader of the Shadow Squad, Bassoon. Tina and the other two could roughly guess the reason for tonight's incident. The enemy must have used the wizard's side to send out a signal to gather all the members of the Shadow Squad and then captured them one by one. The three of them didn't doubt the enemy's ability at all. Even if the members of the Shadow Squad were all experienced assassins, it would be useless. No matter how many of them came, it would be a suicide mission. The worst-case scenario had happened. Tina and the other two's hearts were heavy. Xiaoruofei casually patted Bassoon's head. Bassoon slowly woke up. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately fell into a state of confusion. Xiaoruofei asked calmly, "Are these people from the Shadow Squad?" In fact, Xiaoruofei was just doing a routine check. Judging from the three skillful tactical coordination and the various killing weapons on them, even they wouldn't believe that they weren't assassins. Bassoon's empty eyes swept across the three of them. He then nodded and said, "This is the most elite combat team of our shadow squad. The one in the middle is the Snake Beauty, Tina. The other two are the Pampas Eagle, Jit, and the big guy, Gully." Tina and the other two were disheartened. Bassoon had betrayed the entire shadow squad. They only needed to ask a simple question, and Bassoon gave them the most detailed information without hesitation. He didn't even hide their nicknames. Xiao Ruofei took out a list from his pocket, crossed off a few names, and then said, "So, only 5 people haven't arrived yet?" Bassoon said, "They should be on a mission. There are 3 combat teams in the shadow squad that are on a mission. The members of the other 2 combat teams have just returned. This team should be in a critical phase of the mission, so they can't leave. Forget it, consider them lucky," Xiao Ruofei said lightly. Including Tina and the other 2, Xiao Ruofei had already captured 89 assassins today. It could be said that the entire shadow squad had fallen apart. The remaining 5 would no longer be a threat to Song Qiming. Xiao Ruofei's main goal was to eliminate Song Qiming's safety. Capturing people to work in the Ring 2 space was just a bonus. He couldn't waste his time here for 5 assassins. After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei immediately removed his spiritual deterrence on Bassoon and used his spiritual power to shake him lightly. Bassoon immediately broke out of the hypnotic state. When he saw that he was in an abandoned warehouse, and Tina and the other 2 were strangely in a defensive posture and couldn't move at all, his expression changed drastically. What happened during the hypnosis process immediately appeared in his mind. Demon. Bassoon looked at Xiao Ruofei as such a thought appeared in his mind. Xiao Ruofei didn't give him a chance to speak as he lightly slapped Bassoon's forehead. Bassoon didn't even make a sound as he fell to the ground like a piece of rotten wood. His eyeballs protruded out, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He was no longer breathing the moment he fell to the ground. Bassoon only felt his vision blur for a moment. He vaguely saw Xiao Ruofei's palm waving in front of him, and then his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Tina and the other 2 watched as the invincible Magus Bassoon was slapped to death by Xiao Ruofei without any ability to resist. They were all dejected, and it was the first time they truly felt the threat of death. Were they going to be the next ones? They came rather late today, and there were at least 70 to 80 people in front of them. Were they all killed by this demon? Where did the corpses go? They definitely weren't near the warehouse. Tina and the other assassins were quite sensitive to the smell of blood. If there were really 70 to 80 corpses hidden here, they would have noticed them from 10 to 20 meters away. Then where did these people go? Just as Tina and the other 2's minds were in a mess, they saw Xiao Ruofei looking at them with a hint of mockery on his face. Tina and the other 2 shuddered. However, unlike what they imagined, Xiao Ruofei's attack didn't come. They only felt an invisible pressure in their faces, and it was as if their heads were about to explode. They couldn't help but feel dazed. The 3 of them felt the sky and earth spinning at the same time. It was as if the stars had moved. When their consciousness returned to normal, they realized they were no longer in the warehouse. This was a space that seemed to be filled with chaos. The surroundings were all gray, as if this area was surrounded by a thick fog. Apart from them, there were more than 80 people in this area that wasn't very spacious. Among these people, they didn't know some of them, and some of them had worked together before during missions. They were all members of the Shadow Squad. What happened? Tina felt that her head was a little muddled. Even Tina was captured. A woman wearing a black cat mask shook her head and sighed. It seems like the Shadow Squad is completely wiped out this time. Tina looked at that person and quickly asked, "Catgirl, what's going on? Where is this place?" This woman wearing a black cat mask had worked with Tina's combat team to carry out an assassination mission, so they were quite familiar with each other. The masked woman nicknamed Catgirl shrugged and said, "We're the same as you. We don't know anything." Catgirl then asked, "Did you guys receive a signal and rush to Yusuda's warehouse gathering point, and then somehow get captured?" Tina nodded and said, "That's right. Do you know what's going on?" Catgirl shook her head and said, "I don't know what's going on at all. I only know that this is a power that we can't resist. In other words, this isn't a power that mortals can control." When the feline girl said this, her eyes were still filled with fear. After asking around, Tina found out that the people here were all members of the Shadow Squad. Moreover, their experiences were similar to hers, and they couldn't resist at all. They were directly captured and brought to this godforsaken place. Some of them didn't even see the other party's face before they felt dizzy, and then they were brought to this place. Furthermore, the weapons on their bodies were all gone without a trace. The group of assassins waited anxiously in the space cage for their fate to be decided. Not far from them, more than 100 people were working in full swing. However, even though they were close by, the group of assassins couldn't sense the group of people working at all. The 5 teams led by Bao Guijun and the rest also didn't sense the huge space cage not far away. Although the space cage set up by Xia Ruofei this time blocked the senses of the outside world, it didn't lock everyone up separately. Instead, it set up a huge cage and locked them up together. The main reason was that Xia Ruofei considered that he might not have time to enter the space to recruit these people. If they were locked up separately, most of them would probably go crazy before he could recruit them. The degree of absolute loneliness was unimaginable to ordinary people. When Xia Ruofei was a soldier, the thing that soldiers feared the most when they made a mistake wasn't being punished with 10 kilometers of armed cross-country running. Instead, they were quite afraid of being locked up in a large unit. The walls of the narrow and secluded space were made of soft sound-absorbing materials. Locked up in there, people would be completely silent. They could even hear their own heartbeats very clearly. It was difficult to even turn around in there, as if they were completely isolated from the world. No matter how strong a person's mental fortitude was, if they were locked up in such a room for more than a day, they would feel like they were going crazy. If it was more than 3 days, a normal person would basically go crazy. In the abandoned warehouse, Xia Ruofei casually put Tina and the others into the spatial cage and took out a few barrels of gasoline from the space. First, he poured a large amount of gasoline on Bassoon's body and then poured it all over the warehouse, especially places like the power distribution box. He even paid special attention to it. Xia Ruofei had already observed the terrain. There were some abandoned factories nearby. The nearest residential area was 100 meters away. Even if it burned, it wouldn't hurt innocent people. He had seized a large amount of gasoline from the secret training camp in Bosok town. Naturally, he wouldn't feel bad about using a few barrels. After pouring all the gasoline, Xia Ruofei carefully put the gasoline barrels back into the space. He didn't want to leave any clues. For example, if the gasoline barrels were taken from the fuel depot in Bosok town's training camp, if they were left behind, it might be discovered that there was a connection between the two incidents. After arranging everything, Xia Ruofei stepped out of the warehouse and casually threw a lit lighter into the warehouse. The lighter accurately landed on Bassoon's corpse, and a huge flame suddenly rose. There was gasoline everywhere in the warehouse, so the fire naturally became very fierce. At this time, Xia Ruofei had already disappeared into the vast night. In the suburbs of Yasuda City, Xia Ruofei heard the faint sound of the fire engine sirens behind him. He used his power of the will to investigate the surrounding situation. After confirming that it was safe, he directly took out the pickup truck with the license plate removed from the space. Xia Ruofei quickly drove the pickup truck into the night. After smoothly passing through the border between Eritrea and Ethiopia, Xia Ruofei once again took out the pickup truck that he had just put back into the space. He first put on the license plate that he had disguised, then got in the car and left. Xia Ruofei thought to himself as he drove. Right now, he was facing 2 choices. One was to leave Eritrea as a summer and return to the country through Ethiopia. The second was to continue looking for trouble with the Maud mercenary group. Right now, the Maud mercenary group was in Wadi La, a neighbor of Eritrea. The local armed forces and the government forces were fighting fiercely. The mercenary group was also hired by a local armed force to participate in the war. In Wadi La, in addition to the 2 warring sides, there were also United Nations peacekeeping forces on the move. The situation was very complicated. Although Xia Ruofei was confident that he could quickly take care of the Maud mercenary group, and a small force of 100 people would not be able to control the situation. But everything was in case. Moreover, the mercenary group, the training camp, and the shadow squad were 2 different things. The mercenaries in the mercenary group had seen real blood, and unlike the assassins, these people were used to fighting in the army. Overall, they were a lot stronger. If there was a slight mistake in the process of capturing the target, it could cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, at this moment, there were two voices in Xiao Ruofei's heart that had been fighting. This was because this was indeed a good opportunity. After missing this opportunity, although this mercenary group was unlikely to pose a threat to him, there was a high chance that they would set up another sect. In the future, it would be more difficult to obtain specific information about the mercenary group. Moreover, there were indeed hidden dangers in leaving this mercenary group behind. Although the functions of the mercenary group and the shadow squad were clearly separated, and Xiao Ruofei was extremely cautious in this operation, there was nothing absolute. If he left a trace and was traced back to him, even if it only made him suspicious, then there would be a lot of trouble. Although he wasn't worried about revenge, he still had his own company and many friends. No matter how capable he was, it was impossible for him to protect everyone. Just like the Song Qiming incident last time, from Xiao Ruofei's point of view, if something like this really happened again, he wouldn't have the ability to stop it. There was only 1,000 days of being a thief, not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Therefore, from this point of view, it was necessary to eliminate the root of the problem. Xiao Ruofei drove while weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he slapped the steering wheel and said to himself, "Let's do it. If I don't dare to take this risk, what am I training for?" After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei immediately parked the car by the side of the road and began to study the route and plan of action. Between Wadi La and Ethiopia was the country of Arale. To the east of Arale was Ethiopia and to the west was Wadi La. Soon, Xiao Ruofei planned a route across Arale from east to west on the navigation. Although it was said to span a country from east to west, in fact, Arale's territory was very narrow and the distance between east and west was not too long. According to the information he got from Manzila, the Mod mercenary group was located in the Boeda area in the middle of Wadi La a few days ago. Since he wanted to deal with this mercenary group, Xiao Ruofei first had to get to Boeda as soon as possible. Wadi La was not a small country like Arale. The size of Sudan was ranked among the top in Africa. After crossing the border between Wadi La and Arale, and then going to the Boeda area, the journey was 700 to 800 kilometers, and there would be many warring areas. The planned route might not be smooth all the way, so he had to prepare a few more plans. Xiao Ruofei quickly made a mark on the navigation, then started the car and sped to the west. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't make a detailed plan. After all, Wadi La was in chaos and the situation was changing every day. No matter how detailed his plan was, it couldn't keep up with the changes. While driving across Arulai, Xiao Ruofei didn't forget to ask Xia Qing to pay a little attention to the assassins in the space cage through telepathy. He was now busy with the mercenary group and didn't have time to deal with them for the time being. He didn't know how many days it would take for him to free up his hands. These people were locked up together and the probability of them going crazy was not high, but they had to eat and drink, so Xiao Ruofei asked Xia Qing to keep an eye on them. If they were starving, he would give them some food and water appropriately. Of course, he didn't forget to ask Xia Qing to warn the assassins not to fight when he put the food in. It wasn't impossible for them to fight over food when they were starving. Moreover, these were all people who killed without batting an eye. If they really fought, it would be normal for a few of them to die. These were all free labor for Xiao Ruofei. He worked hard to catch them into the space, so even if one of them died, it would be a loss. However, with Xia Qing around, Xiao Ruofei was also very relieved. When necessary, it was very easy for Xia Qing to use the invisible power of the space to restrain those lawless assassins. When Xiao Ruofei drove near the western border of Arulai, the sky was gradually brightening. He found a secluded place and stored the car into the space. This time, he had to drive a few hundred kilometers to Wadi La. He didn't plan to use the second-hand pickup truck he bought in Arulai, but he estimated that he would stay in Wadi La for at least a few days. It was very unsafe to hide the car at the border of Arulai. If the car was lost, Xiao Ruofei didn't care about the loss of a few $1,000s. However, he didn't want to be traced back to the car. Even if there was a slight possibility of arousing suspicion, Xiao Ruofei wanted to avoid it. Therefore, after this trip to Africa, he was going to directly use the space to take away the pickup truck. In the future, he would find a suitable time to throw the truck into the sea when he went out to sea. Then, he would really completely eliminate the clues. After putting the car into the space, Xiao Ruofei didn't rush to cross the border. After all, it was already dawn. It was not a good time to sneak across the border. Apart from resting for a short while in Basun's house 2 nights ago, he had been working non-stop for the past few days. Although his body could still take it, he was mentally exhausted. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei checked the handheld GPS, he walked to a border town 10 kilometers away and found a hotel to stay. After paying a tip of $50, the hotel owner quickly booked a room for Xiao Ruofei without checking any documents. In fact, the trade at the border was very active. Even though Wadi La was currently in a state of war, the trade at the border was still flourishing. Especially because of the war, there were some grey transactions, such as the smuggling of firearms and so on, which made the border town look even more prosperous. Every day, people with different skin colors came to this town. The hotel owner was not surprised by the guests who didn't want to reveal their identity. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's $50 tip also played a very important role. When Xiao Ruofei came to this border town this time, he changed his appearance. He had used the Thai appearance many times. Out of caution, he used the means of disguise to make his skin a lot fairer. At the same time, he made his nose bridge higher and his facial features adjusted a little. He looked more like a Eurasian. After he checked into the hotel, he had been resting in the room. He took out some instant noodles and biscuits from the space to eat. Of course, after eating these instant foods, he carefully put the packaging into the space. Xiao Ruofei rested until 10 o'clock in the evening. He left the room and walked around the town. When the sky turned dark, he returned to the hotel. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Ruofei turned off the lights to create the illusion that he was resting. In fact, after he stayed in the dark room for a while, he jumped out of the back window without anyone noticing. Under the cover of the night, he quickly left the town and moved quickly in the direction of the border. Because the situation in Wadi La was relatively chaotic, Aruliai's border protection on this side was still relatively strict, mainly to prevent a large number of refugees from crossing the border. Aruliai's economy was very backward. If a large number of refugees came in at once, it would be impossible to support them. Of course, because of the war, people who fled would not flee in the direction of Aruliai unless they had no other choice. Xiao Ruofei carefully bypassed several waves of patrolling guards. After he left the border town, the security was indeed a lot looser. However, a long barbed wire fence was built along the border, and it seemed to be the kind with electricity. This barbed wire fence could have a blocking effect on ordinary people, but for Xiao Ruofei, it was naturally nothing. He directly stepped on the soles of his feet, and his body rose from the ground, lightly crossed the barbed wire fence, and then quickly disappeared into the vast night. Xiao Ruofei ran forward in the dark night while releasing his psychic energy to scan the surroundings. After crossing the border, it meant that he had entered the war zone, so he had to be very careful. At present, the government forces and anti-government forces were mainly concentrated in the central area of Wadi La. The area bordering Aruliai was generally stable, and there were no large-scale battles. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not encounter too much danger along the way. He encountered several patrols of the Wadi La government's border guards, but after his psychic energy detection, he avoided them in advance. Xiao Ruofei just roughly determined a direction and then kept moving forward at a high speed. He ran at this state of high speed for a full hour, running almost 30 kilometers. It had to be said that the physical fitness of a cultivator was indeed incomparably strong. Not to mention running in this kind of terrain, even on a flat road, it was impossible for an ordinary person to run so far in an hour. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did not run forward foolishly. It was at least 700 to 800 kilometers from here to the Boeda area where the Mod mercenary group had recently been active. He could not run all the way there, so he had to get a car first. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei left the border area between Aruliai and Wadi La, he found a hidden depression and hid in it. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a piece of crystal, and began to cultivate. At the same time, he also recovered his physical and psychic energy. The night was calm and uneventful. Wadi La was vast, and there was a large area of wilderness at the border with Aruliai. No one would wander around here in the middle of the night. When the sky was slightly bright, Xiao Ruofei had already set off. He was wearing a checkered shirt, a military green vest, gray overalls, and high-top outdoor boots. He was carrying a backpack and a SLR camera on his chest. This was the identity Xiao Ruofei set for himself during the Wadi Law activity, a war reporter. To be precise, it was a free war reporter. In many war-torn areas, there were a large number of war reporters active. Some of them did not belong to any news organization. They interviewed in war-torn areas as free agents and obtained first-hand news materials. Some of them would also sell them to major news organizations. Some of these people were doing it for the dream of journalism, while others were doing it for a living. No matter what their purpose was, the objective situation was that there were a large number of free war reporters active in various hot areas every day. These people were really fighting with their lives, and there were many casualties every year, kidnapped and beheaded by extremist groups, hit by stray bullets, killed by various accidents or diseases. These free war reporters came from all over the world. Xiao Ruofei did not attract any attention at all in the war-torn areas with such an identity. He was walking on a simple road with a camera bag and a camera on his back. The handheld GPS showed that there was a small town controlled by the government about 15 kilometers ahead. Xiao Ruofei planned to see if he could get a car when he got there. Xiao Ruofei turned his back to the sun and walked west along the simple road. After walking for about 4 or 5 kilometers, Xiao Ruofei heard the sound of a car engine behind him. He moved slightly to the side of the road. This simple road was not very wide. A Ford off-road vehicle covered in dust drove up from behind, but the car did not drive away. Instead, it slowed down and honked twice. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and looked. A white man with messy hair and stubble poked his head out of the car window and said loudly, "Hey. Dude, do you need a ride?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. There was such a friendly person, however, he was not afraid that the other party had ulterior motives. He nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you." The white man with messy hair stopped the car. Xiao Ruofei opened the door of the front passenger seat and got in. He saw that the back seat of the car was filled with all kinds of photographic equipment, including lenses of various sizes, several single-lens reflex cameras, portable workstations specialized in video, and a drone. Xiao Ruofei immediately understood. This person was probably also a war reporter, but his equipment was much more complete than a fake reporter like himself. The white man introduced himself as he drove. "Dude. You are also a war reporter?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Yes. My name is Janison. I just started in this line not long ago." "Brother, what's your name?" The white man twisted his body to the music in the car and said, "You can call me Tony." Upon hearing this name, the first thing that came to Xiao Ruofei's mind was Teacher Tony, who coquettishly did hair for people in the hair salon and strongly recommended a membership card. He could not help but smile. Tony was more talkative and chatted nonstop with Xiao Ruofei along the way. Out of caution, Xiao Ruofei did not say too much to Tony. She was mostly just dealing with it. However, Xiao Ruofei got a lot of information from the chat. Tony's destination was Deka town, which was about 10 kilometers away. It was also the town that Xiao Ruofei wanted to find a car. Tony had received news that there seemed to be anti-government militants active in Deka town over the past few days. He wanted to rush over and get first-hand information. In addition, the situation in Wadi Law seemed to be getting more and more tense. The anti-government militants had hired a lot of international mercenaries to join the battlefield. These mercenaries were well-equipped and had rich combat experience. The government forces were no match for them at all. The commission for a mercenary group must be very expensive. The anti-government militants were probably supported by foreign forces behind the scenes. Their purpose was obviously to overthrow the government of Wadi Law. Xiao Ruofei also learned from Tony that there were indeed several mercenary groups active in the Boeda area. The local government forces were also losing ground and the battlefield had moved further east. It was only about 10 kilometers from where Xiao Ruofei got in the car to Deka town. In a short while, the town was already in sight. Tony parked the car at the small square at the entrance of the town and said with a smile, "Dude, I can only take you here. I need to look for material for the interview next." "Thank you very much." Xiao Ruofei said. Good luck. Tony smiled. We don't know how long this damn war will last. Remember, survival is the most important thing. Don't work too hard. Xiao Ruofei could feel Tony's kindness. He smiled and said, okay, you too. Good luck, Tony. Goodbye. After Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, Tony grinned at Xiao Ruofei, waved his hand, and drove away. Xiao Ruofei carried his backpack and walked slowly on the streets of the town. The town was very quiet in the morning. It seemed that the haze of war did not affect this place. Some shops were already open for business and the pedestrians on the streets looked very relaxed. Xiao Ruofei looked around as he walked, hoping to find a second-hand car shop or a car rental shop. He did not want to stay here for too long. After he got a car, he would go all the way west and get to Boeda as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei saw a trade shop and walked over. Usually, there would be people in this kind of place who understood English. He wanted to ask where he could rent a car in the town. At this moment, a violent explosion rang out, breaking the tranquility of the small town. The people on the street were stunned by the sudden explosion. After a few seconds, screams and cries resounded through the street. When the explosion happened, Xiao Ruofei almost subconsciously dodged to find a place to hide, and then quickly released his spiritual power. He soon found that there were no armed personnel in the vicinity. The place where the explosion happened was a coffee shop about 200 meters away. At this time, the entrance of the coffee shop was in a mess. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force probed that there was a Ford off-road vehicle parked near the coffee shop. It was the same car that Tony drove just now. Although it was not attacked directly, the glass of the Ford off-road vehicle was completely shattered under the shockwave of the explosion. Xiao Ruofei could not help but stare. His figure flashed out of the hiding place and quickly ran in the direction of the coffee shop. Xiao Ruofei was moving at full speed. He covered a distance of 1 to 200 meters in an instant. The outside of the coffee shop was a mess. All kinds of building materials and glass shards were scattered all over the place. The glass walls, doors, and windows were all gone. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had already spread out while he was running. He did not find Tony's figure in the car. Xiao Ruofei's heart sank. He rushed into the coffee shop without hesitation. When he saw the scene in front of him, he could not help but take a deep breath despite his strong mental fortitude. At this time, the coffee shop had become a scene of carnage. Many people were lying on the floor. These people were all covered in blood. Some were pressed under the wreckage of tables and chandeliers, and some were directly lying on the bar counter. Their hands were still dripping with blood. Xiao Ruofei even saw blood and flesh splattered on the walls. The entire coffee shop was filled with the smell of smoke and blood. It was obvious how powerful the explosion was. In addition, the coffee shop was silent after the explosion. There was not a single sound of moaning. There was only the occasional sound of blood dripping on the ground. There was a suffocating terror in the silence. Xiao Ruofei was someone who had been on the battlefield. Once he saw this scene, he knew that under such an explosion, there would be no survivors in the coffee shop. He used his mental power to scan the people lying on the ground. He muttered to himself, why are there so many people in the coffee shop this early in the morning? What Xiao Ruofei did not know was that the main customers of the coffee shop in Decca town were not the local people. They were foreigners. The foreigners who frequented the coffee shop were quite complicated. There were arms smugglers, intelligence brokers, and some foreigners who were involved in trade. Of course, these people had one thing in common. They were all using the war in Wadi La to make a fortune. Therefore, they did not come to the coffee shop to have fun. They came to talk business. In fact, the coffee shop in Decca town had become the intelligence gathering place in the eastern part of Wadi La. Of course, there were many freelance war reporters like Tony who came here to get some interview information. The explosion was obviously a suicide attack. The mastermind behind it was most likely the Taliban militants who were getting more and more powerful in Wadi La. They chose this coffee shop because there were more foreigners here. If there were a lot of casualties, it would have a bigger international impact. Xiao Ruofei's mental power quickly locked onto Tony's aura. He walked over quickly and moved the sofa that was on top of Tony. Tony had already become a bloody man. His legs below the knee had disappeared without a trace. There was a large hole in his chest, and his face was covered in blood. If Xiao Ruofei hadn't used her spiritual power to detect his aura, she wouldn't have been able to recognize him with the naked eye. Xiao Ruofei knew that Tony was not going to make it. Xiao Ruofei reached out and lifted Tony up, letting him lean on the crook of his arm. His other hand quickly pressed a few points on Tony's body, sealing a few important acupuncture points to stop the blood from flowing out further. Then, Xiao Ruofei pressed his hand on Tony's chest and transferred a strand of vital energy. Tony's chest heaved up and down. In the next moment, he struggled to open his eyes. When Tony saw Xiao Ruofei, there was a strange look in his eyes. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was obvious that he was at his last moments. Xiao Ruofei increased the input of vital energy and said in a deep voice, "Tony, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, you can tell me. If the conditions allow, I will help you." In fact, Xiao Ruofei could save Tony if he used the petals of the spirit heart flower. However, he would not use the solution for someone he had met by chance. Xiao Ruofei didn't feel bad about using the solution, but he couldn't explain everything afterwards. He couldn't bet that Tony would help him keep it a secret. After all, the two of them only knew each other in the morning, and the time they spent together was less than half an hour. He didn't know Tony well. There were people dying every day in this world. Xiao Ruofei couldn't be the savior of the world and save every life that was on the verge of death. However, it was fate that brought them together. Tony took the initiative to give him a ride, which could be considered as forming a good karma. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei used his vital energy to hang on to Tony's last breath and let him speak of his unfulfilled wishes. Tony's lips trembled as he stammered in a weak voice, My wallet has a USB flash drive in it, help me, give it to my daughter, her name is Emma, the address is written on the back of the photo in my wallet." In fact, there was a video in Tony's USB flash drive that he recorded 2 days ago. It was what he wanted to say to his daughter. 2 days ago, when he was on the road, he suddenly wanted to leave some words for his daughter. Therefore, he took a video and recorded it. He didn't expect it to be the last words he left for his daughter. In addition to the video, there was a file in the USB flash drive that saved his bank account and password. All of his savings were in this account, which was also the last wealth he left for his daughter. In fact, if Xiao Ruofei read the data in the USB flash drive, it was possible for him to take the money in the bank account. After all, the two of them met by chance, and Tony didn't know what kind of person Xiao Ruofei was. However, he was on his deathbed, and there was no one around him that he could trust. Therefore, he could only choose to believe in Xiao Ruofei. As Xiao Ruofei listened, he reached out and searched Tony's body. Soon, he found the wallet and the USB flash drive in the pocket. "Is it this USB flash drive?" Xiao Ruofei asked while pulling out a photo from Tony's wallet. It was a girl who looked to be 14 or 15 years old. She had 2 blonde braids and a bright smile on her face. Xiao Ruofei turned the photo over and found an address and phone number written on the back. He showed the back of the photo to Tony and asked, "This is the address and phone number, right?" Tony nodded with difficulty and said, "Please. I'll leave it to you." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll give this USB flash drive and the things you left behind to your daughter." Tony panted with difficulty and nodded gently. Blood kept oozing out of his mouth, and it seemed that he was about to die. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Do you have anything else you want to say?" Tony squeezed out a smile and said, Live. Stay away from this damn war." Halfway through his sentence, he couldn't breathe anymore. His head tilted and he completely lost his breath. Xiao Ruofei looked at Tony's pupils that gradually began to dilate. He sighed and gently closed his eyelids and put him down. Xiao Ruofei didn't put away Tony's body out of caution. There must be surveillance cameras in the coffee shop. After the explosion, the surveillance cameras must have failed, but the data before the explosion might still be intact. When the local government investigated this case, they would definitely check the surveillance data. When the time came, they would find that Tony was missing. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also considered that this was an area controlled by the government. If Tony's body was left here, the local government would definitely deal with it properly. After identifying his identity, they should also inform his family. At this time, Xiao Ruofei heard the mournful sirens coming from afar. He didn't stay in the coffee shop any longer. He reached out and found the car key in Tony's pocket. He glanced at Tony one last time, then got up and quickly left the messy coffee shop. Xiao Ruofei found Tony's Ford off-road vehicle not far away. The glass of the car had been shattered by the shock wave of the explosion, and glass fragments were everywhere in the car. Xiao Ruofei opened the door and waved his hand. A wisp of mental strength swept out and swept all the glass fragments on the driver's seat to the side. He sat in the car and inserted the key to test it. He found that the car could still start normally, so he put it in gear and stepped on the accelerator to leave the vicinity of the coffee shop. Xiao Ruofei drove the Ford off-road vehicle and passed by the fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars that were speeding over. After he drove away from Decca town, he found a place to park the car. Then Xiao Ruofei simply cleaned up the car and put away the things Tony left in the car, plus the USB drive and the photo of the phone with the address, into the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei used the space rule to create a small space in the Ring 2 Mountain Sea realm to store Tony's relics alone. Xiao Ruofei didn't have the intention to open the USB drive that Tony specifically asked for. He could guess that the things inside must be very important, and it was very likely to involve some financial issues. But not to mention that Xiao Ruofei was now worth at least billions of dollars. Even if he wasn't a penniless person, he wouldn't have such a crooked idea. Xiao Ruofei planned to find a way to transfer all of Tony's relics to his daughter Emma after he was done with the things here. After putting away Tony's relics, Xiao Ruofei sat in the driver's seat with a thoughtful look. There was a wallet in front of him, which was also Tony's. In addition to the USB drive just now, there was also Tony's passport, reporter ID, and so on. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and finally decided to change into Tony's appearance. He used a secret technique to fine-tune his bones and muscles, and at the same time, he used the disguise detection technique to change his skin color. He also slightly adjusted his hairstyle and stuck some beard on his face. After a while, Xiao Ruofei's appearance was at least 70 to 80% similar to Tony. If you only looked at the low-resolution photo of the ID, they were exactly the same. Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to use Tony's identity to move around Wadi La. He only did this to deal with the possible checks on the road. Changing into Tony's appearance was equivalent to having a complete set of identity documents. Whether it was in the area controlled by the government forces or the area controlled by the Nazi armed forces, as a reporter, he could pass through most of the situations without obstruction. Of course, if it was an area with intense fighting or a place that involved military secrets, he wouldn't be able to enter. As for the actual operation, Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't use Tony's appearance. Although Tony was dead, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to bring trouble to his family. Xiao Ruofei started the Ford off-road vehicle again and drove to the west. Although the car's windows were all shattered, it could be said that the wind was blowing in all directions. As soon as the car started, his ears were filled with the sound of the wind. However, as a cultivator, this little bit of wind didn't affect him at all. Xiao Ruofei stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. The car roared as it sped on the simple road, stirring up dust along the way. Xiao Ruofei was very quiet along the way. He still hadn't recovered from his emotional state. Speaking of which, Xiao Ruofei was also someone who had seen blood on the battlefield. His mental fortitude was much stronger than the average person's. However, when he saw the hellish scene in the coffee shop, he still felt a huge impact on his heart. The quiet town was instantly shrouded in cries and screams. The strong contrast made Xiao Ruofei feel that peace didn't come easy. When he lived in China, this feeling wasn't very strong. However, after coming to this war-torn country, Xiao Ruofei deeply understood how precious a peaceful environment in China was. In the war-torn areas, human lives were as cheap as grass. Xiao Ruofei drove for hundreds of kilometers. From dawn to dusk, he didn't stop for a break. The closer he got to the war-torn areas, the more tense the situation became. Xiao Ruofei saw many people fleeing along the way. There were very few cars like him driving in the opposite direction. On the way, he also passed by several checkpoints set up by the government army. Tony's identity was complete, and he was also a reporter. Therefore, the government army didn't make things difficult for Xiao Ruofei. They only warned him that the war-torn areas were very dangerous and that he should pay attention to his safety. There were many war reporters active in Wadi La. It was not the first time that the government army soldiers had seen them. They knew that these reporters were not afraid of death. It was useless to persuade them to stay away from the war-torn areas. In the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei could already feel the tension in the situation. The government army and the Taliban forces were intertwined in this area. Small-scale battles never stopped. At the most dangerous time, a rocket landed less than 100 meters in front of his car. Xiao Ruofei's strong mental power and acute sense of danger allowed him to step on the brakes to slow down. If he drove at a normal speed, he might have been hit by the rocket. As a cultivator in the qi condensation stage, he was far from being strong enough to ignore the attacks of firearms. Large-caliber firearms, rockets, high-energy bombs. Any one of them was enough to take the life of a low-level cultivator. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to be careless. He even summoned the spiritual map scroll from his body and stuffed it into the pocket of his overalls. This way, with his current reaction speed, even if he was hit by an attack that he couldn't resist, he would have enough time to hide in the space. Other than the fleeing crowd, the stern-looking soldiers, and the sound of gunfire in the distance, there was an even more shocking scene. After entering the war-torn areas, Xiao Ruofei saw more than once corpses lying on the ground by the roadside. It was unknown how these people died. They might have been hit by stray bullets, robbed, or even killed by the government army. However, due to the tense situation, no one cared to bury them. Therefore, their corpses were left lying in the wilderness. Due to the poor road conditions and the frequent stops along the way, Xiao Ruofei drove less than 400 kilometers in a day. According to the handheld GPS, his current location was more than 300 kilometers away from the Boeda area. Xiao Ruofei decided to rest for a while and continue his journey through the night. Xiao Ruofei sat in the leaky Ford off-road vehicle, took out a bottle of spirit pool water and a pack of biscuits from his space, and ate a simple meal. In fact, as long as Xiao Ruofei continued to cultivate, even if he didn't eat for a few days, it wouldn't affect him much. This was mainly due to his habit of always feeling that if he didn't eat something, his stomach wouldn't feel right. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei took out his handheld GPS and studied the next route. From here to the Boeda area, he still had to pass through 3 clear war zones, so he had to be very careful when driving at night. In addition, the Boeda area was very large, and since the mob mercenary group had participated in the war, it was impossible for them to stay in one place forever. Now, the location of this 100-man mercenary group was also a problem. Today, Xiao Ruofei had been listening to a local English radio station on the road, and he had a general understanding of the current situation in Wadi La. Currently, the government forces and the rebels were mainly active in Boeda and the nearby areas, and the battlefield was in a stalemate. A large area northwest of the Boeda area was already under the control of the rebels, and the area east of the Boeda area was under the control of the government forces. Of course, the rebels had also strengthened their activities in the area controlled by the government forces, like the suicide attack in Decca town this morning. There might be more and more in the future. The Boeda area was the main battlefield of the war between the two sides, and it was also the most dangerous area in the entire country of Wadi La. If he searched this area without a purpose, on one hand, it would be very inefficient, and on the other hand, there would be unknown dangers. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, reached out and touched the spirit map scroll that he had been holding in his pocket all day, and directly sent a telepathic message to Manchilla, who was lying in the space cage and recuperating in the prefab room. Manchilla, do you have any emergency contact channels for the mod mercenary group? Xiao Ruofei asked. I need to know their current location. Ring 2 Space Mountain Sea Territory. Manchilla was lying under a frame bed in the first prefab room, and Xia Qing had also put him in the first group that Bao Guijun was in charge of. Under Xiao Ruofei's carrot and stick, Manchilla didn't dare to have any thoughts of disloyalty. He didn't doubt that as long as he used his cultivation technique to cultivate, that cold supervisor Xiao would be the first to notice the fluctuation of spirit qi. Therefore, he had been well-behaved these 2 days, lying down and recuperating in boredom. When Xiao Ruofei's voice sounded in his ears, he couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Ruofei was going to attack the mercenary group, first, the Shadow Squad, and now it was the mercenary group's turn. The motor organization was Manchilla's life's work. Thinking that this famous underground organization in Africa was about to be annihilated, Manchilla couldn't help but feel sad. However, he didn't dare to neglect Xiao Ruofei's question, and quickly replied respectfully, "Master, in an emergency, I can contact Douglas through the radio." Radio? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He originally thought that he would establish emergency contact through the internet or maritime satellite phone, but he didn't expect it to be a radio. However, it made sense when he thought about it. In a complicated battlefield environment, radio communication was indeed much more convenient than internet communication. After all, the location of the troops was uncertain, and it was impossible to guarantee that they could connect to the internet at any time. As for maritime satellite phones, the confidentiality was far inferior to radio. After all, satellite phones were also transferred through satellites, and the satellites weren't in their own hands, so there was definitely the possibility of being monitored. As for radio, although theoretically everyone could receive the radio waves, as long as the password was complex enough, the security could be guaranteed. After all, cracking the password was a difficult problem in the world's military world. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Where is your radio? What about the codebook?" Xiao Ruofei was now somewhat regretful that he didn't ask in detail about contacting the Mordor mercenary group when he was at the Irulii temple. He only knew that there definitely wasn't a radio in Manchilla's secret room that day. Otherwise, his spiritual power would have been able to discover it. Sure enough, Manchilla replied, "Master, because I rarely contact Douglas and it's not easy to install an antenna in the secret room, I placed the radio in one of my villas in Irulii. F***ck. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but curse in his heart. This was really a mistake, but this was also a drawback of spiritual power hypnosis. The hypnotized person could be said to answer all the questions asked by the hypnotized person without holding back. However, if the hypnotized person didn't mention this, then the hypnotized person wouldn't take the initiative to say it. Xiao Ruofei's main focus at that time was on the Shadow Squad, and at that time, he didn't make up his mind to wipe out the mercenary group. In addition, he didn't have an intuitive understanding of the mercenary group's environment, so he didn't ask about this at all. Now that he was a few hundred kilometers deep into Wadi La, was he going to go back and look for the radio? Wait. Radio. When Xiao Ruofei thought of this, he suddenly remembered that he had plundered an entire material warehouse in the Bosok training camp, and there seemed to be a whole set of radio equipment in it. The training camp was originally for the mercenary group and the Shadow Squad to train backup personnel, and the focus of the training was different. Since the mercenary group was equipped with a radio, they naturally needed telegraphers, so the training camp also arranged for some students to receive training in receiving and sending reports. That set of radio equipment was a backup, and there was another set placed in a building in the training camp. At that time, Xiao Ruofei thought that it was troublesome to dismantle and wasn't very useful, so he didn't want it. The set in the warehouse was packed, and the spare parts were very complete, so Xiao Ruofei conveniently took it in together. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei immediately sank his mind into the Ring 2 space, and quickly found the batch of materials from the Bosok training camp that he had stored. As expected, the whole set of radio equipment was in this batch of materials. Xiao Ruofei was delighted, and hurriedly asked Manchilla telepathically, "What about the codebook? Is it also in that villa?" Under normal circumstances, the radio and the codebook wouldn't be placed together. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened and the two items fell into the hands of the enemy would be able to impersonate their identity and send reports to the mercenary group, and they would also be able to eavesdrop on the messages sent by the mercenary group. Manchilla could hear the anger in Xiao Ruofei's voice, and replied with some trepidation, "Master, the codebook is an electronic version, and is stored in that isolated island computer in the secret room. When I need to contact the mercenary group, there is a specialized transmitter. He only knows how to send and copy the reports, and I personally do the translation." In other words, Manchilla's transmitter only knew how to send and receive the contents of the telegram, but he didn't understand the meaning of the numbers. Every time he received the contents that Manchilla had translated through the codebook, he would send the original contents to Manchilla, and then Manchilla would personally translate the telegram. This ensured the security of the information to a large extent. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but secretly admire the strictness and cautiousness of the mod organization. As for Manchila's transmitter in Alurai, Xiao Ruofei didn't care too much about it. In any case, this transmitter probably didn't know who he was contacting, and he didn't have the codebook. Even if he discovered that Xiao Ruofei was missing, it was impossible for him to use the radio to inform the mercenary group. At that time, there were 2 laptops in the secret room. One was an internet computer for external contact, and the other was an isolated island computer that was physically isolated from the international internet. Xiao Ruofei had put away both of these computers. In other words, the codebook was with him, and he didn't need to return to Alurai to find it. Xiao Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After asking about the location of the codebook, he carefully asked about the habits of sending messages when contacting the mercenary group. Manchila wasn't in a state of hypnosis right now, but his life was in Xiao Ruofei's hands. He didn't dare to have any careful thoughts about Xiao Ruofei's question, so he didn't hide anything and said it all. He even took the initiative to say the questions that Xiao Ruofei hadn't considered. For example, when Manchila sent a report to the mod mercenary group, he would add a string of meaningless numbers at the end of the message. This string of numbers would also change according to the date. As long as he saw this string of numbers at the end of the message, it would definitely be a message sent by Manchila himself. This was equivalent to an anti-counterfeit logo. Manchila's current state of mind was that he had completely given up. In his eyes, Xiao Ruofei was simply an invincible immortal. Since Xiao Ruofei had set her eyes on the mod mercenary group, then the mercenary group would definitely be doomed. Since that was the case, he didn't dare to hold back at all. He only hoped to perform a little better and obtain Xiao Ruofei's appreciation. Otherwise, when Xiao Ruofei finished dealing with the mercenary group and found out that he was hiding something, what awaited him would be a terrifying outcome. As for the life and death of the mercenary group, Manchila didn't even consider it. They were cold-hearted people to begin with. Of course, as for the anti-counterfeit logo, because the algorithm was more complicated, there was also a small piece of software in the computer. As long as the date was entered, it would automatically generate the string code of the day. This software was stored in the same folder as the codebook. When Xiao Ruofei looked for the codebook, he would find it as well. Rather than waiting for Xiao Ruofei to find out and ask, it was better to take the initiative to say it. This way, he could at least leave a good impression on Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had broken through a large realm, and his memory was much stronger than an ordinary person's. Although what Manchila said was complicated, Xiao Ruofei remembered it all after hearing it once. With a thought, he took out the isolated island laptop from the space. After turning it on, he followed the hidden path provided by Manchila and quickly found the codebook document. At the same time, there was a small piece of software in the folder that specially generated the anti-counterfeit string code. The same software was also in the mod mercenary group, and it was personally controlled by Douglas. The algorithm of this codebook was very complicated, and it didn't seem to be made up to fool people. However, Xiao Ruofei was cautious by nature, and he wouldn't easily believe what Manchila said without being hypnotized. He pondered for a moment, and directly used his mind to use the invisible power of space to suppress Manchila. Manchila wasn't on guard in the space at all, and he almost fainted in an instant. When he lost consciousness, he was greatly shocked, and his last thought was, did I say something wrong and make Master angry? Or is it because I didn't take the initiative to tell him about the radio station? Make Master very unhappy? In the next moment, Xiao Ruofei directly moved Manchila out of the space and threw him into the passenger seat. Then, he slapped the unconscious Manchila awake, and immediately used all his spiritual power to envelop Manchila. Manchila woke up with a dazed expression, and before he could wake up, he was directly attacked by Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power and entered a deep hypnosis state. Manchila still had thoughts of resisting in the Irulii temple that day, but he was already disheartened. Moreover, he hadn't cultivated for a few days, and his body was injured. He was in a very weak state, so he was immediately hypnotized by Xiao Ruofei. Under the surveillance of Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power, Manchila couldn't pretend to be hypnotized at all. Xiao Ruofei began to ask questions one by one, and the content was what Manchila had just told him. Manchila, who was under hypnosis, naturally wouldn't hide anything. He spilled everything that he had just said once again. Xiao Ruofei compared and confirmed that Manchila wasn't playing any tricks this time, nor was he hiding anything or deceiving anyone. Only then did he withdraw his spiritual power, and at the same time, throw Manchilla back into the Ring 2 space. Manchilla felt the world spin, and when he woke up, he found himself on the bed in the prefab room again. At this moment, everything that had happened during the hypnosis process appeared in his mind. Xiao Ruofei's indifferent voice sounded in Manchilla's ears, "Not bad, you didn't hide anything from me. Take care of your injuries." Cold sweat immediately appeared on Manchilla's back. He didn't think that Xiao Ruofei would be so strong, but he was still cautious to this extent. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he didn't play any tricks just now. Otherwise, what would be waiting for him right now wouldn't be Xiao Ruofei's light words. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself for a moment, and then started the car, continuing west according to the route he had just planned. He was still a few hundred kilometers away from the Boeda area. If he contacted the Mordor mercenary band now, perhaps the mercenary band would have already moved by the time he got there. Wouldn't he have to contact them again then? Moreover, frequently asking about the mercenary band's location in a day might arouse Douglas's vigilance. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to contact the Mordor mercenary band after arriving at the Boeda area. That night, Xiao Ruofei drove through the war zone. Along the way, he relied on the probing ability of his spiritual power to avoid a few dangers, and also avoided the marching troops twice. Xiao Ruofei didn't know if the other party was the government army or the Nazi armed forces. In any case, he detected that there was a large group of troops moving, so he took a detour in advance to avoid them. It wasn't until the sky brightened that Xiao Ruofei finally arrived at a small town called Debra in the Boeda area. This place was only about 10 kilometers away from the place where the Mordor mercenary band was stationed last time. The government forces and the Taliban frequently fought in this area. The battle situation was seesaw, and this area was also repeatedly attacked by the flames of war. Therefore, this small town was almost riddled with holes and almost turned into a ruin. The residents of the town had all fled. In the early morning, the town was dead silent. Occasionally, the sound of gunfire from the distance would break the silence. Xiao Ruofei drove the car into the town and found an abandoned building far away from the main road. This building had 5 floors. The outer wall was almost gone, and the other side was half collapsed. Xiao Ruofei directly drove the car into the building, then jumped out of the car and casually found some bombed building debris to cover the outer wall. In fact, the important things in the car were put into the Ring 2 space. But in this war-torn country, a means of transportation was still very important, so Xiao Ruofei still made some appropriate camouflage. He wouldn't stay here for a long time, so he was too lazy to put the car into the space. After all, it was a big guy that weighed several tons. Every time he put it away, it would consume a lot of spiritual power. After Xiao Ruofei hid the car, he began to climb up the building. He moved dexterously in the pile of bricks. Many parts of the building stairs had collapsed. Xiao Ruofei was like an agile monkey climbing up quickly. In a short time, he reached the roof. This was the tallest building in the whole town that hadn't collapsed yet. Xiao Ruofei naturally chose this place to set up the radio antenna. Xiao Ruofei came to the rooftop. First, he used his spiritual power to check around. He didn't find any suspicious people nearby. In fact, the residents of this small town either ran away or died. As long as there was no military activity nearby, this was basically a ghost town. No one would appear at all. After Xiao Ruofei confirmed that it was safe, he immediately moved his mind and took out the whole set of radio equipment from the space. A pile of military green boxes appeared out of thin air on the rooftop. Xiao Ruofei quickly opened these boxes and began to assemble the equipment. In fact, the main body of the radio station had already been assembled. He only needed to connect the lead-acid battery and some other small parts. After 10 minutes, Xiao Ruofei had already completed the assembly of the radio station. Then he began to install the antenna. The antenna was packed in a long canvas bag. After Xiao Ruofei took it out, he first unfolded the antenna part, then pulled out the telescopic rod section by section, fixing the antenna on the rooftop. Finally, Xiao Ruofei connected the antenna to the radio station, and the assembly was complete. When Xiao Ruofei was in the army, he had also received training in reporting. However, he was not as proficient as a professional reporter. Furthermore, it had been a few years since he last received training, so he was a little rusty. After turning on the power, he practiced first to familiarize himself with the keys. To be honest, this type of radio had already been phased out by the armies of many countries. However, the reason for the phased out wasn't because of the poor confidentiality, but because of the more advanced digital encryption communication methods. In fact, on the contrary, the possibility of this kind of frequency-hopping radio station being deciphered with a high-level codebook was extremely low. It was probably because of this that Manzila chose to use this old radio station as an emergency communication channel with the Mod Mercenary Corps. After Xiao Ruofei familiarized himself with it for a while, he was ready to officially send out the report. He had already translated the content he was going to send through the codebook and generated today's anti-counterfeiting string code. Xiao Ruofei held a piece of paper full of numbers and skillfully pressed the key. A slight beeping sound began to ring on the rooftop. The content he sent over was very short. He quickly reported the exact location of your department. Satan. Finally, there was a set of string codes. There wasn't much content in total. Every time Xiao Ruofei finished sending, he would pause for half a minute before sending it again. He repeated it a total of 3 times before ending the report. Then, Xiao Ruofei sat down on the rooftop, wearing his headphones and waiting for a reply. At the same time, he didn't forget to use his spiritual energy to alert his surroundings. After about 10 minutes, the indicator light on the radio flickered. Xiao Ruofei sat up straight, picked up a pen and paper, and began to record. The radio waves from the Mod Mercenary Corps were also sent 3 times. After Xiao Ruofei recorded it the first time, he checked it from beginning to end the second time. After confirming that there were no errors, he didn't listen to it a third time. He took out the laptop from the space, opened the codebook document, and began to decipher the message against the codebook. After a while, the contents of the message appeared in front of Xiao Ruofei. The current troops are camping in the woods 8 kilometers south of Lucado town in the Pota region. They will move east tomorrow morning and cooperate with the main force to attack the area controlled by the government forces. The signature was bolder. A smile appeared on Xiao Ruofei's face. It was easy to have a clear location. Moreover, the message said that the troops were resting today and would attack east tomorrow morning. Xiao Ruofei had been in the army for more than 5 years. He knew very well that when there was a major mission on the second day, the training on the first day would usually be reduced so that the soldiers could conserve their energy. At night, they would definitely not toss around any more emergency gatherings. Xiao Ruofei didn't know if these mercenary groups would have an emergency gathering at night, but the way they led their troops was similar. Even if there was no emergency gathering, there would usually be some unexpected situations to train the soldiers' emergency responsibility. There was a combat mission tomorrow, so under normal circumstances, they wouldn't mess around with this tonight. A relatively calm night was naturally a good time for Xiao Ruofei to act. Xiao Ruofei took out the GPS and found the location of Lucado town on it. Then, he went south and found the forest. He didn't have a military map in his hand, and the map displayed on the GPS didn't have contour lines, so he couldn't see the terrain clearly. However, the forest was not very large. A team of more than 100 people was stationed there, so it wasn't particularly difficult to find. Xiao Ruofei decided to investigate when he was near the forest. So he first began to plan the route of action. It was about 30 kilometers from here to Lucado town. There were 2 roads that could lead there. One of the roads was occupied by several villages along the way. The government sent fighter jets to bomb the area, so the road conditions were expected to be very bad. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate and decided to take the other road, although it was a little longer. In fact, it wasn't too far. The distance was about 40 kilometers. Most of the areas along the way were controlled by the government. Relatively speaking, the government was relatively friendly to international reporters. Of course, the government wouldn't attack reporters for no reason. It was just that sometimes they didn't welcome reporters and their attitude was relatively rough. Therefore, it was naturally better to have less contact with the government. After planning the route, Xiao Ruofei first put the laptop into the dimension, then got up and began to dismantle the radio. After a while, he put away the antenna, dismantled the radio into several large parts, put them into a box, and put them into the dimension. After packing up, Xiao Ruofei got up and went downstairs. Soon, he came to the place where the car was hidden on the first floor. He decided to wait until the sky darkened before starting the operation. 40 to 50 kilometers, even if the road conditions were bad, he could definitely get there in 2 hours. The second half of the night was the time when people slept the most, and the sentinel's reaction would be relatively slow. That was the best time to act. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry to set off. This place was well hidden, so he decided to stay here until dark. Xiao Ruofei didn't get into the car to rest. Instead, he took out a camping mat from the dimension, cleared a space next to the car, and laid the camping mat. After that, he sat on the mat and leaned against the car tires to rest. Of course, he also separated a strand of his mental strength to be on alert. If there was really an army approaching this area, he could immediately put the car into the dimension and quickly leave this place. It was necessary to be vigilant at all times in the war zone. He could just treat it as training his mental strength. Xiao Ruofei leaned against the car and closed his eyes to rest. He felt like he was in a dream. These 2 days, he had been active in the war zone. The sound of gunfire seemed to be right next to his ears. It made him feel like he was back in the military era. For the whole day, Xiao Ruofei rested in this abandoned building. The sound of gunfire in the distance had been intermittent. It seemed like the battle was in a stalemate. Fortunately, the battlefield was at least a few kilometers away from here, so it was still peaceful here. The bored Xiao Ruofei even started to judge the distance or guess which weapons were shooting based on the sound of gunfire. Generally speaking, the weapons with more messy equipment were mostly from the government forces. Although the government forces had average combat power, their equipment was still relatively uniform even if they were old. Finally, the sky gradually darkened, and the sound of gunfire in the distance became much sparser. It was estimated that both sides, who had been fighting for a day, had begun to rest. Of course, small-scale disturbances were inevitable at night. Xiao Ruofei didn't know if the Mod mercenary group had participated in the battle during the day. It was too far away to hear. Of course, he hoped that the mercenary group would also participate in the battle. This way, they would be even more tired at night. It wasn't until the abandoned building became pitch black that Xiao Ruofei stood up and put away his things. Then, he went over to clear the cover he had set up during the day to both sides. He got into the car and started the engine. Xiao Ruofei backed the car out of the abandoned building, turned on the GPS, and began to follow the route set, heading in the direction of Lucado town. 30 to 40 kilometers away, if it was in the country, it could be driven there in half an hour. However, the road conditions here in Wadi Law were very bad, especially the road conditions in the war zone. From time to time, there would be huge craters. With poor visibility at night, it was easy for the car to fall into it. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was also more careful. The speed of the car had not been raised, and his spiritual force was still investigating the front. After driving for about an hour and a half, Xiao Ruofei arrived near Lucado town at around 9 o'clock in the evening local time. When he was still 4 or 5 kilometers away from Lucado town, Xiao Ruofei turned off the headlights and kept them off. With his spiritual force investigating, it didn't matter whether he turned on the headlights or not. From afar, he saw that there seemed to be lights coming from Lucado town, so he turned off the headlights without saying a word. This area had already been plowed several times by the flames of war, and there would basically be no one there. There were lights in the town, which meant that there were most likely troops stationed there. If Xiao Ruofei drove with the headlights on, the garrison in the town would be able to discover it from afar. Most likely, they would send someone over to investigate. Along the way, he avoided several small units. Xiao Ruofei did not want to cause any more trouble at this time. When he approached Lucado town, Xiao Ruofei was even more certain that there were troops stationed in the town. He judged that it should be the Nazi armed forces that were going to attack the eastern front with the Mod mercenary corps tomorrow morning. Xiao Ruofei did not continue to approach. Instead, he chose to circle around from the north of Lucado town, and then circled around from the east to the woods south of the town. The east was controlled by the government forces, and he did not know the situation behind the Nazi armed forces, so it was safer to cross from the intersection of the two sides' control areas. Relying on his large-scale spiritual force perception, Xiao Ruofei drove the Ford off-road vehicle with all the lights turned off. He circled around the north side of Lucado town and finally arrived at the woods where the Mod Mercenary Corps was stationed. 2 to 3 kilometers away from the woods, Xiao Ruofei stopped the car. After using his spiritual force to confirm that there were no hidden sentries or other people spying on him, he directly put the off-road vehicle into his space. Then, he drank a bottle of spirit pool water to recover his spiritual force and rested for a while on the spot. Xiao Ruofei, who had already changed into black tights, was now lightly dressed. Like a leopard cat, he flashed towards the woods. His movements were very light and did not make any sound. Even the leaves on the ground were not moved. In a short while, he had melted into the night. At this time, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to use his spiritual force. He directly spread it out to the greatest extent possible to investigate the situation in the woods. A team of more than 100 people was basically the size of an ordinary company. According to the information provided by Manzila, the Mod Mercenary Corps basically used a 3-3 system structure similar to that of the Huaxia army. That was, the entire mercenary corps was divided into 3 teams, each with more than 30 people. Each team was divided into 3 groups, each with about 10 people, and there were also some communicators, medics, orderlies, and so on. In terms of leadership, Boulder Douglas was the leader of the mercenary corps, and a German named Clayton was Douglas's deputy. Apart from that, Douglas also had a trusted aide named Huey, who came from the United States like him. Huey was roughly equivalent to the role of chief of staff in the mercenary corps. Of course, such a small company-sized force would not have a chief of staff. The above 4 people were considered the leaders of the Mod Mercenary Corps, and there were also 2 or 3 staff officers. This was basically the entire composition of the headquarters. After Xiao Ruofei entered the woods, he nimbly climbed onto a tree. His spiritual force continued to radiate outwards, and the terrain in this area quickly formed a 3-dimensional image in his mind. Xiao Ruofei, who came from the military, naturally knew what kind of terrain was most suitable for garrisoning troops. He roughly judged the direction of the terrain and jumped up from the tree branch, pouncing towards another tree not far away like a big bird. Just like that, Xiao Ruofei moved about 50 meters in one direction. During the entire process, his feet did not touch the ground. If he was a little closer, he would directly jump onto another tree. If he was a little further away, he would borrow the strength of the branches to swing. Even Tarzan in the movie was not as nimble as him. Soon, Xiao Ruofei stopped moving forward and quietly lay on a thick tree branch. His eyes were very bright in the dark night. Just now, his spiritual force had already detected the 2 hidden sentries lurking in the direction he was heading. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile. It seemed that his army's business was not out of practice yet. His judgment just now was completely correct. Since a hidden sentry had already appeared, it meant that the Mod Mercenary Corps was not far away. It was impossible for a small company-sized force to release sentries a few kilometers away. Since he had found the exact location of the army, then this mercenary corps was his. Xiao Ruofei silently slipped down the tree trunk and moved about 100 meters in the direction of the 2 hidden sentries. Now, he was only 20 to 30 meters away from the hidden sentries. Because of the angle, coupled with the darkness in the forest at night, and Xiao Ruofei's movements were very light, the 2 hidden sentries did not notice Xiao Ruofei at all. Xiao Ruofei did not act rashly. Instead, he nimbly climbed up a tree and hid in the dense leaves. He continued to spread out his spiritual force and investigate ahead. It was mainly because it was still the first half of the night, and it was not the best time to act. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also needed to observe the situation of the other sentries from this position, and even the situation of the entire camp. After approaching another 100 meters, his spiritual force could already sense the camp area of the Mod Mercenary Corps. Even if he didn't cultivate, Xiao Ruofei was still an expert in hiding. Now that he could restrain his aura, it could be said that even if someone passed by under the tree, it would be difficult to discover his existence. He used his spiritual force to investigate the camp 200 to 300 meters away, investigating the distribution of troops, the arrangement of sentries, and so on bit by bit. Soon, a 3-dimensional image was formed in his mind. Xiao Ruofei was very patient. This was his last operation in Africa. The front was very smooth. As long as everything was normal tonight, then this trip to Africa would be complete. He investigated the situation of the entire camp bit by bit, not letting go of any details. In particular, he focused on recording the route of the mobile sentries, which was the most important point to pay attention to during the operation. After investigating the situation of the camp, Xiao Ruofei rested on the tree and paid attention to the two hidden sentries at the same time. Under normal circumstances, the sentries would definitely change shifts between now and the second half of the night. He had to remember the time of the shift. Time passed by minute. The forest was quiet, and one could vaguely hear the sound of a small gasoline generator in the camp in the distance. Xiao Ruofei was very patient. In fact, he was much better than when he was in the army during the undercover training or operations. When he released a little of his spiritual power, the mosquitoes in the jungle could not get close to him at all. In the past, he had to endure this and lurk motionlessly in the same place. At midnight, Xiao Ruofei's psychic power responded. He sat up a little and noticed that two soldiers were walking towards him with guns in their hands. He estimated the time and judged that it should be a change of guard. Sure enough, the two of them walked straight to the hidden sentry post. After a simple handover, the two original hidden sentries stood up and left, and the two soldiers behind took over their job. Xiao Ruofei had been here for nearly 3 hours. He estimated that there was a 4-hour shift. Of course, the frequency might change in the second half of the night. He decided to wait until around 2 o'clock. Regardless of whether the other party had changed shifts or not, he would start the operation. Xiao Ruofei continued to lurk silently for another half an hour. Suddenly, his spiritual power detected a trace of abnormality. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sit up and frown slightly. He detected that a force of about 70 to 80 people was silently approaching from the periphery of the forest. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but curse in his heart. This was the rhythm of an army coming to attack at night. He originally thought that the Mod Mercenary Corps would have a combat mission early tomorrow morning, so they shouldn't have any other actions tonight. However, he didn't expect that the Mod Mercenary Corps didn't arrange any actions, but the other party's troops had their eyes on this 100-man mercenary group and brought them over for a night attack. This won't do. In the middle of the night, the other party was almost at the door of their house, but the Mod Mercenary Corps didn't notice. This was too useless. If the other party launched a sudden attack, the losses of the Mod Mercenary Corps would definitely not be small. Xiao Ruofei had already regarded the Mod Mercenary Corps as his own. Even if one of them died, it would be his loss. Moreover, if a battle really broke out later, no matter what the outcome was, the Mod Mercenary Corps would most likely move their camp. Then wouldn't Xiao Ruofei be busy for nothing tonight? Most of the people coming from the other side were government troops. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't have any obvious bias towards government forces or anti-government forces. The two sides fought to the death. That was an internal matter of Wadara. But now that the government forces wanted to snatch meat from him, that was impossible. Xiao Ruofei's mind raced and he instantly made a decision. He had to give the Mod Mercenary Corps a warning. With a thought, he took out 2 small stones from his space and threw them at the 2 sentries dozens of meters away. Dong! Dong! The small stone hit the sentry's helmet, making a dull sound. The sound was very clear in the silent forest. The 2 sentries were immediately alarmed. They stood up abruptly and asked loudly about the situation. Xiao Ruofei had already taken out a sniper rifle with a silencer from his space. He had emptied the warehouse of the Basoki training camp and captured almost all the assassins of the Shadow Squad. Therefore, there were simply too many weapons in the space. It wouldn't be a problem to open a weapons exhibition. Xiao Ruofei quickly pressed a sniper bullet into the barrel, then aimed at the gun, and fired in one go. Although he hadn't touched a gun for a long time, the muscle memory in his bones still hadn't disappeared, and his movements were still so standard. Coupled with the guidance of spirit, this shot accurately hit the target. The troops who were preparing to attack the Mod Mercenary Corps' camp had already scattered and hidden themselves when the hidden sentry made a sound. Xiao Ruofei's shot accurately hit the thigh of the soldier at the front of them. The large-caliber sniper bullet instantly left a penetrating wound on the soldier's leg. The soldier couldn't help but let out a painful scream, piercing through the silent night. The hidden sentry of the Mod Mercenary Corps was like a startled bird. Now that he heard the screams from the other end of the forest, he pulled the bolt of his gun and swept it in that direction. The camp was right behind them, and the place where the sound came from was in the opposite direction. It was definitely not a friend visiting at night, so the sentry was very decisive and fired directly. After the gunshot rang out, there was a commotion in the camp. The huge searchlight immediately swept in this direction, and the patrols of the camp immediately rushed over. The commander of the government army who had come to sneak attack was so angry that he punched the ground. Everything had gone so smoothly before, and now that he was about to touch the edge of the camp, such a big change had happened. First, the other side's sentinel didn't know what was wrong with him, but he suddenly shouted. Then, someone on his side was shot, completely exposing his position. Under the illumination of the searchlight, it was impossible for this team to hide. Soon, the machine guns on the two commanding heights of the camp spat out tongues of fire, and the sound of gunfire completely broke the silence of the night. After Xiao Ruofei fired a shot, he quickly put the sniper rifle into his space. Then, like a spirit ape, he grabbed a branch and swung it, disappearing into the darkness. Although the sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer and almost completely suppressed the flame at the muzzle, experienced soldiers could still deduce the direction of the shot through the position and wound of the wounded. Therefore, under normal circumstances, snipers would flexibly change their positions to prevent their shooting positions from being targeted by the other party. The sound of gunfire rang out. After paying the lives of 2 soldiers, the commander of the government army did not hesitate and directly ordered a retreat. After being discovered by the other party, the sneak attack could no longer be effective. Now that the other party had the advantage of numbers, firepower, and a strong camp, it could be said that the time, place, and people were on the other side. There was no point in continuing to attack. The mob mercenary group chased after the government army for a distance before returning to the camp while cursing. Xiao Ruofei, who had changed his hiding position, continued to use his spiritual energy to investigate the situation at the camp. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, "I'm here to catch you, not to be your nanny." The enemy had already touched the door of his house, but there was no reaction. It was too useless. However, Xiao Ruofei thought about it again. This group of mercenaries had nothing to do with him at all. Anyway, regardless of whether their brains were good or not, it was definitely not a problem to plant flowers and fields in the space, as long as they had a strong arm. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was quickly relieved and seriously used his spiritual energy to investigate the situation at the opposite camp. Soon, Xiao Ruofei found the furious Douglas, which was almost the same as the photo he saw in Manzilla's computer. Douglas was wearing an army green tactical vest and holding an automatic rifle in his hand. The muscles on his body bulged, stretching the tactical vest tightly. His face was also full of fierce flesh, looking very strong and fierce. Douglas waved his arms and scolded him before getting into the tent. Under the organization of their respective captains and team leaders, the soldiers of the mercenary group left some people to patrol and keep watch. The others also dispersed and returned to their own tents. Xiao Ruofei noticed that the number of people patrolling had increased, and there were also 2 more fixed sentry posts. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, but there was nothing he could do about it. When the army was ambushed by the enemy, they would definitely strengthen their vigilance. If it weren't for the combat mission tomorrow morning, the entire mercenary group would probably stay up all night tonight. Xiao Ruofei continued to wait in the tree. It was already around 1 o'clock in the morning. He knew that after what happened just now, the soldiers would definitely not fall asleep immediately. This was the time when their nerves were the most excited and the most tense. Anyway, he was prepared to take action around 2 o'clock, so he would continue to observe and wait for the camp to calm down. Time passed by minute by minute. Xiao Ruofei sat motionless in the tree and used his spiritual energy to check the situation at the camp every once in a while. At around 2 o'clock, 2 soldiers came over to change shifts. It seemed that there would be a 2-hour shift in the second half of the night. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. After seeing that the sentry posts on the opposite side had completed the handover, Xiao Ruofei continued to wait for about half an hour. 2 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Ruofei finally moved. He silently slipped down from the tree and rolled after landing. While reducing the impact, he also moved a few meters toward the bushes behind the 2 sentry posts. Xiao Ruofei took a small detour from the side and quietly approached the sentry post. This sentry post was a big black man. His bulging black muscles even shined under the moonlight. Not far from his side was the position of the other sentry post. This big black man was chewing gum while maintaining a vigilant posture. He had no idea that someone had sneaked up behind them. Xiao Ruofei sneaked up behind the sentry post and cleanly hit his carotid artery with a karate chop. The big black man didn't even make a sound before his head tilted and he fainted. Xiao Ruofei didn't even help the big black man's body. Before he fell to the ground, Xiao Ruofei had already put him into the space. After entering the space, the weapons on the big black man's body were directly stripped by the invisible space force and flew to the place where Xiao Ruofei stored weapons. As for the black man, he was trapped in a spatial cage. Considering that the Shadow Squad and the Mod Mercenary Corps had little to do with each other in business, Xiao Ruofei estimated that the assassins of the Shadow Squad and the Mercenary Corps did not know each other. Therefore, in order to avoid accidental injuries, Xiao Ruofei simply created another spatial cage to lock up these captives from the Mercenary Corps. When the big black man was locked up in the spatial cage, Xiao Ruofei had already quietly arrived behind another sentry. He followed the same pattern and used a very simple tactical move to silently take down the sentry and put him into the spatial cage. Xiao Ruofei whispered to himself, "It's time to harvest free labor." He flew towards the mercenary camp in the dark forest. In the first half of the night, Xiao Ruofei had already used his spirit to investigate clearly. In this direction, apart from the 2 hidden sentries, there were also 2 sentries near the simple fence of the camp. In addition, 2 commanding heights had been built in the camp, both equipped with searchlights and high-speed machine guns. Coupled with the 2 mobile sentinel squads patrolling the camp, they were basically all the vigilance forces of the Mod Mercenary Corps. Of course, there should be hidden sentries in several other directions, but Xiao Ruofei could ignore those people for the time being. He had a good grasp of the situation in front of him, so he found a position and lightly climbed over the fence without alerting anyone at all. Then, Xiao Ruofei began to carefully move forward along the fence. After dodging the patrol, he jumped out of the shadows and arrived at the bottom of the platform in a few steps. Xiao Ruofei quickly used his spirit to scan the surroundings, then climbed up the simple ladder. Xiao Ruofei used the same method as in the Basoki training camp. He first cleared the sentries at the commanding heights because these commanding heights had the best line of sight. With their existence, he had no way to move freely in the barracks. At first, it was very smooth. After Xiao Ruofei carefully avoided the mobile sentries, it didn't take him much effort to remove the sentries at the commanding heights. The next thing to deal with was the mobile sentries. In the camp of the Mod Mercenary Corps, there were a total of 2 teams of mobile sentries patrolling, and their patrol routes overlapped. After Xiao Ruofei chose a secluded location, he hid in the shadows and waited for the 5-man team of mobile sentries to pass by. Then, he suddenly rushed out and used a few conventional fighting moves to make this team of sentries lose their ability to move in just a second or two. After cultivating true energy, Xiao Ruofei was able to use some of the tactical movements he had learned in the army more freely. He pounced out from behind the sentries and knocked down 2 of them before they could react. Then, he leaped up and kicked the chests of the 2 sentries at the same time. Then, he borrowed the force to pounce on the last sentinel and chopped at his neck with a palm knife. When he knocked out the sentry, the first sentry he knocked out hadn't completely fallen to the ground. Xiao Ruofei's spirit directly supported the 5 of them, preventing them from falling to the ground. Then, he sucked these people into the spatial cage. At the same time, the weapons on these soldiers' bodies were all stripped away by the power of space and thrown together with the 2 sentries like dead dogs. After dealing with this group of sentries, Xiao Ruofei quickly hid in the darkness and ran to another predetermined ambush location at his maximum speed, preparing to deal with the second group of mobile sentries. Because the routes of the 2 groups of mobile sentries intersected, if he couldn't deal with the other group of mobile sentries in the first place, they would immediately notice that something was wrong if they didn't see the group of sentries in front of them when they reached the intersection of the routes. Xiao Ruofei was very fast, and without the few sentries on the commanding heights to hold him back, he had a lot less scruples. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to a hiding place that he had found in advance. At this moment, the other team of sentinels was still more than 30 meters away from him. Xiaoruofei was also slightly out of breath when he unleashed his full speed. He used the sandbag as a cover to steady his breathing. His eyes never left the sentinels who were getting closer and closer. At the same time, his spiritual power was constantly on alert. If there was any movement in other directions, he would be able to detect it immediately. In next to no time, this group of sentinels strode in an orderly manner past the bunker that Xiaoruofei was hiding behind, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Xiaoruofei stared at the back of the last sentinel and silently counted in his heart. Then, he suddenly exerted force with his feet and his entire body soared into the air. Like a giant rock, he pounced towards this group of sentinels. A few muffled sounds of hitting rang out. This group of sentinels also had no ability to resist. They didn't even have time to raise their guns, nor did they make any sound. They were directly dealt with by Xiaoruofei. Xiaoruofei didn't say anything else and put these 5 people into the spatial cage before once again hiding in the darkness. He was slightly out of breath. He could deal with a group of 5 sentinels easily, but if he encountered a group of 10 or 20 people, then it would be a bit difficult. Of course, even if he was facing 20 or 30 armed soldiers, Xiaoruofei could directly break their formation when they were caught off guard and subdue them one by one. For him, this wasn't a difficult thing to do. However, under such circumstances, it would be impossible to stop them from firing warning shots. Fortunately, it was impossible for such a small company-sized group to have tens of people patrolling together. The entire group only had 100 or so people. Unless the commander was retarded, he would not make such an arrangement. After dealing with the mobile sentinels, Xiaoruofei felt even more confident. Next, there were several fixed sentinels within the camp. For Xiaoruofei, dealing with them was not difficult at all. These sentinels were all single sentinels. With Xiaoruofei's current level of strength, there was no way for them to detect him when he sneaked behind them. More often than not, it was Xiaoruofei's sudden attack that would cause these sentinels to have no time to react. Some of them didn't even get to see Xiaoruofei's face before fainting. Xiaoruofei was like a ghost of the night, harvesting free labor in this military camp. Within 15 minutes, Xiaoruofei had taken care of all the sentinels outside. There were also a few hidden sentinels about 100 meters away from the other 3 directions of the camp. Xiaoruofei did not pay attention to them for the time being. After dealing with the sentinels in the camp, he began to capture people one by one from the tents. These mercenaries had been fighting for days, and they were all very tired. In addition, they had experienced a night attack by the government army in the middle of the night, so they were even more exhausted. After more than an hour, the tension on their nerves gradually disappeared. The mercenaries all fell into a deep sleep, and the sound of snoring rose and fell in the tent. The camp of the Mod Mercenary Corps used the kind of tent used by the class. Each tent had about 10 people, and there were a total of 12 such tents in the entire camp. Xiaoruofei started from the nearest tent. Inside the tent were 2 rows of mattresses on waterproof cloth, with a narrow walkway in the middle. At the entrance of the tent, there was a foldable gun rack, and the helmets and guns of the soldiers were neatly placed here. Xiaoruofei was from a military background, so he was very familiar with the layout of this wilderness tent, even the smell of sweat and feet in the air. He glanced at the mercenaries who were sleeping soundly, first put all the weapons and equipment at the entrance into his space, and then walked towards the soldiers. The sleeping soldiers were the best to deal with. Xiaoruofei didn't even need to make a move. He could directly take them into the spatial cage-like objects. Therefore, his movements were very fast. Within half a minute, a tent was swept clean. He didn't stop for a moment. He came out of a tent and immediately went into an adjacent tent. Just like this, everything seemed to be going smoothly as he harvested all the way. However, just as Xiaoruofei was about to enter the 11th tent, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This was his keen perception of fatal danger. Without any hesitation, Xiaoruofei rolled into the tent. Almost at the same time, a crisp gunshot broke the silence of the night. A large caliber pistol bullet hit the position where Xiaoruofei had just stood. Xiaoruofei's expression changed slightly. He did not expect to be discovered so close to the end of the operation. Xiaoruofei's adaptability was also very strong. When he sensed danger, he didn't blindly dodge. Instead, he made the right decision in a split second. He drilled into the tent that he was about to enter. While rolling into the tent, Xiao Ruofei had already put away the weapons on the rack at the entrance of the tent into the Ring 2 space. At the same time, he shrouded the 9 soldiers in the tent with his mental power. At the same time, the soldiers were all awakened by the gunshots. However, at this time, Xiao Ruofei had already put the people closest to him into the spatial cage. 5 more soldiers had woken up. In the face of an awake person, if they resisted, Xiao Ruofei's attempt to capture them might fail. This was different from mental power hypnosis. If mental power hypnosis was used, as long as the other party's mental power was much weaker than the caster, it would basically be a crushing blow. It would be difficult not to fall for it. However, if he wanted to put people into the Ring 2 space, as long as the other party resisted, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Xiao Ruofei didn't know the principle behind this, but he also knew that it might be reasonable. Otherwise, the Ring 2 space was too overpowered. Whoever it didn't like, regardless of whether the other party was willing or not, it could directly put them into the space. Then, using its absolute control over space, it could deal with the other party in any way it wanted. Therefore, after putting 4 soldiers into the spatial cage, Xiao Ruofei saw that the remaining soldiers had woken up. Without any hesitation, he kicked the soles of his feet and pounced on the few soldiers who had just woken up. After a few steps, Xiao Ruofei directly jumped up. His body was completely stretched out. His whole body was almost horizontal. With a move similar to a volley, he kicked the chin of a soldier. Then, he twisted his body and heavily elbowed the chest of another soldier. The 2 of them didn't even make a sound and fell to the ground like logs. Xiao Ruofei's body had also fallen horizontally. At the same time, he also put the 2 unconscious soldiers into the spatial cage. The remaining 3 soldiers were pouncing on Xiao Ruofei. Seeing that their 2 companions had disappeared into thin air after being knocked down, the 3 of them couldn't help but be stunned. While they were still in a daze, Xiao Ruofei pushed herself off the ground with both hands. Her body flew up from the ground like a spring. She pounced over and grabbed a soldier's shoulders. Very straightforwardly, she kneed him. That soldier instantly felt as if his chest had been hit by a heavy truck. His vision turned black and he fainted. At the same time that Xiao Ruofei put the soldier into the spatial cage, he jumped up from the ground like a carp. With a shake of his arms, he punched out at the same time, and the last 2 soldiers fell to the ground. Xiao Ruofei took the opportunity to put the 2 soldiers into the spatial cage. From the gunshot to Xiao Ruofei rolling into the tent to him taking care of all 9 soldiers, the whole process only took 5 or 6 seconds. At this moment, outside the tent, the leader of the Mod Mercenary Corps, Douglas, rushed out of the last tent that Xiao Ruofei hadn't visited yet with a livid face. This tent was surrounded by 11 other tents, located in the center of the barracks, equivalent to an ancient central military tent. This was where Douglas rested, and it was also his command center. The tent was divided into 2 compartments. Douglas rested inside, while the outer room was used as a command post. There were large military maps hanging on it and a few tables. In the outer room, there was also a staff officer and an orderly on duty at night. This way, if anything happened in the middle of the night, Douglas could find someone at any time. However, staff officers and orderlies weren't on duty 24 hours a day. They also slept in the outer room when it was time to turn off the lights. Douglas was the kind of soldier who had truly experienced countless battles. He was once a Special Forces soldier of the 101st Airborne Division. After retiring, he didn't have any other life skills, and he wasn't willing to lead the rest of his life with the retirement gold issued by the government, so he simply came to Africa to become a mercenary. After the baptism of blood and fire, Douglas felt that a war-torn African country like Wadi Law was the place he yearned for. Douglas had an innate sensitivity to danger. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't make any obvious mistakes during the entire operation. Moreover, Douglas had already fallen asleep, but even in his sleep, he still felt his heart palpitate. After waking up, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The reason was that the barracks were too quiet. Although the camp was quiet in the second half of the night, if one listened carefully, they could still hear some subtle sounds, such as the snoring of soldiers, the grinding of teeth, or the light footsteps of patrols passing by, and so on. Douglas was already used to these sounds in the barracks, but when he woke up, he found that these sounds had almost disappeared. That kind of absolute silence immediately alerted him. Although he didn't think that someone could slaughter everyone in the barracks unknowingly, there was a hint of strangeness in this silence that made him feel very uncomfortable. Douglas didn't alert the staff officers and orderlies on duty outside. Instead, he took out a pistol from under his pillow, leaned close to the window of the tent, and peeked out through a crack. He just happened to see a black shadow coming out of one tent and walking towards another. With the faint light in the barracks, Douglas judged that this person was not one of his mercenaries from his attire. Something really happened. Douglas's heart skipped a beat. However, Douglas was also a ruthless person. He didn't know how many enemies were outside, nor did he know how many soldiers were still alive, but he didn't think too much about it. Almost subconsciously, he raised his pistol, aimed at the black shadow with a murderous gaze, and then pulled the trigger steadily. However, the black shadow seemed to have been prepared for it. Just as he fired the shot, the black shadow rolled forward to avoid the shot and went into the tent. After firing the shot, Douglas naturally didn't hesitate anymore. He rushed out of the tent and picked up a light machine gun. At this time, the orderlies and staff officers on duty were also awakened. They were completely out of their minds when they saw Douglas striding out with the light machine gun full of murderous intent. They hurriedly got up from their beds, scrambled to find their weapons, and rushed out behind Douglas. Douglas's face was very ugly. The gunshot just now should have caused a commotion in the barracks, and the soldiers should have rushed out of their tents a long time ago. However, the scene in front of him was completely different from what he imagined. The entire barracks was silent, and there was no movement at all. It was as if the three of them were the only ones left in the barracks. In fact, that was indeed the case. Excluding the 5 or 6 hidden sentries on the periphery and the soldier that Xianxia caught after entering the tent, there were really only 3 people left in the barracks: Douglas, his staff officer, and the orderlies. The scene in front of him was very strange. If the enemy killed the entire mercenary corps without anyone noticing, it meant that the enemy must have a lot of people. But now, not even a ghost could be seen. Not only did none of his own people come out, but the enemy also didn't appear, except for the black shadow that just got into the tent. And the tent that the black shadow got into was also quiet, as if all the soldiers inside were dead. There was no sound of resistance. Douglas had experienced countless battles in the first half of his life, and there were several times when he almost died. He had been to the battlefields of Iraq, Afghanistan, and other hotspots in the south. It could be said that he had experienced hundreds of battles, but this was the first time in his life that he encountered such a situation. However, he was also a very decisive person. After he rushed out of the tent and saw that the entire camp was like a land of death, he only hesitated for a few seconds. Then, with a ferocious expression, he picked up the light machine gun and directly aimed at the tent that the black shadow had just entered. He pulled the trigger fiercely. The muzzle of the light machine gun spat out a dazzling tongue of flame, and the machine gun bullets rained down on the tent. In the blink of an eye, the tent was full of bullet holes, like a sieve. However, Douglas didn't stop. He gritted his teeth and aimed the light machine gun at the small tent. The canvas of the tent was torn and tattered. In the end, the tent collapsed as the frame of the tent was continuously shot and broken. Douglas didn't throw the machine gun away until all the bullets were gone. Then, he pulled out the pistol from his waist and walked toward the tent step by step with a murderous look on his face. This kind of tent was made of waterproof canvas. Although it was very thick, it couldn't block bullets at all. It could be said that there was no shelter at all in the tent. Under that kind of intense gunfire, let alone a person, even a mouse in the tent wouldn't be able to escape. The staff officer on duty and the orderlies were also shocked when they saw Douglas shooting at the tent. One must know that there was a whole squad of soldiers inside. And they didn't know what was going on at all. They didn't see Xianxia get into the tent. So the first thought that came to their minds was, is the boss crazy? Of course, the two of them also sensed that something was amiss. Douglas had caused such a huge commotion and destroyed a tent. It was very likely that the soldiers inside had also been beaten into minced meat, but no one rushed out from the camp. Not only that, even the sentries on the tower and the patrols in the barracks didn't make any movements. Where in the world did these people go? More than 100 people, how could they disappear without a trace? Not only did the staff officer on duty and the orderlies have such doubts, but Douglas also had doubts in his heart. Tonight's incident was really too strange. Therefore, although Douglas was sure that no one would be lucky enough to survive that kind of firepower, he was still very careful and approached the tent step by step with his gun raised. He walked to where the tent was and used his feet to kick away the canvas fragments and the tent frame that were scattered on the ground while he carefully searched for it. At this moment, a piece of canvas beside Douglas suddenly bulged. Just as Douglas's heart was filled with warning signs, a figure jumped out from under the canvas and pounced toward Douglas. Half a minute ago, Xiao Ruofei had just taken care of the last 2 soldiers in the tent when Douglas rushed out of his tent. Xiao Ruofei put the 2 unconscious soldiers into the spatial cage. Immediately after, he felt a huge sense of danger. This feeling of danger was more obvious than ever before. His mental power quickly scanned in the direction of Douglas' tent. That was the only tent he had not visited. If there was danger, it was naturally most likely to come from that direction. At this time, Douglas had already raised the light machine gun with a ferocious expression and aimed it at Xiao Ruofei's tent. Xiao Ruofei's expression changed. He made the most correct decision in a flash. The tent was useless against machine gun bullets. At this time, although Xiao Ruofei was in the tent, it was no different from being in an open space. Even if he was a cultivator and was much faster than the average person, how could he be faster than machine gun bullets? Therefore, it was a situation where he could not hide. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate at all. He directly summoned the spiritual map scroll from his palm and stuffed it under the mattress next to him. Then, with a thought, he entered the space. Almost at the same time, the rain-like machine gun bullets had already torn the tent apart. The cotton and cloth in the tent flew everywhere. If Xiao Ruofei was half a second late, he would probably end up with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Although a cultivator's body was strong, Xiao Ruofei was only at the qi refining stage. It was impossible for him to rely on his body to withstand the bullets. After Xiao Ruofei entered the space, he had been using a wisp of mental power to check the situation outside. When he saw the terrifying scene in the tent, he felt a wave of lingering fear in his heart. At this time, if there were people in the tent, it would have become a purgatory on earth. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei was secretly speechless. He thought to himself, this bolder Douglas is really ruthless. Douglas definitely didn't know that all the soldiers were in the Ring 2 space. From Douglas' point of view, his soldiers were definitely in the tents. The only difference was whether they were alive or dead. In fact, there was a high probability that those soldiers were only subdued by Xiao Ruofei and not killed. If that was the case, then Douglas' machine gun fire would be completely indiscriminate. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had grown up in the People's Army. Back then, his environment was completely different from these mercenaries. He just couldn't understand why a commander would disregard the lives of his own soldiers. Just as Xiao Ruofei was letting his imagination run wild, Douglas had already thrown away his machine gun and was approaching the tent with his pistol in hand. Xiao Ruofei also put away his distracting thoughts and focused on Douglas's every move. When Douglas slowly approached the location of the spirit map scroll, Xiao Ruofei also stood up. All the muscles in his body were tense, and he was ready to attack. 1 step, 2 steps, Douglas's thick boots made cracking sounds as he stepped on the messy ground. What he paid attention to was naturally the irregular space formed by the tent skeletons. Only such a space could hide a person, or a corpse. Douglas naturally didn't pay any attention to the small scroll that was stuffed under the cushion. If there was a person under the cushion, he would be able to tell at a glance. Unless the person could dig a hole big enough to hide in within a few seconds, that would be impossible. Xiao Ruofei's mental power was still sensing the outside world. When Douglas passed by the location of the spirit map scroll and took another 2 steps forward, Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and left the space in a flash. He was already very used to entering and exiting the space by now. He didn't feel the initial dizziness at all. Furthermore, he had very precise control of where he appeared after leaving the space. Just when Douglas took his 3rd step, Xiao Ruofei accurately appeared half a meter behind him. This distance was the best place to attack. The moment Xiao Ruofei returned to the outside world, he was already prepared. He stomped on the ground and used the momentum to pounce on Douglas. He clenched his fist and gathered enough strength to punch Douglas' chin. It had to be said that Douglas was indeed a battle-hardened man. Even though he was caught off guard, he was still able to react quickly. The main reason was that he had an extraordinary sense of danger. Although Xia Ruofei's appearance was extremely sudden and silent, he still felt his heart palpitate at that moment. Douglas leaned his body to the side almost instinctively, and then raised his left arm to block the attack. Xia Ruofei was slightly surprised, but his movements didn't slow down at all. His fist still carried the whooshing sound of the wind as it smashed towards Douglas' head. In the blink of an eye, the forearms of the two men had already made contact. A cracking sound was heard when Douglas' strong forearm collided with Xia Ruofei's arm. It was broken like a fragile branch. Douglas felt a sharp pain, and at the same time, was pushed back by a huge force. At that moment, Douglas realized that his arm was broken. However, this ruthless man didn't subconsciously cover the broken part at that moment. Instead, he took advantage of this opportunity to open up a little distance to aim the gun in his right hand at Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei's speed was beyond his imagination. He only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and he suddenly lost his target. Immediately after, that feeling of extreme danger surged in his heart. Douglas already felt a strong wind coming from the back of his head. He quickly lowered his body, wanting to rely on his instincts to dodge this thunder-like attack. However, Xia Ruofei calculated his reaction this time. The position of the attack was originally slightly lower. When Douglas crouched, it was as if his face was delivered to his fist. With a bang, Xia Ruofei's fist made intimate contact with Douglas' chin. Those who had some understanding of boxing knew that when a person's chin was hit by a heavy punch, there was a high probability of fainting. Even a strong professional boxer couldn't avoid it, not to mention that Douglas had not undergone professional resistance training. Douglas suddenly felt a shock in his head, and then his vision turned black. Although he was extremely unwilling, he still fell to the ground involuntarily. Without saying a word, Xia Ruofei directly pulled Douglas into the space cage and locked him up. From the moment Xia Ruofei suddenly left the space and came to the outside world, to the two exchanges between him and Douglas, to Douglas fainting and Xia Ruofei putting him into the space, the whole process took about 3 to 4 seconds. Until the moment Douglas fainted, he still didn't understand the situation. In particular, he couldn't understand why Xia Ruofei suddenly disappeared from his sight and then appeared behind him. The staff officer on duty and the orderly who came with Douglas saw the whole process more clearly. These two had been following behind Douglas the whole time. They were about 2 to 3 meters behind him, and they were also holding guns. They were mainly guarding Douglas's two flanks. When Xia Ruofei appeared out of nowhere, Douglas was completely oblivious. The reason why he was able to dodge the first attack and use his forearm to block Xia Ruofei's attack was mainly due to his ability to sense danger. The staff officer on duty and the orderlies were at the back and saw the whole process with their own eyes. Hence, compared to Douglas, the two of them were even more shocked. Because they saw with their own eyes Xia Ruofei appear behind Douglas' flanks out of thin air. The scene was like a teleportation array in a fantasy movie, full of mystery. Both of them were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. The staff officer on duty even rubbed his eyes subconsciously. The fight between Xia Ruofei and Douglas was very short. Douglas was defeated in 2 moves, and the whole process only took 3 to 4 seconds. It was not until Xia Ruofei finished the fight that the orderlies and staff officers on duty came back to their senses. However, the next scene made them fall into a daze again. After their boss Douglas fainted, they didn't see him do anything, but Douglas just disappeared into thin air. Both of them widened their eyes, and their mouths were undoubtedly so wide open that they could easily stuff a duck egg into their mouths. At that moment, they couldn't help but think of this quiet military camp and their comrades who disappeared without a trace. Could it be that they also disappeared into thin air like their boss? But where could they have gone? The two of them soon had an answer to their doubts. After Xia Ruofei took care of Douglas, he didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and dashed toward the two of them in a flash. In a duel like this, even a second of hesitation could lead to a completely different result, not to mention that the two of them were stunned for a full 4 to 5 seconds. If they were as decisive as Douglas and directly attacked Xiao Ruofei with their guns when Xiao Ruofei attacked Douglas, Xiao Ruofei might not have been able to escape unscathed. After all, the distance was too close. In the face of gunfire at close range, one's reaction speed would definitely not be able to keep up. So Xiao Ruofei was actually a bit of a gamble. Of course, he wasn't completely without confidence. In fact, before he left the space, he already had a rough plan and ran through it in his mind. When Xiao Ruofei fought with Douglas, he intentionally or unintentionally occupied the most advantageous position. In other words, if the staff officer and orderly on duty reacted faster than he expected, he could also hide behind Douglas and use him as a human shield. However, the plan didn't work. After Xiao Ruofei took care of Douglas, his mental power immediately detected that the staff officer and orderly on duty were in a daze. That was why he didn't stop at all and directly attacked the two of them. On one side, he was extremely fast and imposing. On the other side, he missed the best opportunity to shoot and was fearful of his opponent's superb and mysterious methods. The final result was obvious. Before the two of them raised their guns, Xiao Ruofei had already reached the maximum speed and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. At such a close distance, guns were no longer effective. In terms of skills, even before Xiao Ruofei started practicing cultivation, he was confident that he could defeat them in the shortest amount of time. The result was no surprise. Xiao Ruofei unreasonably used his advantage of speed and strength to launch a fierce attack on the two of them. The two of them barely managed to block and dodge one or two attacks before they were knocked down by Xiao Ruofei. The most dangerous moment was finally over. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel relieved. The string in his heart was still tense. There were still 5 or 6 hidden sentries outside. With such a big commotion just now, they must have returned to the camp by now. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei knocked down the staff officer and orderly on duty, he didn't stop for a moment and grabbed them into the space cage. Then, his figure flashed and ran toward a tent on the side. Although the tent couldn't block bullets, it could block vision. He hid behind the tent, so the hidden sentries in the other 3 directions couldn't discover his presence immediately. At this time, Xiao Ruofei pushed his mind power to the limit and the majestic mind power radiated in the 3 directions. The results of the investigation made him slightly stunned. There were a total of 6 hidden sentries in the 3 directions. They were all hiding about 100 meters away from the camp, observing the enemy in their respective directions at all times. Just now, there was a lot of gunfire in the camp and a tent was directly shot into pieces. Logically speaking, the first reaction of these 6 hidden sentries should be to rush back with their guns. However, when Xiao Ruofei used his mind power to investigate, he found that 4 of the hidden sentries in 2 directions actually chose to run away from the camp. They were scared shitless. Only at Xiao Ruofei's 12 o'clock direction were the 2 sentries holding their guns nervously walking toward the camp. Xiao Ruofei's eyes narrowed slightly. He wasn't afraid of being surrounded because after all, there were only 6 people left. Xiao Ruofei wasn't afraid at all. But now, there were 4 hidden sentries running for their lives in 4 different directions. This gave him a headache. The results of the investigation made him slightly stunned. There were a total of 6 hidden sentries in the 3 directions. They were all hiding about 100 meters away from the camp, observing the enemy in their respective directions at all times. Just now, there was a lot of gunfire in the camp and a tent was directly shot into pieces. Logically speaking, the first reaction of these 6 hidden sentries should be to rush back with their guns. However, when Xiao Ruofei used his mind power to investigate, he found that 4 of the hidden sentries in 2 directions actually chose to run away from the camp. They were scared shitless. Only at Xiao Ruofei's 12 o'clock direction were the 2 sentries holding their guns nervously walking toward the camp. Xiao Ruofei's eyes narrowed slightly. He wasn't afraid of being surrounded because after all, there were only 6 people left. Xiao Ruofei wasn't afraid at all. But now, there were 4 hidden sentries running for their lives in 4 different directions. This gave him a headache. A distance of more than 100 meters was completely within the range of Xiao Ruofei's mental strength. If he used the flying sword to attack a practitioner from such a distance, he might not have much confidence, but it was no problem for just a few ordinary people. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved and the flying sword flew out under the control of his mental strength, drawing a graceful arc in the night sky. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei took out a sniper rifle from the space and aimed directly at the two soldiers fleeing in the other direction. He aimed, fired, aimed again, and fired again. The action was done in one breath. Two soldiers who were running for their lives in the forest suddenly stopped. Their inertia and the impact of the sniper bullet caused their bodies to fall forward, and they landed face first on the ground. In fact, the two were already dead before they fell to the ground. Xiao Ruofei's two shots directly hit the back of their heads. In the other direction, the flying sword under the control of his mental strength exploded to the extreme, faintly bringing with it the sound of breaking the air. In this direction, the two soldiers fled separately in slightly different directions. The blue traveling immortal sword cut through the night sky and caught up with one of the soldiers in a flash. A cold light flashed through the woods and circled around the soldier's neck. Then, without the slightest pause, it drew a large arc and chased after the soldier in the other direction. Just now, the soldier only felt a flash in his eyes, then he felt as if his neck was cold, and then his consciousness sank into eternal darkness. The other soldier did not run far, the two of them were very close to each other. Although they ran in different directions when they fled, because the time was very short, the two of them were not far from each other. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the flying sword caught up with the soldier. At this time, Xiao Ruofei had just finished off the two soldiers in the other direction with his sniper rifle. He threw the sniper rifle into the space and without the slightest emotion in his eyes, directly used his mental strength to control the flying sword to suddenly accelerate and penetrate the soldier's heart. The soldier looked on helplessly as a sword ray pierced through his chest and quickly disappeared into the night. It all happened so fast that he could not believe his eyes. It was also because the flying sword was extremely sharp that the wound did not immediately explode after piercing through the heart. The soldier clutched his chest and still had time to feel this fear. Unlike other organs, the heart was constantly contracting and expanding. It was like a water pump that sent blood to the brain, forming the circulation of the whole body. Therefore, the pressure in the heart was actually very high. Naturally, it was futile to cover his chest. After a short 1 or 2 seconds, the wound in his chest began to bleed. Then, the amount of bleeding increased until the wound finally burst open. The soldier felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. The loss of large amounts of blood also made him feel cold. In the end, he slumped to the ground. His blood gradually seeped into the soil beneath him. When the second soldier was completely dead, the blue traveling immortal sword had already returned to Xiao Ruofei. It floated in front of him and the tip of the sword trembled slightly as if it was alive. Although the sword had reaped 2 lives, there was not even a trace of blood on the blue traveling immortal sword. It was still as spotless as before, revealing a trace of cold light. Xiao Ruofei put the flying sword into his dantian and quickly spread out his spiritual power. He wanted to make sure that there were no fish that escaped the net in this area. Fortunately, except for the last 2 soldiers who were vigilantly approaching the camp with guns, there was no one alive in the vicinity. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power swept over the 4 corpses and could not help but sigh secretly. He did not regret these 4 lives. These mercenaries basically had human lives in their hands. Moreover, they were believers of money and only killed for money. Murderers were always killed. This was the case since ancient times. Even if someone was not stained with blood, the mistake was that he chose the mod organization. This organization was destined to be destroyed. If they were weak, even if they were killed by mistake, they deserved it. Xiao Ruofei only regretted the loss of 4 free labor. If they didn't escape, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to take their lives. Now that the Archean realm in the Ring 2 space was getting more and more vast, large tracts of land were abandoned. Xiao Ruofei wanted more labor. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't plan on killing the last 2 soldiers. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had already locked onto the 2 soldiers, but the 2 of them clearly hadn't entered the situation yet. They were only alarmed by the sudden gunshots in the camp and returned to the camp to investigate. However, the closer they got to the camp, the more they felt that something was amiss. This was because it was too quiet. As a result, the 2 of them became even more careful. They moved closer, holding their guns with vigilant expressions as they approached the camp step by step. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait in place. Instead, he took the initiative to welcome them. He circled to the side of the two of them. When they approached the camp's entrance, he suddenly jumped out of the grass and attacked the two of them with a whooshing sound. There was no suspense at all. 3 seconds later, the last 2 soldiers were knocked unconscious on the ground. Xiao Ruofei decisively put them into the space cage. Then, without any delay, his figure flashed and swept towards the place where the soldiers had died. Xiao Ruofei put away the corpses of the 4 soldiers as quickly as possible and returned to the quiet mod mercenary group camp. He threw the corpses of the soldiers onto the empty ground in the middle of the campsite, and then quickly searched the entire campsite. Anything that could be taken away, he put it all into the spirit map space. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't move the few cars of the mod mercenary group. The car was useless in the Ring 2 space, and such a heavy thing consumed a lot of spirit. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't do such a thankless thing. The mod mercenary group didn't carry a lot of guns and ammunition. Xiao Ruofei estimated that they might only be able to support 1 or 2 battles. The anti-government forces who hired them would probably be responsible for supplying them. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for such a small army to carry a large amount of ammunition when fighting deep in Wadi La. Xiao Ruofei put away all the ammunition of the mercenary group and opened the valve of a small tanker in the camp to let the gasoline flow out. He took some gasoline from an oil barrel and poured it on the bodies of the 4 dead soldiers. Then, he splashed some gasoline all over the camp. In the end, Xiao Ruofei left all the TNT explosives in the camp and quickly placed them all over the camp. Especially beside the corpses of a few soldiers, he placed some more. The situation in this area had always been tense, and there were government forces coming to attack around midnight, which meant that the camps of the 2 warring sides weren't very far away. Douglas had just fired all the bullets in his machine gun. On such a quiet night, the sound of gunfire would travel very far. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had delayed dealing with the last few sentries for a while, so he actually felt a sense of urgency in his heart. This was because troops might come to check on the situation at any time. Perhaps they were from the anti-government forces, or perhaps they were from the government forces. No matter which side came, Xiao Ruofei was unwilling to meet them. Therefore, after he made the arrangements to destroy the traces as quickly as possible, he used his spirit to confirm it one last time before quickly retreating. When Xiao Ruofei rushed out of the camp, he lit the lighter in his hand and casually threw it behind him. The windproof lighter flipped in the air and landed accurately on the 4 corpses. Then, Xiao Ruofei's speed increased by a lot as he sped away from the camp. After the lighter landed, it immediately ignited the gasoline on the ground. The flames rose and spread rapidly. As long as there was gasoline, there was a raging fire. A few seconds later, the explosives that Xiao Ruofei placed were also detonated. One after another, explosions were heard. Xiao Ruofei could even feel the shockwaves from the explosions behind him. He exerted force on his feet and unreservedly burst out with his fastest speed, quickly rushing out of the forest. At the edge of the forest, Xiao Ruofei changed back into the war reporter outfit and threw the black tights back into the dimension. This way, even if he encountered the troops, he could have a reasonable explanation. As a war reporter, he happened to be nearby and heard the huge explosion in the forest and immediately rushed over to check the situation. This was a very good reason. Of course, this was also Xiao Ruofei preparing for a rainy day. It was naturally best not to cause any complications. In fact, the nearby troops reacted very quickly. However, they were also afraid of fighting the enemy at night, so they were still more cautious. They only sent out scouts to check the situation. This also gave Xiao Ruofei a chance to smoothly leave this area. As he ran, he kept alert with his spirit. When he sensed someone, he quickly changed directions or hid his body. After running for more than 20 minutes, Xiao Ruofei was about 5 kilometers away from the mod mercenary group's camp. Of course, the actual distance he ran was far more than this. After Xiao Ruofei used his spirit to investigate and confirmed that there was no one nearby, he immediately took out the Ford off-road vehicle that Tony had left behind from the space and quickly drove away from this area, heading southeast. This was the direction towards the Arulii border. This journey was another few hundred kilometers. Xiao Ruofei drove until dawn, checked the navigation, and found that he had only walked half the distance. However, in theory, the further east they went, the more stable the situation would be. These areas were still under the control of the government forces. Apart from sending death warriors to create some chaos, such as the coffee shop explosion 2 days ago, the anti-government forces really didn't have the ability to launch a large-scale battle in this area. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to take advantage of the cover of night to drive. He decided not to rest and continued to drive towards the border. On the way, he encountered several checkpoints. Xiao Ruofei used Tony's ID card to easily pass through. Just like that, he went all the way east. At 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, Xiao Ruofei finally arrived at the border with Aureliai. He drove for more than 10 hours. Apart from stopping to eat, he basically didn't rest along the way. He drove the car to a remote roadside, put down the driver's seat, and rested for a while in the car. When the sky was completely dark, he got out of the car and put the car into the space. Then he used the cover of the night to sneak across the border again and arrived at the site of Aureliai. Xiao Ruofei gained more and more experience in traversing the country's borders. After returning to Aureliai, Xiao Ruofei also ran forward for a while before taking out the second-hand pickup truck from the space. After changing the car, Xiao Ruofei continued to drive towards the capital city of Aureliai. After more than 2 hours of rushing, Xiao Ruofei finally returned to Aureliai. When he was outside the city, he found a hidden place and stored the pickup truck into the space. He didn't want to leave the pickup truck or Tony's Ford here. He planned to find an opportunity to sink the 2 vehicles to the bottom of the sea after he returned to China, completely eliminating any possible clues. Xiao Ruofei was no longer Tony's appearance at this time. He had returned to the appearance on his passport. Xiao Ruofei carried a large backpack and walked in the suburbs for a while. Finally, he stopped a taxi, so he took a taxi to the hotel he booked when he first arrived in Aureliai. After arriving at the hotel, Xiao Ruofei first booked a flight from Aureliai to Ethiopia online, and then bought a ticket from Ethiopia back to Shenzhen, Huaxia. Then he simply packed his things and went downstairs with a small suitcase to check out. In fact, except for the first day, Xiao Ruofei didn't return to the hotel to stay for the past few days. The hotel also knew about it. However, as long as Xiao Ruofei paid enough for the room, they didn't care if he stayed or not. And there were indeed many people who booked rooms but didn't stay. Some of these people were backpackers like Xiao Ruofei, and some were simply engaged in some gray or even black transactions. They often booked rooms but didn't stay. After checking out, Xiao Ruofei looked at the time and saw that there were still 3 hours before the flight he booked took off, so he simply strolled around Aureliai. When it was about time, he took a taxi to the airport. From Aureliai to Ethiopia, although it was said to be across the country, the actual distance was not far. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei once again sat on the passenger plane that made creaking sounds as it took off. When the plane lightly leapt up, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but think of the Huaxia man, the black guy, Daka. That day, Daka was ordered by Manzila to go to Basoko to check on the situation. This mission was destined to fail. He wouldn't be able to find anything in Basok, let alone contact Viper Bok. Even after returning to Aureliai, Daka would find that the high priest was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, I wonder how that passionate black guy is doing. I probably won't have any interactions with him in the future, right? And Aureliai, this damned place, I probably won't come back in the future. The plane was bumpy all the way, and finally arrived safely at Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. Xiao Ruofei booked a flight for Huaxia National Airlines. This time, the time was rather rushed, and it only took about 2 hours to transfer at Addis Ababa Airport, so Xiao Ruofei did not leave the airport this time. Instead, he rested for a while in the first-class lounge set up by Air China at Addis Ababa Airport, and then boarded the plane back home. It was another 10-hour flight across the day and night. From Addis Ababa, he boarded the plane at around 7 p.m. local time. When he arrived at Shenzhen, it was around 3 p.m. Huaxia time. After returning to the country, Xiao Ruofei still used the identity of Xia to buy the fastest flight to Beijing. At around 7 p.m., after a day of tossing and turning, Xiao Ruofei finally returned to the courtyard house in Beijing's Luhai Alley. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to expose his whereabouts, so he didn't inform Wu Cheng to pick him up at the airport. After he came out of the airport, he took a taxi to the vicinity of Wangfujing. He found a shopping mall with a lot of people and changed back to his original appearance in the bathroom. He also changed his clothes before walking out and stopping a taxi to return home. Wu Chang was already used to Xiao Ruofei coming back and forth. Moreover, he was very tight-lipped and never asked anything. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "I went to a homestay in the countryside with my friends for a few days. I changed my mind and felt much more relaxed." He said this when he entered the door. Not only did he say it for Wu Chang, but also for the veterans in charge of security in the front yard. It wasn't that Xiao Ruofei didn't trust them, it was just that he was used to being cautious. Moreover, no one knew if these veterans, including Wu Chang, would inadvertently spill the beans. Xiao Ruofei had revealed her whereabouts for the past few days. This way, even if someone wanted to pry information out of them, they would not reveal anything. Furthermore, these days, Xiao Ruofei did not take the high-speed rail or plane, so in theory, she should be moving around the capital. As for the identity of Xia Chen, she did not directly leave the capital, and with so many people entering and leaving the country every day, under normal circumstances, no one would notice him. Xiao Ruofei tactfully declined the supper that Wu Chang's sister-in-law, Wu Shoujuan, had prepared for him, saying that he was a little tired and wanted to take a bath and rest. Wu Chang, Wu Shoujuan, Xia Xiaolan, and the others naturally tactfully left, leaving Xiao Ruofei alone in the middle of the master's courtyard. After Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, he wasn't in a hurry to take out the spirit map scroll. Even though there were 200 free laborers locked up in the space, and there was also a world stone the size of a wash basin waiting for the space to absorb, Xiao Ruofei was more concerned about another problem. That was Lu Haojuan's problem. Now that Xiao Ruofei had clear evidence, the mastermind behind the assassination of Song Qiming was Lu Haojuan. Although he wasn't clear about Lu Haojuan's motive for doing this, he was the one who did it. According to Xiao Ruofei's style of doing things, he should have directly killed Lu Haojuan. He didn't want such a person to be free labor in his Ring 2 space. However, it wasn't difficult to kill Lu Haojuan, and it wasn't difficult for Xiao Ruofei to not leave any clues. It was just that he was hesitant about whether he should do it or not. Silently getting rid of Lu Haojuan would not be able to maximize the benefits. More importantly, everyone in the family Lu knew that the conflict between Lu Haojuan and Xiao Ruofei was irreconcilable. Once Lu Haojuan died, Xiao Ruofei would be the biggest suspect, regardless of whether there were any clues. Unless the murderer was found, Xiao Ruofei would definitely be suspected. Even if the family Lu wanted to rely on Xiao Ruofei to treat elder Lu, they wouldn't show it for the time being. However, there would definitely be a thorn in their hearts. If it wasn't necessary, Xiao Ruofei didn't want such a huge family force to hate him to the bone. Although he wasn't afraid of any external threats, his company was located in Huaxia. His friends and employees were all in Huaxia. The family Lu couldn't touch him, but if they wanted to create some obstacles in his company, or even make a move on the people close to him, it would be impossible to guard against. Xiao Ruofei frowned and muttered to himself for a long time. Then, he let out a long sigh. In the end, he still wasn't strong enough. If he could really reach the legendary level of flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground, and destroy a city with a wave of his hand, why would he be afraid of a mere secular family force, killing a person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles? If he wanted to be like a chivalrous hero, he first had to have the strength of a chivalrous hero. Although Xiao Ruofei had long since left the category of ordinary people, he was undoubtedly still at a relatively low level among cultivators. Right now, even if a family like the family Lu couldn't threaten his own safety, it would still be very easy for them to make things difficult for him. After thinking about it, Xiao Ruofei finally decided to listen to Master Song's opinion. Although he knew that once he told Master Song, it would be almost impossible for him to have the opportunity to secretly eliminate Lu Haojuan, after weighing the pros and cons, he still felt that no matter what he said, it was better than rashly making a move and causing a lot of trouble. Moreover, he also believed that after Master Song received this important information, he would definitely handle it well and maximize the benefits. Xiao Ruofei looked at his watch. It was almost 7:30 in the evening. According to Master Song's daily routine, he shouldn't be sleeping yet. So, he took out his phone and dialed the number of Master Song's personal secretary, Director Lu. Since he had made a decision, he didn't want to drag it out and hesitate. This was also Xiao Ruofei's usual style of doing things. The phone was quickly picked up by Director Liu. He said enthusiastically, "Ruofei, hello." "Hello, Director Liu." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "May I ask if Grandpa Song is resting now?" "The chief is still reading," Director Liu said. "Do you need me to call him to the phone?" Director Liu knew very well that if Xiao Ruofei called at this time, there must be something important. Xiao Ruofei said, "Director Liu, the matter is quite important. If it's convenient for Grandpa Song, I want to come over and report it to him in person. How about I trouble you to ask him?" Director Liu was slightly stunned. At this time, even if Xiao Ruofei had something to say, he would definitely say it tomorrow. Since he proposed to report it overnight, it must be very important. However, Director Liu couldn't make the decision for Master Song. He said, "No problem. I'll ask the chief right away. I don't think the possibility of him refusing is high. Ruofei, to save time, I suggest you leave now. I'll call you as soon as I have news." Master Song usually went back to his room to rest at around 8 o'clock. The latest he would go back was 9 o'clock, so the departure time was actually a bit tight. Of course, this wasn't absolute. If the matter was really important, what was the big deal about resting a little later? Director Liu also considered Xiao Ruofei as one of his own, so he made such a suggestion. If it were someone else, he wouldn't be so nosy. Of course, other people basically wouldn't be able to get an audience with Master Song at this time. Understood. Thank you, Director Liu. I'll leave now. Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei didn't call Wu Chong. He went straight to the garage in the backyard and drove the Land Rover away from the courtyard. He drove in the direction of Family Song's old mansion. In Family Song's mansion, Director Liu walked quietly to the study. He bowed slightly and said, "Chief, Ruofei just called. He said he has something very important and hopes to report it to you overnight." Master Song raised his eyebrows. He put down the thread-bound book in his hand and took off his reading glasses at the same time. He laughed and said, "This little guy has been in Beijing for so many days. He only came to see me in the first 2 days, and then he went missing. Why did he suddenly want to come over so late today?" Director Liu couldn't figure out Master Song's thoughts, but he couldn't not answer. He could only say with a trace of hesitation, "Then. Should I reject him?" "Just say that you're going to rest and ask him to come back tomorrow." Master Song waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Ruofei knows what he's doing. Since he insisted on coming over so late, it means that the matter is very important. Besides, I treat this little guy like my own grandson. Which grandson wants to see his grandfather? Why should he wait until the right time?" Director Liu couldn't help but envy Xiao Ruofei. He quickly said, "Understood, I'll inform him right away." Master Song nodded and said, "Okay, personally greet the sentries outside." "Yes, sir," Director Liu said. More than half an hour later, Xiao Ruofei appeared in Master Song's study. "Grandpa Song." Xiao Ruofei called out, then said, "It's so late. Will it affect your rest?" Master Song laughed and waved his hand and said, "It's okay. My body is strong now, and I'm full of energy. Have a seat." Xiao Ruofei sat down opposite Master Song. At this time, Director Liu personally brought in a cup of tea for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei quickly stood up and said, "Director Liu, how could I trouble you to personally pour me a cup of tea?" Director Liu's rank was at least a provincial VIP. Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't treat him as an ordinary secretary. Of course, it was only because it was Xiao Ruofei that Director Liu personally served him to show his closeness. Family Song had a lot of staff, so the work of pouring tea would never be done by a housekeeper like him. Director Liu smiled and said, "We're all on the same side. Don't be so polite." Then, Director Liu said to Master Song, "Chief, you guys take your time. I'll go down first." Master Song glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei didn't intend to keep Director Liu to listen, he nodded slightly and said, "Okay, Xiao Liu, you can go and rest. I don't have anything else to do tonight." "Okay, Chief," Director Liu responded. Then, he nodded at Xiao Ruofei, walked out of the study, and gently closed the door. Although he responded quickly, in reality, as long as Master Song wasn't resting, he would definitely be nearby on standby. After Director Lu left, Master Song smiled at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Ruofei, tell me. What's so important that even Xiao Lu can't listen to it?" Xiao Ruofei scratched his head, embarrassed. He didn't mean to hide it from Director Lu, but it was indeed a bit shocking, so naturally, he had to minimize the scope of his knowledge. He organized his words a little in his mind, then said, "Grandpa Song, it's like this. I found the mastermind behind the assassination of Secretary Song, but this matter involves a lot of things, so I can't make up my mind. So, I wanted to ask you for advice." Master Song couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He sat up slightly and asked, "Tell me the details." "Yes." Xiao Ruofei said, "According to my investigation, the person who assassinated Secretary Song came from an assassin organization called MOD. According to the clues, I finally found out, the person who hired this assassin organization to assassinate Secretary Song was Lu Haojuan. He first went through. Wait. Master Song waved his hand and asked cautiously, "The Lu Haojuan you're talking about, is Lu Chuanfeng's son?" He wasn't very familiar with the juniors of family Lu, but Lu Haojuan had just had an accident some time ago, so he still had a good impression of him. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. He's now out of town, working in one of family Lu's actual holding companies." This time, he connected to the internet on the company's computer, posted the mission on the hidden forum of the MOD mercenary organization, and transferred the deposit to the MOD organization through his bank account in Switzerland. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei took out a stack of printed pictures from his bag and handed them to Master Song. He said, "These were all found through technical means, and basically formed a complete chain of evidence. We can confirm that the mastermind behind this incident is Lu Haojuan." Xiao Ruofei scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't mean to hide it from Director Lu, but this matter was indeed a bit shocking, so he naturally had to control the scope of knowledge to a minimum. He organized his words a little in his heart, and then said, "Grandpa Song, it's like this. I found the mastermind behind the assassination of Secretary Song, but this matter involves a lot of things, and I can't make up my mind, so I still want to ask you for advice." Master Song couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He sat up slightly and asked, "Tell me the details." "Yes." Xiao Ruofei said, "According to my investigation, the person who assassinated Secretary Song this time came from an assassin organization called MOD, and according to the clues, I finally found, the person who hired this assassin organization to assassinate Secretary Song was Lu Haojuan. He first went through. Wait. Master Song waved his hand and asked cautiously, "The Lu Haojuan you're talking about, is Lu Chuanfeng's son?" Between these big families, there was cooperation and competition, but everything had a bottom line and rules. Directly finding a foreign assassin organization to assassinate a competitor was obviously beyond the scope of the rules that everyone agreed on. It was like everyone was fighting for food in a pot. They might use some means to interfere with each other, such as using words to influence others, or a few of them working together to find an opportunity to destroy the other person's tools. These were all within the scope of the rules. But if one of them suddenly broke the rules and directly killed the person who was fighting for food, or directly smashed the pot, then no one would tolerate it. This was the nature of this matter, which was why Master Song showed a rare expression of anger. If all the families did this, or if others followed suit, then wouldn't everyone be in danger? If this was Lu Haojuan's personal behavior, then it would be fine, but if it reflected the will of family Lu, then this matter would be serious. Of course, now that there was a mountain of irrefutable evidence, whether or not this matter was incited by family Lu, it would not be considered as Lu Haojuan's personal behavior. The experienced Master Song naturally knew what to do to maximize the benefits. In fact, he didn't think this was the behavior of family Lu. Even if Elder Lu didn't have long to live, he wouldn't be so crazy. Moreover, now that he saw the hope of survival, he wouldn't do anything to provoke family Song. After all, Xiao Ruofei's relationship with family Song was well known in the family circle in Beijing. Elder Lu had no reason to cut off his own path of survival. But at this point, family Lu had no choice but to admit it. Master Song pondered for a moment, then said, "Ruofei, do you have the original data for this evidence?" Although Master Song had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei and believed that this evidence was definitely not forged, if he wanted to show it to family Lu face to face, then he definitely needed the original evidence. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "No problem." All the data was stored on the internal website of the Audiobook organization and could be accessed directly through a fixed IP. The premise was that there was an encrypted dog. Xia Ruofei knew all of this, so there was no problem in getting the original data. Master Song nodded and said, "Very good. It's a little late today. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for a reliable technician to contact you and confirm the evidence. How about this, you stay here tonight. Stop running back and forth." "Okay, Grandpa Song," Xia Ruofei said. Then he asked, "Grandpa Song, how are you going to deal with this matter?" Master Song smiled coldly and said, "Old family Lu doesn't follow the rules. Of course, we have to teach them a lesson. However, don't get involved in this matter. I will personally meet old Lu. When the time comes, I will bring the technical staff and show him the evidence on the spot. Therefore, you must hand it over clearly tomorrow." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Understood." He knew that this was Master Song's protection for him. After he reported this matter to Master Song, he couldn't get involved at all. He had to get rid of all relations. Master Song looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Family Lu's actions will cause public anger. If I release the evidence inside, they will be very passive and may even be unable to recover. So, the initiative is in our hands now. Old Lu has to bleed a lot this time." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "If you personally come forward, there will definitely be no problem." Master Song smiled and looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "You don't look very interested." Xia Ruofei smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "That's not it. It's just that I think Lu Haojuan's actions have crossed the bottom line. If it were an ordinary person, even if they didn't die in this situation, they would be in jail for life. But family Lu's young master, I'm afraid that in the end, he will be lifted up high and put down gently. When I think of this, I feel a little uncomfortable. And I feel that Lu Haojuan has completely lost his mind. Such a madman is actually very dangerous." Master Song laughed and said, "Ruofei, you are feeling indignant for Qiming. Are you also silently criticizing me, thinking that this old man is very bad, only thinking about benefits and balance, but not considering the feelings of Qiming and his family?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect Master Song to use internet buzzwords. It seemed that this former high-level leader wasn't out of touch with society. He said, "This is really not the case. You have great foresight, and you always think about the long term and the overall situation. I believe that Secretary Song will understand." Master Song waved his hand and said, "You don't have to choose the nicest words. Ruofei, actually, you don't have to worry too much about this. Lu Haojuan's family Lu probably won't keep him." "Ah?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but cry out, "You mean?" Master Song nodded and said, "Based on my understanding of old Lu, he should be more decisive in getting rid of him." "Your judgment is correct. Many details show that Lu Haojuan has gone completely crazy. If such a person is alive, not only will he be a great threat to you and me, but he is also a huge hidden danger to the Lu family. He is like a ticking time bomb. What's more, he used underhanded means to kill Qiming. This matter can't be let go. The family Lu also needs to express his attitude that this matter has nothing to do with the family Lu, and is completely Lu Haojuan's personal behavior. And what's the best way to express this attitude?" After that, Master Song looked at Xia Ruofei meaningfully. Obviously, the answer was self-evident. However, Xia Ruofei still couldn't believe it. He shook his head slightly and said, This is impossible. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Lu Haojuan's father is Lu Chuanfeng." Master Song directly interrupted Xia Ruofei and said, "As long as old Lu is still alive, family Lu won't be decided by Lu Chuanfeng. I understand this. But Lu Haojuan is also old Lu's grandson." Xia Ruofei said, "They are even closer." Xia Ruofei felt that Master Song's conclusion was a bit too crazy. It had completely subverted his worldview. He originally thought that family Lu would severely reprimand Lu Haojuan, then send him abroad and never let him return to the country. If it was more serious, he would be directly taken back to Jing City and confined by the family. That would be no different from going to prison. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that Master Song would actually tell him that family Lu might put righteousness before family. This was a family where blood was thicker than water, Master Song said with a faint smile. You are talking about an ordinary family. For a big family like family Lu, family affection is actually very thin. Moreover, I know old Lu very well. As long as we can let family Lu get out of this crisis better, faster, and with less loss, what is the loss of a grandson? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. Were these people from big families all this crazy? He subconsciously glanced at Master Song. Master Song seemed to be able to see through Xiao Ruofei's heart. He said with some annoyance, "Why are you looking at me? Our family Song and family Lu are different. Our family style is very good. What I value the most is that the brothers and sisters love each other and help each other." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "I didn't say anything. Don't be so agitated." Master Song said unhappily, "All right. I'm a little tired. You go rest too. Ask Xiao Lu to arrange a room for you." "Okay, Grandpa Song," Xiao Ruofei said. Then, his heart skipped a beat as he remembered something. He quickly said, "Oh yeah, Grandpa Song, I have another thing, go ahead. If you want to show the evidence tomorrow, you have to directly access the internet and use a hardware encryption device." Xiao Ruofei said, "I used that encryption dog before. Do you think it would be better to get a new one?" Master Song thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "You are right. We have to avoid any possibility of exposing you. It would be better to get a new one." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then you would need a new empty encryption dog and a set of burning equipment." There were two types of encryption dogs. One was a fixed program that couldn't be changed. This type of security wasn't high, as the possibility of the common encryption program being cracked was very high. The other type of encryption dog was empty. After buying it, you would need to burn your own encryption program into it. The security of this type of encryption dog naturally depended on the program that was burned. But no matter what, it was definitely safer than the first type. Manzila used the second type of encryption dog. The encryption program was stored on the isolated island computer. Elder Song said, "If you have any requests, just tell Xiao Lu. He will coordinate with you at the first moment." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "Grandpa Song, rest early. I won't disturb you." Go ahead," Master Song said. After Xiao Ruofei left Master Song's study, he quickly found Director Lu in the room next door. Xiao Ruofei told Director Lu that he would be staying the night and told him his needs. Director Lu nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then, he asked a staff member to arrange a place for Xiao Ruofei to stay while he went to find Xiao Ruofei an encryption dog and burning equipment. At this time, the electronic shopping centers were definitely closed. It wasn't easy for the average person to buy an empty encryption dog, let alone a set of burning equipment. That was even more difficult. But for Director Lu, it was a piece of cake. Xiao Ruofei waited in the guest room for about half an hour before Director Lu brought the things over. Xiao Ruofei and Master Song didn't take the initiative to say anything, so Director Lu didn't ask much. After putting down the things, he left. Before he left, he told Xiao Ruofei to look for him if he needed anything. Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude with a smile and personally walked Director Lu to the door of the guest room. Then, he locked the door and walked back to his room. He habitually used his mental strength to check the entire room. Then, he took out the 2 laptops and the encryption dog that he had seized from Manzila from the space. The encryption dog looked very similar to a USB drive, but it had a chip inside and generally didn't have a storage function. The two just looked similar, but in fact, they were two completely different things. The encrypted dog in his hand was the one that Manzila usually used, and it originated from South Africa. Under normal circumstances, this type of encrypted dog would not be used in the country. If he were to take it out directly, it might expose some information. This was the reason why Xiao Ruofei specifically brought up the matter of the encryption dog. He quickly connected the burning equipment to the island computer, found the encryption program stored in the computer, and burned the program into the encryption dog's chip. Then, Xiao Ruofei turned on the computer connected to the internet, plugged the encryption dog into the computer, and tried to access the internal website of the mod organization. After testing that everything was normal, he was slightly relieved. Master Song pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "You're right. We have to avoid any possibility of exposing you. It's better to change to a new one." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then we need a new empty encryption dog and a set of burning equipment." There were also two types of encryption dogs. One was a fixed program that couldn't be modified. This kind of security was generally not high. After all, the general encryption program was very likely to be cracked. The other type of encryption dog was empty. After buying it, one needed to burn the encryption program that one wrote. The security of this kind of encryption dog naturally depended on the program that was burned. But no matter what, it was definitely safer than the first type. What Manzila used was the second type of encryption dog. The encryption program was stored on the isolated island computer. Master Song heard this and said, "If you have any needs, tell Xiao Lu. He will coordinate for you immediately." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "Grandpa Song, then you rest early. I won't disturb you." Go ahead," Master Song said. After Xiao Ruofei left Master Song's study, he quickly found Director Lu in the room next door. Xiao Ruofei told Director Lu that he would be staying the night and told him his needs. Director Lu nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then, he asked a staff member to arrange a place for Xiao Ruofei to stay while he went to find an encryption dog and burning equipment for Xiao Ruofei. At this time, the electronic shopping centers were definitely closed. It was not easy for the average person to buy an empty encryption dog, not to mention a set of ready-made burning equipment. That was even more difficult. But for Director Lu, that was a small matter. Xiao Ruofei waited in the guest room for about half an hour before Director Lu brought the things over. Xiao Ruofei and Master Song didn't take the initiative to say anything, so Director Lu didn't ask much. After putting down the things, he left. Before he left, he told Xiao Ruofei to look for him if he needed anything. Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude with a smile and personally walked Director Lu to the door of the guest room. Then, he locked the door and walked back to his room. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he knew that Lieutenant Colonel Liao Jun was someone Master Song absolutely trusted. Otherwise, he would not have said so. What's more, a professional technical lieutenant colonel, even if he was a senior engineer, was not enough to enter Master Song's sight under normal circumstances, let alone let Master Song know his position so clearly. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei immediately nodded and said, "Understood." Then Xiao Ruofei said to Liao Jun, "Engineer Liao, please come with me." Liao Jun nodded politely to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Sorry to trouble you." People who could eat at the same table as Master Song were definitely not simple. Liao Jun naturally would not neglect Xiao Ruofei just because he was young. Xiao Ruofei took Liao Jun to the guest room where he rested last night. As he turned on the desktop computer in the room, he said, "Engineer Liao, we want to access an overseas IP address. You should write it down first." "Okay," Liao Jun said, and then immediately took out the pen and small book he carried with him. Technicians had this habit. Many people would carry a pen and book with them, convenient to record some information that needed to be recorded at any time. Xiao Ruofei reported the IP of the internal website of the mod organization to Liao Jun, and then operated it on the desktop computer. To access an overseas address, some operations needed to be done first. Xiao Ruofei's method was also very simple. He bought a VPN last night, and after connecting, he successfully opened the internal website of the mod organization. Of course, this was just a login interface, and no information could be seen. Xiao Ruofei took out the encrypted dog that he had burned last night from his bag and said to Liao Jun, "This is a Yuki that we copied after cracking it. You must use it with the Yuki to log into the website. Remember to bring it with you later." "Okay," Liao Jun said with a smile. These were all basic operations. As a senior network engineer, Liao Jun naturally didn't need Xiao Ruofei to explain too much. Xiao Ruofei plugged the encrypted dog into the USB port of the computer. After inputting the password, he began to enter Manzila's account password in the login box. At the same time, he also reported the password of the encrypted dog and the account password of the motor organization's internal website to Liao Jun. Liao Jun quickly recorded it down. Xiao Ruofei had already opened the internal website of the mod organization. Then, he combined the screenshots he showed to Master Song last night and operated them step by step for Liao Jun to see. This included locating the specific address of the computer based on the fixed IP address. Everything was demonstrated once. Liao Jun's professional ability was very strong. He was a well-known network security expert in the garrison area. He basically knew what Xiao Ruofei's demonstration was after watching it once. Liao Jun was also a talent valued by Family Song. He more or less knew about the matters between the families. Therefore, when he saw this information, he knew what it meant. Before coming, Director Liu didn't reveal anything. He just emphasized that it must be kept absolutely confidential. At this moment, Liao Jun's heart was in turmoil. This was the rhythm of piercing through the sky. However, he was also a soldier. Even if he was a professional technical cadre, he was also well-trained. Therefore, he didn't lose his composure. He quickly recorded all the information provided by Xiao Ruofei. In the end, Liao Jun personally operated it. It had to be said that his skills were still very good. When he finally located the address through the IP address, the operation was much more skillful than Xiao Ruofei's. After Xiao Ruofei finished watching from the side, he smiled and said, "No problem, Engineer Liao. Thank you for your hard work. Also, pay attention to the issue of confidentiality." Liao Jun said seriously, "Please don't worry about this. I will keep my mouth shut." "Thank you," Xiao Ruofei said. The two of them left the room. Master Song sat in the hall and waited. When he saw Liao Jun and Xiao Ruofei, he asked, "Are there any problems?" Liao Jun straightened his back and replied, "Please don't worry, Chief. I have already grasped everything." "That's good. Hurry up and change into casual clothes. We'll set off now," Master Song said. "Yes," Liao Jun replied. The staff took Liao Jun to change into casual clothes. Master Song chatted with Xiao Ruofei in the hall for a while. When Liao Jun came out, Master Song smiled and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, leave the follow-up to me. You can go back first." "Oh right, don't tell Qiming about it for the time being. He's still recovering." "Understood," Xiao Ruofei replied straightforwardly. Just as Master Song walked out with Liao Jun, Xiao Ruofei's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and glanced at the caller ID. His expression became a little strange. Master Song looked back at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Ruofei, what's up?" Xiao Ruofei waved his phone and said, "Director Lu Chuanfeng called." Master Song couldn't help but laugh and teased, "Does this family Lu know how to predict? Ruofei, you answer the phone first. See what they have to say. I think it has something to do with Lu Hajuan's matter." According to Master Song's judgment, family Lu probably didn't know that Lu Hajuan, who was thousands of miles away in Shanbei province, was about to poke a hole in the sky. So, for Lu Chuanfeng to call it this time, it must be about something else. Xiao Ruofei nodded and answered the phone. "Hello, Director Lu." "Mr. Xia." Lu Chuanfeng's voice had a hint of enthusiasm. "I hope I didn't disturb your rest?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I got up a long time ago." "What's up, Director Lu?" "Oh, it's like this." Lu Chuanfeng said, "Mr. Xia, I don't know if you're free today. We want to ask you to come over and check on my father again." A few days had passed since Xiao Ruofei checked on Mr. Lu last time. During this time, Xiao Ruofei made a big trip to Africa. Although Mr. Lu's condition was very stable these days, and the tumor was basically suppressed and didn't get any bigger, and he was in good spirits, they were still a little worried. Every few days, they wanted to ask Xiao Ruofei to check on Mr. Lu, even if it was just to check on Mr. Lu. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Master Song and Liao Jun, and asked, "Director Lu, has Mr. Lu's condition relapsed?" "No, it hasn't," Lu Chuanfeng said. "It's just that we, as his children, are a little worried about his condition. It's been a few days since the last check. If Mr. Xia can spare some time, please come over and check on Mr. Lu again. If you don't have time, then we'll meet another day." It's okay, I'll come over today, Xiao Ruofei said. He thought for a moment, and then added, I still have some things to do right now. I'll come over later in the morning. Okay. Okay. Lu Chuanfeng was overjoyed and quickly said, Thank you, Mr. Xia. You're welcome, Director Lu, Xiao Ruofei said lightly. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Master Song, Family Lu asked me to check on Mr. Lu, and I agreed, but told them I'll be a little late. Master Song couldn't help but smile. He pointed at Xiao Ruofei and said, Do you have to see Mr. Lu's expression with your own eyes? You're a little bit of a bad boy. Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly and said, Look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of person? A doctor has the heart of a parent. The patient's family asked me so sincerely, how could I have the heart to refuse? Master Song couldn't help but laugh and said, Okay. You can go if you want, but we'll go first. You can come over later. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, I also need to prepare for the check on Mr. Lu. I have to be prepared in advance. Although I don't know if I'll need it. Liao Jun, who was listening at the side, was confused. So this young man was a doctor, and he even treated the head of the Lu family? Why is the relationship here so messy? Master Song interrupted Liao Jun's thoughts and said, Liao, let's go. Oh. Yes. Director. Liao Jun quickly responded. Director Lu accompanied Master Song to Family Lu. Xiao Ruofei didn't stay at Family Song's old house either. He drove the Land Rover he drove yesterday and left the old house one after the other with Master Song's Hongqi sedan. Master Song went directly to the courtyard where Mr. Lu lived, while Xiao Ruofei went back to Luhai Hudong Sihiyuan. After waiting for about half an hour, he asked Wu Chong to be his driver and took the Toyota Alpha to Family Lu's courtyard. When Xiao Ruofei arrived, he saw Master Song's bulletproof Hongqi sedan parked in the courtyard. As for the license plate number of Master Song's car, Xiao Ruofei, who had ridden in this car many times, was naturally very familiar with it. They chatted for a long time. Xiao Ruofei muttered in his heart. Lu Chuanfeng didn't show up either. The person who greeted Xiao Ruofei was Family Lu's housekeeper, Lu Quan. He was also an old member of Family Lu and had served Mr. Lu for half of his life. This time, Mr. Lu moved to this courtyard to treat his illness, so Lu Quan came with him. The electric door of the Toyota Alpha slowly opened, and Xiao Ruofei stepped out of the car. Lu Quan stepped forward and bowed slightly, saying, Mr. Xia, hello. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, I'm here to see Mr. Lu. Yes, the young master has already given the order, Lu Quan said. But, the young master and the master are receiving an important guest, and the young master told me to trouble you to wait for a while if you arrive. I'm really sorry, Mr. Xia, this guest came at the last minute, and we didn't know in advance, so we arranged. Xiao Ruofei was well aware of this. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, It's okay, I'll wait for Mr. Lu to finish his work. Lu Quan secretly sighed in relief and quickly said, Mr. Xia, this way please. You can have some tea and take a rest in the reception room, and I'll go get you as soon as the master finishes receiving the guest. As Mr. Lu's trusted housekeeper, Lu Quan also knew the importance of this young man in front of him. In a sense, whether or not Family Lu could continue the glory of the past depended largely on this young man. And Xiao Ruofei didn't seem to get along well with Family Lu, and he felt that his temper wasn't very good the first few times they met. Lu Quan was worried that Xiao Ruofei would just leave in a huff, but he didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to be so easy to talk to, and his attitude was pleasant. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. Wu Chong directly stayed in the car to wait for Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei followed Lu Quan to the reception room. As soon as he walked in, Xiao Ruofei saw Director Lu and Liao Jun sitting inside. Obviously, the previous segment of showing the irrefutable evidence was over, and now it was Master Song and Family Lu's turn to have a private chat. Director Lu, you're also here? Xiao Ruofei pretended to be surprised. Everyone in Beijing knew that Xiao Ruofei and Family Song had a close relationship, so he couldn't pretend not to know Director Lu, or else it would be too obvious. Director Lu smiled and nodded, saying, Yes. I accompanied the chief here. Then Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded at Liao Jun, who was beside Director Lu. The two didn't talk, and just smiled politely at each other like strangers meeting. After Lu Quan served Xiao Ruofei a cup of tea, he bowed slightly and then left. Xiao Ruofei and Director Lu chatted casually. Of course, the two didn't mention what happened last night, and in fact, Director Lu didn't know much about the whole thing. Liao Jun sat to the side and didn't have much of a presence. He didn't say a word and sat straight on the sofa like a statue. After about 40 minutes, Master Song walked out of Elder Lu's room. Xiao Ruofei and the others heard the noise and also walked out of the reception room. Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Chuanfeng walking Master Song out, and the two were talking as they walked. Lu Chuanfeng's face looked very pale, without a trace of blood, and he looked like he had suddenly aged a few years. When Master Song saw Xiao Ruofei, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Ruofei, why are you here?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Grandpa Song is also a drama queen." "I'm here to check on Elder Lu," Xiao Ruofei replied respectfully. "Oh. It's time to take a good look," Master Song said faintly, "help Elder Lu take care of his body. He doesn't look too good today." "Yes." Xiao Ruofei replied. Master Song then said, "Xiao Lu, Xiao Liao, let's go." After that, Master Song walked out, Director Lu and Liao Jun quickly followed. Xiao Ruofei also followed Lu Chuanfeng and sent Master Song to the courtyard. Lu Chuanfeng said submissively, "Uncle Song, take care." Master Song nodded faintly, and there seemed to be anger between his eyebrows. He didn't say anything to Lu Chuanfeng and directly got into the Hongqi car. Director Lu and Liao Jun also quickly got into the car. Xiao Ruofei and Lu Chuanfeng stood in the courtyard and watched Master Song leave in the Hongqi car. Xiao Ruofei clearly heard Lu Chuanfeng sigh heavily. "Minister Lu." Xiao Ruofei called out from the side. Lu Chuanfeng then came back to his senses and said with a bitter smile, "Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. I neglected you today." Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "You're exaggerating, Minister Lu. I've received the consultation fee, so naturally, I have the obligation to treat Elder Lu. However, I have my own treatment plan, so I hope that Minister Lu won't disrupt my treatment plan next time." Xiao Ruofei was implying that when it was time for a follow-up visit, he would naturally come over, and it wasn't up to them to call and invite him. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but feel a hint of anger when he heard this, but his mind was in a mess because of Lu Haochuan's matter, so he wasn't in the mood to be angry with Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, he didn't dare to offend Xiao Ruofei now, because the life and death of the family Lu's white jade pillar, Elder Lu, was in the hands of Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, Lu Chuanfeng just nodded silently, made a gesture to Xiao Ruofei, and then personally led the way. The two of them quickly arrived at Elder Lu's room. Xiao Ruofei entered the room and saw that Elder Lu's face was ashen, and his spirit was quite dispirited. There was also a look of worry between his eyebrows that couldn't be removed. Xiao Ruofei knew very well that Elder Lu's current state was definitely not due to his illness. They must have paid a heavy price for Lu Haochuan's matter this time. When Elder Lu saw Xiao Ruofei, he forced a smile and greeted him, "Mr. Xia, you're here. Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, then walked over to Elder Lu. "Elder Lu, you don't look very good. Did you not rest well these 2 days? Or did you not take your medicine on time?" Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, "Logically speaking, after taking the pills I provided, your condition shouldn't be like this." Elder Lu showed a bitter smile, waved his hand and said, "It has nothing to do with Mr. Xia's medical skills, it's something that happened to me." Sigh. "Let's not talk about it. Mr. Xia, since you're here, I'll trouble you to check on me." Xiao Ruofei didn't say much, nodded, and came to the bed. He reached out and put his hand on Elder Lu's pulse, closed his eyes slightly, and released his spiritual power to sense the situation in Elder Lu's body. In fact, every time Xiao Ruofei came for a follow-up visit, the only thing he needed to pay attention to was whether Elder Lu's recovery speed would be too fast. After all, he gave a course of pills for a course of treatment. Although the possibility of family Lu disobeying the doctor's advice and increasing the medicine dosage, it couldn't rule the possibility. If Elder Lu's medicines, the recovery speed would be faster than normal. Of course, even if this happened, Xiao Ruofei could completely deal with it. He provided family Lu with 1 pill a day. If Elder Lu took more, it meant that there would be a period of time where there would be no medicine available. Xiao Ruofei would only wait until all the pills he provided were consumed at the rate of 1 pill per day in theory before he would continue to provide more. If family Lu told him the truth, Xiao Ruofei could use the reason that they didn't follow the doctor's advice and leave without any follow-up treatment. If family Lu found some excuse, such as accidentally destroying the pills, Xiao Ruofei could seriously expose them by checking Elder Lu's body. He could also say with righteousness that because Elder Lu didn't follow the doctor's advice, he overdosed and caused the drug to stagnate in his body, and there was nothing he could do. Even if he continued to treat Elder Lu in the end, Xiao Ruofei could still slow down the recovery speed. All in all, everything would be under his control. Through the examination, Xiao Ruofei found that Elder Lu's recovery was basically in line with his plan. It could be seen that family Lu didn't dare to make any changes to Elder Lu's medicine. Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes and said calmly, "You're recovering well, but your mental state is very poor. This state is not good for the absorption of the medicine. Treatment should be the priority now. Don't let other things interfere with your recovery." Elder Lu glanced at Lu Chuanfeng, then said to Xiao Ruofei, "Thank you, Mr. Xia, for your advice. I'll take note." Xiao Ruofei nodded calmly and said, "The pills from last time should be enough for a while. I won't provide you with any more this time. After all, storing them for too long will cause the medicine to lose its effectiveness." "Okay, I'll listen to Mr. Xiao's arrangements." Elder Lu smiled and nodded. At this time, Lu Chuanfeng said, "Mr. Xia, can I trouble you to perform acupuncture on my father?" "No need." Before Xiao Ruofei could say anything, Elder Lu interrupted Lu Chuanfeng. "Chuanfeng, how many times have I told you? Mr. Xia knows how to treat him. Us amateurs shouldn't affect the professionals." Xiao Ruofei looked back at Lu Chuanfeng meaningfully, then smiled and said, "Elder Lu's current state is indeed not suitable for acupuncture. Your mental state is too poor." Elder Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng sternly, then said to Xiao Ruofei in a pleasant manner, "Mr. Xia, don't listen to what Lu Chuanfeng says. You have the final say on how to treat him." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Elder Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Take care of yourself." "Thank you. Thank you." Elder Lu said with a smile, then raised his voice and said, "Lu Quan. Help me send Mr. Xia out." "Yes, master." Lu Quan, who had been waiting at the door, walked in and said respectfully to Xiao Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, this way please." Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, "Dad. Let me send him out." "You stay." Elder Lu said calmly, "I have something to say to you." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Lu Chuanfeng, then nodded slightly to Elder Lu, and followed Lu Quan out of the room. Although Xiao Ruofei had left, his mind power was still radiating in the direction of Elder Lu's room, monitoring family Lu and his son's every move. This time, even if Lu Chuanfeng hadn't invited him over for a follow-up visit, he would have gone to family Lu's courtyard himself and used his mind power to investigate. At the very least, he had to know how family Lu planned to deal with Lu Haojuan. Judging from Elder Lu's current attitude, Lu Haojuan was probably doomed. In the room, Elder Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng sternly and asked, "Chuanfeng, do you really want to tip your son off so badly?" Just now, Lu Chuanfeng had sent Master Song out, and then immediately welcomed Xiao Ruofei in. During the whole process, he didn't have a chance to be alone. When Xiao Ruofei was examining Elder Lu didn't let Lu Chuanfeng leave either. However, the next 2 times, Lu Chuanfeng tried to find a chance to leave the room first. The first time was when he suddenly suggested that Xiao Ruofei give Elder Lu acupuncture. According to Xiao Ruofei's rules, no one was allowed to watch during his official treatment. That way, Lu Chuanfeng could justifiably leave. The second time was when he offered to send Xiao Ruofei out. His goal was the same. Elder Lu was so happy that he naturally knew what Lu Chuanfeng was thinking. At the same time, he mercilessly destroyed Lu Chuanfeng's little abacus. Lu Chuanfeng didn't dare to look at Elder Lu. He lowered his head slightly and looked at his toes. "Dad, I didn't want to tip anyone off, humph. You know best whether you want to or not." Elder Lu snorted coldly. "Didn't you hear what Mr. Xia said just now? I can't even accept acupuncture in my current state, and if I continue to be in this state, the treatment will be greatly affected." "Chuanfeng. You're so filial. You're afraid that I'll recover too quickly, right? You're always looking for trouble with me, aren't you? I don't think I'll be killed by the cancer cells. In the end, I'll be angered to death by you unfilial descendants. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but tremble. Especially when Elder Lu's sharp eyes stared at him, he felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient beast. He felt uncomfortable all over. Lu Chuanfeng explained, Dad. I really didn't know about this. So you're saying that Hao Juan acted on his own accord? Elder Lu said coldly. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, Dad. That's not necessarily true. Maybe someone set him up. Hao Juan and Song Qiming have no grudges, how could he? No grudges? Not necessarily, right? Elder Lu said with a faint smile. Song Qiming is the leader of Southeast Province and Sanjian City. Lu Haojuan was defeated in Southeast Province and came back with his tail between his legs. Doesn't he have any grudges against Song Qiming? Even if he has a grudge, he wouldn't be so crazy as to assassinate Song Qiming. Lu Chuanfeng argued weakly. If we're talking about hatred, he should hate Xiao Ruofei the most. Why would he pay such a high price to deal with Song Qiming? That doesn't make sense. Are you trying to say that family Song set him up? Elder Lu asked coldly. Lu Chuanfeng said, that's possible. Maybe family Song couldn't find the murderer, so they purposely created these things to blackmail. Enough. Do you think I'm an idiot? Elder Lu slapped the bed and said sternly, you don't have to say anything else. Stay here for the next 2 days, and don't go to work for the time being. Elder Lu obviously wanted to put Lu Chuanfeng under house arrest. His main purpose was naturally to prevent Lu Chuanfeng from leaking information. Lu Chuanfeng's face changed slightly. He said, Dad. Hao Juan is your biological grandson. How could you be so cruel? What nonsense are you talking about? Elder Lu stared at Lu Chuanfeng and said, all right, calm down first. Then, Elder Lu raised his voice and shouted, Lu Yong. Lu Chuang. Chief. 2 burly men appeared at the door. When Lu Chuanfeng saw the 2 men, his face changed drastically. He knew that his father was serious this time. Elder Lu said calmly, take Chuanfeng to rest. Take good care of him. Yes. Leader. The 2 men replied in unison. Chuanfeng, hand over your communication devices. Elder Lu said. I hope you don't keep making mistakes. With a numb expression, Lu Chuanfeng took out his 2 mobile phones and casually placed them on Elder Lu's bedside table. Then, like a walking corpse, he followed behind the 2 big men and walked out of Elder Lu's room. Lu Chuanfeng knew very well that there was no way he could hide his communication devices in front of Lu Yong and Lu Chuang. Instead of letting the 2 men find them, he might as well hand them over himself to avoid more embarrassment. Elder Lu had mobilized the most elite force in the family to watch over him. It was clear how determined he was. Hao Juan, whether you can survive this disaster or not depends on yourself. Lu Chuanfeng said quietly in his heart, Dad really can't help you. Xiao Ruofei walked to the courtyard and prepared to get into the car. Just now, when he was walking down from upstairs, his spiritual power had been constantly monitoring Elder Lu's room. Naturally, he was very clear about what had just happened. What a wonderful show. Xiao Ruofei said to himself in his heart. Lu Quan walked Xiao Ruofei all the way to the car. When Xiao Ruofei got into the car, the electric door of the Alpha slowly closed. Lu Quan was still standing beside the car. The Toyota Alpha slowly started. Lu Quan bowed slightly to Xiao Ruofei in the car. After the car left Family Lu's courtyard, it drove for about 100 meters. When the car turned a corner, Xiao Ruofei suddenly said, Wu Chang, pull over. Boss, this seems to be a no-stop road. Wu Chang couldn't help but remind him. It's okay. Just pull over. I'll pay the fine. Deduct my points, Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly. Understood. Wu Chang no longer hesitated. He slowly pulled over and turned on the double flashing lights. Xiao Ruofei leaned against the soft space capsule seat with his eyes slightly closed as if he was half asleep. In fact, his mind power was locked on Elder Lu's room. From now on, he must always monitor Family Lu. At the very least, he must know how family Lu was going to deal with Lu Haojuan. If Lu Haojuan was really lifted up high and put down gently this time, Xia Ruofei wouldn't be polite. He would use his own means to reap Lu Haojuan's life. In the room, Elder Lu watched expressionlessly as Lu Chuanfeng was taken away by Lu Yong and Lu Chuang. Then, he sat on the bed silently and didn't move for a long time. This time, he really felt the pain on his skin. In just the past hour, family Lu's loss could be said to be incomparably tragic. On the other hand, family Song naturally made a lot of money. Because of Lu Haojuan's matter, family Lu fell into a completely passive situation. Master Song personally came to question them, which put a lot of pressure on Elder Lu. After a fierce confrontation, family Lu gave up a lot of benefits. Elder Lu also promised that he would severely punish Lu Haojuan and would definitely give family Song a satisfactory explanation. When he thought of the large amount of benefits he personally gave away today, his heart seemed to be bleeding. He couldn't help but curse again, bastard. He's a complete bastard. It was unknown whether he was cursing Lu Haojuan or Master Song, who demanded an exorbitant price. Elder Lu was silent for a long time before he reached out and picked up the phone on the bedside table. After dialing a number, he said faintly, "Come to me right now." Xia Ruofei sat in the car without saying a word, and Wu Chang didn't ask much either. He just sat quietly in the driver's seat and waited. Under the investigation of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, everything in family Lu's courtyard was in full view. He could see Lu Chuanfeng walking back and forth like a trapped beast under the watch of Lu Yong and Lu Chuang. Several times, he wanted to rush out, but he was stopped by Lu Yong and Lu Chuang. Lu Chuanfeng's face was full of horror. He had already felt his father's killing intent. If he couldn't do anything, then Lu Haojuan would really not be able to escape this time. As a father, how could Lu Chuanfeng bear such a blow? From this, it could be seen that Elder Lu was really an ambitious and ruthless character. Compared with the interests of the family, or more accurately, the survival of the family, in his eyes, the affection of ordinary people was nothing. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power also detected that Elder Lu slowly got out of bed, staggered to the window, and looked into the distance motionlessly. He continued to maintain his spiritual powers investigation without batting an eyelid. Family Lu's courtyard. About 20 minutes after Lu Chuanfeng was taken away by Lu Yong and Lu Chuang, a black Audi sedan drove into the courtyard, and a middle-aged man in a beige tang suit hurried into the small building. During the whole process, Xia Ruofei also patiently sat in the car, maintaining the surveillance of his spiritual power. The middle-aged man in the tang suit quickly came to Elder Lu's room upstairs. Lu Quan knocked on the door, walked in, and said softly, "Master, Lu Feng is here." Old man Lu slowly turned around and said indifferently, "Let him in." "Yes." After Lu Quan finished speaking, he stepped sideways and made a gesture of invitation. The middle-aged man in the tang suit walked in and stopped a few meters in front of Elder Lu. He bowed respectfully to Elder Lu and said, "Third uncle, are you looking for me?" Elder Lu made a sound of acknowledgement and slowly walked to the bedside. Lu Feng hurriedly stepped forward to support Elder Lu. He helped him to the bedside and covered him with a blanket. Then, he respectfully stood at the side with his hands by his side. Elder Lu said in a low voice, "Lin Feng, go to Shanbei province and help me kill someone." Lu Feng nodded without hesitation. "Yes." "Third granduncle, who is the target?" "Lu Haojuan," Elder Lu said expressionlessly. Lu Feng's body couldn't help but tremble, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He couldn't help but take a step back, and then he cried out involuntarily, "Third uncle. You." The muscles on Elder Lu's face twitched a few times before he said, "You didn't hear wrong, and I'm not crazy. Your mission target this time is my grandson, Lu Haojuan. Do you hear me clearly?" "I hear you clearly." Lu Feng answered instinctively, and then he immediately waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. Third uncle, what did Haojuan do wrong? You can teach him a lesson. But you don't have to kill him." This was a little too shocking. Lu Feng couldn't even believe that the words just now came out of Elder Lu's mouth. Elder Lu didn't answer Lu Feng. His gaze drifted out of the window, and the scene of the negotiation with Master Song just now appeared in his mind. In fact, there were only Master Song and Elder Lu in the room just now. Lu Chuanfeng was just in front of them, and he saw the evidence that Master Song asked Liao Jun to show him. Elder Lu quickly asked him to wait at the door. Of course, from then on, there were already people watching over Lu Chuanfeng. Elder Lu still remembered the negotiation between the two of them just now. After seeing the evidence, Elder Lu was already a little flustered. At the same time, he also realized that this was the family Lu's biggest crisis. Elder Lu didn't bargain much with Master Song's list of conditions, and quickly agreed to them. Master Song finally said, "Elder Lu, there's one last condition. Lu Haojuan can't stay, Bulge *T." Elder Lu shouted angrily. "Elder Song, don't push your luck." Master Song looked at Elder Lu very calmly and said, "You know very well that there's no need to pretend to be angry. It can't hide your inner thoughts at all." Elder Lu snorted and said, "This condition is too much. I can't agree to it. He's the eldest grandson of family Lu. Song Qiming is the junior that I value the most." Master Song suddenly raised his voice. "What? Lu Haojuan has a higher status than Song Qiming? Qiming can die, but Lu Haojuan can't. Isn't Song Qiming fine?" Elder Lu said vaguely. "Haha. That's fine?" Master Song sneered. If it weren't for Ruofei rushing over in time, Qiming would have been buried long ago. Plus, his injuries are very serious. Whether he can recover, and how long it will take to recover, everything is unknown. After doing such a horrible thing, he should pay the price. Or, actually, all of this was family Lu's will, and Lu Haojuan was just a chess piece that you pushed out. "Don't slander us," Elder Lu said quickly. "You know very well what the truth is. Why do you have to implicate our entire family? Elder Song, Haojuan did make a big mistake this time, and it's unforgivable. But can't you just let him live? We can send him abroad right away. We can't let him come back to China for the rest of his life. Also, we can limit his bank account, so he can never do such a thing again." "Do you believe what you just said?" Master Song smiled faintly. "We can limit him for a while, but can we limit him for the rest of his life? Family Song aside, to family Lu, isn't Lu Haojuan's existence a thorn in your back? This guy had already gone mad. He's a ticking time bomb. Who knows when he'll blow up family Lu into pieces?" Then, Master Song glanced at Elder Lu coldly and said, "That's all I have to say. As for what to do, it's up to you, Elder Lu." Then, Master Song got up and left the room. At that moment, Elder Lu thought of the conversation between the two, especially Master Song's last words, which were like a clap of thunder, and made Elder Lu's determination firmer. Lu Haojuan almost broke the sky this time, and it could be seen that his mentality was completely out of balance, and he was in a state of madness. Even if he were to be sent abroad, it wouldn't make him feel at ease. Even if family Lu limited Lu Haojuan's bank account, and didn't let him have too much money, it wouldn't solve the root cause. As long as the madness in Lu Haojuan's heart didn't disappear, he would think of ways to get money, and then put his crazy ideas into practice. Moreover, family Lu was a big tree that attracted the wind. Even if family Lu was united internally, and everything was to protect Lu Haojuan's little life, it was impossible for them to resist other people's ideas about him. Especially when he was abroad, as long as someone paid a small amount of money to Lu Haojuan, it was very likely that the attack on Song Qiming would happen again. The target of the mission might even be Master Song's biological son, Song Jingping. In this way, family Song and family Lu could completely enter into an endless struggle, and naturally, someone would be able to reap the benefits. Elder Lu sighed in his heart. Old Song was right, Haojuan has really become a ticking time bomb. On one side was his own grandson, and on the other was the interests of the entire family. Elder Lu had already weighed the pros and cons, and just now, he was thinking about Master Song's words to make his determination firmer. He raised his head, looked at Lu Feng and said, "Little Feng, there are a lot of things that you don't understand. Of course, you don't need to understand. Out of all of you, you are the one I trust the most. That's why I gave this mission to you. It's very difficult to make this decision, but I've already made up my mind. You don't need to ask so many questions, and you don't need to persuade me. Just carry out the mission well. That's enough." Lu Feng secretly gritted his teeth and said, I understand. Third great uncle. Your orders, of course, I will carry them out. That's good. Elder Lu said, hurry up and fly over. I've already asked people to watch over Chuanfeng, but it's inevitable that there will be more problems if it takes too long. The result will be the same sooner or later, so it's better to get it done quickly. Yes. Lu Feng said, third great uncle, I'll book the earliest flight, and leave immediately. Go. Elder Lu said, oh right. Don't bring the ashes back, just bury them in Shanbei. Lu Feng couldn't help but tremble. After a moment of silence, he nodded slightly and said, okay. Third great uncle, then I'll take my leave. In the Toyota Alpha, Xia Ruofei finally said, Wu Chang, let's go. Let's go back. Wu Chang didn't know why Xia Ruofei suddenly asked him to stop the car and rest for more than half an hour. Now that Xia Ruofei said that they would set off again, he didn't ask any more questions. He nodded and started the car, continuing to drive towards Luhai Lane Sihiyuan. The car drove steadily. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment, then took out his mobile phone to check the flight information. The earliest flight to Shanbei's Gaoguanan city was in 2 hours. Without hesitation, he logged into a new account and bought a ticket for that flight. Then, Xia Ruofei looked up and said, Wu Chang, find a place to park the car in front. I suddenly remembered that there's something I haven't done yet. After I get off the car, you go straight home. Don't wait for me. Okay. Boss. Wu Chang said. He found a place to pull over. After getting off the car in the Xia Ruofei, he waved his hand at Wu Chang, indicating that he should drive straight home. After that, Xia Ruofei found a nearby public toilet. After changing into Xiaxia's appearance, he changed his outfit from head to toe. After a while, he walked out of the public toilet. In just a few minutes, he had once again transformed into the elegant youth from Xiaxia. Xia Ruofei stopped a taxi and went straight to the airport. He had decided to personally go to Shanbei's Gaoguanan city to take a look. Although Old Man Lu's words were already very clear, he was still a little worried. This was because he wasn't sure if Elder Lu and Lu Feng had a secret code in their conversation. What if Elder Lu used a secret code to communicate with Lu Feng out of caution? On the surface, it seemed like Elder Lu wanted to get rid of Lu Haojuan, but in reality, he wanted to help Lu Haojuan escape? Wouldn't that mean Lu Haojuan had escaped yet again? Furthermore, missions were carried out by people. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that Lu Feng was conflicted about carrying out this mission, and he could also see that Lu Feng seemed to have a good relationship with Lu Haojuan. In this case, he had to prevent Lu Feng from carrying out Old Man Lu's orders firmly. After arriving at Chang'an City, not only did he not immediately kill Lu Haojuan, he even tipped him off, giving him time to escape. All these possibilities existed. Xia Ruofei really wanted to kill Lu Haojuan, so he simply took the fastest flight to Shanbei. Only when he witnessed Lu Haojuan's death with his own eyes would he completely let go of this matter. After Xia Ruofei arrived at the airport, he smoothly changed his ticket and went through the security check. He went directly to the waiting chair near the boarding gate and sat down. He leaned against the back and closed his eyes slightly, as if he was taking a nap. In fact, his mental strength had been radiating around him the whole time. Sure enough, after a while, he saw Lu Feng dragging a small suitcase to the boarding gate. There were still 3 flights to Chang'an City today. The last 2 flights would take off in the afternoon, near the evening, and the last one would take off at 10 o'clock at night. This flight was the most suitable and the fastest one. It seemed that Lu Feng also chose this flight, which was not unexpected by Xia Ruofei. He decided to personally go to Shanbei's governor's city to take a look. Although Old Man Lu's words were very clear, he was still a little worried. This was because he could not be sure if there was a secret code in the conversation between Old Man Lu and Lu Feng. If Old Man Lu used a secret code to communicate with Lu Haojuan out of caution, and the literal meaning seemed to be to get rid of Lu Haojuan, but in reality, it was to help Lu Haojuan escape. Wouldn't that be letting this kid avoid a disaster? Moreover, missions were carried out by people. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that Lu Feng was somewhat conflicted about carrying out this mission. He could also see that Lu Feng seemed to have a good relationship with Lu Haojuan. In this case, he had to prevent Lu Feng from not carrying out Old Man Lu's orders firmly. After arriving at Chang'an City, not only did he not immediately get rid of Lu Haojuan, but he also tipped him off, giving him time to escape. All these possibilities existed. Xiao Ruofei really wanted to kill Lu Haojuan, so he simply took the fastest flight to Shanbei. Only when he witnessed Lu Haojuan's death with his own eyes would he completely let go of this matter. After Xiao Ruofei arrived at the airport, he smoothly changed his ticket and went through the security check. He directly went to the waiting chair near the boarding gate and sat down. He leaned against the back and closed his eyes slightly, as if he was taking a nap. In fact, his mental strength had been radiating around him the whole time. Xiao Ruofei had been standing behind a pillar not far away. There was a trash can in this place. Many smokers who had been on the plane all the way couldn't wait to take out their cigarettes and smoke after leaving the non-smoking area of the airport. Xiao Ruofei also had a cigarette in his hand. He looked no different from an ordinary smoker, but his mental power was always radiating in the direction of Lu Haojuan and Lu Feng, paying attention to their every move. After the two exchanged a few words and went to the parking lot to get their car, Xiao Ruofei put out the cigarette in his hand on the trash can, then walked to the side of the road for a short while and got into a taxi. "Where are you going?" The driver was a big man from the northwest. He looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked. "Drive towards the city," Xiao Ruofei said lightly. The taxi driver glanced at Xiao Ruofei strangely. This kind of passenger was rare. He didn't even have a clear destination, and he just asked someone to drive to the city. But as long as the other party paid, the driver didn't want to ask too much. After all, there was a meter. So he nodded, started the car, and slowly drove to the airport exit. Xiao Ruofei's mental power was always monitoring Lu Haojuan and Lu Feng, so he knew very well that they were in a white Buick GL8 business car, which had just driven out of the airport exit. After leaving the airport, Xiao Ruofei pointed at the business car in front and said, "Sir, follow the car in front." The taxi driver finally couldn't help but say, "Brother, where do you want to go?" "Let me make a statement first. We don't do things that break the law." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Don't worry, I'm also a law-abiding citizen. It's just that the person in the car in front owes me a lot of money. I chased him all the way here, so I have to know where he's going, right?" The taxi driver muttered in his heart, "Is this guy from a debt collection company? He doesn't look like one. His skin is soft and tender, how can he be a deterrent?" In his impression, the people from the debt collection company were all fierce-looking and ferocious. If someone like this passenger went to collect debts, the people who owed the debt wouldn't be afraid at all. Just as he was hesitating, Xiao Ruofei casually took out a stack of cash from his wallet and lightly said, "Follow that car, and this money is yours." The taxi driver quickly glanced at the stack of money. They were all bright red $100 bills. Judging from the thickness, this stack of money was at least $1,000 or $2,000. How much did the people in the car in front owe him? The taxi driver couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he muttered to himself. "So much money just for following me." At this time, Xiao Ruofei said, "Master, if we don't make a decision now, we'll lose the car in front." Only then did the taxi driver come back to his senses. He quickly stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped up. He said sternly, "Little brother, I hate swindlers who owe money and don't pay it back. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on that car." Xiao Ruofei wanted to laugh. Money made the world go round. If it wasn't for the stack of $100 bills, the taxi driver would have said something else. The taxi driver sped up, and the distance between the two cars quickly shortened. Xiao Ruofei immediately reminded him, "Don't get too close. They'll notice." Yes, yes, yes. I'm a little anxious." The taxi driver laughed dryly, and slowed down slightly. Xiao Ruofei's intuition was very accurate. Since Elder Lu had sent Lu Feng out to carry out such a task, it showed that he had absolute trust in Lu Feng. On the other hand, it also showed that Lu Feng was very capable. In fact, when the taxi suddenly sped up and quickly approached the Buick MPV, Lu Feng, who was sitting in the car, felt that something was wrong. He looked back twice. Although the taxi was many cars away from them, he still felt that something was wrong. It was an intuition. Lu Feng frowned and said to the driver, "Speed up." Lu Haojuan asked curiously, "Brother Feng, what's wrong? Are you in a hurry?" Lu Feng said with a serious face, I suspect that someone is following us, F***ck. Who's so bold? Lu Haojuan immediately shouted. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Let's speed up and see if the other party will follow us. Lu Haojuan nodded and said, Old Su, speed up. Lu Feng added, speed up a little. If we pull apart the distance, the other party will easily reveal their flaws. Yes. The driver, Old Su, nodded and said. Then, he stepped on the accelerator, and the Buick MPV's engine roared, and the car sped up. In the taxi behind, the driver saw the Buick MPV suddenly accelerate, and subconsciously wanted to speed up as well. However, Xiao Ruofei said loudly, don't speed up. The other party may have already realized that something is wrong. Once you speed up, they will immediately get an accurate judgment. The driver, who had already stepped on the accelerator, immediately retracted his foot. The taxi's engine roared, and the sound immediately quieted down. The car didn't speed up significantly. The taxi driver looked at the Buick MPV that was getting smaller and smaller. He said anxiously, little brother, if we don't speed up, we won't be able to see that car. Xiao Ruofei said calmly, don't worry about it. Just keep driving at the current speed. The taxi driver said unwillingly, but we'll lose them. If we lose them, it's on me. Xiao Ruofei said, this stack of money is all yours. That's fine. The taxi driver said with a grin. Anyway, he just wanted to make some money. He didn't care whether the car would be lost or not. It might even be better if they lost them. After all, there was a certain risk in following someone. Especially if the person being followed was a vicious person, it would be even more dangerous. The taxi driver maintained the speed and drove steadily on the ring road. The Buick MPV was getting smaller and smaller in their field of vision. After turning a corner, it completely disappeared from their sight. Little brother, we can't see that car anymore. The taxi driver said with a bitter smile. It's okay. Just keep driving and listen to my instructions, Xiao Ruofei said calmly. Although the view was blocked by the curve, the distance between the two cars wasn't particularly far. At least, it wasn't beyond the range of Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power. So, even if the car had disappeared from his field of vision, Xiao Ruofei could still accurately perceive its position and movement. The taxi driver nodded and said, okay. Boss, you have the final say. In the white Buick GL8 MPV, Lu Feng looked back a few times. He realized that after his car suddenly sped up, the taxi didn't have any reaction. It was still driving at a steady speed. Until the taxi finally disappeared from his field of vision, he still didn't see anything wrong. Am I being paranoid? Lu Feng said to himself. Brother Feng, did you find anything? Lu Haojuan asked. Lu Feng shook his head and said, I didn't find anything wrong at the moment. Forget it, let's not care about this. Driver Su, you can slow down a little. It's not safe to drive too fast. Okay. The driver, Old Su, smiled and nodded. The Buick GL8 MPV also ended its racing mode and drove on the ring road at a relatively safe speed. In the taxi, Xiao Ruofei suddenly said, enter the side road at the intersection in front. Then go out at the second turn of the turntable. Then turn left. The taxi driver was a bit confused. This passenger looks like it's his first time in Chang'an City. From his accent, he doesn't seem to be a local. Why does he seem so familiar with the roads? Xiao Ruofei was sitting in the front passenger seat. The driver could see that Xiao Ruofei didn't use his phone to check the map. Okay. Although the driver was a bit curious, he still responded immediately. Then, Xiao Ruofei gave the taxi driver a command from time to time. He directed the taxi to turn left and right in the city. They drove for 40 to 50 minutes. Finally, Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows. His spiritual power had already sensed that the Buick GL8 MPV had stopped in front of a restaurant. At this time, the straight line between the taxi and the MPV was about a few hundred meters. Of course, because of the winding roads, the two cars might be a kilometer or two apart. Xiao Ruofei immediately said, driver, find a place to park. The taxi driver felt that today's job was the weirdest. The passenger also had a strange temperament. he directed him to go around the city. At first, he said that he wanted to track the MPV. In the end, he lost it after a while. Since then, the MPV had never appeared in his field of vision. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't see the MPV, the taxi driver would even think that Xiao Ruofei was directing him to track the MPV. Although that was the case, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't say so much to the driver. Besides, even if he said it, the driver definitely wouldn't believe him. The driver found a parking space for the taxi and drove the car to the side. Xiao Ruofei directly handed the stack of money to the driver and said with a faint smile, "Thank you for your hard work, driver." When the driver received the stack of money, he naturally smiled and thanked him. After Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, he observed the terrain. Basically, he judged that if Lu Feng wanted to complete the task secretly, he wouldn't choose this place to start. It was because there were people coming and going here, and there were surveillance cameras everywhere. In addition, he had just come out of the airport, and Lu Haojuan had brought him here. If something happened to Lu Haojuan here, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape suspicion. However, Xiao Ruofei had enough patience. It was noon, and the restaurant's business seemed to be very good. There were many customers coming in and out. Lu Haojuan had already walked into the restaurant with Lu Feng. Xiao Ruofei's mental power detected that Lu Haojuan and Lu Feng had come to a large private room on the third floor of the restaurant. Lu Haojuan had ordered a table of good dishes to welcome Lu Feng. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh in his heart. If Lu Haojuan knew that Lu Feng's mission was to get rid of him, what kind of expression would Lu Haojuan have? There was a coffee shop opposite the restaurant. Xiao Ruofei simply walked into the coffee shop. After ordering a cup of cappuccino, he sat next to the floor-to-ceiling glass on the side of the road, sipping his coffee while admiring the scenery of Chang'an City. Of course, his mental power was always in a radiating state. The target of his surveillance was Lu Haojuan and Lu Feng, who were in the large private room on the third floor of the restaurant opposite. The two of them ate from about 12:30 p.m. until 2 p.m., and both of them drank some wine. Xiao Ruofei's mental power didn't relax at all. He had been monitoring the situation in the private room. Therefore, he knew very well that Lu Feng didn't reveal anything to Lu Haojuan, not even a hint. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. As expected of Elder Lu's trusted confidant, Lu Haojuan called him Big Brother Feng so affectionately, and even personally went to the airport to pick him up, and then went to a luxurious restaurant to welcome him. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruofei was thinking about how to kill him. After Xiao Ruofei changed his third cup of coffee, Lu Haojuan and Lu Feng finally came out. Xiao Ruofei took out $200 bills and put them under the coffee cup. Then, he got up and left the coffee shop. This time, the two of them didn't go anywhere else. Lu Haojuan sent Lu Feng to the Marriott hotel where he was staying. Then, he left and took a Buick minivan back to Ping'an County. Sure enough, as Xiao Ruofei expected, Lu Feng didn't make a move when the two of them met. Xiao Ruofei kept an eye on Lu Feng outside the hotel. He didn't care about Lu Haojuan because as long as Lu Feng followed Elder Lu's orders to the letter, Lu Feng would definitely go to Lu Haojuan in the end. Therefore, he didn't need to follow Lu Haojuan at all. Xiao Ruofei's mental power detected that after Lu Feng returned to the hotel room, he immediately lay down and went to sleep. It wasn't until night fell that he used the room phone to order a meal. After eating, Lu Feng took a bath and changed his clothes very formally. It looked very ritualistic. Of course, when Lu Feng was taking a bath, Xiao Ruofei withdrew his mental power. He didn't have a special hobby of peeking at men taking baths. After Lu Feng changed into clean black clothes and shaved, he finally took out a pair of shiny black leather shoes from his suitcase. After changing, Lu Feng took a small suitcase and left the room. Xiao Ruofei had been staying in an old residential area not far from the hotel in the afternoon. He found a residential building facing the hotel that didn't have strict security and went straight to the rooftop. Then, he sat on the rooftop and kept an eye on Lu Feng with his mental power. After Lu Feng tidied up and left the room with his suitcase, Xiao Ruofei stood up from the rooftop and went downstairs with light steps. Lu Feng hailed a taxi downstairs and went to Ping'an County where Lu Haojuan was staying overnight. Xiao Ruofei kept an eye on Lu Feng with his mental power. Naturally, he heard that Lu Feng was going to a high-end residential area in Ping'an County where Lu Haojuan was staying temporarily. Therefore, he also hailed a taxi and rushed to Ping'an County. Ping'an County, Wanyuan District. In the penthouse apartment, Lu Haojuan walked out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. He went to the balcony and laid down on the deck chair. He looked at the sparse lights outside the window in boredom. The penthouse apartment in Wanyuan District was definitely a first-class mansion in the area. Working on updating, please refresh later. This chapter is working on updating, please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, please register as a member first. Register as a member of this site and use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is about the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first so that you can read it later. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended great author, Lin Yu Jiangyan, City, Best Son-in-Law Lin Yu Jiangyan Best Son-in-Law Lin Yu Jiangyan Summary. Before his master left, he left Wen Tian a line of the sect's secret life-saving mantra. He said that if he cultivated diligently, there would definitely be miraculous results. P.S. All the techniques, Tao formulas, cultivation methods, secret skills, and so on in this book came from the sect's secret collection. Those who are not true disciples should not rashly practice them. Remember. Be careful. Best Son-in-Law Lin Yu Jiangyan transfer address /book/18/18289//book/18/18289/ Try reading the contents. Chapter 1, Witnessing My Own Cremation. I'm sorry, we've tried our best. Prepare for the funeral. The doctor's voice outside the ward was very soft, but Lin Yu, who was lying on the bed, heard it clearly. Maybe people's hearing would become very sensitive before they died. Especially his mother's cries, they were very sharp. Lin Yu was not the first to sacrifice his life for a just cause. He didn't regret it, but he felt sorry for his mother. His father died early, and his mother brought him up. He didn't know how much she suffered. Now that he was admitted to Qinghai City People's Hospital with excellent results, his life with his mother was about to brighten up. He didn't expect such an accident to happen. God damn it. Good people really didn't have good karma. Lin Yu cursed in a low voice. His eyelids couldn't hold it anymore and slowly closed. My son. A mournful cry suddenly woke Lin Yu up. He opened his eyes and found that he was standing at the end of the bed, and his mother was crying on the bed. Mom, why are you crying? Aren't I here perfectly fine? Lin Yu was overjoyed, thinking that he had miraculously recovered. He reached out to pat his mother, only to find that his hand had actually passed through his mother's body. His mother did not react at all. She was still crying on the bed. Lin Yu's expression changed. He raised his head and saw that he was still lying on the bed. His face was dry and green. Obviously, he was no longer alive. I'm dead. Lin Yu lowered his head and looked at himself standing at the end of the bed. He found that his body was a little pale and slightly transparent. Lin Yu was shocked. It turned out that people really did have souls after death. The new 8th lunar month was released on the Chinese website. No matter what he said or did, his mother would not feel it. With the help of the nurse, his mother reluctantly put on Lin Yu's shroud. Then, the nurse moved his body into the funeral car. His mother followed him into the car and sat beside his body. She gripped his hand tightly as tears flowed from her red and swollen eyes. Don't worry. I'll go down to accompany you once I'm done with my business here. For her son was her everything. Her son was dead. There was no meaning for her to live in this world. When he heard that his mother wanted to commit suicide, Lin Yu immediately became anxious. He imitated the scene of the resurrection in the movies and lay on the body. However, it was no use. Every time he sat up, only his soul was left. The car soon arrived at the crematorium. After paying, the staff put on a simple makeup for Lin Yu and handed a number plate to his mother. Then, the crematorium staff pushed Lin Yu's body to the crematorium. No. When the crematorium staff pushed his body into the crematorium, Lin Yu instantly collapsed. As his body burned, Lin Yu felt that his consciousness was weakening. There were countless faint light spots on his body that scattered in all directions. His soul was also slowly fading. At the same time, another world began to flash in front of his eyes. All he could see was endless darkness, mixed with red flames and shrill screams. Hell, this was the first thought that flashed through Lin Yu's consciousness. A strong sense of fear instantly engulfed him. His soul subconsciously rushed around in the air. The light spots were still floating out of his soul, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The world of hell in his eyes became clearer and clearer. He could hear a mysterious and hoarse voice calling out to him from below. At this time, Lin Yu's body in the crematorium was almost burned to ashes. In the ashes, a jade pendant suddenly shone brightly in the fire. This was left to him by Lin Yu's grandfather when he passed away. He had been wearing it since he was young. When he was wearing the shroud, his mother deliberately did not take it off. The pendant's light became brighter and brighter. Then, with a bang, it broke. A wisp of dark green light rushed out of the pendant and attached itself to Lin Yu's soul. Then, an old voice sounded in his mind, "I am your ancestor's saint. From today onwards, you are my successor. You will receive my medical skills. You will practice medicine to help the world and save others and yourself." After that, the voice dissipated, and a huge amount of information suddenly flooded into Lin Yu's mind. The medical path, the mystic arts, the cultivation method, and some of the travel experiences of his ancestors all poured into Lin Yu's mind. With the information in his mind, Lin Yu felt very excited. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world. But this excitement disappeared in a flash. What was the use of obtaining the inheritance of the secret technique? He was already a dead man who was about to go to hell. This thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind, and a memory related to the soul return technique suddenly popped up. The memory showed that through the soul return technique, a person whose soul had not dissipated after death could be reborn. However, Lin Yu's physical body had already been reduced to ashes in the fire. Fortunately, there was a record of how to resurrect a damaged physical body. When the physical body is destroyed, turn into a ghost. Find a living body and attach to it. Lin Yu took a deep breath. It meant that if his body was damaged and he wanted to be resurrected, he could only turn into a ghost through the soul return technique and find someone else's body to possess. One must know that in the human consciousness, ghosts were the embodiment of evil. Moreover, if he possessed someone else's body, wouldn't it be equivalent to taking away someone else's life? While he was hesitating, Lin Yu's soul had become fainter and fainter. Only a phantom was left. The voice in his ear became clearer and clearer. New August 1st Chinese network. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. Looking at the corpses that were pushed into the cremation hall one after another, he suddenly had an idea. If the dead couldn't do it, then the living dead should work, right? A few minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the largest vegetative care center in Qinghai City. Many vegetative people had no consciousness and would never wake up. They were only alive with their bodies. Lin Yu believed that if he chose this kind of person to possess, it wouldn't be considered as killing. At first, Lin Yu went from ward to ward, looking for a suitable body. However, he found that his consciousness was getting fainter and fainter. Soon, it would disappear completely. The call from hell was also getting more and more urgent. Lin Yu didn't have time to think. He targeted a male vegetative person in his 20s and chanted the soul return technique. Suddenly, he turned into a wisp of white smoke and rushed into the body. "You can't escape." At the same time, the call in his ear suddenly turned into a mournful scream. Then, Lin Yu lost all consciousness. When Lin Yu woke up again, he only felt that the strong light was dazzling. It took a moment for him to adjust. He looked down and found himself lying in the ward. Success! Lin Yu was so excited that he almost screamed. He sat up abruptly and looked at his new body. He couldn't wait to tear off the needle in his hand. Then, he jumped off the bed. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, his body staggered and fell to the ground. Perhaps because he had been lying down for a long time, the young man's muscles were slightly atrophied. Lin Yu staggered up and looked at the calendar on the wall. He found that it was already the next day. He touched the bed and the wall. He felt the cold temperature from his hands. He felt like he was in a dream. He just died yesterday. He didn't expect to be resurrected today. He moved a little and adapted to his new body. Then, he couldn't wait to rush out of the hospital. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was to see his mother. At this time, the bun shop was crowded with people. More than 10 delinquents were clamoring for Lin Yu's mother to return the money. In order to perform the surgery for Lin Yu's mother was forced to borrow more than 100,000 yuan from loan sharks. When they learned that Lin Yu was dead, the delinquents couldn't wait to collect the debt. "Don't worry, I will sell the shop in a few days. I will return the money to you when I get it. Please leave first." Lin Yu's mother pleaded with red and swollen eyes. She hoped to send them away as soon as possible. Her son had just passed away. She didn't want him to leave in peace. F***ck, how much is your broken shop worth? Your son is dead. If we leave, who will we ask for money if you run away? The leader of the delinquents, Huang Mao, cursed. "Don't worry, I won't run away. I will collect enough money and return it to you immediately." "No, we must get the money today no matter what." Huang Mao didn't give up. "But I really don't have money now. You also know that in order to treat my son, I spent all my money." Lin Yu's mother felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. There was a trace of pleading in her hoarse voice. "It's okay if you don't have money. How about this, you transfer the ownership of your broken house to us. Just treat it as paying off the debt." Huang Mao rolled his eyes and said his real purpose. Lin Yu's mother was slightly stunned. The house was left by Lin Yu's grandfather. Although it was a bit old, the location was very good. According to the current house price in Shanghai, it could be sold for at least 2 or 3 million yuan. They were simply robbing. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. But now that her son was dead, her home was gone. What was the point of keeping the house? After paying off the debt, she could leave with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's mother nodded in despair. Just when she was about to agree, suddenly there was an angry shout outside the door. "No. Our house is worth at least a few million yuan. You are robbing." Then Lin Yu rushed in with his new body. F***ck. Where did this bastard come from? It's none of your business. Huang Mao was furious. Looking at the hospital gown on Lin Yu, he thought he was a lunatic who came out of nowhere. He rushed over and raised his hand to slap him. Lin Yu dodged subconsciously and reached out his hand to push. Huang Mao's whole body flew out instantly. He flew 5 or 6 meters away, drew an arc in the air, and fell on the table inside with a bang. "Kill him for me." Huang Mao covered his chest and screamed twice. Then he gave the order. More than a dozen gangsters immediately rushed up and surrounded Lin Yu to punch and kick him. Lin Yu quickly raised his hand to fight back. Then there was a scream in the bun shop. The gangsters screamed again and again. More than a dozen gangsters attacked together, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Yu's clothes. Lin Yu's punches and kicks hit them as if they were hit by a car. They were in so much pain that they couldn't get up with just one punch. Lin Yu was also very shocked. It was said that a ghost possessed an extraordinary strength. He didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, these people's movements were very slow in his eyes. It was easy to dodge. "Call the police. Call the police." Huang Mao was frightened by the scene in front of him. He had seen people who could fight, but he had never seen someone who could fight like this. It was simply inhuman. Hearing that they were going to call the police, Lin Yu's mother rushed over and grabbed Lin Yu's hand. She said anxiously, "Young man, they are going to call the police. You should go. I will take care of this." "Mom, what are you talking about? How can I leave you alone?" Lin Yu was so happy that he was about to cry. It was great that he could see his mother alive. Hearing him call her, his mother was slightly stunned and looked at him blankly. Looking at his mother's eyes, Lin Yu suddenly realized that he was alive, but in a different body. His mother didn't recognize him at all. "I'm sorry, Auntie. When I see you, I think of my mother, so I can't help but blurt it out. Please don't mind." Lin Yu was afraid that his mother would be frightened by his real identity, so he hurriedly made up a lie. "It doesn't matter, young man. You should go. We can't involve you in our family's affairs," Lin Yu's mother said as she pushed him out. Lin Yu didn't answer. He picked up the chopsticks on the table and threw them. The chopsticks flew at Huang Mao. With a bang, Huang Mao's mobile phone was nailed to the wall. Huang Mao was so scared that his face turned pale. The chopsticks on the wall were only 1 centimeter away from his ear. If there was a slight deviation, it would be his head that was nailed to the wall. Help! Murder! Help! Huang Mao was so scared that he suddenly screamed. There was unspeakable grievance in his voice. They owed him money first. Don't yell. I will pay the money for Auntie Qin. Lin Yu said coldly. Since he was resurrected, these debts should be paid by himself. Young man, how can you do that? You and I met for the first time. How can I let you pay the money for me? Lin Yu's mother looked at Lin Yu with some doubts. She didn't know why, but this young man gave her a feeling of déjà vu. Xian 81 Chinese network update computer, // She was not surprised that Lin Yu knew her surname. Many netizens knew that her son sacrificed his life for a just cause. Her name and contact information were also exposed. Many kind-hearted people wanted to come to see her son off, but she refused. Well, this is what you said. Then you give us the money. Huang Mao didn't care why Lin Yu paid the money for others. As long as he could get the money, his task was completed. Give me 3 days. Lin Yu said. The yellow-haired man was a little speechless. He had thought that he would be able to take out the money immediately. What? You don't believe me? Seeing that Huang Mao didn't speak, Lin Yu frowned and his tone was a little cold. I believe, but big brother, you have to tell me your name, right? Looking at Lin Yu's cold eyes, Huang Mao couldn't help but shudder. Name? Yes, I left in a hurry in the morning. I didn't even have time to see this person's name. You can rest assured that I will do what I promised you. So, 3 days later, here, you just need to come, and I will pay you back with interest. The reason why Lin Yu was so confident was because of this body of his. He thought that since he could live in the nursery center, no matter how ordinary the young man's family was, he could at least take out 100 or 200,000 yuan. He would use it first and return it when he earned money. After seeing Lin Yu's skill, Huang Mao didn't dare to say anything more. Just as he was about to nod, he suddenly looked outside the shop as if he was attracted by something. Lin Yu also looked out curiously. He saw a red BMW X5 at the door. When the door opened, a white and slender leg stepped out. Then a tall beauty in a white bohemian dress got out of the car. /book/18/18289/ The beauty in the long dress flicked her long black hair and took off her sunglasses. Her fair skin and exquisite face were simply stunning. The yellow-haired man and his group of subordinates were all stunned. Lin Yu couldn't help but be attracted. This beauty's appearance and temperament are really superb. The beauty in the long dress looked up at the bun shop, frowned slightly, and then walked in quickly. /book/18/18289/ Beauty, do you want to buy some buns? What kind of fillings do you want? Lin Yu couldn't help but blurt out. He used to help his mother sell buns, so it had become a conditioned reflex when he saw people. What did you call me? The beauty in the long dress glanced at him coldly and said in a displeased tone. Beauty. Lin Yu felt that there was no problem with his address, but he couldn't help but be a little confused. It was the first time that he had seen a beauty who didn't want to listen to him. The beauty in the long dress looked at him and said coldly, well, He Jiarong, you have been in a coma for 2 months. You don't even recognize your wife. /book/18/18289 / book/18/18289 Try reading the contents. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this, and he became vigilant. In fact, the moment Lu Qingfeng appeared, Xiao Ruofei had already felt the aura of a cultivator from him. This was completely different from when he saw Manzila in the Aureliai temple a few days ago. At that time, Manzila's cultivation was quite low, and Xiao Ruofei didn't think that a black man would actually step onto the path of cultivation, so he didn't pay attention. Facing this middle-aged man with a mustache, Xiao Ruofei immediately felt that his cultivation shouldn't be low, at least not worse than Li Fu. He might even have reached the 6th or 7th level of qi refining. In such a barren environment like Earth, being able to cultivate to this level was definitely not ordinary. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Qingfeng cautiously and didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked faintly, "What do you want?" Lu Qingfeng's pair of small eyes rolled around, and he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, not long ago, our sect's treasure was accidentally lost. This time, us brothers came out specifically to look for it. We didn't expect fellow Taoist to find it. We are very lucky. Fellow Taoist, please return this treasure intact. Our Falling Leaves sect will definitely reward you greatly." Lu Qingfeng clearly took a fancy to the piece of crystal in Xiao Ruofei's hand. He also deliberately pointed out that he came out with his fellow brothers and also reported his sect. If it was an ordinary rogue cultivator, most of them wouldn't dare to provoke the Falling Leaf sect. They might even swallow their anger and admit that they were unlucky and hand over the treasure. If the other party also had a sect and was comparable in strength to the Falling Leaf sect, the other party would definitely report their sect. At that time, Lu Qingfeng would weigh the situation and say that it was a misunderstanding. However, Lu Qingfeng didn't expect that the person in front of him knew nothing about the current cultivation world. What Falling Leaf sect, Floating Leaf sect, Xiao Ruofei, he didn't know anything about it, let alone use this to intimidate him. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he was stunned for a moment before a playful smile appeared on his face. He waved the yuan crystal in his hand and asked, "You're talking about this?" The smile on Lu Qingfeng's face was very sincere. "Of course. Fellow Taoist, this is our Fallen Leaves sect's supreme inheritance treasure. How could I be mistaken?" As Lu Qingfeng spoke, he quietly took a few steps closer to Xiao Ruofei. He coveted this treasure very much and had long wanted to seize it by force, so he had intentionally blocked Xiao Ruofei's escape route in advance. Xiao Ruofei asked with a faint smile, "Since you said it belongs to you, then tell me, what is this treasure called? What are its uses?" Lu Qingfeng was good at telling lies. Without hesitation, he said, "This item is called the Spirit Accumulation Pearl. It will automatically absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth, which is very helpful for cultivation. Of course, the Spirit Accumulation Pearl also has some other uses, but those are the secrets of our Fallen Leaves sect, so it's not suitable for outsiders to know." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel angry and amused. This was the first time he had met a strange cultivator. Originally, he was a little curious about the cultivators who might exist on Earth, but he didn't expect to meet them in person. When cultivators were shameless, they were even more shameless than ordinary people. In addition, modern cultivators seemed to have a very ordinary vision. It was obviously just a piece of yuan crystal, but they couldn't recognize it. They even forcibly called a consumable for cultivation a spirit accumulation pearl. What's more, they sounded so reasonable. Xiao Ruofei also felt a little speechless. Lu Qingfeng took the opportunity to take a few steps closer and said, "Fellow Taoist, all the treasures in the world belong to the virtuous. This is the treasure of our Fallen Leaf sect. Please return it to its rightful owner. Otherwise, it may bring disaster to you." Lu Qingfeng's words were laced with a strong threat. Xiao Ruofei took a step back and said lightly, "If you go any further, I'll crush this spirit accumulation pearl." Lu Qingfeng quickly stopped and gently pressed down with his hands, saying, "Fellow Taoist, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. There's always room for negotiation." Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile, "Is this a negotiation? It's obviously mine, but you don't even bat an eyelid. You're twisting the truth in front of me. What's the difference between you and a robber? Could it be that your Falling Leaf sect is a den of bandits? How dare you?" Lu Qingfeng tore off his hypocritical mask and said fiercely, "How dare you insult my sect? You're dead. I advise you to obediently hand over the treasure with both hands. Maybe I'll spare your life." Xiao Ruofei sneered. He tossed the yuan crystal in his hand and said, "Isn't that right? If you want the yuan crystal in my hand, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush?" Lu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide and said to himself, "This is a yuan crystal? There are still yuan crystals in the cultivation world?" It wasn't that Lu Qingfeng didn't know about yuan crystals. It was just that they were the best auxiliary resources in the legends. The Fallen Leaves sect was considered a large force in the modern cultivation world. However, in the past few decades, the Fallen Leaves sect only had one spirit crystal. This spirit crystal was naturally under the control of the sect leader. Even the sect leader treated the spirit crystal as a family heirloom and was reluctant to use it for cultivation. If a spirit crystal could enjoy such treatment, needless to say, the yuan crystal, which was a grade higher than a spirit crystal, was even more so. Lu Qingfeng had never seen what a real crystal looked like. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. It's actually a yuan crystal. I was wondering what kind of treasure could have such rich spiritual energy. I didn't think that I, Lu Qingfeng, would have such luck. After obtaining this yuan crystal, there's hope for a golden core in this life. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Qingfeng, who didn't hide his greed, and said with a mocking expression, "Didn't you just say this was some spirit accumulation pearl?" Lu Qingfeng became angry and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Obediently hand over the yuan crystal and I'll spare your dog life. Do you think you're worthy of such a treasure?" Xiao Ruofei's cultivation method was special. His mental power cultivation had crossed a large realm and reached the spirit-gathering realm. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng's perception of Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was somewhat vague. It was just that Xiao Ruofei's face was so young. Although cultivators often looked younger than their actual age, it was rare to see someone this young. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng subconsciously thought that Xiao Ruofei's cultivation couldn't be very high. Even if Xiao Ruofei had a treasure like the yuan crystal, Lu Qingfeng was confident that he could defeat him with his Qi refining realm level 7 cultivation. Lu Qingfeng then sneered and said, "If you didn't say it was a yuan crystal, I would be a little afraid that you would really destroy the treasure in desperation. But since it's a yuan crystal, there's nothing to be afraid of." The yuan crystal was indestructible. Cultivators in the Qi refining realm couldn't destroy it. Naturally, Lu Qingfeng didn't have to hold back. After saying this, Lu Qingfeng let out a soft roar and used his mind power to suppress Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei only felt a slight dizziness in his head. The spiritual power in his sea of consciousness immediately vibrated and automatically dissolved the discomfort. Xiao Ruofei showed a hint of interest and said to himself, "Huh? Mental power can be used like this?" Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was now close to Qi refining realm level 9. His mental power had also broken through a large realm and reached the spirit-gathering realm. However, he lacked battle experience. Of course, the battle experience here referred to battles between cultivators. Also, the Dao technique was a technique that pointed to the ultimate. It didn't involve specific battle techniques or techniques. This was because in the eyes of the Almighty who created this technique, the Qi refining realm was only the stage of laying the foundation. In this stage, cultivators didn't need to fight. Instead, they needed to constantly strengthen their foundation. The stronger the foundation, the further they could go on the path of cultivation. However, this also led to Xiao Ruofei's use of Qi and mental power being very rough. For example, in terms of mental power, Xiao Ruofei only knew how to use mental power to hypnotize. This was actually just a small trick. Xiao Ruofei wasn't very clear on how to use mental power in a real battle. However, Lu Qingfeng's mental power attack just now seemed to have opened a door for Xiao Ruofei. Lu Qingfeng's mental power wasn't very high. It was probably at the spirit throb stage, which was equivalent to a Qi refining realm level 5 or 6 cultivator. However, his use of mental power was much more refined than Xiao Ruofei's. Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart, "So the use of spiritual power can be so exquisite. Several strands of spiritual power can actually produce such a huge amplification effect by arranging and combining them. The path of cultivation is indeed broad and profound. There is no end to learning." Xiao Ruofei subconsciously analyzed Lu Qingfeng's mental power attack just now and practiced it in his mind over and over again. His mental power was much stronger than Lu Qingfeng's, so Lu Qingfeng's mental power attack was no secret to him at all. After Lu Qingfeng released his mental power, he saw Xiao Ruofei mumble something to himself before falling into a daze. Lu Qingfeng didn't know that Xiao Ruofei was actually just excited to see a prey. He thought that the mental power attack had already worked and caused Xiao Ruofei to fall into a daze. Now's the chance. Lu Qingfeng's mind flashed with this thought. Then, he immediately rushed forward and slapped his palm towards Xiao Ruofei. Lu Qingfeng didn't hold back this time. He poured qi into his palm and attacked Xiao Ruofei as fast as lightning with a strong gust of wind. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei glanced at Lu Qingfeng from the corner of his eye. Then, he tried to follow Lu Qingfeng's method and released his mental power to cover Lu Qingfeng. When the mental power came out of his body, Xiao Ruofei felt that his mental power attack had actually doubled. In other words, with just a simple combination, Xiao Ruofei's mental power attack had actually doubled. Of course, this wasn't a simple combination. In theory, there could be countless combinations of mental power combat skills. Among these countless combinations, most of them would definitely have no effect and might even affect the normal effect. Only a very small number of combinations could have an amplification effect. These combinations were naturally discovered by generations of cultivators. If Xiao Ruofei were to experiment bit by bit, he might not be able to find a mental power combat skill that could double his mental power. Lu Qingfeng's eyes were filled with fanaticism and greed as he attacked Xiao Ruofei. He could almost see his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds after obtaining this crystal. However, just as Xiao Ruofei glanced at Lu Qingfeng, he suddenly felt a buzzing sound in his head. In the next moment, a strong mental power pressure suddenly enveloped him. At that moment, Lu Qingfeng felt a huge pressure. Under the pressure, his head felt like it was going to explode, and he almost lost his ability to think. However, Lu Qingfeng was someone who had cultivated for decades. Furthermore, unlike Xiao Ruofei, he had a lot of battle experience. Thus, he almost subconsciously made a defensive response. However, the difference in spiritual power between the two was too great. Xiao Ruofei was in the spirit gathering stage, while Lu Qingfeng was only in the spirit fear stage. Since they were one stage apart, it was an absolute suppression. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei was using what he had learned. He had imitated Lu Qingfeng's spiritual power battle technique to a certain extent, and his spiritual power attacks were nearly doubled. Lu Qingfeng clenched his teeth and held on. He even felt like he was a small boat floating on a stormy sea. He was in danger of capsizing at any time. His opponent might be able to suppress him to death with just spiritual power. Only then did Lu Qingfeng realize that he seemed to have kicked an iron plate. He was filled with regret. A thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that this person in front of him was an old monster who had hidden himself from the world? In the sect's ancient records, there were records of some senior experts. These people usually didn't come out, but each of them had a frighteningly high cultivation. Once a cultivator reached the nascent soul stage, they could change their appearance at will. Low-level cultivators wouldn't be able to see any flaws. As soon as Xiao Ruofei released his spiritual power, it showed a crushing momentum. Moreover, it looked very easy. This made his previous performance seem like a cat playing with a mouse. Thus, it was no wonder that Lu Qingfeng would have such a thought. Lu Qingfeng wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't even open his mouth. He could only clench his teeth and hold on. At this moment, his intestines were turning green with regret. Lu Qingfeng felt that his bones were creaking. When his spiritual power reached a certain level, he could completely crush his opponent into meat paste with just the pressure. Right now, Lu Qingfeng was in such a situation. If it wasn't for his strong physical body and spiritual power that had reached the spirit fear stage, his bones would have broken inch by inch. As time passed, Lu Qingfeng's despair grew bit by bit. His spiritual power was almost exhausted, but his opponent's spiritual power pressure didn't weaken at all. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei looked very relaxed. There was even a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that he still had energy left. Just when Lu Qingfeng thought that he was going to be suppressed to death by the mental power, he suddenly felt his body relax. The mental power that made him feel hopeless suddenly disappeared. Lu Qingfeng slumped to the ground. His clothes were drenched in sweat. His eyes were filled with extreme fear as he gasped for breath and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Senior, I was blind. Please be magnanimous and spare my life." With such terrifying spiritual power and the legendary crystal, Lu Qingfeng thought that Xiao Ruofei was definitely an old monster that hadn't left the mountain for hundreds of years. He might even be a nascent soul-old monster. Xiao Ruofei looked disinterested. He curled his lips and said, "Too weak. You can't hold on anymore?" Lu Qingfeng didn't even dare to raise his head. He just kept begging for mercy. In fact, he didn't know that the person in front of him wasn't a nascent soul-old monster. In fact, although Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was higher than Lu Qingfeng's, it was still limited. Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was close to qi refining level 9, while Lu Qingfeng had already reached qi refining level 7. Although there was a difference of 2 levels, Xiao Ruofei didn't cultivate any battle skills. If Lu Qingfeng didn't use spiritual power at the beginning and directly used battle skills, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain. But Lu Qingfeng wanted to take it easy and chose the most disadvantageous method. In the end, not only did he not suppress Xiao Ruofei, but he also let Xiao Ruofei grasp some of the techniques of spiritual power battle. At this time, Lu Qingfeng's mind was about to collapse. He couldn't resist at all. Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "You're called Lu Qingfeng, right?" "Yes, I'm a disciple of the Fallen Leaf sect," Lu Qingfeng said with a glimmer of hope. Of course, the sect was only a glimmer of hope. In fact, although the Fallen Leaf sect used to be very glorious, in recent decades, the spirit qi on Earth was barren. The Fallen Leaf sect's strength had been declining. Not only the Fallen Leaf sect, but the entire cultivation world was facing the problem of lack of cultivation resources. Moreover, some of the old masters in the sect had disappeared without a trace for unknown reasons, which had a great impact on the strength of the sect. The current sect master of the Fallen Leaves sect was only at the late Golden Core stage. This was because the Fallen Leaves sect had saved up a lot of resources for thousands of years to create a Golden Core cultivator. By the time this generation of cultivators arrived, the Fallen Leaves sect's resources were almost exhausted, and the lack of manpower in the sect was becoming more and more serious. And the person in front of him was most likely a nascent soul-old monster. At the very least, he was a Golden Core cultivator. Lu Qingfeng didn't have the slightest confidence that the name of the Fallen Leaves sect could make the other party afraid. However, at this point, he could only make a Hail Mary effort. After Xiao Ruofei heard Lu Qingfeng's words, his voice turned cold. He asked faintly, "Do you think I should be afraid of your Fallen Leaf sect?" Lu Qingfeng hurriedly said in fear, "I don't dare. I don't dare. It was a slip of the tongue, please forgive me." "Raise your head," Xiao Ruofei said coldly. Lu Qingfeng nervously raised his head, but his eyes didn't dare to meet Xiao Ruofei's. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and he summoned the blue traveling immortal sword from his dantian. The flying sword danced around his body like a fish, and after seeing it, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but be shocked. It was actually a flying sword. And at a glance, the quality of this flying sword was very high. How long had it been since such a high-grade flying sword appeared in the cultivation world? Although a few Golden Core cultivators in some sects also had flying swords, compared to this senior's flying sword, those Golden Core cultivators' flying swords were simply fire sticks. The sect master of the Fallen Leaves sect also had a flying sword, and it was the only flying sword in the sect. It was their true treasure, and it was completely different from the so-called profound spirit pearl that Lu Qingfeng had casually fabricated. But with just a glance, Lu Qingfeng knew that this senior's flying sword was more than a grade higher than his own sect master's flying sword. This also confirmed Lu Qingfeng's judgment. If he wasn't a nascent soul cultivator who lived in seclusion, how could he have both a crystal and a high-grade flying sword? In today's world of cultivation, these things were almost extinct. Xiao Ruofei said playfully, "Junior, you have offended me, you say, how should I punish you? Should I leave you an arm or a leg? Or should I just turn you into a human stick? Senior, please spare me. Senior, please spare me." Lu Qingfeng cried miserably, kneeling on the ground and constantly kowtowing to beg for mercy. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei's eyes revealed a trace of light, and his mental power crushed towards Lu Qingfeng. This time, his mental power was even stronger than the mental power Xiao Ruofei used when the two were fighting. It could be said that he didn't hold back at all. Lu Qingfeng didn't dare to move at all, and his heart had already given up on resisting. So in almost an instant, he was dragged into a deep state of hypnosis by Xiao Ruofei. This was also because he was scared out of his wits by the mental power confrontation just now. Otherwise, with his spirit fear stage cultivation, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have been able to hypnotize him so easily. Some time ago in Africa, even Manzila, who had just stepped into the threshold of cultivation, was successfully hypnotized by Xiao Ruofei after a lot of effort. Lu Qingfeng's gaze became somewhat sluggish. Under the investigation of Xiao Ruofei's mental power, there was no way to hide whether the hypnosis was real or fake. Xiao Ruofei revealed a trace of a satisfied smile and asked, "Tell me about the current situation of the cultivation world. Let's start with your fallen leaf sect. Lu Chingfeng said without hesitation, yes. Reporting to Senior, the fallen leaf sect has been around for more than 1,000 years. The two of them asked and answered, and after more than an hour, Xiao Ruofei finally finished his questioning. Through this hypnosis, Xiao Ruofei finally obtained a lot of information from Lu Chingfeng about the cultivation world in Huaxia. The current cultivation world had withered, and cultivation resources were extremely scarce. Many sects hadn't entered the world for a long time. However, the cultivation environment had deteriorated to this extent. These sects, whether they were constantly entering the world to find opportunities to break through, or closed their doors to form a unified sect, they couldn't avoid the cruel reality of declining strength. In the current cultivation world in Huaxia, the strongest sects were the 5 great sections. Other than the Fallen Leaves sect that Lu Chingfeng was in, there were also the 5 Elements sect, Jade Sword sect, 9 Yang Temple, and Withered Zen Temple. The 5 great sects all had Aurus core stage cultivators overseeing them. They could be considered as the leaders of the cultivation world in Huaxia. However, with the general environment like this, the 5 great sects were also struggling to hold on, and the river was declining day by day. The other small sects' living conditions were even worse. It could be said that the entire cultivation world was now living a hard life. In addition to the news about the cultivation world, Xiao Ruofei also specifically asked about combat skills. Lu Chingfeng didn't hold anything back either. Whether it was the secret of his sect or the battle techniques that he had obtained by chance, he told Xiao Ruofei everything like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. This also opened a new door for Xiao Ruofei. It turned out that in addition to mental strength that could be increased through a specific combination, there was also a similar method for true qi. Mental strength and true qi could even be used together. Many long-range attacks involved the problem of combining mental strength and true qi. Of course, when Xiao Ruofei asked about the overall strength of the cultivation world, Lu Chingfeng, in addition to giving a detailed introduction of the current situation of the sects, also said his own judgment. There were still many senior experts who lived in seclusion. There was no way to know the strength of these people, but there were definitely some who were stronger than the Aurus core stage cultivators of the 5 great sections. This idea was deeply ingrained in Lu Chingfeng's mind, especially after the battle with Xiao Ruofei using mental strength. Therefore, even in a state of hypnosis, Lu Chingfeng still insisted on this idea. After Xiao Ruofei finished asking, he took the initiative to withdraw his mental strength. Just as Lu Chingfeng regained his senses and heaved a sigh of relief, he immediately felt a majestic mental strength pressing down on him. Lu Chingfeng's soul was lost. He thought that he was worthless in Xiao Ruofei's eyes and that the other party was now ready to kill him. However, he didn't feel the approach of death. Instead, he felt the world spinning. Xiao Ruofei directly took Lu Chingfeng into the Ring 2 space and set up a space cage to imprison him. In fact, with Lu Chingfeng's spiritual power cultivation, if he resisted, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have been able to take him into the space so easily. It was just that Lu Chingfeng had long been scared out of his wits. In front of a nascent soul-old monster, he simply couldn't muster up any resistance. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei easily took Lu Chingfeng into the space. When Lu Chingfeng came back to his senses, he found that he had been imprisoned. Because Lu Chingfeng was a cultivator, Xiao Ruofei didn't know to what extent he had grasped the rules of space. Therefore, this space cage was much tighter than the space cages used to imprison ordinary mercenaries. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also specially extracted all the spiritual energy in the space cage. He didn't want Lu Chingfeng to use his spiritual energy to cultivate in the space. After Lu Chingfeng found out about his situation, he was even more disheartened. He was so regretful that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Unfortunately, there were no walls here. Above, below, left, and right were all invisible but extremely tough space membranes. Lu Chingfeng's experience was naturally different from ordinary people. Even a half-baked cultivator like Manzila was an absolute rookie in front of Lu Chingfeng. One must know that although Lu Chingfeng's cultivation wasn't too high, he was a proper disciple of a sect. Moreover, he had cultivated for dozens of years. Therefore, he quickly realized that he was imprisoned by the senior. This at least meant 2 things. Firstly, the senior's cultivation was much higher than his. He could easily capture him and put him into the confinement space. Of course, this was just Lu Qingfeng's illusion. In fact, it was because his mind was in a mess and he did not have the heart to resist. Second, this senior actually had a heavenly abode type magic treasure. Especially the second judgment, it made Lu Qingfeng completely shocked. He even forgot to worry about his situation for a short time. A heavenly abode type magic treasure was a treasure that rarely appeared in legends. Even in the prosperous era of the cultivation world, such a magic treasure was priceless. Even nascent soul stage cultivators rarely had one. Although Lu Qingfeng was still trapped in a small space cage, he didn't know how big the space inside the immortal abode was. However, even if it was only as big as this small space cage, it was enough to cause a commotion in the cultivation world. Taking a step back, even if it wasn't a heavenly abode type magic treasure that could imprison the body, just a storage ring with such a large space was enough to attract a large number of experts in the cultivation world. If Lu Qingfeng knew that the space cage's space cage was only a few 10,000ths of the entire world, or even 100,000ths of the entire world, his jaw would probably drop to the ground. The space's survival resources is his life. That included the 100 people peoples captive in Africa were. They were to the space cage, to barely survive with the basic survival resources as basic resources as. Xiao Ruofei also didn't let the Ring 2 space absorb the huge boundary stone for the time being. He was prepared to return to the capital and deal with these things when it was absolutely safe. Especially after absorbing the boundary stone, the Ring 2 space might upgrade again after absorbing the boundary stone. As the Ring 2 space expanded, it took longer and longer to upgrade. During the upgrade process, the stability of the space would be worse than usual. There might even be situations where the space couldn't be used temporarily. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei was outside, he wanted to avoid such situations as much as possible. For example, this time, when he came to the northern Xianxia province, he didn't expect to meet a cultivator who wanted to snatch the crystals. If the Ring 2 space couldn't be used now, then he wouldn't have been able to put Lu Qingfeng into the space. Then, Xiao Ruofei only had one choice, which was to kill Lu Qingfeng. Although Xiao Ruofei had changed his appearance this time, cultivators could often identify a person through their aura. Lu Qingfeng had a sect background, and there was a Golden Core Realm cultivator in the sect. This was something Xiao Ruofei couldn't match at the moment. No matter what, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't let Lu Qingfeng go and leave himself a hidden danger. This was under the condition that Lu Qingfeng's strength wasn't high. If he met a cultivator who was stronger and more experienced than Xiao Ruofei, then Xiao Ruofei would very likely have to escape if he couldn't win. When escaping, the spirit map space was also a great hiding tool. Without this weapon, Xiao Ruofei's safety would be much less guaranteed. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei went out, he definitely wouldn't choose to upgrade the Ring 2 space. After he put Lu Qingfeng into the space, he didn't immediately leave the pagoda park. Instead, he moved to a more sparsely populated place in the depths of the forest. He rearranged the alert formation and sat down cross-legged to continue cultivating. This time, Xiao Ruofei was even more vigilant. He arranged the alert formation 30 meters away from him. This way, if another cultivator appeared, he would be able to detect it earlier. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had just interrogated Lu Qingfeng through deep hypnosis. He knew that Lu Qingfeng was acting alone this time, and there were no fellow disciples or elders nearby. Otherwise, after capturing Lu Qingfeng, he wouldn't hesitate to leave overnight. Xiao Ruofei held the crystals in his hand and cleared all the distracting thoughts in his mind. He quickly entered a state of cultivation. The Dao technique was a top-notch cultivation method. Although it mainly focused on building the foundation in the early stages and didn't involve too much actual combat content, it was still the most suitable cultivation method for Xiao Ruofei. Using the Dao technique as the main cultivation method and cultivating the Inception Heart Sutra as a supplement, coupled with a large amount of cultivation resources, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation level improved rapidly. The sudden appearance of Lu Qingfeng also brought a sense of urgency to Xiao Ruofei. He didn't know much about the modern cultivation world. In addition, the cultivation environment on Earth was so bad, and he almost didn't meet other cultivators in the past 2 years. Therefore, when it came to cultivation, he had always had a more passive attitude and didn't have a strong desire to improve. However, the appearance of Lu Chengfeng made Xiao Ruofei feel a sense of crisis. Although the cultivation world was declining day by day, strength was still not to be underestimated. Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation was far from being invincible. What's more, he was alone. Even if Li Yifu, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and even Tang Haoren were counted, they weren't a powerful force. When encountering a sect like the Falling Leaf sect, they had no chance of winning. Xiao Ruofei also firmly believed that with the improvement of his and the people around him, it would be inevitable to come into contact with people from the cultivation world in the future. And a cultivator like Lu Chengfeng was likely to be a typical representative of the cultivation world. He was greedy and would do anything in order to improve his cultivation. Compared to the world of ordinary people, the rules of the cultivation world were obviously more realistic and more cruel. The law of the jungle was an unbreakable truth here. Xiao Ruofei certainly didn't want to become the weak meat of the cultivation world because of his insufficient cultivation in the future. What's more, he had a super treasure like the Ring to Space. If by any chance there was a mistake and the news was leaked, the entire cultivation world would certainly rush over like a cat smelling fish. With his current cultivation, he absolutely wouldn't be able to resist. An ordinary man was innocent, but treasuring a jade ring was a crime. As long as his cultivation reached a height that others couldn't match, then even if the whole world knew that he had a treasure like the spirit map scroll, no one would be able to take it away. Xiao Ruofei cultivated with such thoughts. His cultivation had already reached a small bottleneck. Once he broke through, he would reach the 9th level of qi refining. Xiao Ruofei decided to cultivate diligently during this period of time, and at least break through this small realm. While cultivating, he couldn't feel the passage of time. Until the next morning, when the sun shone on his body, Xiao Ruofei slowly opened his eyes. His clothes were already wet from the dew, but he felt refreshed. After a night of cultivation, he felt that his cultivation had increased by quite a bit. The 9th layer of qi refining was already within reach. He felt that he had already touched the bottleneck of that layer. Perhaps all he needed was an opportunity, and he would be able to break through in one go. Xiao Ruofei was also very satisfied with the results of his cultivation. He stood up, and while moving his arms and legs, he released traces of qi to dry the water on his clothes. Then, Xiao Ruofei moved down the mountain. After walking down for a while, Xiao Ruofei came to the path of the pagoda park. There were already some people jogging in the morning. Xiao Ruofei was also like a person jogging in the morning. As he jogged down the mountain, he smiled and greeted the joggers. After leaving the pagoda park, Xiao Ruofei directly stopped a taxi by the roadside and returned to Chang'an City. While in the taxi, he used his phone to buy a ticket back to Beijing. There were still about 3 hours before the plane took off. Xiao Ruofei simply asked the taxi driver to drive directly to the airport. After changing his boarding pass, Xiao Ruofei casually ate breakfast at the airport. In fact, it wasn't too early. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Then he passed through the security check. After waiting for a while in the VIP lounge, he began to board the plane. On the return trip, Xiao Ruofei booked a first-class ticket. The flight was smooth and there were very few bumps. After 3 hours, the plane smoothly landed on the runway of Beijing International Airport. After leaving the airport, Xiao Ruofei found a place to change into his original appearance. Then, he took a taxi back to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. Xiao Ruofei had just returned to the master's courtyard. He was preparing to take a shower, then close the door and go into the space to deal with the personnel. Just as Xiao Ruofei took off his jacket, his phone rang. When Xiao Ruofei had just entered the door, he had casually placed his phone on the coffee table in the living room. He stretched out his hand and easily sucked the phone over. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Song Rui calling. Xiao Ruofei picked up. Before he could speak, Song Rui asked, "Have you heard?" Xiao Ruofei was confused. He asked inexplicably, "Heard what? Did you just wake up in the middle of the day? Why are you talking without thinking?" Song Rui wasn't in the mood to bicker with Xiao Ruofei. He directly said, "Lu Haojuan hung up." "What?" Xiao Ruofei pretended to be surprised. He raised his voice and asked. "Lu Haojuan. Family Lu's eldest grandson." The one who just left Southeast Province with his face covered in dirt. Song Rui said. He hung up. What happened last night? What happened? Xiao Ruofei said. Could it be that he took things too hard? How could it be? That grandson didn't know how afraid of death he was. Song Rui said disdainfully. He was killed. The technique was quite professional. He directly avoided the ribs and cut the heart with a sharp knife. TSK. This guy offended so many people. He was sent to Shanbei province, but they still didn't let him go. They wanted to take his life. How much hatred did they have? Song Rui naturally didn't feel sorry for Lu Haojuan's death. On the contrary, there was a hint of gloating in his tone. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you sure are well informed. What happened last night in Shanbei province? You actually found out about it so quickly. You even know so many details. Xiao Ruofei had personally witnessed the whole process of Lu Haojuan's death. He naturally knew that the information that Song Rui said was very accurate. In just one night and half a day, the news had already spread in Jing City's social circle. Xiao Ruofei felt that this was more or less the intention of family Lu to deliberately spread the news. If family Lu wanted to hide it, the news definitely wouldn't have spread. Maybe family Lu wanted to show family Song that he had done what he had promised. Plus, it was more or less with some resentment, and also to gain some sympathy. Now Xiao Ruofei knew that people like Old Man Lu, no matter what, had to be squeezed dry. Even if it was the news of his own grandson's death, it was no exception. Song Rui said with a smile, this is nothing. We are known in the social circle. Nothing can hide from me. Xiao Ruofei had personally witnessed the whole process of Lu Haojuan's death. He naturally knew that the information that Song Rui said was very accurate. In just one night and half a day, the news had already spread in Jing City's social circle. Xiao Ruofei felt that this was more or less the intention of family Lu to deliberately spread the news. If family Lu wanted to hide it, the news definitely wouldn't have spread. Maybe family Lu wanted to show family Song that he had done what he had promised. Plus, it was more or less with some resentment, and also to gain some sympathy. Now Xiao Ruofei knew that people like Old Man Lu, no matter what, had to be squeezed dry. Even if it was the news of his own grandson's death, it was no exception. Although Song Rui was usually noisy, he was still a child of a big family. After being influenced by him for so many years, as long as he wasn't an idiot, he still had this basic sensitivity. Therefore, after listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Song Rui also fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, I know, don't worry. I know what to do. It's good that you understand. Xiao Ruofei said, okay, I'm busy. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. What are you busy with all day long? Song Rui couldn't help but complain again, the clubhouse is about to be built, but I haven't seen you come over a few times. You're always so busy. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I'm someone who does big things. How can I keep an eye on a small project like the clubhouse every day? Besides, with you guys here, what do I have to worry about? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Song Rui rolled his eyes and asked. Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui bickered for a while, then hung up the phone. He went into the bathroom and took a hot bath. After changing into comfortable cotton home clothes, he locked all the doors and windows. Then, he set up an alarm formation in the house. Only then did he return to the bedroom and summon the spirit map scroll from his palm. Xiao Ruofei stuffed the ancient spiritual map scroll under the blanket, and then entered the space with a thought. Ever since he met the modern cultivator last night, Xiao Ruofei had become more cautious. In the past, in such situations, he would usually lock the doors and windows, and at most split a strand of mental strength to keep watch outside, and then directly enter the space. After arriving at the Mountain Sea territory of the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei first went to see how the free labor force was doing. What Xiao Ruofei saw was a scene of bustling labor. Not only was the construction of the medicinal garden greatly accelerated, but some people were also busy in the paddy field. This rice field was experimental. Xiao Ruofei wanted to test the rice grown in the Ring 2 space. If the improvement was very obvious, he would consider carrying out several generations of breeding in the space and then try to grow it in the outside world. Under Xia Qing's arrangements, the staff worked in an orderly manner. Moreover, Bao Guijun and the other first batch of free laborers were now appointed as team leaders. They were very enthusiastic and took the lead in working in the herb garden and rice fields. At the same time, they did not forget to supervise the other free laborers. As for the others, after living in the space for so many days, most of them had already accepted their fate. Moreover, everyone was aware of the importance of points. Every day, Bao Guijun and the others would take advantage of their work to smoke. If they didn't have points, how could they get cigarettes? In the space, these kinds of enjoyment items were very expensive. Even if it was just a pack of ordinary cigarettes that cost 7 or 8 yuan, it would cost them 2 or 3 days of labor to earn points. For the free laborers who had points to maintain their basic survival, cigarettes were definitely a luxury. Bao Guijun and the others had more points than them. In addition, after redeeming the cigarettes, they tried to smoke sparingly. They only smoked 1 or 2 cigarettes a day, at most 2 or 3 cigarettes. A pack of cigarettes could last them for 10 days. Therefore, they were willing to use their hard-earned points to redeem cigarettes. Xiao Ruofei walked around and was satisfied with the mental state of these free laborers. Then, he went to the prefab room where Bao Guijun and the others lived. Manzila was lying on the bed recuperating. When he saw Xiao Ruofei suddenly come in, he quickly sat up and respectfully called out, "Master." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and first looked at the situation in the prefab room. He found that it was very neat and tidy. The quilts on each bunk were folded neatly. As for the air, in the Ring 2 space, the air was definitely several levels higher than the outside world. Even in a dormitory with many people living in it, it was no exception. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and then asked in English, "How is your recovery?" Manzila said with some fear, "Master, I'm already trying to recover, but the recovery time for a fracture will be longer. I can't move freely for the time being." In fact, Manzila was considered a beginner cultivator. His body was much better than the average person. However, it was a fracture after all. Even if his recovery speed was faster than the average person, it would not be able to be completely healed in a few days. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. I don't lack the food to feed a few idle people." "Yes. Yes," Manzila said with a smile. "The last time I asked you about the Mordor mercenary group, your performance was still satisfactory." Xiao Ruofei said, "I hope that after you recover, you can show such loyalty when you work." "Please rest assured, Master," Manzila said solemnly. "Manzila will always be your loyal believer. I will never dare to betray you." Xiao Ruofei pursed his lips and did not say anything about Manzila's words. Everyone could say beautiful words. Xiao Ruofei would not believe Manzila's words just because he was like a docile puppy now. The harmless-looking old African man in front of him had personally created the infamous Mordor organization. Who knew how many people had died directly or indirectly in his hands? It was not only Manzila. All the free labor in the space were counted. Although they were all docile now, none of them were easy to deal with in the past. It was just that they did not have the chance to show off now. However, all these people, including Manzila, were now in the Ring 2 space that Xiao Ruofei had absolute control over. He could kill them with just a thought. In the face of absolute strength, even if these people had any ideas, they would not be able to cause any harm. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved and he directly left the prefab room. The next moment, his figure appeared in the void of the space. In front of him was a small space cage. As the owner of the space, Xiao Ruofei could easily see through the membrane of the space cage and see the restless Lu Qingfeng inside. The cage that Lu Qingfeng was in was completely isolated from the outside space. He was completely unaware of Xiao Ruofei's arrival. Lu Qingfeng was very anxious at this time. It had been nearly a day since he was caught by that senior. He was left here without a word. He did not know what his fate would be in the next moment. What was worse was that in this narrow space, he could not feel a trace of spiritual energy at all. In the past, no matter where he was, even if the spiritual energy was not as dense as in the sect, he could more or less feel the existence of spiritual energy. When it came to the hour of midnight and the hour of dawn, cultivators could use these 2 hours to cultivate. However, in this heavenly abode, he could not feel a trace of spiritual energy. He had already determined that this narrow space that imprisoned him was the heavenly abode of that senior. Cultivation was like sailing against the current. If Lu Chengfeng was imprisoned here for a long time, even if that senior did not kill him, his cultivation would have a huge regression. The anxious Lu Chengfeng suddenly felt that his field of vision suddenly widened. The mountains, rivers, and seas in the distance were all imprinted in his eyes. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly looked around. Sure enough, he saw Xiao Ruofei behind him. At this time, Xiao Ruofei had already restored his appearance. The space cage imprisoned all auras, so Lu Chengfeng did not recognize that the person in front of him was the nascent soul-old monster from last night. However, Lu Chengfeng did not dare to be negligent. He quickly bowed and said, "Junior Lu Chengfeng greets Senior." Although Lu Chengfeng did not know who the person in front of him was, he could see that the person was standing in the air. Even if a golden core cultivator could fly on a sword, it was impossible for him to stand in the air without any external help like the person in front of him. At least nascent soul stage cultivators could do this. Another nascent soul-old monster. Lu Chengfeng's mind surged with turbulent waves. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. What kind of terrifying power did he provoke? Since when were there so many nascent soul stage cultivators? One had to know that he had cultivated for dozens of years. Moreover, he was in a large sect like the Fallen Leaf sect. Until yesterday, he had never seen a nascent soul stage senior. Lu Chengfeng glanced around and felt that the place where he was imprisoned should be a huge cave. Although he could not feel any spiritual energy, the exuberant vitality outside could not escape Lu Chengfeng's eyes. A cave with mountains and seas. In the distance, there seemed to be some mortals working. This was definitely a large power. The Fallen Leaves sect was known as one of the 5 great sections. But compared to this place, it was simply a small village. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "Lu Chengfeng, we haven't seen each other for a day and you don't recognize me?" When Lu Chengfeng heard Xiao Ruofei's voice, it was as if he had just woken up from a dream. He hurriedly knelt down again and said, "Senior's transformation technique is unpredictable. Please forgive me for not being able to recognize you." At this time, Lu Chengfeng was even more certain of his judgment. Everything showed that the person in front of him was a genuine nascent soul stage senior. His heart was also uneasy. He did not know how the senior would deal with him. When he thought of the idea of robbing a nascent soul stage senior's crystal, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. This was 1,000 times more serious than touching a tiger's butt. It was definitely an act of seeking death. If he met a nascent soul stage senior with a bad temper, he would be reduced to ashes with a wave of his hand. However, the senior in front of him did not seem to be so cruel. If he wanted to kill him, he would not have to go through so much trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Chengfeng could not help but feel a trace of hope. Lu Chengfeng had already made up his mind. No matter what this senior wanted, even if he wanted him to take him to destroy the Fallen Leaf sect, he would unconditionally agree. What was more important than living? He had cultivated for dozens of years, and the Fallen Leaves sect master had cultivated for hundreds of years. Wasn't it all to pursue the illusory immortality? Thinking of this, Lu Chengfeng could not help but say nervously, "Senior, please forgive this junior for being young and ignorant. This junior is willing to be a cow or a horse for senior and serve you with all his heart." When Xiao Ruofei heard Lu Chengfeng say that he was young and ignorant, he could not help but laugh. However, he also knew that in Lu Chengfeng's mind, he was now a nascent soul stage senior. In front of a nascent soul stage senior, Lu Chengfeng was indeed young. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, "What can you do for me?" Lu Chengfeng was suddenly speechless. That's right. The other party was a nascent soul stage expert. Lu Chengfeng did not know Xiao Ruofei's exact cultivation level. It was possible that it was higher than the nascent soul stage, but that was already a realm that Lu Chengfeng did not dare to think about. As for himself, he was only a qi refining stage cultivator. What qualifications did he have to be a cow or a horse for a nascent soul stage senior? Thinking of this, Lu Chengfeng could not help but feel depressed. Without waiting for Lu Chengfeng to speak, Xiao Ruofei suddenly waved his hand and removed the spatial cage that imprisoned Lu Chengfeng. Without the support of the spatial cage, Lu Chengfeng suddenly fell down involuntarily. Although he was shocked, at the same time, he felt so comfortable that he almost groaned. There was no other reason. After losing the barrier of the spatial cage, Lu Chunfeng felt for the first time that the spiritual energy in the space was so dense that it could not be dispersed. Even if he did not cultivate, just by taking a deep breath, Lu Chunfeng felt that the qi in his dantian was ready to move. That refreshing feeling made him feel as if he was drunk, and he felt dizzy. Lu Chunfeng had heard of people getting drunk on oxygen and drinking too much tea would make them drunk. He had never thought that he would one day feel drunk because of the rich spiritual energy in the air. It could be said that in the dozens of years that he had been on the path of cultivation, Lu Chunfeng had never been to a place with such rich spiritual energy. He did not even dare to dream that there would be such a treasure land. For a moment, he even forgot that he was falling rapidly. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt an invisible force lift him up, and Xiao Ruofei had appeared by his side without him noticing. Following which, Lu Chunfeng was brought along by Xiao Ruofei. They flew rapidly within the mountain sea region of the Ring 2 space. Lu Chunfeng felt as though he was in a dream. The spiritual energy in the air was so dense that it had already turned into fog, and the beautiful scenery in front of him was like a painting. Everything was so harmonious and natural, as though it contained the grand Tao of the heaven and earth. Xiao Ruofei even brought Lu Chunfeng past the Realm Heart Island. When Lu Chunfeng saw the stalks of precious herbs on the Realm Heart Island, his jaw almost dropped. His mouth was wide open, and no matter how much wind blew in, he did not have any reaction. Everything in front of him was simply too shocking. After circling around, Xiao Ruofei brought Lu Chunfeng back to the location where the spatial cage was placed. With a wave of his hand, a new spatial cage was installed, and he casually threw Lu Chunfeng in. The instant he entered the spatial cage, Lu Chunfeng could not feel any trace of spiritual energy, and he could not help but feel a sense of loss. Xiao Ruofei smiled as he looked at Lu Chunfeng, and he asked, "What do you think you can do for me? In other words, what value do you think you have that is worth me sparing you?" Lu Chunfeng revealed a bitter smile, and he said dejectedly, "Senior, Junior really can't think of what use I have for Senior." With the other party's cultivation and the shocking wealth of this immortal cave dwelling, Lu Chunfeng did not even have the qualifications to serve him tea. If it was a female cultivator who was rather beautiful, perhaps she could be a little maid who served him, but as for himself, Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "Since I didn't kill you yesterday, I will let you live. Otherwise, there would be no need for me to go through so much trouble. Even though you have offended me, I don't want to kill you if there is no need." Lu Chunfeng felt as though he had been saved from death's door, and he was so emotional that he almost cried. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, and he kowtowed while saying, "Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "As for what I want you to do, I haven't thought of it yet, but you are a cultivator at the qi refining stage, and you are stronger than the ordinary people below. Even if you are a waste, you are not completely worthless." When Lu Chunfeng heard this, he did not feel humiliated at all. Instead, he was bursting with joy, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you, Senior. As long as Senior orders this junior to work with those ordinary people, this junior will have no complaints." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "That won't be necessary. You can stay here for a while. When I have thought of it, I will naturally have a use for you." "Yes, Junior will follow Senior's orders." Lu Chunfeng's attitude became more respectful. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved slightly, and in the next moment, Lu Chunfeng felt a wisp of true qi appear in the spatial cage that imprisoned him. Although it was not as strong as before, it was stronger than many places on earth. Lu Chunfeng could not help but be overjoyed. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "This spiritual qi is only for you to maintain your own cultivation. It is a tree without a source. If you absorb it all at once, you will not have any spiritual qi to use for a period of time in the future. Then, don't blame me." Lu Chunfeng hurriedly said, "Yes. I understand." Then, Xiao Ruofei directly moved some food and drinking water from the warehouse in the space and threw them into the spatial cage. Although it was not a problem for cultivators to not eat for a few days, in the absence of spiritual qi, if a low-level cultivator of the qi refining stage did not eat for a long time, they would not be able to maintain their cultivation. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Stay here obediently. When I have thought of how to use you, I will naturally let you out." "Yes, Senior," Lu Chunfeng respectfully replied. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and the membrane of the spatial cage was restored. Lu Chengfeng only felt his vision blur, and then he could no longer see the mountains and rivers outside. As far as his eyes could see, he could only see this small confined space and the surrounding membrane that was faintly glowing. After Xiao Ruofei settled Lu Chengfeng down, his figure flashed and swept towards the place where the mercenaries and assassins were imprisoned. The reason why he went to great lengths to frighten Lu Chengfeng was naturally because he had his own considerations. Lu Chengfeng did not know that he was not even qualified to serve Xiao Ruofei tea as he thought he was. On the contrary, for Xiao Ruofei, if he could use Lu Chengfeng well, there would be a lot of benefits. If Lu Chengfeng could really be recruited by Xiao Ruofei, his qi refining level 7 cultivation alone would be much higher than Li Yifu's, not to mention other things. Xiao Ruofei's direct disciple Tang Haoren was still young and his cultivation was very low. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's cultivation were only at the qi refining stage 3. Even if they could break through to the qi refining stage 4, there was still a big gap between them and Lu Chengfeng. What's more, Lu Chengfeng was very familiar with the cultivation world and also had the identity of a disciple of the Fallen Leaf sect. This would be very helpful for Xiao Ruofei in the future. If he could completely subdue Lu Chengfeng, it would be equivalent to planting a spy in the Fallen Leaf sect. At a critical moment, he might be able to play an unexpected role. Of course, the premise of all this was that he could completely subdue Lu Chengfeng. At present, there was no way to do so. If Xiao Ruofei was really a nascent soul cultivator, then it would be easy to deal with him. The problem was that his cultivation was only a little higher than Lu Chengfeng's. Lu Chengfeng already knew some of the secrets of the Ring 2 space. Even if he didn't know that it was an independent small space, it was just an immortal's cave that was rich in spiritual qi. It was enough to shake the cultivation world. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei couldn't risk sending Lu Chengfeng out at this time. Of course, if Xiao Ruofei was really a nascent soul cultivator, there would be no need to arrange any spies. He could destroy the Fallen Leaves sect with a wave of his hand. In short, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. At the same time, he hoped to subdue Lu Chengfeng, so he didn't kill him on the spot. Instead, he put him in the Ring 2 space. But there was no way to do it now, so Xiao Ruofei could only keep Lu Chengfeng in captivity. In a flash, Xiao Ruofei came to the large space cage that imprisoned the assassins and mercenaries. He waved his hand and the two space cages disappeared. Hundreds of people screamed as they fell from the sky. Xiao Ruofei easily used the invisible power of space to hold these people up just as they were about to fall to the ground. Then, he casually displayed a method that looked like a miracle to these foreigners and easily dispelled their thoughts of resistance. Even the unruly leader of the Mod Mercenary Corps, Douglas, was scared out of his wits by the methods displayed by Xiao Ruofei, the Eastern Immortal. No matter how powerful the special forces were, could they fight against the gods who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground? Furthermore, after being locked up in the spatial cage for so many days, their willpower had long been worn down. In addition to Bao Guijun, Golden Fox Morendo, Viper Boke and the others' personal experiences, these assassins and mercenaries were quickly recruited. On the other hand, Manzila, who was nicknamed Satan, did not play much of a role in the recruitment process. This was because other than Boke, the other higher-ups of Mod didn't know his identity. Douglas only knew that his boss's nickname was Satan. These assassins and mercenaries were also split up and assigned to various groups, and Bao Guijun and the others had many more people under them. Xiao Ruofei simply allowed them to add a leadership level and divided each group into 3 squads. He asked Bao Guijun and the other team leaders to choose 3 squad leaders to be in charge of one squad and assist them in managing it. The squad leaders also enjoyed a certain amount of basic points bonus. Bao Guijun and the others were naturally overjoyed. They had more soldiers under them, and they also had a certain amount of human rights. Naturally, they could manage it more smoothly. Apart from the lack of freedom, Bao Guijun, Qian Guiyu, and the others felt that this place was actually pretty good. There was no harm without comparison. Similarly, it was precisely because of the comparison that Bao Guijun and the others felt that they were at least better off than most of the captives, and their hearts immediately became much more balanced. They even felt that it might not be a bad thing to be caught in Huaxiao while carrying out a mission. At the very least, they had a head start in terms of being free labor. After quickly incorporating this group of captives, Xiao Ruofei gave them an hour. dividing them into groups, registering them, arranging their dormitories, receiving labor tools and basic necessities, and so on. These tasks didn't need to be handled by Xiao Ruofei. With Xiaqing in the space, Bao Guijun and the others could carry out the specific tasks in an orderly manner. Xiao Ruofei left the space and returned to the outside world. He rested for a while in his bedroom. Before an hour had passed, or at most 40 minutes, Xiao Ruofei received a telepathic message from Xiaqing. This group of free laborers had been properly arranged. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei re-entered the space. Xiao Ruofei stood in the void like a god descending from the heavens. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Today's labor is temporarily suspended. Everyone is to return to their rooms immediately. Until further notice, no one is to come out. In the space, Xiao Ruofei's words were unquestionable. After the order was given, all the laborers were led by their newly appointed captains. They orderly withdrew from the paddy fields, herb gardens, and other places and returned to the temporary housing. They didn't know what was going on and couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This was especially true for the laborers who had been living in the space for a while. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Xiao Ruofei didn't explain too much. He directly reinforced the space cage that enveloped the temporary housing several times. Moreover, he shielded the space cage. The membrane of the space cage changed from transparent to milky white, completely isolating the inside from the outside world. Following that, Xiao Ruofei moved the space cage that imprisoned Lu Qingfeng to the side of the temporary housing. He also reinforced the space cage to a certain extent. Xiao Ruofei naturally did this in order to prepare the Ring 2 space to absorb the World Stone. This time, the World Stone was the size of a wash basin. After the Spirit Map scroll completely absorbed it, there was a chance it could evolve again. In order to prevent chaos during the space's upgrade process, Xiao Ruofei recalled everyone to the prefab room in advance and specially reinforced the space cage. Then Xiao Ruofei called out Xiaqing and the Realm Raccoon by Qingqing. He told them that the Ring 2 space would absorb the World Stone again and that it might cause the space to evolve. He told them to be quiet and pay close attention during this process. He especially warned Bai Qingqing that she couldn't cause any trouble during this process, or else he wouldn't be polite to her. Xiao Ruofei also ordered Xiaqing to keep an eye on Bai Qingqing. In the Ring 2 space, Xiaqing had the highest authority aside from Xiao Ruofei. He could also mobilize the invisible force of the space. If Bai Qingqing really caused trouble, Xiaqing could still subdue her. Bai Qingqing protested a bit in dissatisfaction. The main reason was because Xiao Ruofei didn't give her any of the harvest this time. Of course, this was also because Bai Qingqing didn't play any role in obtaining the World Stone. In addition, the World Stone he had obtained this time was one big piece. If it was cut into small pieces like before, then Xiao Ruofei wouldn't mind giving Bai Qingqing a few pieces as long as he could ensure the space could be upgraded. Bai Qingqing's protest was naturally ineffective. After giving all the orders, Xiao Ruofei left the space in a flash. After returning to his bedroom in the courtyard house, Xiao Ruofei used his mind to establish a connection with the Spirit Map scroll. At the same time, he removed the protective shield around the primordial realm's gigantic World Stone and gave the Spirit Map space in order to absorb the World Stone. Xiao Ruofei could feel that the entire space of the Spirit Map seemed to have a mind of its own. It was transmitting a joyous mood. Then, a suction force suddenly appeared, and the huge World Stone suddenly floated in the air. The mysterious spatial energy inside the World Stone was quickly absorbed by the Spirit Map scroll. Xiao Ruofei nervously watched the entire process and secretly prayed in his heart that the Ring 2 space would be able to successfully upgrade. Obtaining World Stones was something that could only be encountered by chance. If the space couldn't upgrade after absorbing all the World Stones, then who knew when the next World Stone would be? And now that the Ring 2 space had evolved to this extent, if it only relied on absorbing jade to replenish itself, then the demand would be enormous. Even though Xiao Ruofei had plenty of money, there was a limit to the amount of jade on Earth. Just because you had money didn't mean you could buy enough jade. What's more, buying jade on such a large scale without engaging in any jade business would definitely attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. Therefore, after experiencing several upgrades, Xiao Ruofei basically gave up on the idea of using jade to feed the Ring 2 space. That world stone was very big. The ring 2 space absorbed it for a long time before its color faded slightly. At the same time, one or two fine cracks would occasionally appear on its surface. Xiao Ruofei had already experienced this process many times, so he knew very well that the mysterious energy contained in the world stone was far from being completely absorbed. He couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. The more firm the world stone was, the higher the possibility of the Ring 2 space upgrading after absorbing it. The absorption process was rather long, but Xiao Ruofei wasn't impatient at all. He even hoped that the process would take as long as possible. After more than 2 hours, the wash basin-sized world stone's color became fainter and fainter. There were more and more cracks, almost covering the entire surface of the world stone. Xiao Ruofei knew that the energy contained in the world stone was more or less depleted. However, the Ring 2 space still didn't show any signs of upgrading. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little anxious. At this moment, the world stone's surface was already grayish-white. Moreover, it would occasionally emit faint cracking sounds, accompanied by small pieces of stone being peeled off. It was obvious that its energy was about to be depleted. Xiao Ruofei anxiously sat on the bed in his bedroom. His mind maintained a connection with the space, sensing the situation in the space at all times. His disappointment gradually grew. Seeing that the world stone was beginning to fall apart, Xiao Ruofei secretly sighed. It seemed that his wish of upgrading the space this time might not be possible. However, just as the world stone completely fell apart into small pieces, the Ring 2 space absorbed the last strand of energy from the world stone. Immediately after, the entire space trembled slightly. Even Xiao Ruofei's mind was shaken. Xiao Ruofei's mood was like a roller coaster. All his disappointment was swept away, and his face revealed a look of joy. He was all too familiar with this feeling. Every time the Ring 2 space upgraded, he would experience a similar tremor. However, this time, the tremor seemed to be even more intense. Xiao Ruofei immediately felt that the entire Ring 2 space seemed to be trembling slightly. Immediately, his mental connection with the Ring 2 space was affected. Although it wasn't completely cut off, it was faintly discernible. He couldn't sense the situation in the space so clearly. Xiao Ruofei simply withdrew his thoughts and sat in his bedroom to wait. While waiting, time always passed very slowly. Xiao Ruofei was both anxious and expectant. After a while, he couldn't help but use his mind to establish a connection with the Ring 2 space. However, the upgrade process this time seemed to be especially long. After a full 2 hours, Xiao Ruofei's mental connection with the space was still faintly discernible. This meant that the space was still in the process of upgrading. Later, Wu Chang went outside to call Xiao Ruofei for dinner. However, the spiritual map scroll couldn't be stored in the body during the upgrade process. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't feel at ease leaving the spiritual map scroll in his bedroom. Therefore, he told Wu Chang that he wasn't hungry and wouldn't eat dinner. In fact, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in the mood to eat either. All his thoughts were on the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei waited until around 10 o'clock at night before he re-established his mental connection with the Ring 2 space. This meant that the spiritual map scroll had completed the upgrade process. Calculating the time, this upgrade took 6 to 7 hours. It was several times longer than the previous upgrade. This caused Xiao Ruofei to have even more expectations in his heart. When he re-established his mental connection with the Ring 2 space, the first thing he felt was that the connection was much clearer than before. It was as if a normal screen had suddenly been replaced with a 4K HD screen. Before entering the space, Xiao Ruofei first noticed a very obvious change. Perhaps it was because the mental connection was closer, or perhaps it was because the spiritual map scroll had changed after upgrading, but Xiao Ruofei discovered that he seemed to be able to control the appearance of the spiritual map scroll. Naturally, no one would tell Xiao Ruofei this, but he had this feeling. Xiao Ruofei immediately gave it a try. Sure enough, with just a thought, the spirit map scroll actually began to shrink in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it went from a normal-sized ancient scroll to a pocket-sized scroll that was only a few centimeters long and could be held directly in the palm of his hand. It had to be known that ever since Xiao Ruofei obtained the spiritual map scroll, the scroll had always had this simple appearance. Even if he was able to store the scroll in his body, he couldn't change the appearance of the scroll. Every time he took it out of his palm, the scroll would still look the same. This change greatly increased Xiao Ruofei's interest. He wasn't satisfied with just changing the size, so he began to try changing the spiritual map scroll into other things. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved slightly as he imagined the appearance of the spirit map scroll that he wanted to change. The pocket-sized scroll that was only a few centimeters long immediately started to change under Xiao Ruofei's gaze, and quickly turned into a lifelike leaf. Xiao Ruofei's interest immediately increased. Like a child who had received his favorite toy, he even temporarily gave up on the idea of entering the space, and continuously tried to change the spirit map scroll. Rocks, bricks, teacups, U-drive, the spirit diagram scrolls continued to change shape obediently under Xiao Ruofei's will. At the same time that its shape changed, Xiao Ruofei also tried to make it bigger or smaller. Very quickly, Xiao Ruofei found some patterns. Firstly, no matter how the shape changed, Xiao Ruofei could feel that the essence of the spirit map scroll did not change. Its original body should be an ancient scroll, and the appearance it changed into was a bit similar to an illusion. In addition, it could not become bigger or smaller without a limit. There was a limit to it. Xiao Ruofei tried to shrink the spirit map scroll, but found that it could only shrink to 1 centimeter, and this was the limit it could reach in its original state. If it changed into something else, it would reach its limit even faster, about 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter, and could not shrink any further. Xiao Ruofei guessed that this had something to do with the evolution of the spirit map scroll. Perhaps it had something to do with how close his mental connection with the spirit map scroll was, or perhaps it had something to do with his mental cultivation. He should be able to continue evolving in the future. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also realized that when the spirit map scroll changed into something else, it would consume his mental energy to maintain it. Of course, the consumption was not too great. With his current mental energy cultivation, maintaining it for 10 to 20 hours shouldn't be a problem. No matter what, the change in the spirit map scroll made Xiao Ruofei extremely happy. In a sense, the spirit map scroll itself could be considered Xiao Ruofei's divine escape tool. When Xiao Ruofei was on the green touring Immortal Island, he had relied on the spirit map scroll to escape the pursuit of the purple blood spirit python. Ever since Xiao Ruofei heard about the cultivation world from Lu Chengfeng, he had always felt a sense of urgency and crisis. This was especially true for some of the higher echelons of the sect. Most of them were Oris core stage cultivators. This was something that Xiao Ruofei could not contend with at the moment. The law of the cultivation world had always been the law of the jungle. Xiao Ruofei faintly felt that he would definitely have to deal with the cultivation world in the future. Perhaps this encounter with Lu Chengfeng was just the beginning. If he provoked an enemy that he could not fight against, then the special ability of the spirit map scroll would be extremely important. In the past, the spirit map scroll could not change its shape. It had always looked like an ancient scroll, so there was a limit to it. But now, with such a new function, it could be said that Xiao Ruofei had an additional guarantee when he needed to escape from the enemy's pursuit. He could completely change the appearance of the spirit map scroll and blend into the environment. Then, he could hide inside. It was impossible for the enemy to find him in a short period of time. Especially in the current cultivation world, spatial magic treasures were almost extinct. Spatial magic treasures that could allow living people to hide were even rarer. Even when the cultivation world was very prosperous, such magic treasures were extremely rare. It was almost impossible for the current cultivators to think of anyone who could hide in a spatial magic treasure. As long as the exposed spirit map scroll was not discovered by the enemy, Xiao Ruofei's safety was guaranteed. Xiao Ruofei was quite satisfied with the changes that had occurred after the spirit map scroll's evolution. He was somewhat expectant as he restored the spirit map scroll to its original appearance. Then, with a thought, he entered the space. Every time the Ring 2 space leveled up, Xiao Ruofei would habitually enter the Archean realm, where the flow of time was 30 times faster. He would see if there were any changes here before going to the Mountain Sea realm. Of course, the time he stayed here was relatively short. This was because the size of the Archean realm had not expanded for a long time. After the space leveled up and evolved, other than the spiritual chi becoming denser, there were basically no other changes. This time, Xiao Ruofei did the same as before. He first entered the Ring 2 space's Archean realm. The first thing he felt was that the spiritual qi in the space had become denser. This was within his expectations, so it was not a surprise. Xiao Ruofei casually glanced at it as usual and prepared to teleport to the mountain sea realm. Generally speaking, every time the space leveled up, the mountain sea realm would change the most. However, this time it was completely out of Xiao Ruofei's expectations. When his gaze swept across the pool in the middle of the Archean realm, he was stunned. He could no longer shift his gaze away. Xiao Ruofei widened his eyes as he stared in the direction of the pool. In the center of the spatial pool, a crystalline jade pagoda had appeared. This jade pagoda had a total of 9 levels. There were also 4 jade bridges that connected to the land outside the pool from 4 directions. Be it the jade pagoda or the jade bridges, they were all small and exquisite. The 4 jade bridges could only fit 1 person at a time, and each floor of the jade pagoda was about 1.5 meters tall. From the outside, it was impossible to tell if the pagoda was hollow or not. Even if one could enter, most adults would have to bend their backs to enter. On the second level of the jade pagoda, there was a small plaque. On it were 3 ancient characters, Exquisite Pagoda. Xiao Ruofei's heart could not help but thump. It had been a long time since the Archean realm had undergone any changes. The sudden appearance of the Exquisite Pagoda definitely would not have appeared for no reason. It definitely had a very important function. Although he wanted to investigate, Xiao Ruofei did not rashly go over. Instead, he sent a telepathic message to Xia Qing, telling him to come over immediately. After receiving Xiao Ruofei's instructions, Xia Qing immediately flashed to the Archean realm. When Xia Qing saw the Exquisite Pagoda in the middle of the pool, he revealed a smile and said, "Congratulations, Master. The Exquisite Pagoda has evolved from the Spirit Map realm. It will be of great help to Master." Xiao Ruofei revealed a look of joy and asked, "Xia Qing, introduce this Exquisite Pagoda to me. It's located in the center of the Archean realm. Furthermore, it's obviously not an ordinary item." I'm filled with anticipation. "Yes, Master." Xia Qing said, "Actually, the appearance of the Exquisite Pagoda is a watershed for the Spirit Map realm." Oh? Xiao Ruofei's interest was piqued when he heard that. He hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" "Master, in the past, although the spiritual energy in the Spirit Map realm was very dense, did you feel that it lacked some spirituality?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "Furthermore, you must remember that I reminded you not to cultivate in the Spirit Map realm for too long to avoid damaging the foundation of the Spirit Map realm, right?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Of course I remember." Xia Qing said with a smile, "The reason there is such a restriction is that the Spirit Map realm has not evolved sufficiently. In the past, although the spiritual energy in the Spirit Map realm became denser and denser, it was actually consuming the Spirit Map realm's foundation. Fortunately, Master did not plant too many spiritual herbs and herbs. The crops and herbs of the mortal world did not consume much of the Spirit Map realm's resources." Xiao Ruofei could not help but raise his eyebrows and asked, "So, after the space evolved this time, the situation has changed?" "Yes." Xia Qing pointed at the Exquisite Pagoda in the center of the spiritual pond and said, "The Exquisite Pagoda is actually equivalent to the center of the formation of the entire Spirit Map realm. The appearance of the Exquisite Pagoda means that the formation of the Spirit Map realm has been further activated." Xiao Ruofei asked curiously, "The Spirit Map realm still has a formation?" Xia Qing smiled and said, "Of course, the entire Spirit Map realm is enveloped in a large formation. It contains an extremely complicated time and space formation. This formation is gradually activated, so the space of the Spirit Map realm is constantly expanding." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I understand. So, the appearance of the Exquisite Pagoda means that another part of the formation has been activated?" Xia Qing nodded and said, "Yes. Master, the appearance of the Exquisite Pagoda means that a key function of the Spirit Map realm has begun to operate again." "What function?" Xiao Ruofei asked. He could already vaguely sense that the key function that Xia Qing mentioned should be related to spirit energy. "Master, the function of this part of the formation is that the Spirit Map realm has resumed the exchange of energy with the outside world. Now, the Spirit Map realm can absorb energy from the outside world and convert it into spirit energy," Xia Qing said. "The outside world?" Xiao Ruofei subconsciously frowned and said, but the cultivation environment of the outside world is already very barren. The spirit energy is rather thin. Xiaqing smiled and said, Master, the outside world I'm talking about is not the outside space where you live, but the chaotic region outside the spirit map realm. Xiaqing paused and continued, the chaotic region is filled with chaotic aura. This is the most original aura, but under most circumstances, the chaotic aura cannot be directly absorbed and used. The activated part of the formation of the spirit map realm can continuously absorb the chaotic aura in the chaotic region and convert it into spirit energy to maintain the concentration of spirit energy in the space. This means that. Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up. He continued Xiaqing's words and said, this means that I can cultivate in the spirit map realm from now on. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, yes, at least with Master's current cultivation, the formation of the spirit map realm can absorb the chaotic aura at a sufficient speed. Master should be able to replenish his spirit energy in time if he cultivates in the space. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was he being looked down on because of his low cultivation? However, no matter what, being able to cultivate in the Ring 2 space was definitely a great thing for Xiao Ruofei. Although he could use spirit crystals or even origin crystals to cultivate in the outside world, he had to save as much of such precious cultivation resources as possible. After all, for safety reasons, he couldn't bring Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Yifu, Tang Haoren, and the others into the space to cultivate in the short term. It was naturally the best choice to leave the spirit crystals and origin crystals for them to use. Secondly, with the density of spirit qi in the space, Xiao Ruofei could cultivate directly in the spirit map space. The effect was even better than cultivating with crystals. As for the third point, it was naturally because he could use the 30 times faster flow of time in the primordial realm to quickly raise his cultivation. After learning about the situation of the cultivation world, Xiao Ruofei always felt a sense of urgency. He also realized how precious time was. The more Xiao Ruofei thought about it, the happier he became. He couldn't help but laugh and say, Xiaqing, the space's upgrade this time is really timely. Xiaqing nodded with a smile and said, Master, you did very well. The evolution of the spirit map world has always been very fast. By the way, the appearance of the Linglong Pagoda, other than marking the activation of the spirit map world spirit energy conversion array, it also has endless magical uses. As for the specific functions, I'll leave it to Master to discover them yourself. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, you're actually keeping me in suspense. Xiao Ruofei didn't mind. Since Xiaqing didn't want to say, he naturally wouldn't force him. Furthermore, although Xiaqing didn't explicitly tell him the functions of the Linglong Pagoda, since he wanted him to discover them himself, it at least meant that the Linglong Pagoda was safe for him. It was unlikely that any dangerous accidents would happen. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, all right. Then I'll try out the uses of this Linglong Pagoda first. With that said, Xiao Ruofei took a step forward and walked towards the Jade Bridge in his direction. Xiaqing, on the other hand, stood on the shore and watched with a smile. Xiao Ruofei arrived in front of the Jade Bridge in a few steps. He took a deep breath and stepped on it. No strange phenomenon occurred. The Jade Bridge was still firmly connected to the Linglong Pagoda in the center of the pool. The Jade Bridge was made in the shape of an arch. Xiao Ruofei needed to first go up 9 steps, then walk forward for a while, and then go down 9 steps to reach the Linglong Pagoda. Xiao Ruofei didn't stop and continued to walk up the steps step by step. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. With every step Xiao Ruofei took, he felt that the Jade Bridge seemed to become wider. Originally, this Jade Bridge could only accommodate 1 adult. If 2 people were walking in opposite directions, they would have to turn sideways to cross. After Xiao Ruofei took 3 or 4 steps, the Jade Bridge had already become more than 2 meters wide, enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people side by side. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He continued to walk up the steps. After he walked up 9 steps, the Jade Bridge's width had already reached about 6 meters. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look back. Only then did he realize that it wasn't the Jade Bridge that had become wider, but he had become smaller. He saw that the shore of the pool was at least 10 meters away from him. In fact, he felt that he had only walked 2 or 3 meters in a straight line. Moreover, he also saw Xiaoqing standing on the shore. At this moment, he was like a giant in his eyes. Including the grass by the pool and the Dahong Pao tea tree in the distance, they were all magnified several times in his eyes. Xiao Ruofei quickly came back to his senses. Perhaps it wasn't the jade bridge that had become wider, nor was it him that had become smaller. Instead, it was the space that had changed. A mustard seed contained Mount Sumeru. If the spirit painting scroll could contain such a large space, then it wasn't strange that the Jade Pagoda and Jade Bridge in the Ring 2 space had been integrated with the laws of space. Therefore, the Jade Pagoda that looked like it was only 1 meter tall from the shore might actually be much higher. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but admire the owner of the Ring 2 space, Shan Haizhenren. At the same time, he couldn't help but have a thought: was this spirit painting scroll really created by Shan Haizhenren? As the Ring 2 space continued to evolve and upgrade, Xiao Ruofei also increasingly felt the magic of this space treasure. Sometimes he even wondered if this was really something that could be created by human power. If the spirit map scroll was really the masterpiece of Daoist Shanhai, then this Daoist Shanhai was definitely a powerful person. His cultivation had probably already reached a height that Xiao Ruofei did not even dare to think about. Xiao Ruofei looked up at the exquisite pagoda that was now 50 to 60 meters high in his eyes. He took a deep breath and stepped down from the jade bridge. After walking through a jade-paved road, Xiao Ruofei arrived at the bottom of the exquisite pagoda. Directly below the signboard on the second floor was the tightly shut door of the exquisite pagoda. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the crystal-clear door that was the same as the exquisite pagoda and lifted his foot to walk up the third step. Xiao Ruofei stood in front of the door of the exquisite pagoda. Just as he was about to reach out and try to push the door of the pagoda that was faintly flowing with light suddenly opened by itself. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said to himself, an automatic door with a sensing function? How advanced! In fact, Xiao Ruofei certainly knew that there were many arrays that could achieve such a function. Moreover, he was the owner of the Ring 2 space, so it was normal for him to be unimpeded in the space. He joked to ease his nervousness. Xiao Ruofei was very clear in his heart that Xiaoqing did not stop him from exploring the exquisite pagoda. This meant that even if there was a certain amount of danger inside, it was not likely to endanger his life. Therefore, although he was slightly nervous, he was still relatively confident. Since the door had opened by itself, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate and directly stepped into the pagoda. Walking into the exquisite pagoda, Xiao Ruofei actually had the same feeling as when he entered the space. Moreover, after Xiao Ruofei's entire body entered the exquisite pagoda, a misty glimmer suddenly sprinkled down from above. This glimmer directly penetrated Xiao Ruofei's body, giving him a fright. Fortunately, he did not feel any discomfort in his body. In fact, he still felt a trace of strangeness. When the glimmer penetrated his body, he felt as if someone was spying on him. However, this feeling was very weak. If his spiritual power had not broken through to the spirit-gathering realm, he probably would not have noticed it at all. Xiao Ruofei did not care about the glimmer. Since he had already been spied on, he would just treat it as an X-ray. He glanced around. Although he was already mentally prepared, he still revealed a trace of surprise. Looking at the Linglong Pagoda from the side of the pool, each floor was only about 1.5 meters high. Even an adult would have to bend down to enter and exit. When he walked to the bottom of the pagoda, he felt that the exquisite pagoda had enlarged quite a bit. One floor was about 6 to 7 meters tall, equivalent to 2 floors. However, when he really walked into the exquisite pagoda, he found that it was simply a space of its own. He could not even see the ceiling when he raised his head, and the area inside the pagoda was much larger than the area outside the pagoda. Looking around in the mist, other than the wall behind him and the door, he could not see the walls of the exquisite pagoda from any other direction. The Almighty who created the spiritual map world must have a very high attainment in the space. Xiao Ruofei muttered in his heart. Xiao Ruofei quickly observed the environment and found that the first floor of the exquisite pagoda looked empty and there was nothing special about it. On the wall beside the pagoda door, the word 3 slowly appeared with a faint golden light. Xiao Ruofei did not understand what this 3 meant. If it was a floor, then it should be 1. Because this was the first floor, unable to figure out the mystery behind this, Xiao Ruofei decided not to think about it anymore. In any case, the entire exquisite pagoda was his. The spirit map scroll was usually kept in his palm, so it was very convenient for him to come in here. If the first time was not enough, then the second time, the third time. He believed that as he fumbled around, these questions would be answered very quickly. Xiao Ruofei looked forward and found that a few meters in front of him, wisps of white mist began to rise. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer see the situation further away. Other than the area near the entrance of the exquisite pagoda where he was standing, the rest of the area was covered by the white mist. And this white mist seemed to have a life of its own. It would not invade the area he was standing in. Just 3 to 4 meters away, there seemed to be an invisible boundary. No matter how the white mist rose and changed, it would not cross the boundary. Xiao Ruofei could see that in the white mist area, there were many jade pillars on the ground, faintly discernible in the mist. Xiao Ruofei walked forward a few steps, arriving in front of the boundary. This way, he could see more clearly. He found that these jade pillars were long strips, distributed in an area about 5 to 6 meters wide. They continued to extend forward and soon disappeared into the mist. From here, he could not see how long they were. There was no special pattern to the distribution of these jade pillars. From what he could see, some of the jade pillars were only 20 to 30 centimeters apart. Some of the jade pillars were more than a meter apart. It seemed to be randomly distributed. Xiao Ruofei looked for a while, but could not figure out any pattern. But even if there was no pattern, the situation was very obvious. That was, he was required to pass through these jade pillars. Xiao Ruofei guessed that this should be a test. He pondered for a while, but could not figure out the difficulty of this test. In any case, from what he could see, not to mention a practitioner who was about to reach the 9th layer of qi refining, even if a normal person came here, as long as they were careful, they should be able to pass through easily. Unless the distance between the jade pillars became larger as he went deeper. But in that case, was it only a test of jumping ability? Xiao Ruofei felt that it was not possible. After thinking about it, Xiao Ruofei felt that there was no harm in giving it a try. Otherwise, he would not be able to figure out the mystery of this jade pillar formation. So he stood in front of the boundary, adjusted his breathing, and then took a deep breath. He took a step forward and stepped on the jade pillar closest to him. Xiao Ruofei had already discovered when he entered the Linglong Pagoda that he could not use the invisible power of space here. To be more precise, he could not feel the rules of space here. Obviously, the rules of the Linglong Pagoda were different from the rules of other places in the Ring 2 space. So, if he wanted to pass through the jade pillar formation, Xiao Ruofei could only rely on his own strength. Xiao Ruofei felt that it was normal. If he could use the invisible power of space here, wouldn't Xiao Ruofei be invincible? He could even teleport directly, so what was the point of setting up the jade pillar formation? When Xiao Ruofei's foot stepped on the jade pillar, a strange change immediately occurred. Suddenly, an egg-sized halo shot out from the depths of the fog and went straight for Xiao Ruofei's body. This halo's speed was extremely fast. Even though Xiao Ruofei's reaction speed was much faster than ordinary people, he still had to wait until the halo was in front of him to react. He hurriedly leaned to the side and narrowly dodged the attack of the halo. But because of this, he lost his center of gravity and his body fell to the side. Even though he did not know what the jade pillar formation was for, Xiao Ruofei knew that he could not fall off the jade pillar, or else he would fail the test. So, after his body lost balance, Xiao Ruofei's eyes quickly swept over, and then he used a very awkward movement to forcibly move his body a few centimeters to the side. In this way, when he fell, his fingers touched another jade stake. With his current cultivation, as long as there was a place to borrow strength, it was naturally impossible for him to fall off the jade pillar. Xiao Ruofei's fingers pressed hard on the jade pillar, and his body immediately stood up. After regaining his balance, Xiao Ruofei did not even have time to catch his breath when his spiritual energy sensed that there was another halo shooting at him from behind. This was the ball of light just now. After not attacking Xiao Ruofei, this halo actually seemed to have a life of its own. It drew a beautiful arc, then changed direction and attacked Xiao Ruofei again. This time, Xiao Ruofei was more mentally prepared. He leaned his body forward, and the halo immediately brushed past the back of his head. He immediately pushed off with his feet, and his body flew towards the other jade pillar in front of him, taking advantage of the opportunity to move forward by 1 or 2 meters. Soon, another ball of light flew out from the depths of the fog. Its target was still Xiao Ruofei, who was standing on the jade pillar. The previous ball of light didn't disappear either. After drawing an arc, it flew towards Xiao Ruofei at a high speed, persevering. Xiao Ruofei relied on his spirit assembly-level spiritual energy and super-strong reflexes to not panic in the slightest under the pincer attack of the 2 halos. He calmly twisted his waist to dodge the faster halo, and at the same time, did a front flip, and flew over the top of the second halo. Naturally, the halo missed. Xiao Ruofei was also very daring, and the 2 halos almost brushed past his clothes. When Xiao Ruofei landed, he had already calculated his position, and his feet were still firmly on the jade pillar. Just like this, Xiao Ruofei continuously dodged the attacks of the halos, and then moved forward step by step. Time passed by minute, and soon Xiao Ruofei had persisted for about 10 minutes. At this time, more and more halos were attacking Xiao Ruofei, and these halos were shooting at him from different angles. Moreover, the speed of each halo was not exactly the same. Some were so fast that Xiao Ruofei's eyes could not completely capture their trajectories, and some appeared to be somewhat slow. In addition, the speed of these halos was not constant. Sometimes, 1 second, they would be wobbling towards Xiao Ruofei, and the next second, their speed would suddenly increase by several times, and they would attack Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, in order to avoid these halos, Xiao Ruofei's brain had to constantly operate at high speed, and constantly judge the situation of all the halos. In these 10 minutes, Xiao Ruofei appeared to be in a very difficult situation. He had only advanced 3 or 4 meters before the jade pillars flew out of the white fog one by one, and Xiao Ruofei's situation became more and more difficult. Finally, after dodging one of the halos, he did not manage to dodge the other one that followed closely behind. In fact, with Xiao Ruofei's mental strength, it was impossible for those halos to hide their whereabouts. The reason Xiao Ruofei was hit was more because the amount of calculation required was too large. Even if he had ascertained that the 2 halos were coming one after the other, he did not have the time to make a judgment in that instant. After being hit by the halos, Xiao Ruofei somewhat dispiritedly stopped dodging, and the remaining halos immediately rushed towards Xiao Ruofei dauntlessly. Following a slight popping sound, the halos touched Xiao Ruofei's body, and then were quickly annihilated. After being attacked by the halos, Xiao Ruofei did not feel any pain or discomfort. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt an irresistible force locking him, and then his body flew up involuntarily. When he came to his senses, he found that he was already standing outside the boundary of the white fog that did not dare to invade. In front of him, there was still a looming jade pillar in the white fog, and it continued to extend into the depths of the fog. Xiao Ruofei shook his head with a bitter smile and said to himself, "I just said that this jade pillar formation was easy. I didn't expect that I would be eliminated after just a few meters." Fortunately, no one saw it. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei suddenly realized that the word 3 on the wall that was shining with a faint golden light had distorted and quickly turned into a word 2. Xiao Ruofei immediately understood that the 3 on the wall just now did not represent the floor at all. But it represented that he had 3 chances to take the test. Just now, he was hit by the white halo, which caused him to fail the test. Therefore, the 3 on the wall became 2. Originally, Xiao Ruofei did not believe in heresy, and was prepared to immediately challenge the jade pillar formation again. However, now that he saw that there was a limit to the number of challenges, he could not help but hesitate. In fact, with Xiao Ruofei's mental strength, it was impossible for those halos to hide their whereabouts. The reason why Xiao Ruofei was hit was more because of the huge amount of calculation. Even if he found out that the 2 halos were one in front and one behind, he did not have the time to make a judgment at that moment. After being hit by the halos, Xiao Ruofei was somewhat depressed and stopped dodging. The remaining halos immediately rushed towards Xiao Ruofei dauntlessly. With a slight puff sound, the halos touched Xiao Ruofei's body and were quickly annihilated. After being hit by the halos, Xiao Ruofei did not feel any pain or discomfort. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt an irresistible force locking him, and then his body flew up involuntarily. When he came to his senses, he found that he was already standing outside the boundary of the white fog that did not dare to invade. In front of him was still the looming jade pillar in the white fog, extending into the depths of the fog. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head, muttering to himself, I just said that this jade pillar formation was easy, but I didn't expect to be hit after just a few meters. In fact, with Xiao Ruofei's mental strength, it was impossible for those halos to hide their whereabouts. The reason why Xiao Ruofei was hit was more because of the huge amount of calculation. Even if he found out that the two halos were one in front and one behind, he did not have the time to make a judgment at that moment. After being hit by the halos, Xiao Ruofei was somewhat depressed and stopped dodging. The remaining halos immediately rushed towards Xiao Ruofei dauntlessly. With a slight puff sound, the halos touched Xiao Ruofei's body and were quickly annihilated. The challenge can be activated once every 7 days. After the challenge is activated, you will have 3 chances to challenge. Xiao Qing didn't keep him in suspense and said directly with a smile, Master, I believe you have already seen the magical effect of the jade pile array. Before Xiao Qing could finish speaking, he saw a figure flash in front of him. Xiao Ruofei had already stepped on the jade bridge and entered the Linglong Pagoda in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qing couldn't help but smile bitterly. After about 40 minutes, Xiao Ruofei walked out of the Linglong Pagoda, sweating profusely with a carefree smile on his face. After seeing Xiao Qing, Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, Awesome. In one breath, he used up the remaining 2 challenge opportunities. In the second challenge, he lasted for about 15 minutes, which was 5 meters more than the first challenge. When it came to the third challenge, Xiao Ruofei's luck exploded. She persisted for a full 25 minutes and her score also advanced to more than 20 meters. After 20 meters, the density of the halo increased significantly, and its speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It became more unpredictable. Xiao Ruofei couldn't hold on and was directly blasted out of the jade pile array by the halo. Obviously, 20 meters should be a threshold. After 20 meters, the difficulty of the jade pile array increased by another level. At the same time, in the white fog, the jade pile array was still stretching forward. It was impossible to know how long it was. However, Xiao Ruofei still felt quite carefree. After challenging the jade pile array 3 times today, he clearly felt that his body movement had improved. After his nerve reaction speed reached the limit, he suddenly felt enlightened. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to go to the mountain sea territory. He wiped his sweat and said to Xiao Qing, Tell me about the jade pile array. Yes, Master. Xiao Qing bowed slightly and said, The jade pile array is actually used to train body movement. I'll take the liberty to ask, Master, how far did you get in the 3 challenges? Xiao Ruofei said casually, about 20 meters. Xiao Qing had followed Xiao Ruofei for a long time and was already familiar with modern units of measurement. Very quickly, he converted 20 meters into 10 feet. He happily said, Master, this is your first time breaking through, and you're able to rush a distance of 70 to 80 feet. Furthermore, Master hasn't cultivated any movement skills. It seems that your talent is indeed very good. Xiao Ruofei shook his head and asked, I feel that I'm still far from it. By the way, Xiao Qing, how long is this jade pile formation? I can't even see the end of the formation. Xiao Qing smiled and said, Master, the length of the jade pile formation is 600 feet. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but gasp. 200 meters? In other words, even if I used all my strength today, I only managed to clear 1/10 of it? Xiao Ruofei was speechless. Although he had used 3 chances to clear 1/10 of it, the difficulty didn't increase linearly. There was an obvious change at the 20-meter mark. In other words, he had only cleared the least difficult part. In the next 180 meters, the difficulty might jump 9 times. At the 20-meter mark, Xiao Ruofei already felt overwhelmed. What would happen at the 200-meter mark? He didn't dare to imagine the difficulty of the last jade pile formation. Xiao Qing said, Master, the jade pile formation is originally used to train body movement. Master hasn't learned any movement skills yet and is completely relying on his own reaction. To be able to clear 70 to 80 feet is already a sign of the heavens. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand disinterestedly and said, It seems that I still have to learn movement skills. Although there were many ancient books of cultivation in the Jade Talisman, most of them were about cultivating genuine qi. There were also some methods of spiritual power. As for movement skills, fighting skills, and so on, there were almost none. And in the Jade Talisman, there were only ancient books about formations. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei hadn't learned any movement skills until now. He vaguely guessed that the reason why the previous owner of the Ring 2 space didn't leave any movement skills or other unique fighting skills was probably because he had prepared better ones. The reason why he didn't release them was probably to let Xiao Ruofei, the successor, focus more on the cultivation of the Tao skill. Xiaqing nodded and said, after Master cultivates movement skills, it will be much easier to clear the Jade Pile formation. By the way, if Master can pass the test of the Jade Pile formation, he will be able to get the reward left by Zhenren Shanhai. Oh? Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up when he heard that there was a reward. He asked, what is the reward? The reward is at the end of the Jade Pile formation. Master will know after you pass it, Xiaqing said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but complain, you're keeping me in suspense again. Master, please forgive me. Xiaqing said with a slight bow. He was very respectful, but he couldn't say anything. Xiao Ruofei was already familiar with Xiaqing's situation. He knew that no matter how much Xiaqing looked like a human, he was still a spiritual puppet. Just like the intelligent robots that many scientific research institutions were researching, no matter how much they looked like a human, they were still robots. They had to follow a certain program. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't care. He waved his hand and didn't continue to ask about the Linglong Pagoda and the Jade Pile formation. Anyway, the Linglong Pagoda was here. It wouldn't grow wings and fly away. He had plenty of time to slowly understand it. Let's go. Accompany me to the Mountain Sea territory. Xiao Ruofei said lightly. With a thought, he directly teleported Xiaqing to the Mountain Sea territory. The first thing that caught his eye was the towering mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. This time, the space had leveled up, and the mountain in the Mountain Sea realm had grown taller by a large amount. Moreover, it had also expanded horizontally by quite a bit, faintly showing a continuous momentum. There were a few clouds floating on the peak of the mountain. However, Xiao Ruofei glanced at them and knew that they weren't clouds at all. Instead, they were formed by water vapor slowly gathering together. These spirit clouds slowly floated. The water vapor and the clouds constantly merged together. Sometimes, it even turned into a rain of spirit energy that fell down and hid in the ground of the Mountain Sea territory. Obviously, in such an environment, the crops that Xiao Ruofei planted in the Mountain Sea territory would grow even faster. The area of the Mountain Sea territory had almost doubled. In fact, the Mountain Sea territory was now too vast. It was difficult to judge the changes in the area with just the naked eye. However, Xiao Ruofei now had absolute control over the space. He only needed a thought to accurately grasp the situation of the entire Mountain Sea territory. The outer sea had also expanded a lot. Standing on the beach and looking out, there was no visual difference between the sea and the outside world. Fortunately, the expansion of the space directly extended outwards, and it didn't scale up the entire Mountain Sea territory. Otherwise, the area of the medicine garden and the rice field that had just been planned would have doubled. Originally, the density of the plants was normal, but if the ratio was increased, the distance between the plants would have doubled. Xiao Ruofei directly flew in the air and quickly patrolled the Mountain Sea territory. Then, he went to the space cage area where the prefab house was located. First, he moved the space cage that imprisoned Lu Qingfeng to somewhere in the void. Now that the evolution of the space had been completed, the Ring 2 space was more stable than before. Naturally, the danger was eliminated. Then, Xiao Ruofei asked Xiaqing to lift the curfew around the prefab house area. The free laborers were allowed to leave the prefab house and return to their respective workplaces to work. The Ring 2 space gradually became lively in the Mountain Sea territory. Xiao Ruofei didn't care about these trivial matters. Instead, he looked at the mountain in the distance. In the stone cave halfway up the mountain, there were two light membranes protecting a jade talisman and a box. That jade talisman was basically confirmed to be the Heaven Jade Talisman. Xiao Ruofei felt that if the previous owner of the Ring 2 space had left behind a legacy of movement techniques or battle skills, it would most likely be in the Heaven Jade Talisman. This was because his spiritual power had broken through to the spirit gathering realm. The last time he tried to open the Heaven Jade Talisman, he failed at the last step. As for the light membrane that enveloped the jade box, Xia Ruofei's cultivation level would probably need to reach a very high level before he could open it. Since the last time he tried to open the protective light membrane outside the Heaven Jade Talisman, Xia Ruofei's cultivation level had basically not changed. He was still at the peak of Qi refining stage level 8, and his spiritual power had reached the spirit gathering realm. Therefore, in theory, he still couldn't unlock the Heaven Jade Talisman. However, during this period of time, Xia Ruofei felt that his cultivation level had improved a lot. His spiritual power was also improving every day. Therefore, Xia Ruofei wanted to try again. In fact, the reason why Xia Ruofei failed to unlock the Jade Talisman last time was that his physical body, especially his palms, couldn't withstand the pressure from the inside and outside. Although he failed at that time, his spiritual power was still strong. After pondering for a moment, Xia Ruofei's figure flashed and directly teleported to the entrance of the cave halfway up the mountain. Then, he walked in. If it was in the past, Xia Ruofei wouldn't be in a hurry. Since his cultivation level hadn't reached the required level, he would continue to cultivate and wait until he broke through to try again. However, ever since Lu Qingfeng appeared, the sense of danger in his heart had increased a lot. He also knew very well where his shortcomings were, so he urgently wanted to unlock the Heaven Jade Talisman and make up for his shortcomings as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei quickly arrived at the stone room. He walked straight to the front of the stone platform and stared at the last two halos of the protective film. After weighing the pros and cons in front of the stone platform, Xia Ruofei finally made up his mind. The look in his eyes became even more determined. However, he didn't immediately take action. Instead, with a thought, he teleported a translucent food container from the Archean realm. This food container contained more than half of the spirit heartflower's petals. This was what he had saved up over the past few days. There were a total of 2 such food containers. The other one was already filled to the brim. Xia Ruofei directly opened the lid of the food container and placed it on the stone platform. He was prepared to go all out. If his palm couldn't withstand it, he wouldn't hesitate to use the spirit heartflower's petals to recover. Xia Ruofei drank a few mouthfuls of spirit pond water and sat cross-legged on the stone bed. Beneath him was the jade futon. Now that the spirit map realm and the chaotic space outside had formed an energy exchange, Xia Ruofei had less scruples. After sitting cross-legged, he began to circulate the Tao Sutra cultivation method to cultivate. Therefore, in theory, he still couldn't unlock the Heaven Jade Talisman. However, during this period of time, Xia Ruofei felt that his cultivation level had improved a lot. His mental power was also improving every day. Therefore, Xia Ruofei wanted to try again. In fact, the reason why Xia Ruofei failed to unlock the Jade Talisman previously was more because his physical body, especially his palm, couldn't withstand the pressure from the inside and outside. Although he failed, his mental power was still strong. After thinking for a while, Xia Ruofei's figure flashed and directly teleported to the entrance of the cave on the mountainside. He then walked in. If it was in the past, Xia Ruofei wouldn't be in a hurry. Since his cultivation level hadn't reached the required level, he would continue to cultivate and try again after breaking through. However, ever since Lu Qingfeng appeared, the sense of danger in his heart had increased a lot. He also knew where his shortcomings were. Therefore, he was eager to unlock the Heaven Jade Talisman and make up for his shortcomings as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei quickly arrived at the stone room. He walked straight to the front of the stone platform and stared at the last 2 halos of the protective film. After weighing the pros and cons in front of the stone platform, Xia Ruofei finally made up his mind. The look in his eyes became even more determined. However, he didn't immediately take action. Instead, with a thought, he teleported a translucent food container from the Archean realm. This food container contained more than half of the spirit heartflower petals. This was what he had saved up over the past few days. There were a total of 2 such food containers. The other one was already full. Xia Ruofei directly opened the lid of the food container and placed it on the stone platform. He was prepared to go all out. If his palm couldn't withstand it, he wouldn't hesitate to use the spirit heart flower petals to recover. Xiao Ruofei drank a few mouthfuls of spirit pond water and sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He sat on the jade cushion. Now that the spirit map realm and the chaotic space outside had formed an energy exchange, Xiao Ruofei had fewer scruples. After sitting cross-legged, he began to cultivate using the Tao Sutra cultivation method. After weighing the pros and cons in front of the stone platform, Xiao Ruofei finally made up his mind. The look in his eyes became even more determined. However, he didn't immediately take action. Instead, with a thought, he teleported a translucent food container from the Archean realm. This food container contained more than half of the spirit heart flower petals. This was what he had saved up over the past few days. There were a total of 2 such food containers. The other one was already full. Xiao Ruofei directly opened the food container and placed it on the stone platform. He was prepared to go all out. If his palm couldn't withstand it, he wouldn't hesitate to use the spirit heart flower petals to recover. Xiao Ruofei drank a few mouthfuls of spirit pond water and sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He sat on the jade cushion. Now that the spirit map realm and the chaotic space outside had formed an energy exchange, Xiao Ruofei had fewer scruples. After sitting cross-legged, he began to cultivate using the Tao Sutra cultivation method. Xiao Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. His entire body collapsed as his legs gave way and he sat on the ground. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. This time, Xiao Ruofei had gone all out. In order to obtain the heavenward jade talisman, he had exerted his strength to the limit. Originally, in order to open the light membrane barrier, one's spiritual power had to be at the spirit assembly realm. Xiao Ruofei had barely met the requirements, but his chi cultivation was a few levels lower and his physical strength was far from enough. Especially the palm that was directly in contact with the light membrane barrier, it had to bear almost all the pressure. Xiao Ruofei could no longer remember how many times the bones in his palm had been broken in the process. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Not to mention the fact that the palm and finger bones were constantly being crushed, the pain was no less than cruel torture. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei had developed a strong willpower during his military service and had also received special anti-interrogation training, so his pain tolerance was much higher than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would have fainted from the protective mechanism of his body before he could break the light membrane barrier. Xiao Ruofei leaned against the stone table and panted heavily. Although Xiao Ruofei had continuously used the petals of the spirit heart flower to repair his palm, his hand was still swollen like a steamed bun. The recovery speed of the spirit heart flower's petals could not keep up with the speed of his palm and finger bones breaking, and the medicinal properties of the petals were also rapidly depleted. Although there were still a large number of spirit heart flower petals in the food container on the stone platform, and Xiao Ruofei only needed to think about it to retrieve the petals to continue repairing his hand, he did not even want to move. In fact, his mental power was almost exhausted. The strength of the light membrane barrier was much stronger than he had expected. This time, it was a risky move, and he almost failed at the last step. Xiao Ruofei felt a wave of fear after thinking about it, but it was quickly followed by a strong sense of joy. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger, this sentence was really true. Although the process was somewhat dangerous, the harvest was gratifying. Now, the heavenward jade amulet was quietly placed on the stone platform without any barriers, waiting for Xiao Ruofei to take it away at any time. Xiao Ruofei sat on the ground and rested for more than 10 minutes before he slowly recovered. At this moment, the swelling on his palm had slightly subsided. The remaining medicinal properties of the spirit heart flower's petals had been healing the injuries on his palm. However, it was clear that the fracture had not been completely healed. Xiao Ruofei could still feel the tingling in his palm. After resting for a while, his spiritual energy recovered slightly. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei used his mind and a petal of the spirit heart flower floated up from the preservation box on the stone platform and landed accurately on his slightly swollen palm. When the petals came into contact with the skin, they quickly melted. Xiao Ruofei felt a wave of comfortable coolness coming from his hand, and the pain immediately lessened. He stood up and walked to the side of the stone bed. After climbing onto the bed, he sat cross-legged on the jade futon and began to cultivate the Tao technique. Perhaps it was because the true qi and spiritual energy in his body had been greatly depleted, but at this moment, his body was like a sponge, greedily absorbing the rich spiritual energy in the space. To be able to cultivate in the space without any worries was indeed something that Xiao Ruofei was quite happy about. The Dao technique itself was a top-notch cultivation technique, and the spiritual energy in the space was so dense. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation efficiency was also very high. As he cultivated the mental cultivation technique over and over again, the true qi in his dantian gradually filled up, and the recovery of his spiritual energy also sped up when he cultivated. When Xiao Ruofei finished cultivating, he realized that the injuries on his palm had basically healed. In fact, the spirit heart flower's petals that had been consumed during the entire process could have been used on Elder Liu. His tumor would have disappeared on the spot. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did not feel that it was a waste at all. His gaze fell on the simple and unadorned jade talisman on the stone platform, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. At this moment, he was not fully recovered, but at least 70 to 80%. Xiao Ruofei directly jumped off the stone bed, walked to the stone platform in a few steps, and reached out to pick up the jade talisman. The jade talisman felt very warm in his hand, and its simple appearance seemed to be in the same vein as the earth and human jade talismans from before. However, the patterns on it were more complicated. Xiao Ruofei lovingly played with it for a while, then put the jade talisman in his pocket and walked out of the cave. Although he had obtained the heaven jade talisman, Xiao Ruofei still needed to perfectly inscribe the formation patterns on the jade talisman in order to obtain the inheritance in the jade talisman. After going through the extreme challenge just now, even though his body had almost recovered, Xiao Ruofei was mentally exhausted. Generally speaking, the formation patterns on the jade talisman were not easy, and it was unlikely to be done in one go. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not start learning the formation patterns on the jade talisman on the spot. Haste makes waste. Xiao Ruofei patrolled around the mountain sea territory and saw that Xia Qing had arranged the work of the free labor in an orderly manner, so he did not disturb him and directly returned to the outside world. At this time, the sky outside was completely dark. Just now, Xiao Ruofei was focused on upgrading the space, so he did not even eat dinner. In addition, his body was almost exhausted in the cave, so Xiao Ruofei felt a burst of emptiness in his stomach at this time. Therefore, he strolled to the backyard and prepared to find something to eat in the kitchen. However, as soon as he appeared in the backyard, he was discovered by Wu Chang. When he learned that Xiao Ruofei wanted to find something to eat, Wu Chang quickly called out his sister-in-law, Wu Shoujuan. Wu Shoujuan immediately went to the kitchen to prepare food for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei originally did not want to trouble everyone, but seeing this scene, he could not help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, it was not too late now, and Wu Chang and the others had not yet rested, so it was not too tiring for them. Xiao Ruofei asked Wu Shoujuan to prepare some light dishes and boiled some rice porridge. After drinking 2 bowls of hot porridge, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt much better. He said goodbye to Wu Chang and the others and returned to the courtyard where he lived. Although he had already taken a bath before entering the space, when he unlocked the heaven character jade talisman, his clothes were already soaked in sweat, and at this moment, his body was also sticky. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei immediately went to take a bath, and then returned to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, he carefully looked at the heaven character jade talisman, carefully studying the runes on it. However, Xiao Ruofei did not immediately start trying to inscribe it. He just studied it for a while, and had a general understanding of the runes on this jade talisman. He also had an intuitive understanding of the difficulty of inscribing it. Then, he first put the heaven character jade talisman into the ring 2 space, and directly lay down and had a good sleep. The next day, Xiao Ruofei originally planned to start inscribing the runes on the heaven character jade talisman at home, but early in the morning, he received a call from Director Liu, saying that Master Song wanted to see him. Xiao Ruofei guessed that it was about Liu Haojuan, so he immediately agreed. He did not let Wu Chang drive, but he drove the Land Rover straight to the family Song old house. Although Xiao Ruofei's car often went in and out of the family Song old house, when he passed through layers of security, he was stopped twice to check and verify his identity before he was let go. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also clearly felt that the security around the family Song old house seemed to be tighter than before. He knew that this might be the chain reaction brought about by the assassination of Song Qiming. Especially after learning that the mastermind behind the incident was actually a direct descendant of family Liu, Master Song would naturally be alert and arrange more people to protect him. Soon, Xiao Ruofei met Master Song in the dining room of the family Song old house. The old man was now used to waking up early, but he would arrange a certain morning exercise program. After finishing his morning exercise, he would take a short break to read the latest newspapers and documents, and then have breakfast. After Master Song saw Xiao Ruofei, he smiled and asked, "Ruofei, have you eaten breakfast?" Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "I was just about to get up and eat. Manager Liu called me right away." Director Liu could not help but laugh when he saw this. He got up and took a set of cutlery from the side and said, "Then come and eat. Wouldn't it be better to eat breakfast with the chief?" Xiao Ruofei did not pretend to be polite. He directly sat on the seat to Master Song's left, picked up a glass and drank a mouthful of milk. Then he grabbed 2 slices of bread, added bacon inside, and ate in big bites. The more Xiao Ruofei did not treat him as an outsider, the happier Master Song was. He was almost done eating, but he was not in a hurry to get up. Instead, he smiled and watched Xiao Ruofei eat. Of course, Xiao Ruofei would not really treat this place as his own home. He ate his breakfast slowly. He quickly ate some bread and drank a glass of milk. Then he wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, "Grandpa Song, I'm done eating." Master Song nodded, and Director Liu immediately signaled for the waiter to come over and clean up the dishes. Xiao Ruofei and Master Song sat at the table and chatted. After Director Liu instructed the waiter to clean up the table, he tactfully found an excuse to leave. As for the others, they naturally left as well. At this time, Master Song said, "You should have heard the news, right? Liu Haojuan is dead." Xiao Ruofei calmly nodded and said, "The news spread throughout Beijing yesterday. If he's dead, then he's dead. He only has himself to blame and deserves to be punished." Master Song nodded. He naturally did not care about the life and death of a junior from a rival family. Master Song revealed a meaningful smile and said, "Family Liu is announcing to the world." At this point, Master Song looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked with a hint of testing, "Ruofei, you've interacted with old Liu many times. What do you think of him as a person? What do you think of him?" Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "Ambitious and ruthless." Master Song laughed and said, "You're quite direct. How do you know?" Family Liu was able to reach such a high position. Naturally, he is very capable. Xiao Ruofei said, "And his way of doing things is indeed very distinctive. Everything he does is for the benefit of his family." At this point, Xiao Ruofei revealed a strange expression and said, "But I think this kind of person is quite scary. In front of the family's benefit, he can sacrifice anything. In his eyes, perhaps there is only the size of the benefit. There is nothing that can't be sacrificed. If there is, it is because the benefit it can bring to him is not big enough. Besides, if even family love is extinguished, then what's the point of living?" Old Song laughed heartily and said, "Ruofei, your evaluation of old Liu is quite accurate and penetrating. We've known each other since we were very young, so I know him quite well. He has been like this since he was young." Speaking of this, Elder Song couldn't help but reveal a trace of nostalgia. She sighed and said, "However, this kind of personality trait of his was actually quite good in that era, especially when working in the military. In the face of the ever-changing battlefield environment, one had to quickly make the most favorable judgment for one's side. And if there is a choice, there will be a sacrifice. Very few people can be like him, calmly sacrificing the soldiers he has led for many years as a sacrifice. So, he also had outstanding military achievements at that time." Xiao Ruofei nodded in agreement and said, "Maybe, but at least in the current era, such a person is a bit scary. On the day you went to Family Liu, I had a chat with the old man." Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "Ambitious and ruthless." Master Song laughed and said, "You're quite direct. How do you know?" Family Liu was able to reach such a high position, so naturally, he is very capable. Xiao Ruofei said, "And his way of doing things is indeed very distinctive, and everything is for the benefit of his family." At this point, Xiao Ruofei revealed a strange look and said, "But I think this kind of person is quite scary. In front of the family's benefit, he can sacrifice anything. In his eyes, maybe only the size of the benefit. There is nothing that can't be sacrificed. If there is, it is because the benefit that can be brought to him is not big enough. In addition, if even family love is annihilated, then what is the point of living? Old Song laughed heartily and said, Ruofei, your evaluation of old Lu is quite accurate and penetrating. We knew each other when we were very young, so I know him quite well. He has been like this since he was young. Speaking of this, Elder Song couldn't help but reveal a trace of nostalgia. She sighed and said, however, this kind of personality trait of his was actually quite good in that era, especially when working in the military. In the face of the ever-changing battlefield environment, one had to quickly make the most favorable judgment for one's side. And if there is a choice, there will be a sacrifice. Very few people can be like him, calmly sacrificing the soldiers they have led for many years as a sacrifice. So, he also had outstanding military achievements at that time. Xiao Ruofei nodded in agreement and said, maybe, but at least in the current era, such a person is a bit scary. On the day you went to Family Lu, I had a chat with the old man. In response to Master Song's kind reminder, Xiao Ruofei felt warm in his heart. However, he was also very clear in his heart that there was already a rift between him and Family Lu. Even if he sped up the progress of the treatment, Family Lu would still not be grateful. This was also the reason why Xiao Ruofei defined this treatment as a pure transaction from the beginning. He directly took the pharmaceutical company from Family Lu, and Family Song also received a lot of benefits. For Family Lu, this was tantamount to cutting off their flesh. In addition, Xiao Ruofei and Lu Haojuan's conflict had been going on for a long time. The reason why Lu Haojuan went to extremes this time was because he had lost his future in the battle with Xiao Ruofei. It was basically impossible for him to live in harmony with Family Lu. Of course, Master Song was also thinking for Xiao Ruofei. Even if they could not shake hands and make peace, at least there was no need to completely offend Family Lu. After all, for a family of Family Lu's size, even if they had suffered some losses in several confrontations, they were still a colossus. Moreover, as long as Family Lu was still alive, these losses would not hurt them at all. In Master Song's view, Xiao Ruofei did not need to go head-to-head with such a big family. This was also the reason why Master Song was determined to completely separate Xiao Ruofei from this matter when he used Lu Haojuan's matter to directly negotiate with Father Lu. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I understand, Grandpa Song. Although Xiao Ruofei did not quite agree with Master Song's point of view, he had to appreciate the elder's concern. In fact, as his cultivation grew, Xiao Ruofei's mentality also slowly changed. In his mind, the threat of the Lu family was far less than those in the world of cultivation. He also didn't really take the Lu family, which others thought to be invincible, seriously. Master Song saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't want to talk about it, so he smiled and didn't mention it again. Then, Master Song asked about the situation of Xiao Ruofei's company. At the same time, he also asked about the establishment of the club in Beijing. After learning that the basic construction of the clubhouse had been completed and that it could be put into operation soon, Master Song said with relief, Xiao Ruofei has changed a lot during this period of time. In the past, this kid had nothing to do and was just walking around. Now, he's starting to look like he's doing something serious. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Grandpa Song, Xiao Ruofei's nature is good. He just lacks an opportunity to prove himself. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't say that Song Rui's elders were too outstanding. They were simply radiant. Growing up in such a family was actually very stressful. In Song Rui's words, if you did well, you would be the help of the family. There was no sense of existence at all. If you didn't do well, you would be useless and would be pointed at by others every day. Master Song said with emotion, Xiao Ruofei is lucky to have met a friend like you, don't say that. Xiao Ruofei said, Xiao Ruofei also helped me a lot. Like this time, I basically didn't contribute to the clubhouse. It was Xiao Ruofei and brother Zhao Yongjun who took care of everything. Master Song waved his hand and said, the Taoyuan Club is just a small contribution for you to join in the fun. You're an entrepreneur now. How can you follow them all day long? Xiao Ruofei quickly said a few modest words. What a joke. In the eyes of ordinary working-class people, he was naturally a rich man. However, it was not enough to enter the eyes of the person in front of him. Not to mention before Master Song retired, the projects he handled were easily tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Even now, the scale of the Family Song's family consortium was far from Xia Ruofei's Taoyuan company. A few days ago, Xia Ruofei had taken some time to take stock of his assets. Other than Taoyuan, the funds in his overseas account had now reached about $2.5 billion US. Most of it was from his previous trip to Africa, where he had double-crossed others. But even so, all his assets were only worth about 10 billion Huaxia dollars. Even among private enterprises, it was far from the standard of the first group. Not to mention that Huaxia had many giant state-owned enterprises. The old man and the young man sat in the dining room and chatted for a while. Then Master Song took Xia Ruofei to the study to play 2 games of chess. He also asked Xia Ruofei to stay for lunch at Family Song. Only then did he let Xia Ruofei go back. Director Liu saw this and couldn't help but be secretly envious. Master Song really admired Xia Ruofei from the bottom of his heart. Even among the direct descendants of Family Song, there were few who could compare to Xia Ruofei. Director Liu also had a very good impression of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could be said to have achieved success at a young age. Moreover, he had the support of someone like Master Song. However, he had never been arrogant or rash. He had a calmness and composure that didn't match his age. What was even more commendable was that Xia Ruofei had never used Master Song's influence to make things easier for himself. Although he was close to Family Song, he had always maintained a gentleman's friendship. This kind of tolerance and breadth of mind had already surpassed most people. Therefore, when he personally sent Xia Ruofei out, Director Liu's attitude towards Xia Ruofei was a lot warmer. Ruofei. Next time, remember to bring me 2 sets of jade muscle ointment. Director Liu said with a smile. My family's leader has already given me a death order. If I don't complete the task, I won't be able to enter the house. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Director Liu, this is a small matter. Just say the word and it'll be done. How about this? Send me your home address and Auntie's contact information. I'll arrange for someone to send it to Auntie regularly. Actually, with Director Liu's status, how could he not get a few sets of jade muscle ointment? Sometimes, when it was appropriate to trouble someone, it wasn't really trouble. Instead, it was a form of intimacy. Director Liu laughed and nodded. Then I won't be polite with you. I'll send you the address later. The two laughed and chatted at the door for a while. Only then did Xia Ruofei drive away from Family Song's old residence. Xia Ruofei was thinking about the heavenward jade amulet, so after leaving Family Song, he went straight back to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. When he parked the car in the backyard, Xia Ruofei said to Wu Chang, who came up to him, I won't be having dinner tonight. Also, if there's nothing particularly important, don't come to my courtyard. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'll make up for it this afternoon. Okay, boss. Wu Chang quickly responded. If you need to eat supper, just let me know. I'll get my sister-in-law to prepare it first. Xia Ruofei nodded and threw the car keys to Wu Chang. Then, he walked through the backyard and came to the courtyard where he lived. Xia Ruofei went back into the house and immediately locked the door and windows. He also pulled all the curtains. He habitually used his mental strength to check the house. After making sure that there was nothing unusual in the house, he took out the spiritual map scroll from his palm. Xia Ruofei stuffed the scroll under the blanket in his bedroom. Then, with a thought, he entered the space. He went straight to the Archean realm. There was a 30-fold difference in the flow of time here, which could save Xia Ruofei time. Although the actual time he experienced didn't change, according to the time in the outside world, it was 30 times shorter. Xia Ruofei estimated that it would take a long time to perfectly inscribe the runes on the heavenward jade amulet with his mental strength. However, it was impossible for him to study the runes all the time, much less stay in the space for a few days. The difference in the flow of time in the Archean realm happened to solve this problem. Xia Ruofei casually waved his hand, and the heavenward jade amulet teleported over from somewhere in the space and flew into Xia Ruofei's hand. He looked around and decided to step onto the jade bridge. He came to the empty space in front of the Linglong Pagoda and sat down cross-legged. Although the spiritual qi in the entire space was very dense, the Linglong Pagoda was the core of the spirit map realm's array formation. The spiritual qi's density seemed to be even higher. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei chose to crack the heavenward jade amulet here. First, he practiced the Great Tao formula. After circulating the mental cultivation method for a few cycles, his entire state of mind gradually calmed down. Then, Xiao Ruofei stopped cultivating and slowly opened his eyes. He cast his gaze on the ancient jade amulet in his hand. The mysterious runes were very clear under the investigation of his mental strength. The runes on the heavenward jade amulet were much more complicated than the runes on the earthward jade amulet. Xiao Ruofei spent more than an hour just to go through all the runes. One had to know that Xiao Ruofei had obtained the legacy of array formation knowledge. Furthermore, his mental strength had reached the spirit assembly realm. Even so, it took him so much time just to roughly go through the runes on the jade amulet. If he wanted to understand and figure it out, he would need even more time. In the end, to crack the heavenward jade amulet, not only did he need to understand it, but he also needed Xiao Ruofei to use his mental strength to perfectly inscribe the entire set of runes. That was even more difficult. Thankfully, Xiao Ruofei was already mentally prepared. He didn't feel anxious. He sat cross-legged on the ground calmly and stared at the runes on the jade amulet. Time quietly passed. Unknowingly, Xiao Ruofei had been sitting there for more than a day and night. Of course, this was the time in Archean realm. To the outside world, less than an hour had passed. Xiao Ruofei maintained his posture and didn't move. His gaze never left the runes on the heavenward jade amulet. In the past 20 hours, he didn't move his fingers at all. He didn't even attempt to inscribe the runes. He just stared blankly at the jade amulet. However, Xiao Ruofei's eyes became brighter and brighter. The expression on his face also became more and more confident. Although Xiao Ruofei looked at it for an entire day and night and didn't seem to make any progress, he actually gained a lot. The runes on the jade amulet became clearer in his eyes. He even simulated the effects of the runes in his mind. Of course, these were all theoretical speculations. Xiao Ruofei wasn't very sure of the actual effects. Xiao Ruofei felt that the layer of fog covering the runes was dissipating bit by bit. Finally, he had a feeling of being suddenly enlightened. The runes were still the same runes. However, in Xiao Ruofei's eyes, the runes that were originally unrelated had now become an organic whole. Every rune, every curve, and every arc seemed to be just right. Xiao Ruofei revealed a smile on his face. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei, who hadn't moved for more than 20 hours, slowly raised his right hand. He extended his index finger and drew across the void. His invisible mental strength carried a trace of golden light, leaving behind a mysterious arc in front of him. Xiao Ruofei's fingers moved very quickly in the air. Lines of formation veins were faintly discernible in front of him. After a while, his entire body was surrounded by formation veins. However, Xiao Ruofei soon waved his hand gently, dispersing the runes that he had just expended a lot of mental strength to inscribe. Then, Xiao Ruofei picked up the heavenward jade talisman. He frowned slightly as he stared at one of the runes and continued to study it. After a few hours, Xiao Ruofei put down the jade talisman. Then, he used his finger to inscribe runes in the void again. In the next 3 to 4 days, Xiao Ruofei basically studied the runes on the jade talisman except for one time in the middle to eat something. Sometimes, he would inscribe the runes in high spirits. Sometimes, he would frown and shake his head. He continued to pick up the heavenward jade talisman and study the text on it. In this repeated process, Xiao Ruofei's familiarity with the heavenward jade talisman deepened rapidly. He could inscribe more and more runes. Finally, Xiao Ruofei put down the heavenward jade talisman in his hand. He reached out and grabbed a stream of spirit pond water, which directly flowed into his open mouth. Xiao Ruofei drank some of the spirit pond water to speed up the recovery of his mental strength. Then, he cultivated the Tao formula for a while, so that the true qi in his dantian was filled again. Xiao Ruofei felt that he had adjusted his condition very well. Then, he secretly encouraged himself and sat down cross-legged. He was still inscribing the runes in the void, but Xiao Ruofei's current state was very different from before. His inscribing speed was also much faster than before. Xiao Ruofei's index finger kept inscribing in the void. Faint golden runes kept appearing in front of him. Soon, there were more and more of these runes. They all surrounded Xiao Ruofei, which was very beautiful. This time, Xiao Ruofei did not stop halfway. Instead, he kept inscribing the basic runes. After these basic runes were formed, they would surround Xiao Ruofei. When Xiao Ruofei finished the last stroke and completed the last rune, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he could not slack off at this time. These runes all existed independently and did not form a stable combination with other runes. A confident smile hung on Xiao Ruofei's face. With a slight thought, all the formation patterns seemed to be moved by an invisible hand, and all of them obediently went to their proper positions. A confident smile hung on Xiao Ruofei's face. With a slight thought, all the formation patterns seemed to be moved by an invisible hand, and all of them obediently went to their proper positions. Xiao Ruofei's face showed a trace of relief. However, he did not immediately take out the heavenward jade talisman. Instead, he carefully observed every formation pattern after the integration. After a while, Xiao Ruofei casually erased the formation pattern that took him about 5 days to inscribe. Although the formation pattern looked exactly the same as the pattern on the heavenward jade talisman, one could still find a few subtle flaws through mental power. Xiao Ruofei naturally could not allow such flaws to exist. If he ignored these small flaws and forcefully unlocked the heavenward jade talisman, failure was a small matter. However, if the jade talisman was damaged, it would be too late for Xiao Ruofei to regret. With the experience of unlocking the human-word jade talisman and the earth-word jade talisman, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry. He knew that the most difficult part was actually the first successful inscription. Now that he was able to inscribe a complete formation pattern, it was only a matter of time before the small flaws were removed. After Xiao Ruofei rested for a while, he immediately started inscribing the formation pattern again. As expected, he did not encounter too many obstacles this time. It was very smooth from the beginning to the end. He spent about an hour to inscribe and integrate the formation pattern again. After Xiao Ruofei observed carefully, he erased the formation pattern again and started inscribing again. In this cycle, Xiao Ruofei exhausted his energy to inscribe the formation pattern again, and he erased the formation pattern again and again. Although it seemed to be useless, in fact, if there was a cultivator who was proficient in formations here, he would be able to notice that the formation pattern Xiao Ruofei inscribed was more complete than the previous one. It was also more in line with the way of nature. Moreover, there were some small flaws in the formation pattern due to the proficiency of the technique and the control of mental power. The number of flaws was also constantly decreasing. Just like that, after an entire day and night, Xiao Ruofei inscribed the formation pattern that he was extremely familiar with again. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. During the entire process of inscribing the formation pattern, Xiao Ruofei felt a sense of smoothness and ease. This kind of feeling was often encountered but not sought after. When this state appeared, it was usually the time to perform beyond one's standards. After a day and a night of practice, Xiao Ruofei became more and more proficient in inscribing the formation pattern. The flaws in the formation pattern also decreased rapidly. There were even a few times when he was close to perfection. This time, he performed beyond his standards again. Xiao Ruofei was naturally filled with anticipation for the formation pattern that he inscribed this time. He directly released his mental power and carefully conducted a carpet inspection of the formation pattern. Starting from every small formation pattern, every arc, every detail. He checked the formation pattern, bit by bit. Under the effect of his mental power, every detail of the formation pattern, the formation pattern, the formation pattern, the formation pattern. I've finally met the requirement. At least, Xiao Ruofei had met the standard in his heart. As for whether the standard was high enough to unlock the heavenward jade talisman, Xiao Ruofei was more or less certain. After all, it was not his first time unlocking a jade talisman. With the previous 2 experiences, he knew what kind of standard the formation pattern needed to meet. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate at all. He directly took out the quaint heavenward jade talisman. The jade talisman floated quietly in front of Xiao Ruofei under the support of the invisible space force. Not far from the jade talisman was the formation pattern that was faintly shining with golden light. Xia Ruofei moved his mind, and the complicated formation pattern that was formed by his mental power slowly floated toward the heavenward jade talisman. Finally, the formation pattern was imprinted on the heavenward jade talisman, and it matched perfectly with the pattern on the jade talisman. Streams of light lit up on the heavenward jade talisman, and the formation pattern engraved on the jade talisman was lit up one by one. Finally, the entire jade talisman lit up with a dazzling brilliance. When the last formation pattern lit up, the dazzling brilliance suddenly expanded, and flew towards Xia Ruofei like a waterfall, and directly entered his forehead. Xia Ruofei, who was already experienced, was already prepared. He sat upright and still, and closed his eyes tightly. He even revealed a rare look of nervousness on his face. A huge amount of information surged into Xia Ruofei's mind like a tide. Even though he was already experienced, Xia Ruofei still felt the feeling of fullness after 1 or 2 seconds, and the information continued to flow into Xia Ruofei's mind. He revealed a painful expression, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and held on. He knew that the inheritance information in the jade talisman was very precious, and although the inheritance process was painful, it would not be beyond his tolerance under normal circumstances. At least, it would not be very dangerous. At least, that was the case for the earthward jade talismans and the manward jade talismans. However, Xia Ruofei's cultivation was actually weaker this time, especially in terms of the strength of his body. If he unlocked the heavenward jade talisman normally, he would almost certainly not be in danger, but in this situation, it was really hard to say. Xia Ruofei was already mentally prepared when he made the decision to forcibly take out the heavenward jade talisman. He knew that there was a certain risk in doing so. On one hand, it might cause harm to his body in the process of breaking the light membrane boundary. On the other hand, it might be because his cultivation was not enough, and the amount of inheritance information was too much for his body to bear. Xia Ruofei had considered all of these, so he kept a container of spirit heart flower petals and a big bowl of spatial spirit pond water in his hand, ready to deal with any unexpected situations. The actual situation was slightly better than Xia Ruofei's worries. Although the entire inheritance process was extremely painful, and his head was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to explode, he did not suffer any substantial harm until the last bit of inheritance information flowed into his mind. After the inheritance ended, Xia Ruofei finally let out a long sigh of relief. Although the inheritance time was not considered long, Xia Ruofei felt as if he had been suffering in pain for 100 years. Fortunately, the process was finally over. No matter what the inheritance information in the heavenward jade talisman was, to Xia Ruofei, at least the adventure was a success. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and rubbed his temples that were still faintly aching. At the same time, he could not wait to call up the inheritance information in his mind, wanting to see what good things the heavenward jade talisman had left for him. After a round of investigation, Xia Ruofei's face showed a surprised and happy expression. He could not help but clench his fist and shout, "Yeah!" The inheritance information in the heavenward jade talisman was not as heterogeneous as the humanward jade talisman, nor was it like the earthward jade talisman, which provided a complete array formation inheritance. However, to Xia Ruofei, the inheritance information in the heavenward jade talisman was very useful to him. First was the cultivation method from the 7th to 9th level of the Dao technique. This was within Xia Ruofei's expectations, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Moreover, he did not use such a high-level cultivation method at the moment. In fact, he had only cultivated the first level of the Dao technique when he was in the Qi refinement stage. In addition to the cultivation method from the 7th to 9th level of the Dao technique, there were 3 complete sets of inheritances in the heavenward jade talisman. The floating steps was a top-level movement technique. After mastering it, not only could one's speed increase by 10 times, but one's body would also be like a ghost. Whether it was dodging or escaping, this movement technique was the best choice. Even if it was not for escaping, in a battle between cultivators, the side with the stronger movement technique would have an obvious advantage. The opponent's attack could be easily dodged, and one could use the movement technique to quickly close in on the enemy. If it was combined with a close-range attack, the power would be greatly increased. The Gentleman's sword was one of the top sword techniques used by cultivators. This was completely different from Master Jinyang's gentleman's sword. This sword technique was divided into 4 realms: plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum. This was not an ascending relationship, but rather, each realm was relatively independent. After mastering it, one could completely embody the concept of each of the 4 gentlemen. Moreover, the 4 realms could be switched at any time. According to the description of the cultivation method, this sword technique could even fuse the 4 realms into a completely new gentleman realm. The gentleman's sword did not use an ordinary sword, but a cultivator's flying sword. Just like Xiao Ruofei's blue traveling immortal sword, a cultivator's flying sword did not have a hilt. Every part of the sword was quite sharp. This kind of sword naturally could not be controlled by the hand, but completely relied on mental strength. Even though Xiao Ruofei's cultivation had already reached the spirit-gathering state, she was still far from being able to use this sword technique well. What was commendable was that whether it was the floating steps or the gentleman's sword, they were both body techniques and battle skills that complemented the Great Tao art. Combined with the special circulation path of the Great Tao art, the power displayed was even greater. Xiao Ruofei could not cultivate the sword technique well at the moment. After all, his mental strength was still a bit lacking. However, the appearance of the body technique was like sending charcoal in the snow. He could completely combine it with the jade pile formation to train his floating steps and quickly improve his body technique. Before planning for victory, he had to plan for defeat. No matter when, it was very important to train his life-saving skills well. Xiao Ruofei was also filled with motivation at this moment. At the same time, he secretly regretted that he had used up all 3 chances of the exquisite tower's jade pile formation. Moreover, he had not cultivated the body technique at that time. In fact, the effects of the jade pile formation could only be said to be barely satisfactory. Now that he had the secret body technique, he had to wait 7 days before he could have a second chance. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit regretful. Of course, what made Xiao Ruofei the happiest was the last technique. To be precise, it was a set of mental strength secret skills. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had mastered quite a number of psychic power secret techniques. For example, his psychic power hypnosis was actually one of the psychic power secret techniques. There were also a number of other psychic power techniques in the inheritance information of the human character Jade Talisman. However, this set of mental strength secret skills called Soul Seal was taken out separately. It was sealed together with floating steps and gentleman's sword in the human character Jade Talisman. It was enough to show that this set of mental strength secret skills was different from others. As the name implied, after successfully cultivating the Soul Seal, the cultivator could form a Soul Seal in his own sea of consciousness. This Soul Seal itself could not do any good to the sea of consciousness, nor could it promote the improvement of mental strength cultivation. However, Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed after reading the introduction of the Soul Seal. The Soul Seal was actually a combination of a mother and son. The mother seal was naturally in the sea of consciousness of the cultivator, while the child seal could be branded in the sea of consciousness of others. Through this set of mother and son soul seals, the cultivator could completely control the other party. The so-called complete control was really very thorough. No matter if it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, after the child seal of the soul seal was branded in the sea of consciousness, they would absolutely submit to the cultivator with the mother seal. This was a kind of submission that came from the depths of the soul, and was not forced to submit under the suppression of absolute strength. Of course, if one really branded a soul seal in the sea of consciousness, it would be an absolute suppression of strength. This was because the cultivator of the soul seal only needed to think about it, and the other party's sea of consciousness would instantly explode. Naturally, they would be deader than dead. Therefore, in reality, this was equivalent to a soul slave. What was even more heaven-defying was that according to the description of this set of secret skills, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would find it difficult to discover the soul seal in the sea of consciousness of others. Even if they were lucky enough to discover it, it would be extremely difficult to break or even destroy the soul seal. The slightest carelessness would trigger the soul seal, and the final outcome would still be death. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would find it difficult to break it. The power of the soul seal could be seen at a glance. The minimum configuration requirement for the cultivation of the soul seal was that one's spiritual power had reached the spirit gathering stage. In reality, this kind of secret skill that had a great relationship with the soul and sea of consciousness, the threshold for cultivation was often the cultivation of spiritual power. Xia Ruofei could not help but secretly rejoice. If this secret skill also required the cultivation of qi, it was estimated that he would not be able to meet the cultivation requirements at this stage. A spirit-gathering stage cultivator who cultivated the soul seal to the great success stage would be able to form a mother seal and 5 child seals. In other words, once Xia Ruofei mastered this secret skill, he would be able to control up to 5 soul slaves. This number did not seem to be much, but considering the thoroughness and overbearingness of this kind of control, if he really used all of them, then Xia Ruofei would be equivalent to having 5 more servants that he could absolutely trust and would never betray him. This was simply too heaven-defying. This kind of absolute control over the soul was very frightening. Even if his master ordered him to immediately cut off his own head, he would not hesitate to carry out the order. When Xia Ruofei investigated the secret skill of the heaven character Jade Talisman, the first thing that appeared in his mind was Lu Qingfeng, who could only be imprisoned in the space of the mountain sea realm. If he could plant a soul seal on Lu Qingfeng, then it would be the same as planting a sharp nail in the Fallen Leaf sect. This would be very useful for Xia Ruofei's future dealings with the Fallen Leaf sect and the entire cultivation world. Although Lu Qingfeng's cultivation was at the 7th stage of qi refining, which was somewhat low in Xia Ruofei's eyes, at present, he was the most suitable candidate. When Xia Ruofei thought of this, he could not wait to begin cultivating. As long as he succeeded and formed the first child seal, he would be able to completely control Lu Qingfeng. The 7th to 9th level of Dao arts, floating steps, gentleman's sword, and soul seal were all the inheritances in the heaven jade talisman. Although it wasn't as all-encompassing as the human jade talisman, nor was it as complete as the earth jade talisman, Xia Ruofei was still very satisfied. There was no doubt that the inheritances in the heaven jade talisman were much more precious than the human and earth jade talismans combined. Although there weren't many inheritances, they were all essences. Moreover, for the current Xia Ruofei, every inheritance was very useful. Xia Ruofei stepped out of the open space in front of the Linglong Pagoda and returned to the side of the spiritual pond through the Jade Bridge. In order to decipher the Heaven Jade Talisman, he almost didn't sleep or rest. Now, he had consumed a lot of his mental strength and felt a little tired. Whether it was the floating steps or soul seal, they couldn't be done overnight. Even if these inheritances were imprinted in Xia Ruofei's mind, it wasn't difficult for him to understand the cultivation methods and secret skills. After all, whether it was a body skill, a sword skill, or a mental strength secret skill, understanding wasn't enough. It required repeated practice. For example, the soul seal was actually a very complicated seal formed by mental strength. Without a lot of practice, it was impossible to condense it. Therefore, Xia Ruofei wasn't in a hurry. He directly used his mind to tell Xia Qing and left the Ring 2 space in a flash. Although he worked hard in front of the Linglong Pagoda for 4 or 5 days without sleep, because of the difference in the flow of time, only a few hours had passed in the outside world. At this time, the sky outside had just turned dark. Xia Ruofei ate something in the space. In addition, he was very tired now, so he didn't eat dinner. He went directly to the bathroom to take a shower and lay down on the bed to sleep. If it had been anyone else who had obtained such a heaven-defying secret technique like Soul Seal, they would have been extremely excited, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep even if they were mentally exhausted. However, Xia Ruofei's mental fortitude had been slowly trained after he obtained the Ring 2 space. Although he was very excited when he first obtained the inheritance, he quickly fell asleep after lying down on the bed. The next morning, Xia Ruofei woke up on time. In the past, he would cultivate at this time, and today was no exception. However, he naturally wouldn't choose to use spirit crystals or origin crystals to cultivate in the outside world. Instead, he directly took out the spirit map scroll and entered the space to cultivate. Xia Ruofei didn't deliberately choose the Archean realm to save time. He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak of the Mountain Sea realm and cultivated for nearly 2 hours. This was the highest point of the Mountain Sea realm, so the view was rather good. As long as one's eyesight was good enough, they could see every corner of the Mountain Sea realm. Of course, with the continuous upgrading and expansion, the range of the mountain sea realm continued to expand. Now, the surface and sea had a certain degree of curvature. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had always wondered if the mountain sea realm would become a planet if it continued to upgrade. He believed that even the cultivators from hundreds of years ago would have a much better understanding of the earth than mortals. These cultivators might not be unaware that there was a huge ball under their feet. Thinking that he might have a private planet in the future, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Xiao Ruofei ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. In the distant herb garden and rice fields at the foot of the mountain, the free laborers who worked and rested had already begun working. Xiao Ruofei casually glanced around and left the space with a thought. It was now 7 or 8 in the morning. Xiao Ruofei went to the backyard to have breakfast. He also instructed Wu Chun that he had important matters to attend to at home for the next few days and that he should try his best not to disturb him if there was nothing. In addition, unless it was Zhao Yongjun and company, if anyone else came to visit, they should be rejected. After returning to his master's courtyard, Xiao Ruofei locked himself in his room. As usual, he locked the doors and windows and used his mental strength to check. Then, he set up an alarm array formation in the room. Only then did he take out the spirit map scroll and enter the space with a thought. Xiao Ruofei planned on concentrating on cultivating the soul imprint for the next few days. Xiao Ruofei's cultivation wasn't enough to cultivate the gentleman's sword, so it would be difficult for him to make a name for it. As for the floating steps, it was best to combine it with the jade pillar formation to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Currently, the number of challenges for the jade pillar formation had yet to be refreshed, so Xiao Ruofei pushed back the cultivation of the floating steps. As for the soul imprint, it was clearly his top priority. Lu Qingfeng had already been captured by him for several days. If he wanted to take Lu Qingfeng as a soul slave, he had to hurry. Otherwise, the Fallen Leaves sect might become suspicious. Xiao Ruofei directly went to the Origin Realm's Jewel Pagoda and sat down cross-legged. Xiao Ruofei didn't need to spend time comprehending the cultivation methods and secret skills he had inherited. He could directly practice them. After Xiao Ruofei sat down, he immediately focused his mind and released a strand of mental power. Slowly, he began to condense seals under his control. Xiao Ruofei had another advantage when cultivating the soul imprint. During the 3 times he had unlocked the jade talisman, he had practiced a large amount of mental power inscribing runes. He had gained quite a bit of insight into the fine control of mental power, and his precision had clearly increased by a lot. Although inscribing runes and forming seals were different, it was only a difference in technique. At the end of the day, it was still a control of mental power. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei got the hang of it relatively quickly when cultivating the soul imprint. Xiao Ruofei was now trying to condense the mother imprint. In fact, both the mother imprint and the child imprint were rather complicated. The difficulty was much greater than the heavenward jade talisman's runes. Layers of seals condensed from mental power were constantly stacked on top of each other. A mysterious light flowed on top of the seals. However, Xiao Ruofei soon frowned. The light on top of the seals stagnated slightly. Then, the extremely complicated seals collapsed all of a sudden. The mental power was also eliminated. Xiao Ruofei could not help but sigh. In terms of progress, he had only completed less than 1/10 of the mother imprint this time. Moreover, the formation of seals went from easy to difficult. The first few seals were relatively easy. Even so, Xiao Ruofei had only completed less than 1/10 of the mother imprint. Due to the lack of precision, it caused the entire seal to collapse. However, Xiao Ruofei would not be discouraged by one failure. It was normal to fail. If he succeeded in one try, the soul imprint would be worthless. Xiao Ruofei rested for a while and began his second attempt. For an entire day and night, Xiao Ruofei made countless attempts. Every attempt ended in failure. In these 20 hours, Xiao Ruofei had successfully pushed the overall progress to about 1/7 of the mother imprint. He stood up and stretched his limbs. He ate something and drank a few mouthfuls of spirit pond water to help his mental power recover. After a short rest, Xiao Ruofei prepared to continue condensing the soul imprint. This time, he simply took the jade mat from the stone chamber in the mountain sea realm into the Archean realm. Sitting on the mat could not only speed up the recovery of his mental power, but it could also help him concentrate more. In the next 3 days, Xiao Ruofei almost never left the small empty space in front of the exquisite pagoda. Other than resting and recovering when his mental power was greatly exhausted, he would occasionally eat something. The rest of his time was spent on condensing the soul imprint. When the soul imprint's progress was about 1/3, Xiao Ruofei temporarily stopped practicing. He had been in the Archean realm for 4 days and 4 nights. It was almost noon in the outside world. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei left the space. After returning to the outside world, he went straight to the backyard. Wu Shouchuan and Xia Xiaolan had already prepared lunch. After eating, Xiao Ruofei returned to his courtyard. After continuously practicing in such a state of high concentration, Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a little tired. Therefore, after eating lunch, he took an hour of nap. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he entered the space again and continued practicing condensing the soul imprint. Just like that, in the following days, Xiao Ruofei woke up early every day and entered the space to cultivate for an hour or 2. Then, he would eat breakfast and return to his room to practice condensing the soul imprint. He had already calculated the time in the outside world. When it was time to eat, he would leave for a while and use the time to eat to relax. After resting, he would immediately enter the space to practice again. These days lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Xiao Ruofei spent about 10 hours a day in the outside world. Apart from his 3 meals a day, he would take an hour of afternoon nap every day. Then, at around 9 o'clock in the outside world, he would leave the space and return to the outside world to sleep. Although he wanted to condense the soul imprint as soon as possible, he still tried his best to maintain a normal routine in the outside world. Even so, Xiao Ruofei had actually stayed in the Ring 2 Space's Archean realm for 40 to 50 days due to the difference in time flow that was 30 times faster. For nearly 2 months, Xiao Ruofei only did one thing, constantly practicing condensing the soul imprint. In the beginning, his improvement was very fast. From the first time he condensed the soul imprint, he only completed a 10th. Later on, he completed an 8th, a 5th, a 3rd. However, as the seals he needed to condense became more and more complicated, the fusion between the seals became more and more difficult. Xiao Ruofei's progress in condensing the soul imprint slowed down bit by bit. Finally, after such an arduous process, Xiao Ruofei successfully condensed a complete soul imprint for the first time, although this was only a soul imprint that was simulated by his mental strength outside his body. As long as it was condensed successfully, it meant that Xiao Ruofei had grasped the basics of this mental strength mystic technique. The true condensation of the soul imprint had to be done directly in the sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't be like a rash person and try it directly in the sea of consciousness. One had to know that once the soul imprint failed to condense, the seals formed by mental strength would instantly collapse. If this collapse happened in the sea of consciousness, it was very likely that Xiao Ruofei's sea of consciousness would be riddled with holes by now. After all, even Xiao Ruofei couldn't remember how many times he had practiced, let alone how many times the seals he condensed had collapsed. This successful condensation greatly increased Xiao Ruofei's confidence. He dispersed the seals formed by his mental strength and immediately began a new round of practice. He had to be as proficient as possible because once he condensed the soul imprint in the sea of consciousness, it was best to succeed in one go. Otherwise, the sea of consciousness would more or less be damaged. Another day passed in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei had practiced in the Ring 2 space for more than 20 days. He was finally satisfied with his method of condensing the soul imprint. Xiao Ruofei stood up and stretched his arms and legs while sighing in his heart. Cultivation knew no time. Xiao Ruofei had seen this sentence in many ancient cultivation books, but this time he truly understood it. Just to cultivate a soul seal, he had stayed in the space for more than 2 months. This was also thanks to the unique environment of the space, the top cultivation method he cultivated, the training he got from engraving array patterns, and so on. But it still took him such a long time. This was also the first time Xiao Ruofei had spent so much time in the space due to the difference in the flow of time. Because only 3 or 4 days had passed in the outside world, but Xiao Ruofei had spent more than 2 months in the space, so in theory, it was equivalent to accelerating his aging for more than 2 months. Of course, this was relative to the people in the outside world. For Xiao Ruofei himself, these 2 months were actually spent day by day. It didn't mean that he had aged for more than 2 months in just 3 or 4 days. Moreover, for cultivators, their bodies were spotless. With the increase of cultivation, the aging of the body would be greatly slowed down, or even completely stopped. So more than 2 months was nothing at all. Although Xiao Ruofei felt that he was fully prepared, he was not in a hurry to condense a soul seal in his sea of consciousness. He had enough rest. After ensuring that his body and spiritual power had recovered to the best state, he sat down cross-legged on the jade futon, closed his eyes slightly, and concentrated his mind. Condensing a soul seal in the sea of consciousness was extremely dangerous. But when Xiao Ruofei really entered a state of meditation, all the tension, worry about personal gains and losses disappeared. At this time, he was like an old monk with no desires. There was only the mysterious soul seal pattern in his mind. A wisp of spiritual power slowly entered the sea of consciousness along the meridians. Under Xiao Ruofei's control, it condensed into a soul seal almost instantly. The whole process was extremely smooth and natural, like an antelope hanging its horn without a trace. Xiao Ruofei's face was expressionless. The spiritual power in the sea of consciousness was constantly condensing into soul seals. After these seals were formed, they stacked on top of each other, and a huge and complicated seal gradually took shape. As time passed, more and more seals appeared in Xiao Ruofei's sea of consciousness. Finally, the last seal was condensed. The seal floated toward the huge seal, as if it was the last piece of a puzzle. When it was embedded, the soul seal was finally formed. After the complete soul seal was condensed, the infinite world in the sea of consciousness seemed to tremble slightly. The spirit body on the island in the center of the sea of consciousness spontaneously released a mysterious aura. In the blink of an eye, it came to the soul seal and merged with it. Xiao Ruofei immediately felt a connection between himself and the soul seal. He vaguely realized that this was the reason why the soul seal could control people's souls. Obviously, when the child seal fused with the other party's sea of consciousness, it would also form such a connection with the other party's spirit body. Then, using the connection between the child seal and mother seal, it would achieve the purpose of soul control. Xiao Ruofei could not help but secretly admire the exquisite design of the soul seal. It was no wonder that a mere spiritual power secret technique could be sealed in the heavenward jade amulet. When Xiao Ruofei's spiritual aura was branded on the soul seal, the mother seal of the soul seal was considered to have been successfully condensed. Xiao Ruofei's face revealed a satisfied smile. He rested for a while, then immediately began to practice condensing the child seal. With the experience of condensing the mother seal, Xiao Ruofei's process of condensing the child seal was obviously much smoother. Of course, the child seal was much less complicated than the mother seal. After about half a day, Xiao Ruofei had already familiarized himself with the condensing of the child seal. He recovered and immediately began to condense the child seal in the sea of consciousness. This time, he succeeded on the first try again. After the child seal was formed, it naturally revolved slowly around the mother seal as if it was a satellite. Xiao Ruofei's heart was filled with joy. For more than 2 months, he often practiced without sleep and rest for several days. Today, he finally bore fruit. A cultivator whose spiritual power had reached the spirit-gathering realm could control at most 5 child seals. However, Xiao Ruofei did not continue to condense the child seal. Instead, he stood up directly and moved to the mountain sea realm in the space. Right now, Xiao Ruofei's top priority was not to form a child seal. This was because the only person who was suitable for his soul control, or rather, qualified to be soul controlled by him, was Lu Chimfeng. No matter how many child seals he formed, they would not be of any use. Lu Chimfeng had been imprisoned in the space for many days. Since he wanted to completely control him and make him a nail that he buried in the cultivation world, it was naturally better for him to return to the cultivation world as soon as possible. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not wait for a moment and directly went to the mountain sea realm. He did not disturb Bao Guijun and the others who were working in the medicine garden, rice field, and other fields. Instead, he used the invisible power of space to wrap himself up and hide his figure. He directly went to the space cage that imprisoned Lu Chimfeng. Lu Chimfeng was sitting in the cage, bored to death. Although there was a certain amount of spirit qi in here, it was a non-renewable resource. Even if the concentration of spirit qi was higher than the outside world, Lu Chunfeng did not dare to cultivate without restraint. He could not go out, nor could he cultivate. Lu Chunfeng had nothing to do. Because he was a cultivator, his physical and mental qualities were stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, ordinary people would have gone crazy after being imprisoned in such a confined space for so many days. Xiao Ruofei's sudden appearance in the space cage gave Lu Chunfeng a shock. When he saw who it was, Lu Chunfeng hurriedly propped himself up and knelt on the ground. He respectfully called out, "Senior." Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Chunfeng indifferently and did not say anything. Lu Chunfeng could not figure out what Xiao Ruofei was thinking. Naturally, he was very nervous. At this moment, Lu Chunfeng suddenly felt a huge pressure coming over. He was scared out of his wits. Could it be that Senior felt that he was useless and changed his mind to kill him? After this thought appeared in Lu Chunfeng's mind, he was so scared that he kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. He repeatedly cried out, "Senior, please spare me. Senior, please spare me." Xiao Ruofei did not say a word. The spiritual pressure exerted on Lu Chunfeng continued to increase. Lu Chunfeng bitterly held on, his face turning pale. In front of Xiao Ruofei, he could not even muster the will to resist. However, the spiritual pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Chunfeng had no choice but to use his spiritual power to resist. This was the effect that Xiao Ruofei wanted. He continued to exert spiritual pressure, constantly depleting Lu Chunfeng's spiritual power. After a while, Xiao Ruofei suddenly retracted his spiritual pressure. He glanced at Lu Chunfeng and then left the spatial cage in a flash. This process only took a short 3 to 4 minutes, but Lu Chunfeng's clothes were already soaked in sweat. He felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. His heart was filled with lingering fear. At the same time, Lu Chunfeng did not know what Xiao Ruofei was up to. He became more and more nervous. After Xiao Ruofei left the spatial cage, he stood directly outside the cage. He waved his hand and summoned a large bottle of spatial spirit pond water. He gulped down a few mouthfuls. Then, a jade futon appeared under his feet. He took a step forward and then sat down cross-legged. The jade futon was suspended in the air. Xiao Ruofei sat on it. The jade futon did not move at all, as if it was placed on the ground. With the help of the spatial spirit pond water and the futon, in addition to the extremely rich spirit qi outside the cage, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power was quickly recovering. When his spiritual power was about 90% recovered, he immediately flashed back into the cage. Xiao Ruofei still did not say a word. He directly released his spiritual pressure and swept it towards Lu Chunfeng. Lu Chunfeng wanted to cry but had no tears. His spiritual power had already been depleted by more than half in the short 3 to 4 minutes. After Xiao Ruofei left, Lu Chunfeng also tried to recover his spiritual power. However, his cultivation method was very ordinary. In addition, the spirit qi in the cage was pitifully low. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei recovered his spiritual power and entered the cage, Lu Chunfeng's spiritual power had not recovered at all. However, the spiritual pressure that he was in awe of once again descended on his body. Helplessly, he could only use his spiritual power to resist again. This was also an instinctive reaction of a cultivator. Even if the person standing in front of him was a nascent soul stage cultivator, Lu Chunfeng did not sit still and wait for his death. He clearly knew that he was no match for the other party, but he still desperately used his spiritual power to resist the pressure. This was the effect that Xiao Ruofei wanted. This time, Xiao Ruofei did not leave the spatial cage. This was because after a while, Lu Chunfeng's spiritual power was exhausted. However, Xiao Ruofei still had some energy left. Xiao Ruofei saw that Lu Chunfeng's face was as pale as paper. His entire person was dispirited. His eyes became dim and at the same time, his resistance to the spiritual pressure was getting weaker and weaker. Xiao Ruofei knew that Lu Chunfeng's spiritual power was almost depleted. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lu Chunfeng fell to the ground. With a trace of despair in his eyes, he quickly fell into a coma. Xiao Ruofei was waiting for this opportunity. The difference in spiritual power between the two of them was not as big as a chasm. If he directly used the soul seal on Lu Chunfeng, it would definitely cause fierce resistance. The success rate would not be too high. Now that Lu Qingfeng's spiritual power was exhausted and he had fainted, it was naturally the best time to use the soul seal. Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate. With a thought, the child seal in his sea of consciousness was directly released by him. Under the control of his mind, the child seal was like a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, it escaped into Lu Qingfeng's forehead. After the child seal entered Lu Qingfeng's body, it did not need Xiao Ruofei's control at all. It spontaneously went straight into Lu Qingfeng's sea of consciousness. At this time, Lu Qingfeng was in an extremely weak state. There was almost no resistance in his sea of consciousness. The child seal went straight in. Wherever it went, the fog automatically dispersed to the sides. In just a few seconds, the child seal was imprinted in Lu Qingfeng's sea of consciousness. At this time, Lu Qingfeng's spiritual body seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. When the child seal was imprinted in his sea of consciousness, a trace of Lu Qingfeng's spiritual body was sucked out by the child seal and integrated into the child seal. When Lu Qingfeng's spiritual aura was sucked into the child seal, Xiao Ruofei immediately felt the connection between the child seal and the mother seal. At the same time, he also felt Lu Qingfeng's sea of consciousness and spiritual body. He could feel it directly without using his spiritual power. Xiao Ruofei showed a trace of joy. He had successfully obtained the first soul servant. Lu Qingfeng was still in a coma, but that did not stop Xiao Ruofei from sensing the soul seal's heaven-defying ability. The moment the mother-child seal formed a connection, Xiao Ruofei knew that Lu Qingfeng's soul would immediately disperse with just a thought. Moreover, according to the description of the soul seal technique, no matter how far apart the two were, this kind of soul restraint would not be affected. What was even more terrifying was that even if Lu Qingfeng's cultivation increased in the future, even if he had heaven-defying luck and his cultivation surpassed Xiao Ruofei, he would not be able to break free from the soul seal's control. Moreover, as his cultivation and time increased, the child seal and Lu Qingfeng's sea of consciousness would become closer and closer. In the end, they would basically become one. It could be said that once the child seal was branded in the sea of consciousness, Lu Qingfeng would not be able to break free for the rest of his life. Of course, because his soul was being controlled, Lu Qingfeng would not even think of breaking free from the control. Xiao Ruofei looked at the unconscious Lu Qingfeng and did not feel guilty at all. If Lu Qingfeng had not been greedy and provoked Xiao Ruofei that day, Xiao Ruofei would not have captured and imprisoned him. It could be said that Lu Qingfeng only had himself to blame for what he had done today. Moreover, it was not necessarily a bad thing that his soul was being controlled by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was not a bloodthirsty person. He would not sacrifice Lu Qingfeng as a pawn for no reason. Because of Lu Qingfeng's absolute loyalty, Xiao Ruofei would not be stingy with cultivation resources. At least in terms of cultivation, Lu Qingfeng's future achievements would definitely be much higher than if he had not met Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and removed the spatial cage. The invisible force of space lifted him and the unconscious Lu Qingfeng, and they slowly landed on a patch of grass. This place was very far from the place where the free laborers worked, and there was also a tall mountain in between. Without the confinement of the space cage, Lu Qingfeng was exposed to an environment rich in spirit qi. Xiao Ruofei didn't try to save Lu Qingfeng. In such an environment, Lu Qingfeng slowly regained consciousness. When Lu Qingfeng just woke up, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. But soon, his body trembled slightly and he looked at Xiao Ruofei with eyes full of respect. Lu Qingfeng knelt on the ground and called out respectfully, "Master." Now that Lu Qingfeng knew that Xiao Ruofei had planted a soul imprint in his sea of consciousness, he naturally understood why Xiao Ruofei kept using his spiritual power to pressure him. He knew very well that he would be under Xiao Ruofei's control for the rest of his life. However, this was the magical and terrifying part of the soul imprint. Even though Lu Qingfeng knew everything, he still had a kind of respect and admiration for Xiao Ruofei from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't even bear a trace of hatred. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said lightly, "In the future, you can call me Mr. Xia in front of others." "Yes, master." Lu Qingfeng knelt on the ground and answered without hesitation. "Get up." Xiao Ruofei said lightly. "Thank you, master." Lu Qingfeng said, then stood up and stood in front of Xiao Ruofei with his hands by his side. Lu Chungfeng couldn't possibly have any other thoughts, so Xiao Ruofei didn't intend to deliberately hide the ring to space. Xiao Ruofei asked lightly, Lu Chungfeng, what do you think of this place? Lu Chungfeng said respectfully, Master, this place is simply the best place for cultivation. I have read some ancient books when I was in the sect. The so-called blessed enclave recorded in those books is simply a slum compared to this cave residence of yours. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, what if this place is just a space magic treasure? Lu Chungfeng couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, this place. Master, are you saying that we are in a blessed enclave? He couldn't help but look at the vast space around him with a look of disbelief on his face. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and didn't explain. He directly used his mind to bring Lu Chungfeng out of the Ring 2 space and back to the house in the outside world. Once back in the outside world, Lu Chungfeng immediately felt the familiar environment. He had cultivated on Earth for decades, so he couldn't be more familiar with the cultivation environment on Earth. Before Lu Chungfeng had time to look at the furnishings in the house, he felt dizzy and was once again brought into the Ring 2 space by Xiao Ruofei. Do you believe me now? Xiao Ruofei asked. Lu Chungfeng hurriedly said in fear, I didn't mean to doubt you, Master. At this moment, there was a huge wave in his heart. Although the soul seal controlled his soul and made him absolutely loyal to Xiao Ruofei, it didn't prevent him from thinking independently, nor did it turn him into a walking corpse that could only carry out orders mechanically. Lu Chungfeng had never heard of such a vast space and a space magic treasure that could allow living creatures to live in it. He didn't even dare to think about it. At this moment, his admiration and reverence for Xiao Ruofei reached a higher level. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, by the way, I'm actually not a nascent soul stage senior, and I'm only 27 years old this year. Lu Chungfeng was once again sluggish and motionless like a statue. After a long while, he asked in disbelief, Master, then your cultivation level, it's not much higher than yours. Xiao Ruofei said, I'm only at the 8th level of the qi refining stage, but I should be able to break through to the 9th level soon. In the past 2 months, Xiao Ruofei didn't deliberately cultivate in the Ring 2 space, but in such a unique environment, coupled with the fact that he sometimes needed to cultivate to recover, even if he didn't cultivate much, his cultivation level still improved to a certain extent. Now Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel the bottleneck of breaking through to the 9th level of the qi refining stage. Experience told him that this was actually the precursor to a breakthrough. As for how long it would take, it was hard to judge. It was possible that the next time he cultivated, he would naturally break through, or it might take a while. But what was certain was that he was really not far from breaking through to the 9th level of the qi refining stage. Lu Chungfeng felt that the knowledge system about cultivation that he had formed over the past few decades was about to collapse. The 8th level of the qi refining stage, even if it was the peak of the 8th level of the qi refining stage, was only one level higher than him. But in front of Xiao Ruofei, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. So, Lu Chungfeng couldn't help but ask, Master, if you're only a qi refining stage cultivator, how did you? Lu Chungfeng was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, I understand. Master, that's because we're inside your spatial magic treasure. Lu Chungfeng was originally puzzled as to why a qi refining stage cultivator like Xiao Ruofei could stand in the air and even teleport. But after thinking about it, he realized that this was inside Xiao Ruofei's spatial magic treasure. Although he didn't know much about such a high-level spatial magic treasure, he could guess that the reason why Xiao Ruofei was able to use a nascent soul stage cultivator's divine ability was most likely related to the spatial magic treasure. But Lu Chungfeng wouldn't underestimate Xiao Ruofei just because he was only a qi refining stage cultivator. Even without the effect of the soul seal, Xiao Ruofei's strength could still crush him. That day when his mental strength was completely suppressed, it wasn't inside the spatial magic treasure. Thinking of this, Lu Chungfeng couldn't help but ask curiously, Master, may I ask, your mental strength cultivation? Xiao Ruofei calmly said, I just broke through to the spirit gathering stage not long ago. Lu Chungfeng couldn't help but tremble slightly. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with respect and said, Master's mental strength cultivation has already reached the spirit gathering stage. No wonder. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, Spirit gathering stage is nothing. The qi refining stage is just the beginning of cultivation. It's not even considered building the foundation. As long as you work for me wholeheartedly, your future achievements will definitely not be limited to the qi refining stage. Lu Chengfeng excitedly knelt down again and said, "It's my great fortune to have met Master. My life is yours, Master. Even if I have to go through fire and water, as long as Master says the word, I'll do it without hesitation." Xiao Ruofei calmly said, "All right, I need you to return to the sect and gather all the information about the cultivation world. Other than that, you don't need to do anything else. Also, you don't need to purposely gather information. As long as it's within your reach, just remember it. Don't try to purposely gather information. Ensuring your own safety is the most important thing. I'll need your help in the future." Xiao Ruofei was well aware of the power of the soul seal, so he explained it very clearly. This was to prevent Lu Chengfeng from working too hard and giving himself away. Lu Chengfeng was touched and said, "Thank you, Master, for your understanding. I'll remember it." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and asked, "Oh right, you've disappeared for a few days. Will the sect be suspicious?" Lu Chengfeng hurriedly said, "They won't. Disciples above the 5th level of qi refinement have a month's vacation every year. Furthermore, they often have the opportunity to leave the sect to handle matters. I'm using the vacation this time. Generally speaking, unless something major happens in the sect, no one will come looking for me during the vacation." The world of cultivators was not cut off from the rest of the world. They had never been cut off from the rest of the world, so they could still use modern means of communication. Xiao Ruofei found a cell phone among Lu Chengfeng's personal belongings, but he had casually thrown it into the storage of his spoils of war. In the spirit map space, cell phone signals were naturally unable to pass through. Lu Chengfeng added, "Master, even if someone comes looking for me during this period, I can just find a random reason to brush them off. It's very normal for cultivators like us to go into seclusion. It's fine even if some people don't turn on their phones for the entire vacation. They just have to return to the sect on time." Xiao Ruofei was relieved when he heard this. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll take you to a place." With that, with a thought, he brought Lu Chengfeng directly to the origin realm and appeared in the open space in front of the Linglong Pagoda. Xiao Ruofei said, "You can cultivate here for now." "Oh right, how long do you have left?" Lu Chengfeng revealed an awkward expression and said, "When I met Master in Ping'an County, I had just started my vacation. Counting the days, I should have about 20 days left." Xiao Ruofei secretly calculated. A year in the origin realm was only about 12 days in the outside world. Thus, he said, "Lu Chengfeng, cultivate here for a year first. Try to make a breakthrough in your cultivation." The soul imprint could ensure Lu Chengfeng's loyalty. In addition, after the space leveled up, it could exchange energy with the chaos space. Lu Chengfeng cultivating here would not affect the spirit qi of the space, so Xiao Ruofei naturally would not be stingy with cultivation resources. The stronger Lu Chengfeng was, the more help he would be. Xiao Ruofei naturally understood this principle. Lu Chengfeng asked in shock, "A year? Master?" Then, about the sect. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "The flow of time here is 30 times faster than the outside world. Cultivating here for a year is only about 12 or 13 days in the outside world. The remaining time is enough for you to rush back to the sect." After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Lu Chengfeng froze on the spot like a clay statue. He was so shocked by this information that he had lost his ability to think. The law of time. And it was 30 times faster than the outside world. This spatial treasure was simply too heaven-defying, Lu Chengfeng. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and shouted. Only then did Lu Chengfeng come back to his senses. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Master. This subordinate will work hard to cultivate. I will strive to break through to the 8th level of qi refinement as soon as possible. I will also be able to contribute more to Master in the future." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "You only have one mission here, and that is to raise your cultivation as much as possible. In addition, don't touch anything here. I will get someone to prepare some daily necessities for you. If you run out of them, just contact me via telepathy at any time." Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried that Lu Chengfeng would lose control, but he still gave him a few reminders. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had set up spatial barriers around some of the important resources in the Archean realm. For example, the spiritual heart tree, spiritual heart fruit, spiritual heart flower petals, and so on. Even if Lu Qingfeng accidentally trespassed, he wouldn't cause any damage to these strategic resources. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly replied, "Yes, Master. This subordinate will definitely remember this." Lu Qingfeng was extremely excited at the thought of being able to cultivate for a year in an environment where the spiritual energy was so dense that it turned into mist. His respect and gratitude for Xiao Ruofei deepened. Xiao Ruofei then called Xia Qing over and briefly explained Lu Qingfeng's situation to Xia Qing. Xia Qing naturally knew that the heavenward jade amulet contained the soul seal legacy. When he saw that Xiao Ruofei had condensed a soul seal in such a short period of time and had even taken in a 7th-layer qi refinement soul slave, he couldn't help but congratulate Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had Xia Qing move some hardtack, instant noodles, buckets of water, and other daily necessities to the Linglong Pagoda. He also brought a sleeping bag. These were the daily necessities left for Lu Qingfeng. As long as there was enough spiritual energy, cultivators didn't need too much food. Although qi refinement cultivators couldn't completely abstain from eating, they didn't need to be too particular about food. These daily necessities were enough for Lu Qingfeng to last for a year. Xiao Ruofei gave Lu Qingfeng a few more reminders before leaving the Ring 2 space in satisfaction. After Xiao Ruofei returned to his bedroom in the outside world, he let out a long sigh of relief. This trip to Africa could be said to be a great harvest. Now, it could be said to be a perfect ending. Xiao Ruofei did a simple inventory. The biggest harvest was naturally the wash-basin-sized boundary stone. No matter when, the development of the Ring 2 space was the first in Xiao Ruofei's mind. He accidentally obtained the boundary stone and successfully upgraded the Ring 2 space by 1 level. The upgrade of the space this time could even be said to be a qualitative leap. Not only did it solve the problem of cultivating in the space, but it also developed the exquisite pagoda. This was very beneficial to Xiao Ruofei's future cultivation. The unlocking of the heavenward jade talisman also gave Xiao Ruofei a lot of benefits. Especially the soul seal secret technique. It allowed Xiao Ruofei to successfully have a soul servant at the 7th level of the qi refining stage. In the long run, whether it was the floating steps or the gentleman's sword, they would greatly improve Xiao Ruofei's combat strength. The 7th to 9th level of the Great Dao technique was enough to support Xiao Ruofei's cultivation to the legendary realm. In addition to the upgrade of the Ring 2 space and the unlocking of the heavenward jade talisman, Xiao Ruofei went to Africa and obtained 200 to 300 free labor. When he was temporarily unable to create his own soul puppet, he solved the problem of the serious labor shortage in the space. In addition, after sweeping away the Emodo organization, Xiao Ruofei's overseas account had risen to more than $2 billion. If the company accelerated its development, at least in terms of funds, it would be quite abundant. Of course, he went to the African continent and successfully found the mastermind behind the assassination of Song Qiming, Lu Haojuan. A few days ago, Lu Haojuan was also righteously sacrificed by Elder Lu, permanently solving this hidden danger. All in all, Xiao Ruofei's trip this time could be described as perfect. His harvest had exceeded his expectations. At the very least, he did not think that he would be able to obtain such a large world stone from a trip to Africa. Xiao Ruofei had been out for a longer time this time. However, he did not return to the 3 mountains immediately after he was done with his business. That was because the Taoyuan Club was going to open in 2 days. As a major shareholder, although he didn't do much, he definitely couldn't miss the opening ceremony. Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, and the others were very concerned about the Taoyuan Club. For Xiao Ruofei, this project was just for fun, but for Zhao Yongjun and the others, it was basically the focus of their careers. This group of people had a lot of power in Beijing. They were so serious about this project and invested a lot of energy, so the construction progress was naturally quite fast. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei was recording The Life I Yearn For, the construction of the Taoyuan Club was basically completed. All that was left was some auxiliary projects such as greenery. Zhao Yongjun and the others were determined to make the Taoyuan Club the benchmark of high-end clubs in Beijing. Therefore, the construction materials, renovation materials, and so on were all the best. After the construction was completed, they even invited an authoritative organization to conduct a comprehensive environmental inspection of the club. The result was that the interior of the club had completely met the standards for opening. The indicators such as harmful gases were all within the standard range. In addition, when the club was still under construction, the recruitment and training of staff had already been carried out at the same time, so it was basically a seamless link. Xiao Ruofei rested for a day. The next morning, he took Wu Chang's Toyota Alpha commercial car and headed to Beijing International Airport. The Taoyuan Club was going to open tomorrow, and Lingji Private Kitchen would also be moving into the club. According to the original agreement, Lingji Private Kitchen of Beijing's Taoyuan Club was relatively independent of Lingji Restaurant Group. Lingji Restaurant was considered a shareholder and was mainly responsible for operating this Taoyuan Club. As a shareholder, Lingji Restaurant naturally had to send a representative to participate in the opening ceremony. And the representative of Lingji Restaurant was the successor of Ling Xiaotian, Ling Qingxue. His girlfriend was coming to Beijing, so Xiao Ruofei naturally had to go to the airport to welcome her. Not only that, Xiao Ruofei had already arranged for the flight crew to coordinate the flight route yesterday, so Ling Qingxue actually took the Haven business jet today. After Xiao Ruofei arrived at the airport, he asked Wu Chang to wait in the car while he went to the private jet building to go through the procedures. After going through strict security checks, he entered the restricted area accompanied by the ground staff and went directly to the tarmac where the Haven was going to dock. If non-internal staff members wanted to enter the tarmac, the procedures were very strict. However, the Haven's flight crew had their own channels in the civil aviation industry. Moreover, they were going to the tarmac this time to pick up the Haven, so Xiao Ruofei didn't use his connections in Beijing. Instead, he directly asked Captain Luan to coordinate. Today's weather was very good. There were no clouds in the blue sky. This kind of weather was very rare in Beijing. The view from the tarmac was very good. He could clearly see the planes taking off and landing on the runway in the distance. Beijing Airport was one of the busiest airports in the world. On average, there were more than 1,600 planes taking off and landing every day. The passenger volume was also the second highest in the world, second only to Atlanta Airport in the United States. Xiao Ruofei waited on the tarmac for only a few minutes, but there were already more than a dozen planes taking off and landing. On average, there was more than one plane taking off and landing every minute. Of course, Beijing International Airport had 3 runways. Only when they were operating at full speed could they achieve such high efficiency. Xiao Ruofei didn't have to wait for too long. About 10 minutes later, he saw the Haven slowly descending in the air. Although the size of the Gulfstream business jet was much smaller than single-aisle narrow-body airliners such as the Boeing 737 or the Airbus A320, the visibility over the airport today was very high. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's eyesight was far better than that of ordinary people. Therefore, when others could only see a small black dot slowly descending from the distance, he could already distinguish the logo of Taoyuan Company on the tail of the plane. The Haven landed steadily on the runway. Because this was a long distance, it took 20 minutes to reach the tarmac. Under the guidance of the ground crew, it accurately stopped at the tarmac. Although Xiao Ruofei waited for more than half an hour, he wasn't impatient at all. On the contrary, he and Ling Qingxue hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was about to see his girlfriend again. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. After the Haven's engine was turned off, the tarmac became a lot quieter. Soon, the cabin door of the Haven opened, and the gangway ladder was lowered. A flight attendant stepped on the gangway ladder and got off the plane first, then stood on the side of the cabin door. When she saw Xiao Ruofei waiting on the tarmac, she immediately bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Feng." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded at her, then his eyes quickly turned to the cabin door. Ling Qingxue finally appeared at the cabin door. Xiao Ruofei quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Qingxue, you've worked hard." After that, Xiao Ruofei stood under the plane and reached out to Ling Qingxue, wanting to take her suitcase. Unexpectedly, Ling Qingxue didn't immediately get off the plane. She just smiled at Xiao Ruofei, then stepped aside. Then, another beautiful figure appeared at the cabin door. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He subconsciously glanced at Ling Qingxue, then laughed dryly and said, "Wei Wei? You're also in Beijing?" This time, the person who appeared at the cabin door was Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei didn't know beforehand that Song Wei also came to Beijing with Ling Qingxue. Moreover, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei didn't reveal anything, which made Xiao Ruofei a little surprised. Especially now, the relationship between the three of them made Xiao Ruofei feel a little awkward. Song Wei smiled at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Am I not welcome?" "Of course not." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Let's get off the plane first. Let's talk as we walk." Song Wei nodded and stepped down the gangway with his suitcase. Xiao Ruofei quickly took Song Wei's luggage, and then immediately took Ling Qingshue's luggage, who was behind Song Wei. When facing Ling Qingxue and Song Wei at the same time, Xiao Ruofei had to be careful, for fear of favoring one and discriminating against the other. Ling Qingxue saw Xiao Ruofei's nervous look, and a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes, but she didn't show it on her face. She just silently followed Song Wei off the plane. Captain Luan also got off the plane. The other captain, Jing Daming, probably stayed in the cockpit to do some inspection work after landing, so he didn't come down. Xiao Ruofei said to Luan, "Captain Lu, thank you for your hard work. For the next few days, the crew will rest in Beijing and wait for orders. Everyone can relax. I'll contact you in advance if there's anything." "Okay, Mr. Xia." Luan said, "Take care. I still have some work here, so I won't walk you out." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He waved to Luan and the crew, then pushed the two suitcases and took Ling Qingxue and Song Wei to the exit. When Wu Chong saw the three of them walk out of the private plane building, he quickly got out of the car and walked up to them. He took the suitcases from Xiao Ruofei's hands. The two most comfortable seats in the middle row were naturally reserved for Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei consciously sat in the co-pilot seat. After Wu Chong put the luggage in the trunk, he quickly walked to the front and sat in the car. Xiao Ruofei said to Wu Chong, "Go directly to the Sihiyuan." "Yes, boss." Wu Chong replied calmly, then slowly started the car. Xiao Ruofei sat sideways and turned his body to the back seat. He smiled and asked, "Wei Wei, how's Uncle Song's body now?" Song Wei said, "He's recovering very well. The medicine you left behind is very effective. He can walk now." Xiao Ruofei said happily, "That's great. I was wondering if I should take some time to go back and check on him." "Looks like I don't need to." Song Wei frowned slightly and said, "It's just that my dad can't stay idle. He just recovered a little from his injury and started to work again. Although he hasn't gone to work yet, he has to read a lot of documents every day, and there's an endless stream of people going to report to him. He's treating his home like an office." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Uncle Song's position is more important. There are a lot of things that need his approval. You have to understand. It doesn't make a difference whether I understand or not. He doesn't listen to me anyway." Song Wei said, "Well, I said a few more words of concern, but he said that I was annoying. He said that he's fine now. He asked me not to laze around at home and to come back to school quickly." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He knew that Song Wei was just complaining. As Song Qiming's daughter, Song Wei had been influenced since she was young. How could she not know the importance of things? In fact, many people were envious of Song Qiming's current state. Back then, even Master Song was a little worried. He was afraid that Song Qiming's recovery period would be too long. In that case, he would definitely have to appoint a new person to his current position. After Song Qiming recovered, perhaps he could only be assigned a position of the same level. However, the importance of this position would definitely be far less than that of the Deputy Secretary of Southeast Province and the Secretary of Sanshan City. Now, Song Qiming's position hadn't been replaced by anyone. Moreover, there were so many people reporting to him every day. This was simply the most ideal result. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also knew that Song Qiming's brain injury was still recovering. He guessed that after drinking the spirit-pregnant soup, the injury to his sea of consciousness had also recovered. Other external injuries were also fine. Now, he was in a state where he could handle official business every day. There was no problem. Xiao Ruofei was worried that Ling Qingxue would feel left out. Therefore, after chatting with Song Wei for a while, he immediately changed the topic to Ling Qingxue and asked about the recent situation of Ling Ji Catering. This time, Ling Qingxue didn't give Xia Ruofei a bad attitude because of Song Wei's matter as he was worried about. She didn't give Xia Ruofei a good attitude as she did. Although Ling Qingxue didn't smile much, at least she didn't show a cold face. After chatting for a while, Xia Ruofei said, "Qingxue, there may be a lot of guests at the opening ceremony tomorrow. At that time, Ling Ji Catering may be under a lot of pressure. You have to make arrangements in advance." The service staff was uniformly provided by the Taoyuan Club. In terms of management, Ling Ji Catering would send a manager over. In addition, Ling Ji Catering would be in charge of the entire kitchen. The manager and chef had arrived in Beijing a few days ago and moved into the Taoyuan Club. They came in advance to familiarize themselves with the environment and familiarize themselves with the team in advance. After all, they would be working together in the future. If their relationship wasn't straightened out, it would cause all kinds of trouble. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, "Don't worry. Ling's private kitchen definitely wouldn't screw up. We have made sufficient preparations. In addition, senior brother has been preparing the ingredients since the day before yesterday. Tomorrow, our signature Buddha jumps over the wall will definitely be a hit." The service staff was uniformly provided by the Taoyuan Club. In terms of management, Ling Ji Catering would send a manager over. In addition, Ling Ji Catering would be in charge of the entire kitchen. The manager and chef had arrived in Beijing a few days ago and moved into the Taoyuan Club. They came in advance to familiarize themselves with the environment and familiarize themselves with the team in advance. After all, they would be working together in the future. If their relationship wasn't straightened out, it would cause all kinds of trouble. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, "Don't worry. Ling's private kitchen definitely wouldn't screw up. We have made sufficient preparations. In addition, senior brother has been preparing the ingredients since the day before yesterday. Tomorrow, our signature Buddha jumps over the wall will definitely be a hit." End of chapter 1351. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.